In a realm of icy desolation, where the cold winds howl, there stands a rudimentary altar crafted from snow and ice within a snow-laden gorge. This altar is encircled by 3 towering icicles, presenting an eerie spectacle. Upon the altar, the sound of wailing fills the air. It is the cry of a human infant, swaddled in a piece of animal hide, with traces of blood upon his face, indicating he has only just entered the world. At this moment, he is frozen, his body a shade of purple, teetering on the brink of death. How have I become an infant? Goodness, it is so cold. The baby suddenly ceases his cries, mumbling incoherently as if attempting to articulate his thoughts. He gazes around in curiosity, only to realize he is in a place reminiscent of the frigid poles of the earth. To the north, he observes countless shadowy figures standing motionless, resembling a regimented army. What on earth is this place? The infant emits a peculiar sound of indignation, seemingly furious. His name is Gu Li, a 26-year-old male employed at a tobacco factory. Just hours prior, he learned from a gossipy colleague that the woman he had secretly admired for 6 months was, in fact, the mistress of the workshop director, and that she had pursued him. In a fit of dejection, Gu Li purchased several cans of beer and wandered alone to the seaside for solace. By chance, he stumbled upon a peculiar green glowing stone on the beach. The stone was translucent and icy to the touch, reminiscent of the legendary luminous pearl. Just as he contemplated taking it to a jeweler for appraisal, the stone suddenly erupted in a dazzling light, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself here. Surely, he had traversed into another realm. Yet, why do protagonists in novels often arrive in other worlds accompanied by systems, beautiful companions, and magnificent weapons, while he was left with only a foul-smelling swaddling of animal hide? As Gu Li indulged in his musings, a strange figure began to approach from the front of the silent army. The howling winds concealed the sound of its footsteps, and it was only when the figure drew near that Gu Li became aware of its presence. Before him stood a creature whose face resembled withered wood, riddled with countless wrinkles, a sight both terrifying and ghastly. Its pallid skin and a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie blue luminescence, along with its towering stature, unmistakably revealed that it was not human, but a humanoid entity. What the hell is this monster? How can it be so hideous? Gu Li could not help but exclaim, though no one comprehended his words. The infant's eyes widened in shock, clearly startled by the apparition. The creature donned a pristine suit of ice armor, its bald head adorned with a crown-like formation of jagged ice protrusions. This visage, it seems oddly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Li's eyes filled with terror as he suddenly connected the dots. This being, was it not the Night King from Game of Thrones? The acclaimed series Game of Thrones depicts a world where swords and sorcery intertwine, and dragons coexist with humanity. Thus, it seemed he had found himself within the realm of Game of Thrones. A flicker of excitement coursed through Gu Li's heart as he joyfully shouted aloud, reminiscing about the 3 colossal dragons from the drama. He pondered the current progression of the storyline, wondering if he might seize the opportunity to intercept Mother of Dragons, Daenerys, and acquire those 3 dragon eggs ahead of time. The Night King approached the altar, bending down to lift the bewildered Gu Li into his arms. His withered right hand gently caressed Gu Li's cheek, as a frigid surge of magical energy surged through the Night King's fingertips, swiftly infiltrating Gu Li's youthful body. Awakened by this chilling sensation, Gu Li recalled the first 6 seasons of Game of Thrones, fully aware of the Night King's intentions at this very moment. The White Walkers, being magical entities, lacked the ability to reproduce on their own. Thus, new White Walkers could only be birthed through the Night King's magical transformation of human infants. Consequently, it became clear that the Night King was endeavoring to transform Gu Li into one of his new subjects. Overwhelmed by despair, Gu Li struggled futilely, unable to shake off the Night King's powerful grip. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, he lamented, "Is this my fate? Am I to become one of those hideous creatures?" Life had indeed taken a tumultuous turn. The elation that once filled Gu Li was now replaced with a heart-wrenching cry of desperation. His eyes gradually shifted to a deep blue, heralding his impending transformation. Suddenly, the Night King's brow furrowed, his gaze flickering with an unusual light. The infant in his arms seemed to morph into an abyss, voraciously siphoning his magical essence through the magical conduit he had unwittingly established. As the Night King regarded the child with an increasingly sinister expression, he reflected on the thousands of human infants he had transformed over the millennia. Typically, only a fraction of his magic was required to complete the ritual of turning a human into a White Walker. Yet this child before him was nearly draining him of his very being. The significant depletion of his magical power instilled a sense of unease within the Night King. He abruptly ceased the transformation, shifting his hand to Gu Li's throat. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he contemplated disposing of this peculiar infant. Gu Li sensed the impending danger, but as a mere infant, he lacked the strength to resist the towering, powerful Night King. With a slight increase in pressure, the Night King's hand tightened around Gu Li's throat. The force was so great that Gu Li felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, struggling to breathe. This was it. He felt his demise was imminent. In that moment of utter despair, Gu Li's left eye suddenly transformed into a deep emerald green, from which emerged a glowing green orb. The orb floated between the two, shimmering with starlight. With a gentle chime, the green orb emitted a radiant membrane of light, swiftly enveloping Gu Li. Simultaneously, it released an invisible wave of energy that propelled the astonished Night King away. A cascade of green light encircled Gu Li, emanating a comforting warmth that restored the pallor of his formerly frozen visage to a healthy hue. Gazing at the floating green orb before him, Gu Li's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. "My golden finger, you have finally activated. Wait, isn't this the very stone that brought me here?" The verdant luminescence not only enveloped Gu Li's body in warmth, but also transmuted the White Walker energy within him into a form digestible by humankind, rescuing him from the precipice of transformation into a White Walker. Consequently, all traces of his otherworldly nature vanished, restoring him to his human state. This energy not only mended Gu Li's body, ravaged by the relentless onslaught of ice and snow, but also further enhanced his physique, rendering him even more robust. Not far away, the Night King clumsily rose from the ground, his face etched with disbelief. The Night King is the first of his kind, the progenitor of all White Walkers. For millennia, he has concealed his true power, his mastery of magic being unfathomable. Across the vast expanse of Westeros, he stands as the pinnacle of combat prowess, the mightiest of all. He had believed that with the extinction of dragons and the children of the forest, the White Walkers faced no rivals in this world. He merely needed to await the inevitable resurgence of human conflict. After eliminating the three-eyed raven, he could breach the impenetrable wall and transform the entirety of Westeros into a realm of the undead. Yet today, he beheld an insurmountable mountain before him. It was a force transcending magic. No, it was a mysterious power that surpassed both sorcery and witchcraft. This compelled even the king of the White Walkers to experience an involuntary urge to bow in reverence. It felt like divine strength indeed. It was the power of the gods. Chapter 2. The Crow. The Night King observed Gu Li's every move, his gaze increasingly piercing. In his eyes, Gu Li was no ordinary human infant, but rather a monster disguised as one. Lacking an understanding of the common tongue of Westeros, the Night King resorted to the ancient language of his ancestors, rasping, "This divine object, is it yours? What exactly are you?" Unfortunately, Gu Li could not comprehend either the ancestral tongue or the common language of Westeros. However, he surmised that the Night King was indeed frightened and was inquiring about the green stone. Yet, the two were unable to communicate due to the barrier of language. With no other option, Gu Li chose to disregard the Night King's mutterings. He gazed at the green orb floating before him and murmured, "Oh, great gem. This place is fraught with peril. Would you kindly return me to my original world?" At that moment, perhaps responding to the Night King's call, the distant army of the White Walkers suddenly stirred. They marched with heavy footsteps, like a black tide of ants, rushing towards Gu Li. This startled Gu Li immensely, prompting him to exclaim, "Or perhaps you could cast a spell and transport me to a safe location. This place is too dangerous." Before he could finish his sentence, the green orb flickered several times. It seemed to have heard Gu Li's unspoken thoughts, erupting in a burst of rich green energy. This energy enveloped Gu Li like a gossamer shroud. Then, it surged skyward, carrying him away to the distance. The Night King's expression shifted unpredictably as the army of White Walkers approached his side. He seized an ice spear handed to him by a subordinate and hurled it forcefully. The spear shot through the air like a rapidly ascending projectile, striking Gu Li, who was soaring in the sky, with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! The ice spear shattered into shards, releasing its contained energy of the White Walkers. This energy began to corrode the green energy surrounding Gu Li, yet ultimately, magic could not triumph over divine power. The rate of corrosion was painfully slow, barely causing any discomfort. Just as Gu Li lowered his guard, 3 more ice spears were suddenly launched and struck him simultaneously. Bang! 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 The violent jolts left Gu Li shaken. Turning back, he intended to express his sentiments about the Night King's family. "You son of a... What the hell?" Gu Li was left speechless as a blizzard of white spears filled his vision, numbering in the thousands. They were the ice spears hurled by the army of White Walkers, all aimed directly at him. Bang, bang, bang. Although most of the ice spears missed their target, nearly 100 struck true. The sheer number overwhelmed him, and the green energy on Gu Li began to be steadily consumed by the blue energy of the White Walkers. The green orb flickered uncertainly, as if it was nearing its limit. All of this transpired in a flash, leaving Gu Li no time to react. Finally, after a strong sensation of weightlessness, he transformed into a green comet, plummeting towards the snow-covered forest below. On the icy plain, the Night King fixed his intense gaze on Gu Li as he descended into the forest. He mounted his steed and, with a commanding gesture, led the army of White Walkers into the southern snow-covered forest in pursuit. Within the snow-covered forest, Ghoulie lay dazed in a dirt pit. The green energy that had once surrounded him now dissipated. The once bright and vibrant green orb had dimmed significantly, resembling a dying ember, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, it had protected him from harm, but this also meant it was now exhausted and could no longer shield him. It transmitted a signal of self-preservation to Ghoulie before disintegrating into dust, vanishing into the air. What? Is this a joke? My golden finger has vanished just like that? Ghoulie struggled to accept this reality, staring despondently at the ashes in his hand. However, lingering in one place was not an option. He had to keep moving. The Night King's army was closing in, and staying put would lead to certain death. Unsteadily, Ghoulie rose to his feet, resolved to continue southward, away from the eternal winter where the White Walkers resided. Fortunately, having recently been enhanced by the green energy, his body felt remarkably strong. Not only could he walk, but he could even sprint through the forest without much difficulty. However, his legs were a bit short, which meant he could not run very fast. Moreover, without the protection of the green energy, he began to feel the biting cold of the air once more. Reluctantly, he wrapped himself in animal skins and pressed onward through the snow and wind. Having ventured only a short distance, a crow suddenly landed on a nearby treetop. Caw! Caw! The crow fixated on Ghoulie, incessantly calling out. Ghoulie glanced up at it, aware that he had no time to indulge this noisy bird with the pursuers hot on his heels. He quickened his pace, his small legs moving swiftly across the icy ground as he made his way southward. Along the way, he encountered numerous ice spears protruding from the snowy ground. In the sunlight, they resembled glowing blue columns of light. While these ice spears appeared beautiful, they had caused extensive damage to the trees and grasslands, impaling many unfortunate animals that had been unable to escape. In less than a few hundred meters, Ghoulie stumbled upon the remains of at least a dozen large animals. The stark red blood and dismembered limbs stood out vividly against the white snow, making it hard for him to ignore. Strangely enough, despite the chaos he had just witnessed, there were no signs of life along the route. The entire forest was eerily silent. Except for, Ghoulie halted, tilting his head to look up at an angle. The noisy crow still followed him, unwavering in its presence. While other animals had chosen to flee, this particular crow seemed remarkably bold, remaining behind. Caw! For reasons unknown, the crow began to squawk again. It hopped excitedly from branch to branch. Ghoulie was startled, but realized he could not allow the crow to keep making such noise, as the army of White Walkers was still pursuing him. And he couldn't let the bird attract their attention. He bent down and picked up a stone the size of an egg, aimed at the crow, and threw it with force. Crack! The stone flew from Ghoulie's fingertips like a bullet, not only killing the raucous crow, but also leaving a conspicuous dent in the ice-covered tree trunk. Ghoulie stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Could his strength really be this great? Regardless, he had to prioritize his escape. No matter how strong he might be, he was still just a small infant, incapable of contending with the Night King and his vast army. Moreover, due to the frigid temperature, Ghoulie's hands and feet began to feel numb once again. The harsh environment, coupled with the pursuing army, filled him with despair and helplessness as he realized his chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Yet, he could not afford to give up easily. Even if the odds were against him, he had to try to escape this snow-laden forest alive. Beyond the forest, there might still be traces of humanity. Hiss! What is that? Hearing a noise, Ghoulie instinctively became alert. He picked up a branch as a makeshift weapon and swiftly turned to look. A foul, rancid breath washed over him, hot and damp against his small face. Before him was a massive maw filled with jagged teeth, each tooth larger than his fist. Ghoulie was utterly stunned. Before him stood a formidable specimen of the realm, a robust adult ice wolf. Ice wolves, social carnivorous creatures inhabiting the northern regions of the continent, are considerably larger than ordinary wolves, rivaling lions and tigers, and are considered apex predators. This ice wolf bared its teeth, appearing ferocious, yet its eyes betrayed a sense of hesitation and struggle akin to that of a human. What was happening? Did it possess intelligence? However, the Arctic wolf soon resolved to act, opening its jaws to lunge at the young Ghoulie. Ghoulie, momentarily taken aback by the wolf's strange demeanor, regained his focus quickly, observing the wolf's every move. He summoned all his strength and landed a punch squarely against the wolf's snout just as it was about to bite. The wolf howled in pain, not only failing to seize Ghoulie, but also losing a tooth in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Ghoulie distanced himself, watching the Arctic wolf with vigilant eyes. It was not that he wished to flee. Rather, he knew he could never outrun a creature with 4 legs. This Arctic wolf was peculiar, as its emotions mirrored those of a human. At that moment, the wolf stared at Ghoulie in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by how a mere newborn human could possess such strength. Ghoulie, feeling the ground tremble beneath him, could hear the approaching sound of hooves in the distance. He found himself in a predicament, trapped in a deadlock. Yet, the Arctic wolf raised its head and sniffed the air, as if confirming something. Seeing that the wolf did not launch another attack, Ghoulie cautiously began to retreat, intent on leaving the area. The wolf, having sensed the presence of the army of whites, should have fled. However, it hesitated for a moment before suddenly lying down in the snow. You have not yet been transformed into a white. Come, let me help you escape. The wolf spoke, its head lowered. The voice was that of a weathered male, imbued with genuine kindness. Though Ghoulie could not comprehend its words, he realized that the Arctic wolf was indeed speaking, although he could not understand. He grasped the essence of the wolf's actions. Did it wish to carry him away? But how could an Arctic wolf possess the ability to speak? What level of intelligence could it possibly have? Unless it had been possessed by someone? In the realm of Game of Thrones, there exist unique individuals among humans known as skin changers, capable of transferring their consciousness into animals. The most exceptional among them are referred to as green seers, who can not only inhabit the forms of living beings, but also possess the ability to know the past and foresee the future. Currently, in the land of Westeros, the last remaining green seer is Bran the Broken, the three-eyed raven. For many years, he has hidden in a corner beyond the wall, secretly observing the movements of the Night King. He serves as humanity's first line of defense against the Whites' invasion. Returning to the present, Ghoulie scrutinized the unusual behavior of the Arctic wolf and became increasingly certain that this creature was indeed possessed by a skin changer. While uncertain whether this entity was friend or foe, it was fortunate that they shared a common enemy in the Night King. After much deliberation, Ghoulie realized he had little choice left. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the coarse fur of the wolf and laboriously climbed onto its back. Once he was securely seated, the wolf cautiously rose to its feet, careful not to jostle him off. Confirming that Ghoulie was ready, the Arctic wolf silently bolted southward. Chapter 3. Another future. The Night King, leading his army of whites, arrived at the depression formed when Ghoulie fell to the ground. Unfortunately, the destruction caused by the landing of the ice spear and the chaotic prints left by fleeing animals rendered the area a disarray. Moreover, the swirling snow cloaked the ground in a thin veil of white, completely erasing Ghoulie's footprints. With no other option, the Night King ordered his troops to disperse and widen their search area. They slowly advanced southward, seeking any trace of Ghoulie. After an indeterminate time, the sun gradually descended. Bathed in the hues of sunset, the Night King and his army finally reached the southernmost edge of the snowy forest. Here, they discovered a familiar animal skin swaddling. To the south of the forest lay the vast Frostfang Mountains, a formidable barrier isolating the land of eternal winter from the south. The towering peaks were nearly insurmountable for ordinary folk. As the Night King had yet to locate the three-eyed raven or devise a means to breach the impregnable wall, his army remained in hiding. Clenching the animal skin tightly in his hand, he glared southward and let out a frustrated roar. Beneath one of the snow-clad mountains of the Frostfang Range, an ice wolf carried a human infant through the raging storm. Ghoulie pushed aside the coarse fur of the ice wolf's back. While the exterior was hard and prickly, the interior was surprisingly soft and dense. He nestled into the warmth of the wolf's fur, gradually thawing his stiff limbs with the creature's body heat. As for the previous swaddling, it was likely whisked away by the wind. To the north of the Frostfang Mountains lay the land of eternal winter, home to the White Army. To the south stretched a vast expanse of ice. This region, characterized by permafrost and harsh conditions, was collectively known as the Outlands. The Outlands were inhabited by countless wildlings, living in tribes scattered across the desolate expanse. Thus, a lone boy and a wolf journeyed together. After traversing the terrain for an entire day and night, they finally crossed the Frostfang Mountains and arrived at the Outlands Plain. To avoid detection by the wildlings, the ice wolf was extremely cautious, opting for a sparsely populated mountain path that deliberately veered away from the wildling tribes. In the southwestern part of the Outlands Plain, before a secluded cave, the ice wolf came to a halt. It lowered itself slowly to the ground. Come down, we have arrived. Ghoulie sensed the wolf's intention and climbed off its back. He understood that their destination was now before them. The shapeshifter controlling the ice wolf was likely within this cave. The weary ice wolf had fulfilled its mission, turning and disappearing into the nearby thicket, lost to the storm. Alone, Ghoulie stood naked before the cave, braving the howling winds. Having gone a day and night without sleep, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Yet, to preserve his life, he could not afford to rest. Vigilance was paramount. Taking a deep breath, he bent down to scoop up a handful of snow, washing his face. Cough, cough. Is someone there? Ghoulie quickly dropped his hands and looked up. A filthy woman stood at the cave entrance, eyeing him with a curious expression. What made her appear so unkempt? Her hair resembled gnarled roots, dry and tangled. It seemed her clothing was fashioned from tree bark, roots, and leaves. Wait, she appeared to be a child of the forest? The children of the forest are a humanoid race in the world of Game of Thrones. Unlike humans, they possess gray-green skin and golden eyes. They are the indigenous people of Westeros, having once ruled the continent. Over 10,000 years ago, their ancestors landed on Westeros and, through warfare, compelled the children to relinquish vast tracts of land. To this day, the children of the forest are nearly extinct, with only a few residing north of the wall. They lead a more primitive existence than the wildlings, using stone tools, wearing bark for clothing, and dwelling in caves deep within the forest, isolated from the world. Given such a lifestyle, it is no wonder they appear somewhat unkempt. Ghoulie exhaled in relief. The children of the forest were also enemies of the whites, and he was likely safe. He feigned innocence, wobbling toward the child of the forest with outstretched arms, as if seeking a hug. The child hesitated momentarily, but her nurturing instincts ultimately prevailed. She bent down, compassionately cradling Ghoulie in her arms. Though the child seemed peculiar, he was, after all, merely a child. Inside the cave, a relatively spacious area was filled with stalagmites and vines, transforming the originally open cavern into a crowded space. The ground was littered with the bones of humans and animals alike. The dim light within the cave made visibility poor. In the shadows, Ghoulie could vaguely discern a gnarled, ancient tree. Behind the twisted roots, it appeared as though a body was bound. No, it was not merely a corpse, but an elder who had become one with the ancient tree. The lower half of the elder had entirely merged into the trunk, while the upper half was ensconced and tightly bound by the tree's vines. The elder's eyes were closed in a state of meditation. Before long, the child of the forest approached the elder, still holding Ghoulie. The elder slowly opened his eyelids, his gaze piercing. He fixed his attention on Ghoulie in the child's embrace and spoke. "Leaf, I should have warned you that this child is exceedingly dangerous." The one named Leaf dismissed his concern with a laugh. "Seer, he is merely a human infant, just recently born. What danger could he possibly pose? Look how well-behaved he is in my arms." Well-behaved? The elder's face twitched. This infant could shatter the fangs of an ice wolf with a single punch. Was he not dangerous? "Very well, let us proceed as we previously discussed. This infant shall be entrusted to your care." The elder appeared somewhat frail, his voice weak. Ghoulie's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by the revelation. Merging with the fishleaf tree, hiding in a cave, and accompanied by a child of the forest. Could this elder truly be the three-eyed raven from Game of Thrones? No way. Had he just arrived in this world and already encountered the Night King and the three-eyed raven? This was all too fantastical. Without a doubt, the three-eyed raven, Brendan Rivers, was the shapeshifter who had inhabited the ice wolf and saved him. No, he was an upgraded version of a shapeshifter, the Green Seer. Ghoulie yearned to comprehend their discourse, yet the language barrier rendered him unable to grasp a single word. Leaf, too, recognized the three-eyed raven's fatigue but attributed it to his prolonged embodiment of the ice wolf. Thus, she did not probe further. "Fear not, Seer, I shall raise him well." The three-eyed raven's tone grew solemn as he continued to admonish. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, eliminate him on the spot. Remember this, do not show mercy. Though Leaf did not understand why the three-eyed raven harbored such trepidation toward a human infant, she acknowledged the gravity of his words. "Understood, Seer," she responded earnestly. The three-eyed raven nodded, then closed his eyes once more, slipping back into slumber. Leaf was no stranger to such sudden bouts of fatigue from the raven. She gazed down at Ghoulie in her arms, muttering to herself, "Little one, what makes you so special?" She gently stroked Ghoulie's small head, adding, "Let us take you back to the wooden hut." Having spoken, Yeezy embraced Ghoulie and departed from the cave. Once they had left, the three-eyed crow suddenly opened its eyes, coughing and suppressing a fit of coughs. A stream of dark green blood trickled from the corner of its mouth. The vines enveloping the three-eyed crow shifted, revealing its upper body, which bore a grievous wound deep enough to expose bone. This was the true reason behind the crow's frail condition. But how could it have sustained such an injury while remaining in the cave? The three-eyed crow had merged with the ancient tree, rendering it immobile. Yet, guardians of the forest surrounded both inside and outside the cave. How could an assailant have breached its sanctuary? The vines encircling the three-eyed crow seemed to possess a life of their own, exuding a green sap in an attempt to mend the crow's wound. With the aid of this verdant essence, the crow's injury rapidly ceased bleeding and began to scab over. "It's nothing, old friend. This minor wound will not claim my life." Yet, that man poses a dire threat. It gazed gloomily towards the cave entrance, its eyes filled with turmoil. The Green Prophet possessed a unique magic known as the Vision of Green, allowing it to comprehend all that had transpired in the past. However, this vision could not foresee the future. The future lay within the realm of deities, inaccessible to mortals. Only the most exceptional Green Prophets could occasionally glean fragments from the future. For instance, the three-eyed crow had this ability. Time rewound to a day prior. At over 110 years old, the three-eyed crow had long since grown indifferent to matters of life and death. Moreover, it was already aware that it would eventually fall to the Night King. Yet, on this day, it glimpsed a fragment of the future, discovering a divergence in its fate. Though it would still meet its end at the hands of another, the identity of this foe had shifted. It was no longer the Night King, but a strange, youthful other. Clad in icy armor and crowned with a crown of frost, he had evidently usurped the Night King's position, becoming the new ruler of the others. Furthermore, in this vision of the future, Bran Stark, the successor who had previously escaped the Night King's grasp, was also slain by this new king. The hope of humanity overcoming the others was severed at that moment. Oh, a past incarnation of the Three-Eyed Crow? After the other king dispatched the future Three-Eyed Crow and Bran Stark, he suddenly turned around. Plunging his great sword into the ground, he spoke to the air, seemingly lost in thought. The Three-Eyed Crow could hardly believe its eyes. This unfamiliar other king appeared even more formidable than the Night King. Could he truly perceive its scrutiny across the fabric of time? With intrigue, the other king remarked, "So this is how the temporal rules of this world operate? Quite fascinating." He abruptly lunged, drawing his blood-red sword and striking towards the Three-Eyed Crow. The Three-Eyed Crow, like a monk in deep meditation, did not flinch or evade. For it was merely a projection from the past, insubstantial and ethereal, incapable of being harmed by physical weaponry. Hiss! The great sword tore through its dark garb, leaving a grievous wound upon its chest. The Three-Eyed Crow's worldview shattered, its eyes wide with disbelief. Incredible events unfolded one after another, prompting it to hastily retreat. Seeking to escape this vision of the future, the young other king, however, chose not to pursue. He laughed heartily. "I have spared you, old one. This opportunity one offer you is also one I grant myself. Seek out my past self. If you can arrive in time, perhaps you may rewrite everything." The projection of the Three-Eyed Crow vanished, yet the residual magic of the other king lingered upon its chest wound. With this trace of power, it could indeed trace the path to the past other king. After the Three-Eyed Crow disappeared, the young other king, wielding his great sword, emerged from the cave. Ignoring his army of others, he gazed skyward, murmuring to himself, "Is it truly possible to alter fate?" Chapter 4. A New Destiny. 12 years later, on a sun-kissed beach, an elderly man clad in a long black robe was earnestly imparting knowledge, pacing back and forth, yet before him sat only a single student. This was a youth wrapped in a cloak of animal hide, perched on a stone by the shore, engrossed in a thick tome. After a considerable pause, the elder inquired, "Do you remember the history of Sunspear and the Martell family?" "I do, master," the boy replied solemnly, nodding with a serious expression. The elder then posed several questions, and upon witnessing the boy's fluent responses, he smiled with satisfaction, declaring, "Thus, I have imparted to you the entirety of the history of the Seven Kingdoms." The youth gazed at the surrounding beauty, his eyes filled with nostalgia. The beach of Sunspear was truly magnificent. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to visit it in his lifetime. The elder disregarded the boy's musings, opting to conclude the day's lesson. "It is morning now. You must awaken from your dreams." In an instant, they vanished, and the beach scene shattered like a bubble, plunging into darkness. Beyond the wall, amidst snow and ice, deep within a forest, in a wooden cabin, Ghoulie suddenly awoke, rubbing his eyes as he yawned and slid out of bed. "Awake? Come. Breakfast is ready," called Yezi, who was outside in the courtyard, holding a pot of steaming meat soup, her voice warm and inviting. Beside her, a golden roasted deer sizzled on the campfire. Inhaling the enticing aroma, Ghoulie swallowed hard, hastily donning his shoes. "Coming, Aunt Yezi." The forest children rarely consumed meat, primarily relying on a vegetarian diet. Consequently, they seldom needed to cook, and their culinary skills were rudimentary. Yezi was no exception. Yet to provide Ghoulie with a semblance of a normal human life, she diligently honed her cooking skills, constructing a sturdy wooden cabin and mastering the art of cuisine. Ghoulie, forever grateful for her nurturing, was particularly obedient, and their bond was akin to that of mother and son. Approaching the campfire, Ghoulie eagerly sliced a small piece of roasted venison with a knife and savored it hungrily. With his mouth full, he mumbled, "Aunt Yezi, your skills are improving remarkably. Just a sprinkle of salt, and you can create such deliciousness. It's truly impressive." Yezi, accustomed to Ghoulie's praises, smiled with a hint of resignation. "You are at the age of growth. Eat more." Indeed, Ghoulie nodded vigorously, relishing the meal even more. Their conversations flowed effortlessly, as Ghoulie had mastered both the common tongue and the old tongue. From the age of 2, Yezi began teaching him, and by 4, he was able to read and write proficiently. Furthermore, each night, the three-eyed raven would personally descend into Ghoulie's dreams, imparting knowledge about the history, culture, geography, and noble houses of Westeros. Now, at the age of 12, Ghoulie had acquired a wealth of knowledge. However, despite his intellectual growth, he had made no progress in martial prowess. Over the years, neither Yezi nor the three-eyed raven had taught him any combat skills. It seemed they preferred Ghoulie to become a scholar rather than a warrior. Unbeknownst to him, this stemmed from the three-eyed raven's distrust. The visions of the future were vivid, and the raven could not afford to be reckless. Thus, he dedicated 5 years to teaching Ghoulie languages, history, and ethics, hoping to cultivate a love for the land of Westeros in him. painting the beauty of the realm within the wall with eloquent words while describing the horrors of the others with the most unflattering terms, aiming to instill a fondness for humanity and a disdain for the others. He wished that even if Gu Li were to become one of the others in the future, he would stand with humanity. Yet, it was evident that the three-eyed raven was overly cautious. Gu Li had never been fond of the grotesque others, especially since the Night King had once hunted him down. If equipped with divine armor and accompanied by fire-breathing dragons, Gu Li would dare to return to the lands of eternal winter and slay the Night King himself. Aunt Yezi, don't the forest children possess magic? Could you teach me? Gu Li asked tentatively, blowing on the hot soup in his bowl. Yezi chuckled. The magic of the forest children is tied to the weirwood trees. Without faith in the old gods and the weirwood as a source of power, how could you possibly learn? Gu Li pouted. It was indeed a challenge for a scientifically minded traveler to worship a tree. Unless he could witness the old gods firsthand, convincing himself would be difficult. Aunt Yezi, I wish to see what lies south of the wall. Gu Li had drifted through 12 years, each day replaying the events of Game of Thrones in his mind. He longed to explore the southern lands of Westeros, the very heart of the narrative. Had it not been for Yezi and the three-eyed raven's vigilance, preventing him from even mingling with the nearby wildlings, he would have long since run away. Yezi paused for a moment before responding. Wait a few more years. You are only 12. In human terms, you are still but a child. Gu Li felt a headache coming on. Yezi and the three-eyed raven were overly protective, making him feel quite stifled. I am not a child anymore, Aunt Yezi. Recognizing his firm resolve, Yezi relented. Luke, the seer has plans for you. Once you finish your meal, we shall speak with him. Sighing, Gu Li replied, Ah, that again. Every time I go, the teacher only shares grand philosophies. With a sigh, he pouted. In the cavern where the three-eyed raven resided. Gu Li followed Yezi from the wooden cabin, traversing the forest for an entire afternoon until the sun dipped below the horizon, finally arriving at their destination. Inside and outside the cave were a few scattered forest children who took over Yezi's duties, guarding the three-eyed raven sanctuary. It was not that the forest children were stingy with their numbers. Rather, their kind was nearly extinct, leaving only a handful remaining, though few in number. The forest children possessed incredibly long lifespans, beyond human comprehension. For instance, Yezi was over 10,000 years old, and even if she waited another century, by then, Gu Li would be old and frail, while she would remain eternally youthful. Thus, those forest children who appeared young might very well be thousands of years old. Each time Gu Li pondered this, he could not help but marvel inwardly. The forest children greeted Gu Li warmly, and he responded dutifully. They were childhood companions, sharing a close bond. However, now was not the time for idle chatter. He needed to meet with the three-eyed raven first. He and Yezi ventured deeper into the cave, where they found the three-eyed raven merged with the ancient tree. Master, Gu Li stood respectfully beneath the ancient tree, softly calling out. Unlike the robust form of the three-eyed raven in his dreams, the reality was far more fearsome. His lower half was entirely fused with the trunk, rendering it invisible. Even the visible upper half was emaciated, covered in patches of dark green moss. The three-eyed raven opened his eyes, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Gu Li. Luke. The others in the north are watching closely, yet the people within the wall have long forgotten the terror they pose. In such a state of complacency, the others will inevitably breach the wall. When that time comes, are you willing to fight for humanity? Gu Li had never disclosed his identity as a traveler. Hence Luke was the name they had given him. I am willing, master. He answered with his head held high, exuding an air of unwavering courage. The three-eyed crow nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on the effectiveness of his years of diligent instruction. At his behest, a nearby child of the forest ladled a bowl of steaming soup and presented it to Gu Li. Accepting the warm bowl, Gu Li smiled and remarked, After walking all afternoon, I find myself both hungry and cold. This bowl of soup from my teacher has quite literally saved my life. The three-eyed crow explained. You are a descendant of the ancients, with the potential to awaken as a shapeshifter. This broth, derived from the seeds of the fish-leaf tree, will aid in your awakening. Under his watchful gaze, Gu Li drank the contents of the bowl in one gulp. It was bitter, reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine from his past life. Gu Li furrowed his brow, but this minor discomfort was insignificant compared to the pursuit of magic. Had he not feigned innocence and obedience for 12 years, just for this moment? Observing this, the three-eyed crow continued, Next, you must touch the trunk of the fish-leaf tree to establish a connection with the old gods. Gu Li scampered a few steps forward, eagerly grasping a gnarled root. The instant he made contact with the ancient fish-leaf tree, a surge of potent foreign energy flooded his mind. This energy seemed to awaken something within him, transforming his left eye from its natural blue to a strange, dark green. He felt disoriented, and ultimately, his vision blurred, leading him to collapse to the ground. Leaf, still harboring concern, looked up at the three-eyed crow and asked, Prophet, has he succeeded? However, the three-eyed crow wore a mask of disappointment as he shook his head. No. He has failed. I cannot sense him. Initially, he had believed that Guli, as a potential successor to the Night King and a new leader of the White Walkers, would possess remarkable abilities. Regrettably, it appeared he was incapable of becoming a shapeshifter. Lacking this essential trait, he was no longer suited to remain here. Prepare yourself. It is time for him to depart. The three-eyed crow closed his eyes, slipping back into slumber. In his dreams, Guli found himself once more in the snow-laden forest. Yet this time, the ice wolves did not appear. The Night King ultimately caught up with Guli, transforming him into a White Walker. In that moment of transformation, an unfamiliar deity descended into his mental realm. The deity seized the green jewel from him, but as compensation, bestowed upon Guli immense power, enabling him to usurp the Night King and become the new ruler of the White Walkers. No, I do not desire power. I merely wish to return home. Return home? Perhaps it could be arranged this way. Assist me in conquering the continent of Westeros, and I shall send you home, the enigmatic deity proposed. Thus, the scene whirled by, akin to a fleeting carousel. Guli began to lose sight of coherent memories, instead catching glimpses of fragmented recollections. In these shards of memory, he wielded the grand sword gifted by the deity, slaying the three-eyed crow and Bran Stark, the crow's successor, leading an assault to breach the wall. He infiltrated Winterfell, successfully executing the Northern King Jon Snow. After seizing control of the North, he sacrificed countless Northern lives, cultivating innumerable whites in preparation for his Southern campaign. 6 months later, Guli marched southward, vanquishing 6 kingdoms, slaying dragons, and killing the heroine, Daenerys, ultimately conquering the entire continent of Westeros. He transformed it into a realm of the dead, where only whites roamed, devoid of any living beings. Upon achieving this triumph, Guli encountered the deity once more. Yet, to his dismay, the deity proved untrustworthy. Winter has not yet enveloped the world. You must assist me in conquering the eastern continent. Only then will I possess the energy necessary to send you home. Guli, having seen through the deity's avaricious facade, struck down the god with his sword. Alas, how could a puppet rebel against its master? He was defeated, ultimately reduced to nothingness, dissipating into the ether. Chapter 5, Does God Exist? Before the ancient fish, Yezi stood alone. The prophet, Luke, is still quite young. Over the years, we have not imparted any self-defense skills to him. He possesses mere brute strength, making it arduous for him to survive within the intricacies of human hearts beyond the Great Wall. The three-eyed crow opened its eyes and spoke in a flat tone. Do not forget, this is the front line of war. For him, the area beyond the Great Wall is far more secure. He caressed the scar on his chest, filled with doubt. The wound that had ached for 12 years suddenly ceased its pain. Had the lingering magic within the scar dissipated? Yezi remained somewhat anxious, yet, rest assured, I have made arrangements to ensure his lifelong sustenance, interrupted the three-eyed crow, continuing, our mission is to prevent the others from breaching the Great Wall. A matter of life and death for all beings on the continent of Westeros. When the time comes, anyone may be called upon to sacrifice, including you and me. You cannot let personal feelings jeopardize the greater good. Yezi furrowed her brow, fully aware of her fate, and knew she must yield. As dawn broke, Guli seemed to awaken from a nightmare, drenched in sweat and bewildered. He stared blankly at his hands, a look of dazed confusion upon his face. His left eye had returned to its usual pale blue, as if that fleeting green light had never existed. Look, he's awake, Luke exclaimed. Did you have a nightmare? Several children of the forest gathered around Guli, their expressions brimming with concern. Indeed, it was a nightmare, but fortunately, none of it was real. Guli wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and chuckled lightly. Where's Aunt Yi? A relatively petite child of the forest answered softly. Yezi went to fetch something. I'll hurry and prompt her. Without waiting for Guli's response, she bounced away. Guli appeared preoccupied. He lifted the hay covering him and informed the surrounding children of the forest. I'm off to find the teacher and shall return shortly. With that, he stood and departed. The remaining children exchanged puzzled glances. What is wrong with Luke? He seems frightened of something. Water droplet. Was there something wrong with the soup you made earlier? Did Luke feel unwell after drinking it? Nonsense, how could that be? The children of the forest, concerned for Guli, began to bicker unexpectedly. Before the ancient fish, the three-eyed crow was, as usual, in a state of slumber. Yet, he was not truly asleep. His physical form merely rested while his consciousness had already drifted far beyond, deep into the land of eternal winter, clandestinely monitoring the movements of the others. Teacher. The faint sound of Guli's call reached his ears, prompting the three-eyed crow to draw his consciousness back and slowly open his eyes. Seeing the three-eyed crow awake, Guli hurried forward, eager to inquire, yet hesitated on how to begin. Observing Guli's uncertainty, the three-eyed crow offered reassurance. What do you wish to ask? Organize your thoughts. There is no rush. Teacher, does God truly exist? Ghoulie pondered for a moment before articulating his question. The three-eyed crow fell silent for a moment before countering. Why do you ask? Ghoulie did not respond, but continued. Teacher, you worship the old gods. While most people within the Great Wall revere the 7 gods, and those from the eastern continent worship the Lord of Light, do the others have their own deities? Perhaps the other gods? The three-eyed crow's expression shifted dramatically, revealing intense discomfort. Where did you hear of the other gods? Who told you? I heard it from a priest serving the Lord of Light in the series Game of Thrones. Ghoulie thought, but could only fabricate. I just mentioned it casually. Teacher, have you ever encountered a god? If gods exist, why have they never appeared before humanity? If gods do not exist, from whence does magic originate? Enough. The three-eyed crow's fury erupted, his voice sharp. I shall pretend I have not heard these words. Leave. Ghoulie was momentarily taken aback, sensing the overwhelming disdain in the three-eyed crow's gaze, intertwined with a hint of fear. It seemed that, despite the years that had passed, the three-eyed crow had yet to relinquish his wariness toward Ghoulie. In his eyes, Ghoulie remained the king of the others. However, after 12 years of companionship, Ghoulie had also subtly disowned the three-eyed crow's deep-seated vigilance. The benevolent teacher and friend had merely been a fade. It was precisely for this reason that Ghoulie refrained from revealing his identity as a time traveler to the three-eyed crow. Nevertheless, he remained grateful toward the three-eyed crow, not solely for having saved him, but also for the mentorship bestowed upon him over the years. Without the three-eyed crow's guidance, Yezi would not have raised him for 12 years, nor would he have encountered so many delightful children of the forest. Ghoulie chose not to linger, turning to depart. Strolling outside the cave, he inhaled the chilly air, standing amidst the snow, deep in thought. Since the three-eyed crow had not provided an answer, he could only contemplate on his own. Do gods truly exist? Throughout the narrative of Game of Thrones, miraculous events such as resurrection and foresight had indeed transpired. Yet there had never been a scene depicting the divine presence directly. The existence of gods had always been an elusive notion. Yet, whether it was Ghoulie's nightmare from the previous night or the three-eyed crow's recent outburst, both indirectly corroborated the existence of the divine. Perhaps his dreams were indeed a glimpse into an alternate life. Had he been deceived by a foreign deity, becoming an accomplice in the world's destruction? The deity controlling the others. Could it be the other god mentioned by the Lord of Light in Game of Thrones? The other gods, the 7 gods. The Lord of Light, the many-faced god. If these deities truly exist, why do they not manifest in the mortal realm? Could it be that they are bound by some form of agreement? In the narrative of Game of Thrones, the Lord of Light seemed to be a relatively just deity. If he could find him, perhaps he would possess a means to send him back home. Ghoulie shook his head, swiftly dismissing this thought. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. The deceit of the other god echoed in his ears, compelling him to abandon this option. Oh, the pressing matter at hand should be to uncover the true nature of that green crystal. An object that even gods would covet must indeed be a rare treasure. Perhaps it could facilitate his journey across realms, enabling him to return home as well. Ghoulie had learned from his dream that the green crystal had not shattered 12 years ago. Its essence lay concealed within his own body. But how was he to locate it? Should he, like the other god in his dreams, resort to disemboweling himself to search meticulously? Never mind. He was not a deity and could not resurrect himself. Chapter 6. A sudden parting. As Ghoulie pondered, Yezi had quietly approached his side. She gently patted Ghoulie's head and asked with a smile, I heard you had a quarrel with the prophet? Ghoulie, pulling back from his thoughts, feigned a sense of grievance and replied, Perhaps my foolishness has vexed the teacher. Yezi, of course, did not believe him. She regarded it as a natural part of growing up, where children develop their own thoughts and sometimes refrain from sharing certain matters with adults. She chose not to press further, instead retrieving some jerky from her bag and offering it to him. You must be hungry. Eat up. Once you finish, we shall set off, aiming to reach the Wall of Despair before nightfall. Set off? What do we need to go to the wall for? Am I to be set free? Ghoulie, with a dazed expression, accepted the jerky and swallowed it hastily. It was then that he noticed Yezi was carrying a long object wrapped in animal skin, along with a small bundle. That long object. It seemed to be a sword, perhaps? Aunt Yi, why are we going to the Wall of Despair? He asked while eating, his heart filled with confusion. Yezi pinched his cheek and laughed. Haven't you always wanted to see the Wall of Despair? What's this? You no longer wish to go? I do want to go. Ghoulie certainly wished to visit the Wall of Despair. It was the most renowned tourist attraction in Game of Thrones. However, he hesitated. Can I first say goodbye to Shui Zhu and the others? He sensed that this journey might be one from which he would not return. Yezi took hold of one of Ghoulie's hands, forcing a smile that seemed strained. You will see them again, no need for farewells. Eat on the way. We must depart now. She dragged Ghoulie away, leaving him no room for objection. A fully grown stag had been waiting for them nearby, and upon seeing them approach, it lowered itself to the ground. Yezi climbed onto the stag's back with Ghoulie, whispering in the creature's ear, let us set off. The stag stood up nimbly and swiftly moved into the snowy woods to the south. Days later, on a deep night, 10 miles north of the Wall of Despair, a stag halted in the darkness, and Yi dismounted. Without waiting for her assistance, Guli jumped down as well. The two gazed into the distance, where the towering Wall of Despair was illuminated by rows of burning torches. Guli turned to Yi, asking with reluctance, "Yi, are you going back?" The suddenness of their parting left him feeling quite unmoored. During their journey, Yi had informed Guli of everything, explaining that the three-eyed crow wished for him to live within the wall, away from the troubles of the outside world. This decision aligned perfectly with Guli's own desires. Thus he raised no objections. Leaving the outer lands for the protection of the wall was, in truth, a fortuitous turn for Guli. He had grown weary of the three-eyed crow's teachings, which offered mere knowledge without genuine skill. He understood that only by breaking free from the crow's control might he gain strength. It was only through his own empowerment that he could alter Yi's fate and ensure she would not meet the same grim end as depicted in the series. At that moment, Yi raised her arm, pointing towards the south. That direction leads to the Shadow Forest, a regular patrol area for the Night's Watch. I cannot make an appearance. You must pass through alone. The brightest fire in the middle of the wall marks the watchtower of Black Castle. Your destination, Black Castle, lies just beyond it. Guli scanned the endless Wall of Despair and noticed only 3 concentrated points of light. The three-eyed crow had once mentioned that there were originally 19 fortifications built along the wall. Time had passed, and now only 3 remained. Yi slowly crouched down to face Guli, continuing, "When you reach the Wall of Despair, or if you encounter the Night's Watch beforehand, mention that you seek Bran Stark. When you meet Bran, you must give him this letter." She opened her small bundle, revealing a letter and a pouch of coins. "Take these coins. They will serve you better than if I kept them." Guli carefully tucked the pouch and letter into his clothing, ensuring they were well concealed. "And this sword is for your protection." Yi unfastened the long object from her back, peeling back a corner of the animal skin to reveal a beautifully crafted hilt. She rewrapped the hilt and secured the sword to Guli's back. This sword was brought by the Prophet. It is called the Dark Sister. Its significance is profound, so guard it well. The three-eyed crow's sword? Guli vaguely recalled that the three-eyed crow hailed from the Targaryen lineage, hence this sword must hold great value. He immediately declared with utmost seriousness, "I will take excellent care of this sword, and will ensure it is returned to the teacher." Yi once more patted Guli's head, her heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, she understood that the child had grown, and the day would inevitably come when she must let go. "Remember, if Bran inquires about your lineage, insist that your father is Brandon Stark. Your mother was a wildling who raised you, sacrificing her life to help you escape the outside world." Guli was taken aback, asking, "Are you suggesting that I pretend to be a member of House Stark?" Yi did not answer directly. "Do not worry. The Prophet has arranged everything. House Stark will treat you kindly. They will teach you the ways of humanity, ensuring you want for nothing." "Aunt Yi." Guli suddenly embraced her waist. "Speaking from the heart, in my eyes, you are just like my mother. Thank you for 12 years of companionship, for your care, and for everything you have done. I have grown now, and I can take care of myself. There is no need for you to worry." Yi's eyes welled with tears as she fought to hold them back, gently pushing Guli away before resolutely mounting the stag. "I must go now. You should hurry along." With that, she rode away, not looking back. Guli stood watching her retreating figure for a long time. After collecting himself, he turned to gaze at the lights upon the Wall of Despair, took a deep breath, and swiftly ran into the Shadow Forest to the south. Shortly after his departure, the stag reappeared. Yi had returned. She stood where she had been moments before, gazing at the footprints Guli had left behind, silently shedding tears. The stag nudged her arm with its nose and suddenly spoke. "Yi, do not cry. He is human, and ultimately, our paths diverge. But rest assured, I shall keep an eye on him when I can." Though it was a stag, the voice was distinctly feminine. This was due to the shapeshifter inhabiting the deer's form. A child of the forest. Yi wiped her tears away and remounted the stag. "Thank you, Ice Lynx." Together, they turned and vanished into the night. Chapter 7. One Punch Man. Within the Shadow Forest, there exists a tribe of wild men, fiercely insular and reclusive. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Guli must deliberately steer clear of them. At this juncture, the night has advanced into the latter half, and he has yet to encounter any sentinels patrolling the woods. It appears that Yi has overestimated the discipline of the modern Night's Watch. The Shadow Forest at night is devoid of their watchful eyes. Millennia ago, the Night's Watch comprised the kingdom's most elite forces, stationed in this desolate land to fend off the incursions of wild men and to guard against the return of the others. Alas, time has slipped away, and 1,000 years have elapsed. The inhabitants within the wall have long since forgotten the terror of the others, relegating them to the realm of ancient myth. The purpose of the wall has shifted from a barrier against the others to a mere defense against the invasions of the wild men. Lacking in discipline and merely a rabble, the wild men's combat prowess pales in comparison to the legendary others. Over time, the kingdom ceased to dispatch its finest soldiers for garrison duty here. Thus, this place transformed into a penal colony. The honor associated with the Night's Watch has devolved into a shackle for punishment. Today, the number of Night's Watchmen has dwindled dramatically. 19 fortresses stand, yet only 3 remain occupied by the watch. The total count of Night's Watchmen stationed in these 3 fortresses barely surpasses 1,000. Were it not for the geographical advantage of the wall, the contemporary Night's Watch would be utterly incapable of withstanding the wild men's onslaught. The wild men outside the wall possess overwhelming numbers, capable of employing tactics of sheer attrition. Furthermore, some tribes have embraced the nearly extinct giants, bolstered by dozens of giants and mammoths as their fighting force. Should the Night's Watch lose the protective barrier of the wall and engage in battle on the plains, it would surely result in a one-sided massacre. Fortunately, there is no what if. The wall stands here, unyielding for 8,000 years. The Wall of Despair stretches nearly 500 kilometers, towering over 200 meters high, casting a shadow that obscures the sun. As Ghoulie approaches its base, he reaches out to touch the icy wall, overwhelmed by its colossal presence. The weight of oppression strikes him with near suffocation. The Wall of Despair is not merely tall. Its surface and depths are inscribed with magical runes. These runes serve to repel the others and obliterate the reanimated corpses that accompany them, forming the core of the wall's power. In essence, as long as the wall stands and the runes endure, the army of the others shall never tread upon the southern lands. With a deep breath, Ghoulie contemplates how to gain entry. The wall lacks grand gates, presenting only narrow tunnels for passage. These tunnels typically lead to fortresses, the most fortified areas of defense. Ghoulie follows the base of the wall, searching diligently until he discovers a heavy wooden door. The door, adorned with rivets and iron bars, appears remarkably sturdy. It is evident that behind this door lies a tunnel leading to one of the remaining fortresses, the Black Castle. Ghoulie knocks upon the wooden door, but its thickness makes it difficult to produce a sound. Fortunately, his strength is considerable. He lifts a large stone and strikes the door with force. Bang! Standing outside, he feels the sound is not particularly loud, yet within the tunnel, the acoustics amplify it, rousing the vigilant Night's Watchman. What is that? One murmurs. Perhaps a deer colliding with the door. Ignore it. Let us sleep. They dismiss the sound, eager to return to slumber. However, Ghoulie is insistent. He picks up the stone again, striking the door repeatedly. Bang! 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 The Night's Watchman, now irate, approach the door, opening a small peephole to peer outside. All they see is darkness, unable to discern anything. What could be colliding with the door? While they cannot see Ghoulie in the shadows, he can make out their figures illuminated by the flickering torchlight. 2 men, one stout and one lean, both young. Clad in black garb and armor, there is no doubt they are members of the Night's Watch. Ghoulie calls out softly. Gentlemen, the sudden voice startles the 2 men from their drowsiness. What the? It seems to be a little wildling. The on-duty watchmen, now fully aware of Ghoulie's presence, are incensed. Get lost, little wildling. We don't welcome you here. Ghoulie hastily replies. I urgently seek Bran Stark. Please inform him. The lean watchman, impatient, retorts, come back tomorrow. It's late, and your intended is surely asleep. Ghoulie furrows his brow, pacing back and forth. Outside, the bitter cold leaves him with nowhere to shelter. If the tribes of wild men in the forest discover him, it would only lead to further complications. He cautiously turns away, retrieving a gold dragon coin from his pouch. With no other options, he resorts to bribery. Holding the coin aloft, he feigns innocence. Dear sirs, I found this gold coin in the forest. If you could summon Bran for me, I would gladly give it to you. A gold dragon? The 2 watchmen are taken aback, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The stout watchman leans closer to the peephole, grinning. Little wildling, Bran has a foul temper. If we wake him now, we'll surely get scolded. This gold dragon of yours at 1 tea suffice. Do you have more? Ghoulie understands the insatiable nature of greed. This is all I found. I only have this one. I cannot offer more, for human greed knows no bounds. Even if he produced more coins, these 2 would only demand more. The tall watchman, somewhat disappointed, extends his hand. Very well, give me the gold dragon, and we'll fetch Bran for you. Ghoulie smirks inwardly, thinking, do you take me for a fool? With a stony expression, he clarifies, what I mean is, you must first summon Bran Stark, and then I will give you the coin. Impossible. Pay first. The tall watchman is about to erupt in anger when the stout one pulls on his sleeve. In a hushed tone, the stout watchman suggests, this little wildling just offered us money. He likely has more than 1 gold dragon on him. Why don't we let him in and search him? The tall watchman's eyes light up, considering the proposal. Ghoulie cannot hear their whispered exchange, only witnessing them abruptly close the peephole, plunging the scene into silence. Could it be? Are the modern Night's Watchmen this disciplined? Is their conscience impervious to bribery? While he contemplates strategies, the heavy wooden door begins to tremble, then slowly rises, revealing a gap of about half a meter. "Come in quickly. We'll take you to Bran," a voice calls from within, sounding somewhat distant. With no other choice, Ghoulie steels himself and bends to enter. Bang! Upon his entry, the heavy door falls shut behind him, sealing off his retreat. Inside the tunnel, 2 burning torches flicker upon the walls, casting a dim light that illuminates the surroundings just enough to discern the outline of the space. With trepidation, Ghoulie proceeds deeper into the tunnel, finally encountering the 2 watchmen midway through. They are panting heavily, leaning against the wall as they approach him. It is no wonder, for the door is immensely heavy, likely weighing 4 to 5 tons. Without the aid of a pulley system, it would have been impossible for just the 2 of them to open it for Ghoulie. The stout watchman spits on the ground, rubbing his sore arm, and barks. "Little wretch, hand over all the gold dragons you possess." Ghoulie observed the long swords at their waists, retreating cautiously a few steps. "What do you mean? My 2 elder brothers?" The 2 men continued to advance towards Ghoulie, the taller night watchman placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression menacing. "Little brat, do not force me to kill you. You are being excessively arrogant. You are courting death." Ghoulie was acutely aware that with his meager skills, he was no match for the 2 night watchmen. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative and strike first. He approached them swiftly, seizing the moment while the tall night watchman had yet to draw his sword, summoning all his strength to deliver a punch. As he swung his fist, the towering night watchman did not flinch, even letting out a laugh. "How amusing. Do you truly believe you can kill me?" However, Ghoulie's punch struck squarely in the night watchman's abdomen, the tremendous force propelling him backward. With a resounding crash, the tall night watchman tumbled like a rolling ball, skidding along the ground for quite some distance before coming to a halt. He lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing, his breath shallow, indicating he was unlikely to survive. Fragments of shattered black vine armor scattered in all directions, striking the face of the stout night watchman painfully. He stood there, momentarily stunned, and by the time he recalled to draw his sword for a counterattack, it was already too late. Ghoulie had surged forward. Another punch followed. A piercing scream echoed throughout the tunnel, deafening in its intensity. Chapter 8. Captured and Foiled. Ghoulie's punch was fortuitously intercepted by the raised arm of the corpulent night watchman. The night watchman's arm twisted grotesquely, deformed, revealing flesh and bone beneath. He gazed at Ghoulie with terror, as if confronted by a most fearsome monster. Ghoulie furrowed his brow, poised to press his advantage. However, the night watchman turned and fled, deftly locating a slender rope on the wall, his eyes wide with fright as he pulled at it frantically. Ding, ding, ding. The entire tunnel erupted with the sound of bells, echoing deep into its recesses. Simultaneously, an iron gate descended from above, solidly barricading the 2 men apart. The night watchman laughed maniacally, saying, "Stinky wildling, just wait to die." Ghoulie approached the iron gate, testing its weight, and smiled wryly. "I cannot lift that solid wooden door outside. It's simply too heavy. But this iron gate, I shall give it a try." With unwavering confidence, he crouched, grasping the iron gate. Lift. Amazingly, the several hundred-pound iron door was raised by him. Yet, he was not without strain, his arms trembling, indicating he could not maintain this for long. After lifting the gate, Ghoulie quickly maneuvered to the inside. Bang! The iron door was dropped heavily back to the ground. Once inside, Ghoulie steadied his breath and approached the night watchman. He swiftly seized the man's sword and inquired, puzzled, "Are you paralyzed with fear? Why don't you run?" The entire episode, from his entrance to the dropping of the iron gate, had consumed at least a minute, and yet the night watchman had not seized the opportunity to flee, remaining rooted in place. The night watchman, pale as a ghost, dared not resist. His flesh quivered with each tremor of his body. He stammered, "There is another wooden door on the other side of the tunnel, but it is now closed. The mechanism to open that door is outside the tunnel. We cannot escape." "No wonder you didn't flee. It seems there was no way out." Ghoulie pondered for a moment, concluding that since escape was impossible, he might as well wait for others to arrive. Perfect. They could assist him in locating Banhong. The night watchman forced a smile, advising, "I suggest you leave here quickly. You have killed a night watchman. It will be of no use to seek anyone." Not far away, the tall night watchman lay lifeless on the ground. Ghoulie was experiencing murder for the first time, and psychologically, it was somewhat unsettling. Yet he had long prepared himself. How could one survive in the chaotic realm of Game of Thrones without blood on their hands? He would adapt gradually and become accustomed to it. Ghoulie clasped his hands together before the corpse. "Brother, you harbored intentions to kill me. I see this as justifiable self-defense. May you reincarnate swiftly. Do not hold it against me." He then returned to the night watchman, grinning. "Fatty, I am not a bloodthirsty individual. I shall spare your life." He lifted the iron sword he had confiscated from the night watchman and struck the man's head with the scabbard. Crack! The night watchman fell into darkness, immediately losing consciousness. The tunnel extended a mere few hundred meters, devoid of any other guards along the way. Ghoulie successfully reached the tunnel's end. The night watchman had not lied. There indeed stood another formidable wooden door, as thick as the one outside. Ghoulie attempted to lift it, but upon realizing his inability to do so, he languidly sat down. The commotion outside was substantial. He believed help would arrive shortly. Indeed, in less than 5 minutes, a cacophony of footsteps resounded from beyond the door. After a few breaths, the wooden door began to rise slowly. The night watchmen outside were on high alert, encircling the tunnel's exit tightly. The foremost night watchman, armed with a wooden shield, stood in a neat row, safeguarding the archers behind him. Those archers had already drawn their bows, aimed at the tunnel's exit. Each was exceedingly tense, their gazes fixed intently on the slowly ascending wooden door. For tonight, the ancient bell that had remained silent for centuries had been struck. They all understood the bell's significance. It signified that the enemy had breached the city. A fierce battle was inevitable. A child? The night watchmen were taken aback. They had expected the tunnel to be teeming with wildlings, but to their astonishment, it contained merely a wildling child clutching a sword. A wildling child? How did he get in here? The leading middle-aged man strode towards Ghoulie, his voice stern. The man, with a head of graying curls, though aged, possessed eyes as sharp as knives, instilling fear in those who met his gaze. Clad in dark attire and armor, he wore a superior iron armor, not the ordinary leather armor. He peered into the tunnel, noticing that both enclosed doors were shut. How had this little brat managed to arrive here? Could he possibly walk through walls? An insider? The man deduced, pressing further. Speak. Who helped you open the door? Who is your accomplice? Ghoulie, wary, took a few steps back, ensuring a safe distance from the man. Then, feigning timidity, he replied, I have no accomplice. They opened the door for me voluntarily. They sought to seize my gold coins, and I acted in self-defense. The man scoffed. Such eloquence. You must have rehearsed this lie in advance. He gestured to several of the night watchmen beside him. You four, go inside and assess the situation. Check for any other wildlings lurking about. The 4 or 5 night watchmen, apprehensive, advanced cautiously, wooden shields raised, slowly entering the tunnel. Ghoulie shouted, I seek Banyang Stark. The man's expression darkened further. Do not entertain thoughts of connections. Seeking anyone is futile. Banyang, as the chief ranger of Black Castle, held a high position. His duty was to lead the rangers in patrolling the wall's outskirts. Thus, the rangers inevitably had encounters with the wildling tribes in the haunted forest. The man initially suspected that Ghoulie had ties with Banyang. Now, having caused trouble, he wished to invoke Banyang's aid. Ghoulie contemplated strategies for breaking the stalemate. He was confident in his ability to defeat the man before him. But what would follow? Would he be shot down by a hail of arrows? As for taking the man hostage, Ghoulie was merely 12 years old, nearly 2 heads shorter than the man. He could only extend his arm to awkwardly press the sword against the man's neck. Such a flawed maneuver would undoubtedly invite retaliation. With no alternatives, faced with overwhelming numbers, he could only surrender. The man seized the sword Ghoulie clutched, recognizing it as the standard weapon of the night watchman. Rubbing his forehead, suppressing his fury, he ordered, take him to the dungeons. At that moment, a night watchman who had entered the tunnel returned with news. Commander, 2 of our brothers on watch. One is dead and the other injured. The man could no longer contain his rage. He exploded with anger, kicking the messenger night watchman to the ground. I have instructed you to train diligently, yet you squander the opportunity. What a farce. 2 grown men could not subdue a mere wildling child. Useless. Buffoons. The man was the commander of the night watchmen, not only responsible for the defense of Black Castle, but also the leader of many of the rangers. Though his rank was not high, his status was significant. Moreover, he seemed to possess a profound sense of honor. The fact that his men were slain by a wildling child inflicted an unprecedented humiliation upon him. He approached Ghoulie, eyes gleaming with cold fury. Regardless of your motives, wildlings are not permitted to step 1 foot into the wall of despair. This is an ironclad rule. Moreover, you have killed our men. Ghoulie sought to explain. It was an accident, but the instructor seized his collar, speaking with a fierce intensity. Rules are rules. I shall have you and that negligent fool hang together. Ghoulie sensed a palpable animosity in the instructor's demeanor, leaving him perplexed as to why such disdain was directed towards the wildlings. Yet, he understood that if he did not devise a solution promptly, the instructor would indeed carry out his threat. Wiping the spittle from his face, he composedly retorted, Esteemed instructor, it was not I who intruded, but rather your night's watchman who willingly opened the door to admit me. I am merely the passive participant. What fault lies with me? Are your night's watchmen devoid of reason? The instructor scoffed. 2 men, deranged enough to open the door for a mere wildling? Unless, of course, they are your accomplices. Once the door was opened, you could have silenced them. Now, tell me, what was your intention in infiltrating the Black Castle? Ghoulie rolled his eyes, opting for silence. At that moment, another group emerged from the nearby castle. They were none other than the commander of the Black Castle, Geo Mormont, along with Banyan and his rangers. Alicia, what has transpired? Geo Mormont, older than the instructor with his hair and beard now gray, was nonetheless the most robust among the Night's Watchmen. His imposing figure resembled a great mountain, instilling a sense of pressure. Beside Geo stood a young man with flowing brown hair, clad in black leather armor adorned with neatly sewn iron plates. This scale armor provided both warmth and defense, an intricate and costly craftsmanship not affordable by ordinary households. A slight smile graced Gu Li's lips as he instantly recognized the young man as Banyan Stark. Although he appeared considerably younger than the character depicted in the series, his handsome visage stood out amidst the crowd of less appealing faces, and an air of noble elegance emanated from him, suggesting a lineage of high birth. Thus, Gu Li had little difficulty identifying him among the throng. Instructor Alicia promptly abandoned Gu Li to approach Geo Mormont, reporting the situation to his superior. The scenario was rather straightforward. Two Night's Watchmen had voluntarily admitted Gu Li, who subsequently engaged in a struggle with them, resulting in one dead and one injured. Alicia, uncertain of the underlying reasons, could only relay his conjectures. However, upon hearing Alicia's speculations, Geo Mormont shook his head. That cannot be. If those two on duty tonight were indeed his accomplices, why would they sound the alarm for an enemy attack? Alicia, equally puzzled, pondered whether perhaps they had regretted their actions. Geo Mormont then turned his gaze back to Gu Li, marveling, such a small child, yet capable of overcoming two adult men alone. Indeed, a natural warrior. He approached Gu Li and inquired, "From which tribe do you hail? What prompted you to infiltrate the Black Castle?" Chapter 9. Letter Gu Li was observing Geo Mormont, and from the reactions of those around, it was evident that Geo Mormont held a position of high authority. As a senior figure within the Black Castle, he must have made appearances in the plot of Game of Thrones, right? To be honest, the narrative of Game of Thrones is intricately woven, with three storylines progressing simultaneously, often shifting scenes among three different regions. Furthermore, the lengthy intervals between seasons have caused Gu Li to forget many plot lines and characters. Apart from a few main characters and the overarching storyline, he could only recognize several supporting characters by their faces. Take this elderly man before him, for instance. Gu Li felt a sense of familiarity. I did not infiltrate the Black Castle. Hear me out. I came in search of someone. But they told me the person I seek is already asleep, and they cannot inform him on my behalf. With no other choice, he offered them a gold coin as a reward. Yet, to his dismay, they harbored ill intentions, deceiving him into entering and attempting to rob him of all his money. The outcome, well, you can see it for yourself. Gu Li shrugged helplessly, casting a disdainful glance towards the tunnel. At that moment, Alicia snorted derisively. What a flimsy excuse. When have wildlings ever used coins? Do you have any idea how precious a gold dragon coin is? Gu Li glanced at Banyan and pulled out a round pouch from his cloak. Here, this is my money. He deliberately tugged at the pouch's opening, revealing the gleaming gold dragon coins within. By mere estimation, there were at least 20 or 30 coins in the pouch, a considerable fortune. Everyone was taken aback. It was unimaginable that a mere wildling could possess such wealth. Could it be that this wildling was not lying? Due to his position, Geo Mormont could not fully trust the words of a wildling. He remained silent for a moment, contemplating the proper course of action to confine him to the dungeon until further investigation could be conducted the following day. Wait. I'm here looking for someone. I am searching for Banyan. Gu Li exclaimed, not wishing to be mistaken for a criminal and spend a night in the dungeon. Banyan Stark. He glanced at Banyan and reiterated. Geo Mormont turned to Banyan, inquiring with curiosity, do you know him? Banyan stepped forward, scrutinizing Gu Li carefully before slowly responding. I do not recognize him. However, the way he is bound in animal skins is quite distinctive. It does not resemble the methods of the nearby tribes. He must be a wildling from beyond the wall. I indeed hail from beyond the wall, Gu Li whispered in response to Banyan's deduction. He then produced an envelope from his cloak. My mother sent me to find Banyan and deliver this letter. Geo Mormont accepted the envelope from Gu Li without a change in expression and asked, where is your mother? Gu Li began to showcase his acting skills, feigning sorrow as he replied, my mother was shot by someone while helping me escape the tribe. Geo Mormont remained silent as he opened the letter, revealing 2 sheets of paper. One sheet was severely yellowed, and the writing was somewhat blurred, indicating it was quite old. The other sheet appeared newer and contained richer content. He scanned the letter quickly under the flickering light of the fire. Geo Mormont's expression suddenly changed. His brow furrowed as he hastily folded the letter. Banyan, take this child with us back to the command tower. Having spoken, he turned and left without delay. Banyan, without a second thought, obeyed the command of the commander. He pushed past Alicia, taking the trembling Gu Li by the arm and hurriedly following the commander. Alicia's face darkened. Could it be that the situation had taken a turn? What did the letter contain that could cause the commander to react so? Allowing a wildling into Castle Black would be a blasphemy against the sacred oath. How could the commander so willingly disregard that? With this thought weighing heavily on him, Alicia resolved to follow to the command tower. He could not stand idly by while the commander made a grave mistake. The wildling must not be permitted to remain in Castle Black. In the command tower of Castle Black, at the top floor, in the commander's office, Geo Mormont secured the door, leaving only himself, Banyang, and Gu Li in the room. He approached his desk and lit the oil lamp atop it. First, take a look at this letter and see what it entails, Geo Mormont instructed. Banyang, puzzled, took the letter and opened it to read. The oil lamp provided sufficient light, illuminating the paper so that each word appeared exceptionally clear. The first sheet contained only a few lines, detailing an encounter 12 years prior between a man from House Stark and a woman in the village of Mole's Town, southeast of Castle Black. After months of intimacy, the woman became pregnant, and the man departed, leaving behind this guarantee. He promised that one day he would bring their child to Winterfell. The letter concluded with the date, year 279 of Aegon's Landing, Brandon Stark. The second sheet was the woman's confession, recounting her experiences over the years. The following winter, she gave birth to a son, yet Brandon Stark never returned. Another year passed, and the War of the Usurper erupted. The funds left by Brandon dwindled alarmingly, making survival increasingly difficult. Thus, the woman set off with her child, hoping to reach Winterfell in search of Brandon. Unfortunately, she encountered a band of mountain thieves who sold her to a merchant active in the north. Ultimately, she was sold to a wildling tribe beyond the wall. From there, she could not traverse the icy canyons alone and was forced to remain with the wildling tribe. Raising her child, she hoped her child would grow up healthy and one day return to the wall. The letter's text ceased abruptly at this point, and Banyang had already heard from Gu Li about the subsequent events. His mother had been killed by wildlings in her attempt to help him escape the tribe. Geo Mormont patted Banyang's shoulder, speaking gravely. If this letter is genuine, that child is. Banyang took several deep breaths and replied, if he truly is my brother's illegitimate son, House Stark will naturally accept him. However, nothing is certain yet. Old Bear, I intend to take him back to Winterfell. There are letters left by my brother that can be used for comparison. The Duke of Winterfell, known as the Protector of the North, is Banyang's elder brother, Eddard Stark. Geo Mormont nodded in agreement. Very well. Rest for the night. We shall depart early tomorrow. Old Bear, there is one more matter I would like to trouble you with. Please send someone to Mole's Town to investigate whether the contents of the letter are true. Banyang intended to travel light, heading south on horseback, so he did not plan to linger in Mole's Town. Geo Mormont nodded. Do not worry. Mole's Town is less than 100 miles from Castle Black. I will send someone. Banyang carefully folded the letter and placed it back into his leather armor. He bowed his head slightly and said, Old Bear, I am counting on you. Go ahead. Geo Mormont waved his hand dismissively. As Banyang led Gu Li out of the office, they happened upon the approaching Alicia. The two exchanged silent glances as they brushed past each other. Alicia hurried into the office, exclaiming, Commander, a wildling must not set foot inside Castle Black. This is a rule that has remained unbroken for centuries. It is inappropriate for you to allow a wildling into Castle Black now, is it not? Geo Mormont returned to his desk and replied, Until we ascertain his identity, we cannot definitively conclude that he is a wildling. You should return and rest. I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Alicia was taken aback. What kind of spell had the commander been under, influenced by Banyang? How does one begin to distort truth and indulge in nonsensical chatter? How is it that he is no longer regarded as a savage? Moreover, he has committed murder. Elisha's face flushed with indignation. He felt utterly stifled. J.L. Mormont, unwilling to prolong the discussion, rubbed his forehead and gestured dismissively. You may go. Alicia, curious, inquired, Commander, what of that letter? J.L. Mormont raised his head, interrupting him. The commotion tonight was quite significant. You have worked hard. It would be prudent for you to retire early. With the commander issuing an unequivocal dismissal, Elisha bowed his head in reluctant compliance and exited the commander's office, his expression one of discontent. In one of the principal structures of Black Castle, the guard tower's second-floor corridor, Banyang had prepared a room for Gully. I lack extra bedding, so you shall make do with this for the night. Gully glanced at the pile of dry straw on the bed and chuckled. It's no matter. My living conditions beyond the wall are far worse than this. Banyang hesitated momentarily and remarked, We have yet to establish a bond of trust. To err on the side of caution, I shall take possession of your weapon and coin pouch. He turned, pointing towards the doorway, and added, Furthermore, I shall lock the door. It will be opened for you at dawn. Gully had faith in Banyang Stark's integrity. Without hesitation, he surrendered his beast-skin sword and coin pouch. However, he proposed, Surely, the door need not be locked? There is no privy in this room. What if I need to relieve myself in the middle of the night? Banyang, holding the sword and pouch, indicated a wooden bucket beneath the bed. You may use this for your convenience. He then advised, rest early. We shall set out at first light. With that, Banyang departed the room. Click. The sound of the door locking echoed distinctly. Gully, feeling somewhat helpless, collapsed onto the bed and sighed. The Stark family, was it to be a favorable refuge? Chapter 10. Winterfell. The following morning, Banyan roused the slumbering Giri from his dreams. The two immediately set forth from the Black Castle, journeying southward towards Winterfell. The distance between the Black Castle and Winterfell was considerable, spanning several hundred miles. Fortunately, the existence of the King's Road facilitated their passage, providing a relatively smooth route that significantly hastened their progress. Moreover, Banyan traveled light, sharing a mount with Giri. What would typically require a month to reach Winterfell was thus reduced to mere weeks. Upon covering a third of the distance, Banyan began to feel hunger and fatigue. By now, it was already midnight. He sought a high ground near the King's Road, intending to rest for a while. Giri gathered some branches and built a campfire, igniting it for warmth. Meanwhile, Banyan secured the horse and produced some provisions for both to quell their hunger. Tossing a small piece of jerky to Giri, he remarked, "Let us rest for a bit before we set off again." Giri, already famished, nodded while chewing on the tough jerky. Understood. The two were still somewhat unfamiliar with each other, having exchanged little conversation along the way. Banyan passed his water flask to Giri and inquired, "What is your name?" Giri hesitated momentarily, offering an awkward smile before replying, I am called Luke." Banyan pressed further, "Luke, and what is your surname?" "I have no surname, just Luke." Giri opened the flask and took a few sips. Banyan seemed to ponder for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he said, "Luke, you grew up among the wild tribes beyond the wall, where the wildlings have no surnames, only names. However, it is different here. Within the wall, every individual possesses both a name and a surname. The name represents the individual, while the surname signifies the family. Stark is your family. However, you cannot bear the name Stark, for you are but the illegitimate son of my elder brother. Hence, your surname shall be Snow. Do you understand?" Having studied the culture of Westeros under the guidance of the Three-Eyed Raven for many years, Giri was well aware of the customs of the Seven Kingdoms. Each kingdom had its distinct surnames for bastards, which were universally recognized. For instance, any bastard born in the north, regardless of their family's lineage, was designated with the surname Snow. "Luke Snow," Giri chuckled, scratching his head. "I understand, Uncle Banyan." Banyan's expression grew complex. "Your identity has yet to be established, for now. Call me Sir Banyan." "Ah, such a stiff man. It is truly difficult to win your favor," Giri mused inwardly, feigning innocence on the surface. "Very well, Sir Banyan." After resting for over 3 hours, the two resumed their journey before dawn. 14 days later, they finally arrived at the verdant Wolfwood, having traversed the snow-covered Black Castle. They were but a stone's throw from Winterfell, which they could reach in less than half a day. From his perch upon the horse, Giri gazed into the distance, where Winterfell appeared almost within reach. Banyan, showing signs of weariness, wore a grave expression. He remained silent, only allowing a hint of tenderness to surface in his eyes upon seeing the silhouette of Winterfell. Giri could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Surely, he would soon meet his childhood companion, Jon Snow. He encouraged, "Sir Banyan, let us continue on our way." "Very well," Banyan nodded, nudging the horse forward, which began a leisurely trot. Their journey had drawn them closer, and during their rest stops, Banyan would subtly inquire about Giri's life beyond the wall. Though he had never ventured beyond, the authenticity of Giri's responses led him to believe that the boy's words rang true. This child indeed hailed from beyond the wall, and the credibility of that letter had only increased. In the north, Winterfell stood as the seat of authority, the ancestral castle of House Stark. Its expanse was many times that of the Black Castle, a true noble fortress. The entire castle was encircled by a protective moat and walls, featuring 4 gates to the north, south, east, and west. Inside, the structure was intricate, filled with numerous buildings that dazzled the eye. As Giri and Banyan approached from the north, they naturally entered through the northern gate. The guards recognized Banyan and, without further inquiry, lowered the drawbridge and opened the gates. Upon entering the city, Giri's gaze was immediately drawn to a remarkable sight on his right, a greenhouse constructed from glass and iron, blooming with vibrant flowers of every hue. He was astounded. Such modernity was unheard of in this world. How much wealth must it have taken to create such an exquisite greenhouse? Dismounting, Banyan noticed Giri's rapt attention and followed his gaze towards the glass garden. "Isn't it beautiful?" Beneath the garden lies a hot spring, allowing for year-round cultivation of fruits and vegetables. Snapping back to reality, Giri hurriedly dismounted. Banyan handed the reins of their horses to a waiting servant, who would lead them to the stables. The two traversed winding corridors, passing through heavily guarded chambers, until they arrived at the main keep. Adjacent to the keep lay a broad training ground, where the guards regularly practiced. Naturally, the Stark children also trained here, honing their swordplay and archery skills. At that moment, two young boys from House Stark, upon spotting their long-lost Uncle Banyan, abandoned their wooden swords and bows and rushed over excitedly. "Uncle Banyan, you have returned," exclaimed the first, a boy with black curls, who was the swiftest of the two. The second, with reddish-brown curls, was slightly more composed, smiling as he said, "Uncle Banyan, it has been a long time." The boys were of a similar height to Giri, and after greeting Banyan, they regarded Giri with curiosity. Just then, an older boy approached, seemingly a servant, following closely behind the red-haired child. He bowed cautiously, "Sir Banyan." Banyan acknowledged him with a casual nod. He turned to the red-haired boy and quietly asked, "Robb, where is your father?" Was this Robb Stark? The eldest son of Eddard Stark, the legitimate heir to the North, known as the Young Wolf? The future king of the North? His fate, though glorious, was tragically short-lived. Giri cast a glance at Robb, feeling a pang of regret. Robb, oblivious to Giri's unusual reaction, continued, "Uncle Banyan, are you here for something urgent with my father? He is in the study." Banyan ruffled the black-haired boy's hair and gestured towards Giri, saying, "Please look after him for me," allowing him to play near the training grounds. "I have very urgent matters to discuss with your father. So be good and do not disturb us." Robb and the black-haired boy nodded in unison. "All right. Don't worry, Uncle Banyan." After giving Giri a few more admonitions to stay close, Banyan turned to enter the main keep, ascending the stairs. At the entrance, Robb scrutinized Giri's attire and inquired, "Draped in animal skins, are you one of the wildlings from beyond the wall? What is your name?" The black-haired boy chimed in, "Yes, what is your name?" Giri smiled slightly. "You are quite impolite. Should you not introduce yourselves before inquiring about another's name?" The black-haired boy curiously touched the animal skin draped over Giri's shoulders and murmured, "It seems like deer hide." "Oh, hello, I am Jon Snow." Being of similar age to Robb and living in Winterfell, it was evident that he was the protagonist, Jon Snow. Giri had already surmised his identity. "Greetings, Jon." Robb introduced himself as well. "My name is Robb Stark. I hope you enjoy your time in Winterfell, esteemed guest from beyond the wall." Giri glanced at the boy behind Robb and asked, "And who might he be?" "He is the adopted son of my father, Theon Greyjoy from the Iron Islands." Robb turned slightly, and Theon nodded in acknowledgement to Gori. Gori raised an eyebrow. These three individuals are indeed significant figures. Should he not endeavor to cultivate some goodwill? "I am Luke Snow. Greetings to you all." Theon, who usually found himself at odds with Jon Snow, seized the opportunity to mock. "Are you also a bastard?" Just like Jon. Unlike Jon Snow, who blushed furiously, Gori remained unfazed by Theon's jibe. He replied with a smile, "Perhaps so, or perhaps not. Who can say?" Robb sensed something amiss. "Wait, you are a wildling. Wildlings dwell beyond the wall. How could you bear a northern surname?" At this, Gori clarified, "You have misunderstood. I am not a wildling. I have merely lived beyond the wall for a few years." "I see. And what is your relationship with Uncle Benjen?" Robb inquired, circling Gori with curiosity. "This is the first time I have seen Uncle Benjen bring someone back to Winterfell." Gori did not shy away from the truth, stating plainly, "I might be a relative of your Stark family. Sir Benjen brought me back to confirm this." "Relative? Could it be that you are of House Stark?" Robb pondered like a young adult, standing still in contemplation. Perhaps Gori's surname had endeared him to the Starks, for Jon took the initiative to ease the tension. "Robb, will you not go to see Bran today?" Bran Stark is the second son of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully, barely a year old. In addition, they have two daughters, 5-year-old Sansa Stark and 3-year-old Arya Stark. Gori felt a ripple of intrigue. These children are pivotal characters throughout Game of Thrones, particularly Bran, who is the heir to the Three-Eyed Raven and the next Green Seer. Though Robb's demeanor was relatively composed, he was still only 7 years old. With Jon's diversion, his interest in Gori swiftly waned. "Indeed, and what of Sansa and Arya? I wonder what they are up to today. Come, let us go see." Jon intended to distract Robb to spare Gori any discomfort. "You go ahead. I shall remain here to look after him. Soon, Uncle Benjen will come down." Robb shrugged. "It matters not. You all may accompany me. Uncle Benjen will surely stay the night. You will meet him at dinner." Chapter 11. The family feast in the uppermost chamber of the stronghold, within Eddard Stark's private study. The Duke of Winterfell, Eddard, and his wife, Catelyn, were comparing handwriting at the desk. "Ned, can the handwriting match?" Benjen sat nearby, his hands trembling with anxiety. Ned was a diminutive reserved for Eddard Stark by only those closest to him. Eddard picked up the letter and approached Benjen, his expression grave as he declared, "It is indeed Brandon's handwriting, yet this does not substantiate that the child is his progeny. The letter merely confirms that Brandon once fathered a child. As for whether this woman truly bore the child, whether she was indeed sold beyond the wall, or whether the child perished, these remain unverified." Benjen understood the significance of Eddard's statement. Every detail was crucial. Otherwise, the child outside could very well be an imposter. "Upon our return to the wall, I will send someone to investigate." The village of Mole's Town, where that woman resided, is near the Night's Watch's stronghold, making it more convenient for Benjin to send someone. Eddard set the letter down. As for what the letter mentions beyond the wall, the Rangers' patrols are limited to the haunted forest and generally do not extend beyond. You might consider reaching out to those traders who smuggle across the wall to gather intelligence. Benjin shared this sentiment, yet he suspected that thorough investigation would take considerable time. I will entrust the child to your care for now. Rest assured, Eddard replied nonchalantly. Was he to fret over an additional child in the vast Winterfell? What truly weighed on his mind was whether this child was indeed Brandon's son. Benjin, do you believe he is Brandon's son? Caitlin suddenly inquired. Benjin paused, contemplating. I hope he is. He reminisced, adding, Ned, do you recall that spring 12 years ago when the three of us visited the wall? Brandon was indeed enamored with Mole's Town. Eddard recalled the time when their father was still alive and the war of usurpation had not yet ignited. As memories flooded back, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. How about sharing a few drinks with me tonight and departing on the morrow? Eddard suggested, patting Benjin's shoulder, his voice imbued with trust. Caitlin, having organized the cluttered desk, remarked, You two brothers converse. I shall prepare dinner. She understood that the two had much to discuss after their long separation, and feeling out of place, she departed. On the 5th floor of the stronghold, the residence of the Stark children, their chambers lined this level, save for Jon Snow, the illegitimate son. In one of the rooms, Robb stood by the crib, pinching the chubby cheeks of the infant within. The baby bellowed, kicking his legs furiously. This adorable spectacle amused everyone in the room. Robb released his grip, grinning. Snow, look. Bran is angry. Snow and Gendry stood behind, hesitant to approach. Do not tease Bran anymore. If he starts crying, we'll see how you handle it. Robb dismissed their concerns. Bran enjoys crying anyway. Suddenly, a toddler, perhaps 2 or 3 years old, wobbled over to Robb, raising her tiny fist to strike his thigh, indignantly exclaiming, Do not bully Bran, go away. Robb, bending down in jest, replied, If I don't tease Bran, I shall tease you instead. He playfully rubbed the toddler's face, inciting her to stomp with frustration. Gendry observed quietly, recognizing the toddler as Arya Stark. As for Sansa Stark, Gendry glanced toward the window, spotting a girl of about 5 or 6 years with beautiful chestnut hair similar to Robb's. She feigned decorum, yet her gaze constantly darted toward Robb and Arya, longing to join in their frolic, but her upbringing restrained her. The restless demeanor was amusing to behold. The commotion drew Caitlin, who was descending the stairs. She entered the room and, upon witnessing the children at play, sighed, Enough. Why are you all causing a ruckus in Bran's room? Out you go. Bran needs his rest. The Duchess's words bore weight, and the children swiftly scampered out. Caitlin scanned the room, her expression indifferent as she inquired, Has Bran eaten? The 10-month-old Bran had been weaned and was fed a specially prepared meat porridge daily. Yes, my lady, he has eaten. Very well. Take good care of Bran. I shall return later tonight. Caitlin exited the room, making her way to the kitchen on the western side of the training yard. With Benjen finally home, she intended for the evening feast to be particularly sumptuous. Upon leaving the room, the children had already vanished. It was only as she passed the training yard that she spotted the mischievous bunch once more. Among them, a child clad in furs stood out amidst the elegantly dressed children. Robb, Caitlin called her eldest son over, instructing, Take that child back to your room and change into proper attire. His wild appearance is unfit for the dining table. Yes, mother, Robb replied, setting down his wooden shield. Gendry sensed Caitlyn's disdain for him, which stemmed not from his wild origins, but from his status as a bastard. She had long loathed Jon Snow, viewing him as evidence of her husband's infidelity and the greatest stain on her marriage. Consequently, her disdain extended to Gendry, another child of illegitimacy. Having no alternative, Gendry quietly followed Robb as they departed. Before leaving, he cast a furtive glance at the bewildered Jon Snow, sighing inwardly. Caitlin Tully was undoubtedly a good mother, a capable duchess, and an efficient helpmate. Yet, to Jon Snow, this woman was not a benevolent figure. Though devoid of physical abuse, her emotional neglect was equally cruel. That evening, the family feast unfolded, the long dining table surrounded by numerous members of House Stark. Eddard, as the head of the family, occupied the seat of honor, merrily toasting with Benjen to his right. To his left, Caitlin abstained from their conversation, her gaze fixed on her 3 children, silently urging them to eat. Meanwhile, Jon Snow and Gendry sat in the corner, as if invisible, quietly consuming their portions of meat while conversing in hushed tones. Gendry had donned Robb's old garments, lending him a semblance of a young nobleman. Snow, why do you keep staring at me? Jon Snow murmured. Luke, I thought you had a small appetite. Who knew you could eat so quickly? Yet, if you can eat so much, why aren't you taller? Their little group had become familiar with one another's circumstances through casual chatter. For instance, Gendry was 12 years old, the same age as Theon Greyjoy, while Jon and Robb were 5 years younger than Gendry. However, Gendry was not particularly tall, standing similar to Jon and Robb. All three shorter than Theon by nearly a head, hence Jon's misunderstanding. Gendry rolled his eyes in exasperation, patiently explaining, "The environment beyond the wall is harsh. My living conditions are far from luxurious." In truth, the capable Yoren had done his utmost to raise Gendry, yet a skilled craftsman cannot forge without resources. The conditions beyond the wall were indeed too severe. Yoren often returned home late without having hunted down much game. As the majority of the forests beyond the wall are under the dominion of several wildling tribes, Leaf, being a child of the forest, is not permitted to venture too close. Otherwise, she risks her life. Jon Snow has never traversed beyond the wall and cannot fathom the harshness of that environment. "Oh, then you should eat more," Ghoulie replied, nodding as he ate. His physique demanded substantial sustenance. During his years living beyond the wall, he often subsisted on little more than enough to stave off hunger, wishing to lighten Leaf's burden. Occasionally, he would awaken in the middle of the night, driven by hunger. However, times have changed. Now that he resides in Winterfell, under the guardianship of House Stark, he is free to indulge in his meals. An hour later, the other children had already set aside their utensils, leaving only Ghoulie, who continued to devour his food ravenously. Catelyn leaned toward Eddard and whispered, "It's getting late. I shall take the children to rest. I also need to check on Bran." "Very well," Eddard replied, gesturing for the children. "You all may go rest. Good night, father." "Good night, father. Farewell." The children followed Catelyn away from the table, leaving only Jon Snow and Ghoulie behind. As a bastard, Jon was not favored by Catelyn and could expect no maternal affection from her. Yet, he displayed no hint of sorrow, appearing accustomed to the neglect. After Catelyn and the others departed, he prepared to leave as well. "Father, I shall also take my leave," he said, but Eddard raised a hand to stop him. "Jon, wait." He turned to Ghoulie, who was nearby, and inquired, "I have heard that you killed someone at the wall." Upon hearing this, Jon swiftly turned around, his face a mask of shock as he stared at Ghoulie. Ghoulie burped and wiped the grease from his mouth, not wishing to be estranged by Jon over such a matter. After all, Jon Snow was his third favorite character in this tale. "It was an accident. I did not intend for it to happen. Besides, I was the victim. They attempted to rob me." Eddard fixed his gaze on Ghoulie, issuing a stern warning. "No one here will harm you, and thus you must not harm anyone either. Do you understand?" "Understood," Ghoulie replied with an earnest smile. "My lord, I am full. May I inquire where I shall sleep tonight?" Eddard had already made arrangements. "You will stay with Jon for now. You shall reside in his room for a few days until yours is ready." He then turned to Jon, instructing him, "Jon, show him around Winterfell tomorrow. His room will take a few days to prepare, so he will stay with you for the time being." Jon, already favorably inclined toward this new friend, nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, father, I will take good care of him." "Very well, off you go." Ghoulie followed Jon out, though his mood was somewhat clouded. Eddard Stark seemed to regard him with suspicion, a sentiment he had also sensed in the presence of the three-eyed raven. Chapter 12. Strength. Ghoulie had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for several days. Following Jon Snow into the room, he barely had time to admire the space before collapsing onto another new bed. It was incredibly comfortable. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he had slept on such a soft mattress. A thick, warm blanket lay atop the bed, enveloping him in its warmth. He removed his shoes and socks, not even taking off his outer garment before burrowing into the covers. On the other side of the room stood a small bed, which belonged to Jon Snow. "Luke, it's still early. Tell me about the lands beyond." Ghoulie began, but before he could finish, he found himself fast asleep. "Sleep well? You're quite tired," Jon murmured. The following noon, Jon called out, "Luke, it's time for lunch." Ghoulie, still lingering in slumber, was roused by his roommate's voice. Though lunch had long passed, Jon had brought back some food for him. Ghoulie sat up groggily, gazing at the chattering figure before him. It was Jon Snow. Oh, right, he had arrived in Winterfell. He glanced at the table nearby, where a large bowl of potato soup and several pieces of fragrant brown bread awaited him. "Thank you," he expressed, reluctantly rubbing the soft blanket. Just as he was about to rise, he noticed two familiar items by his bedside, his coin pouch and a sword wrapped in animal hide. But weren't they in Banyan's possession? How did they end up here? Jon noticed Ghoulie's gaze and explained, "Those were placed here by Uncle Banyan. He said they are yours." Ghoulie got out of bed, fastening the coin pouch to his belt and examining the sword. The hide was untouched. Indeed, Banyan was a true gentleman. "Where is Sir Banyan?" Ghoulie inquired. "Oh, Uncle Banyan visited you this morning and then left Winterfell. He is probably on his way back to Black Castle now." Ghoulie felt a twinge of melancholy. He had been escorted all the way to Winterfell by Banyan, and he hadn't even had the chance to express his gratitude. Jon, seated at the small wooden table, urged Ghoulie, "Come, eat. Food is best enjoyed while it's hot." "Right, I'm coming," Ghoulie replied, approaching the table with curiosity about the brown loaves of bread. He wondered about their texture. This was his first experience with bread in this world. With eager anticipation, he took a bite, and the sweet, crumbly taste filled his mouth. It's been years since I last had bread. It's delightful. Seeing Guli enjoy his meal, John felt pleased. The soup is excellent too. You must try it. Guli took a spoonful of soup and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it's delicious. Thank you, John. When the opportunity arises, I shall treat you to a grand cake. Cake? John had heard of it. It was a delicate and expensive dessert. He waved his hand dismissively. Let us not. Cake seems quite costly. Guli patted his coin pouch, a proud expression on his face. I have money. John's eyes widened in surprise. Is it all coins? Luke, you are quite wealthy. Don't you have any pocket money? Guli asked, taken aback. Though John did not understand the term pocket money, he replied, I have no money. And living in Winterfell doesn't he require any? Indeed, John was still young and had never ventured beyond Winterfell. Where could he spend money? It was futile to have it. Guli placed a hand on John's shoulder, solemnly declaring, Consider it a debt of gratitude. I will repay you for this meal in due time. It's nothing. You don't need to worry about it, John replied, his face flushing with shyness, filled with curiosity about Guli. Luke, weren't you living beyond the wall? How do you know about cake? Guli hesitated with his bread, chuckling awkwardly. I've never seen cake myself. I've only heard my mother speak of it. John, being motherless, gazed at Guli with envy. Your mother must be a noblewoman, from a distinguished family. How else could you know of such a refined delicacy? Guli set down his bread and spoke softly. No, they were ordinary people, just common folk. They? John scratched his head in confusion. Assuming it was a slip of the tongue, unable to suppress his gaze, Guli looked out the window, a wave of sorrow washing over him. 12 years had passed, and he wondered how his parents were faring on earth. Would they be grieving excessively due to his disappearance? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt tears welling in his eyes. Guli rose and knelt by the window, bowing his head in reverence. Son's inadequacy means I may never return. I only wish for my parents' health and longevity, that they may soon forget this unfilial son. The debt of nurturing must wait for another life to repay. He too longed to return home, yet he knew the impossibility of such a feat. If even divine beings could not accomplish it, how could an ordinary man? The idea of returning was but a fleeting dream. Look, what is the matter? John cautiously approached Guli, unsure of what he was doing. It's nothing. I just miss home, Guli replied, wiping the tears from his eyes before returning to the table to finish the remaining food. John followed closely behind, offering comfort. This is your home too. We are all your family. He had heard from Robb that Guli was, in fact, their cousin, a member of House Stark. However, like John, he was a bastard and thus could not bear the Stark name. Though Guli appeared to be a child, his mental age was that of 30. The warmth of John's concern, despite the latter's young age, filled him with a sense of comfort. Thank you, John, you're truly charming. He gently ruffled John's hair, his tone laced with affection. John, feeling somewhat embarrassed, dodged Guli's hand. Don't pat my head. It's like petting a dog. By the way, Robb and the others are at the training yard. Let us go join them. All right. Guli had nothing else to occupy his time, so a stroll outdoors was welcome. However, before they departed, they needed to visit the kitchen. As bastards, while they were well provided for, they did not have servants like Robb. Thus, they had to return the dishes they had used. So, they first descended to the kitchen to return the utensils before heading to the training yard to meet Robb. At the training yard beside the main castle, two children were engaged in a mock battle with wooden shields and swords. The taller child held a physical advantage, clearly dominating the encounter. The younger child, not to be outdone, showcased his skill, countering with practiced swordplay. Clash. Thud. The wooden swords collided repeatedly, the duel lasting for several minutes before culminating in the taller child's victory. When I grow a bit older, I'll surely defeat you, Robb declared, lying on the ground in feigned defeat. The shorter boy, Theon, bent down to help Robb up, jesting, my swordsmanship is improving. You don't stand a chance. At that moment, Guli and John arrived at the training yard. Theon called out, John, did you sleep in today? Why did it take you so long to arrive? Are you throwing shade? Guli retorted loudly, have you ever been to the wall? Do you know how harsh the conditions are? Have you tried living on horseback for 14 days, enduring a long journey? You haven tea, a flower in a greenhouse. If you don't understand, don't speak, all right? Theon's expression soured as he stepped closer to Guli, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Let us see who truly is the flower of the greenhouse. He thrust the wooden sword and shield into Guli's arms before grabbing another set for himself. Come on, softy. Let us see if you're just a mouthy waste of space, Theon taunted, striking his shield with the sword. Jon Snow anxiously whispered from the side. Do not engage him. He is 5 years our senior. In our daily sparring, Robb and I have never triumphed over him. Guli, holding a shield in his left hand and weighing the hefty wooden sword in his right, lamented, it is too light. What a pity. Luke, have you been listening to me at all? Jon tugged at Guli's sleeve, nearly beside himself with worry. John, I am also 12. He is my age. Moreover, despite my stature, I possess considerable strength. With that declaration, Ghoulie slowly advanced to the center of the training ground, locking eyes with Theon. Rob was intrigued by this duel, having gleaned several captivating tales from his mother the previous day. Theon, be cautious. Luke has taken lives beyond the wall. Theon's smile faltered, and the disdain in his gaze diminished somewhat. Ghoulie, not particularly adept with the sword, cast the wooden weapon aside and positioned his shield firmly. I have but one technique. You should be able to withstand it, right? Theon's face reddened, a wave of humiliation washing over him. Ghoulie's stance clearly indicated an intent to charge with the shield, devoid of any semblance of technique, relying solely on brute force. Such a method of wielding a shield resembled that of a mere novice recruit. How could one forsake their weapon in favor of a shield in a duel? Was this not tantamount to self-destruction? I am eager to see how you plan to best me with just a shield. Enraged and humiliated, Theon swung his wooden sword. Launching the first assault, Ghoulie, unperturbed, raised his shield in defense, adopting his stance, and propelled himself off his right leg with sudden force. Bang! Like an enraged bull, he charged forth, sending the unprepared Theon flying several meters away. Ah, my hand! Theon crashed heavily to the ground, wailing in agony. Ghoulie's wooden shield, unable to withstand such force, splintered into several pieces. Discarding the damaged shield, he taunted, "You have lost, Lord Theon." Enough. A portly, white-haired man strode onto the training field, his ample leather armor failing to conceal his corpulent form. If one were to note a distinctive feature, it would be his comically styled beard. Unlike ordinary beards, his was quite unique. The hair around his mouth had been cleanly shaved, leaving only two long, braided tufts at his cheeks, which appeared rather peculiar. The white-haired man approached Theon, examining his injuries. "Your arm is broken. Seek out Maester Luwin. He will aid you in mending it." Clutching his immobile right arm with his left hand, Theon sobbed as he rose from the ground, casting a venomous glare at Ghoulie before fleeing the training ground in tears. The white-haired man then turned to Ghoulie, his expression serious as he inquired, "So, you are Luke Snow?" Chapter 13. The bow and the sword. Upon his arrival, Ghoulie was unfamiliar with the identity of the white-haired gentleman before him. "Indeed, my lord," the white-haired man remarked, noticing Ghoulie's evident anxiety. "It is perfectly normal to sustain minor injuries during practice. There is no need for such worry." Ghoulie exhaled in relief, having initially feared that the man would come to defend Shien. Fortunately, he had been overly apprehensive. "My lord, is there something you require of me?" At that moment, Rob and Jon Snow approached. Rob, with an expression of delight, patted Ghoulie on the back and exclaimed, "Look, your strength is truly remarkable. I have a premonition that you shall achieve extraordinary feats in the future." He then introduced Ghoulie, saying, "Oh, by the way, this is Sir Roderick Castle. He is the Master-at-Arms of Winterfell, primarily responsible for training the new recruits. In his spare time, he also instructs us." The Master-at-Arms of Winterfell? Ghoulie pondered, attempting to recall if such a character existed within the series. Alas, he could not remember such a minor figure. Sir Roderick Castle stepped forward, grasping Ghoulie's arm with surprise. "Such slender arms possess such explosive power? Is it innate?" "It is a result of absorbing the energy of the others," Ghoulie thought, but refrained from uttering this truth. Instead, he feigned modesty and replied, "Yes, I have always been quite strong." "That is a fortunate gift. It bodes well for your future," Sir Roderick remarked, as if he had discovered an exquisite gem. Rob, intrigued, inquired further, "Luke, do you possess any other special skills?" Ghoulie hesitated for a moment before responding. "During my time in the wildling tribes beyond the wall, I was an outcast, devoid of friends or mentors. I taught myself archery while hunting." "Do not fret. With Sir Castle's guidance, you will have ample opportunity to improve," Rob reassured him. Sir Roderick retrieved a wooden bow and an arrow from the nearby armory and tossed them to Ghoulie. "Show me your skill." Ghoulie accepted the bow and arrow, drawing the string back a few times with satisfaction. The bow's strength was commendable, befitting Winterfell's armory. He glanced toward the wooden target on the opposite side of the training ground and asked, "Sir Castle, shall I shoot the target?" Sir Roderick furrowed his brow. "What troubles you? Is it too difficult?" "Not at all," Ghoulie replied earnestly. "It is too close and far too simple." The target was scarcely 8 or 9 meters away, and hitting the bullseye presented no challenge whatsoever. Sir Roderick stroked his beard, recognizing that the training ground was designed for novice soldiers, and thus lacked challenging targets. He scanned the surroundings and pointed to a stone statue of a dire wolf in the distance. "That statue is at least 30 meters away, and its mouth features only a narrow slit. Are you confident? Just a stationary target. What difficulty could there be?" Ghoulie did not respond verbally, but nocked an arrow and aimed at the statue's mouth. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, striking true into the statue's maw. Sir Roderick's eyes widened in delight as he nodded approvingly. "Excellent, excellent." Jon Snow and Rob were equally astonished. "Luke, Your archery skills are nearly on par with those of Xian. Wait, Xian has Sir Castle's instruction, whereas Luke is self-taught. He is far superior, Rob noted. Dooley scratched his head sheepishly. When hunting in the woods, I mostly practiced on moving targets. This fixed target is far too easy for me. Sir Roderick picked up a fragment of a wooden shield and threw it into the air. Let us try this. Jon Snow quickly fetched another arrow from the quiver nearby and tossed it to Dooley, understanding the task. Dooley once again knocked an arrow and drew back the bowstring. Crack! The arrow pierced the moving wooden shield before both fell to the ground. Sir Roderick could not help but exclaim, "Well done. You possess even greater talent than Xian." However, there exists a fundamental difference between hunting and combat. If you wish to become a competent marksman, there is much you must learn. You have started your training too late and require a good mentor. I shall seek an opportunity to discuss this with the Duke and find you a suitable teacher. Sir Castle, apart from my father, is there anyone in Winterfell whose archery surpasses yours? Rob asked incredulously. Sir Roderick cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Within the castle, there is none. But beyond Winterfell, there are many in the north who excel beyond me. A surge of joy filled Dooley, and he bowed in gratitude to Sir Roderick. Thank you, Sir Castle. Sir Roderick, confident in Dooley's potential, declared, with your talents, you are destined to make a name for yourself in the north. The entire afternoon was devoted to Sir Roderick imparting new sword techniques. However, the reality was that he spent most of his time solely instructing Dooley, who was a novice in swordsmanship and required correction even in his grip. The other two, having trained for nearly 2 years, wisely moved to the opposite side of the training ground to practice among themselves, allowing Dooley this rare opportunity for focused instruction. As the sun set, it was time for dinner. With Eddard absent from the castle, only Caitlin, the lady of the castle, occupied the dining table on the ground floor. Under her intense gaze, the bastard Jon Snow felt too intimidated to join the meal. He obediently took his dinner to his room. As Dooley was Snow's roommate, he naturally followed suit, carrying his meal back as well. Snow, it seems the lady of the castle harbors some disdain for you. Is it because you are the Duke's bastard? Dooley inquired. Yes, Jon's expression dimmed, revealing his insecurity regarding his illegitimate status. Dooley could not comprehend this sentiment and scoffed. It has been 7 years. Has she not moved on? How petty. He knew the truth of Jon's lineage, that he was not Eddard's bastard but rather the son of Eddard's sister. However, he could not disclose this truth, for at this time, King Robert still lived. If Jon's true heritage were revealed, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, and even Eddard could not protect him. Luke, what do you aspire to do when you grow up? Jon suddenly asked after swallowing his last morsel. Huh? Dooley took a moment to consider seriously. I suppose I would travel the world, perhaps as a free-spirited adventurer. Although the three-eyed raven had once depicted the landscapes of Westeros in his dreams, those were merely illusions. Dooley yearned to experience the reality for himself. You do not intend to remain in Winterfell? Jon asked, somewhat surprised. Your situation is better than mine. The lady of the castle does not harbor ill feelings toward you. You could remain here, where the Stark family's support would ensure a bright future. Who knows if that old woman truly harbors no dislike for me? Did you not see how, after glancing at you, she fixed her gaze on me? Her eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. Dooley retorted. And besides, are you not merely 7 years old? Is it appropriate to discuss such weighty matters? You are quite precocious. Dooley chose not to respond further, instead smiling. And what of you, Jon? From your words, it seems you intend to leave Winterfell? Jon had found his own answer. I wish to go to the Wall and join Uncle Benjen as a night's watchman. So that was it. Dooley sighed inwardly and asked why. The conditions there are harsh. It is not a desirable place. I am not afraid of hardship. Jon shook his head, his eyes shimmering with hope. I have heard from Uncle Benjen that the Night's Watchmen do not inquire about one's lineage, but rather judge based on merit. Dooley furrowed his brow tightly, realizing that he had underestimated the weight of being a bastard. It seemed that Jon Snow's determination to go to the Wall stemmed primarily from his identity issues. However, my dear child, you are rather naive. Even if you become a Night's Watchman, in the eyes of the world, you will still be regarded as the illegitimate son of House Stark, and nothing will change. As long as you bear the name Jon Snow, you shall forever be a bastard. Yet, Snow may find his own opportunities in the future as a member of the Night's Watch. As a friend, I do not intend to interfere. So let us see. Remaining in Winterfell, you will never attain the title of Duke of Winterfell. However, at the Wall, perhaps you could indeed rise to the position of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Snow blushed shyly. Luke, you exaggerate too much. Lord Commander? How could that ever be possible? My greatest dream is to become the first ranger, just like Uncle Benjen. The first ranger. Now that is the second in command at the Wall. Quite ambitious, I must say. Dooley smiled quietly, affectionately ruffling his hair. Snow looked up in confusion. Luke, why do you enjoy patting my head so much? Because it feels nice, Dooley replied with a grin. Does it? Snow raised a hand to feel his own hair. Doesn't it feel the same? Silly boy, it's not the hand that feels nice, but the heart. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Luke, Snow, are you asleep? Snow recognized the voice. It was Rob. What brought him here? He stood up from his seat and opened the door, allowing Rob to enter. As soon as Rob stepped inside, he excitedly announced to Gu Li, Luke, Father has agreed to hire a formidable archery instructor for you. Gu Li raised an eyebrow, surprised by the quick response. Rob, are you certain? Of course. I heard it myself. Rob sat on Snow's bed, teasingly adding, though I didn't expect you to possess such a high talent for archery, yet be rather dull in swordsmanship. Gu Li conceded this point. Sir Caitlin had tirelessly taught him for an entire afternoon, yet he had hardly grasped a few moves. Rob, I always feel that a one-handed sword is too light. You know my strength is considerable. Perhaps a one-handed sword is not suited for me. He recalled the version of himself from another realm, the White Walker King, who wielded a two-handed greatsword. Rob and Snow understood Gu Li's implication. You wish to train with a two-handed sword? Snow deliberately glanced at Rob before turning to Gu Li. Luke, a two-handed sword is not as simple as you might think. The distinction between a one-handed and a two-handed sword is not merely the addition of another hand on the hilt. They represent two entirely different martial styles, with striking techniques that are worlds apart. In comparison to the widely used one-handed sword, the two-handed sword demands not only superior physical fitness but also costs several times more. Such a relatively uncommon weapon, few commoners or lesser nobles are willing to study it. Teachers of this caliber are rare, and having wealth does not guarantee you can secure one. I can teach you. Rob decided to support Gu Li's aspiration upon hearing his wish. You will teach me? Gu Li was taken aback. At this moment, Snow explained, House Stark possesses a legendary greatsword forged from Valyrian steel named Ice, which belongs to the Duke of Winterfell. Rob will be its future owner. Thus Father will privately instruct him in the two-handed sword techniques of House Stark. Chapter 14. The new instructor 3 days hence. The newly appointed archery instructor arrived in Winterfell. He hailed from the Stark family of Carhold, serving as a personal guard to the Earl of Carhold. Mastering the art of archery with remarkable skill, hitting a target from 100 paces was an everyday feat for him. Greetings. I am Larry Karstark. I shall reside in Winterfell for a month to impart the skills of archery to you, he announced. In his 30s, Larry appeared somewhat anxious and ill at ease during his inaugural visit to Winterfell. Rob, with a reassuring smile, replied, There is no need for such nervousness, dear instructor. You belong to the Karstark lineage, a distant kin of our Stark family. By this reckoning, we might even be considered your nephews. Larry, cautious not to overstep, replied, Young Lord Rob, please, let us commence with the lesson. First, I wish to gauge the current archery proficiency of the three of you. Rob spoke first. I can hit a wooden target from 20 meters. Next was Jon Snow, who concurred, I am roughly the same. After a moment's contemplation, Theon added, If we are using a stationary wooden target, with a powerful bow, I could strike a target from 40 meters. Larry glanced at Theon. You are Luke, are you not? If you are not boasting, your talent is indeed rare. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Diligent practice is essential. At your age, I was far more accomplished than you are now. Theon humbly accepted the critique, understanding, I shall strive to improve. In a world fraught with peril, where the law wavered and crises were rampant, especially with the looming chaos, he recognized the urgency to acquire the skills necessary for self-preservation. Larry surveyed the training grounds, deeming them unsuitable for their forthcoming lessons. Let us proceed outside the city for instruction. He instructed Theon and the others to gather their bows and arrows, and led them to a grassy area beyond Winterfell's walls. Drawing his sword, Larry carved a cross on the trunk of a large tree, then led the trio to a spot 50 meters away. Your task today is to hit the mark on that tree. Return only once you have succeeded. The three exchanged glances, pondering the distance. Rob eagerly stepped forward, the first to draw his bow. Alas, the arrow fell short, landing merely 20 paces away. Jon attempted as well, but achieved a similar result. They both looked to Theon, hoping he might conjure a miracle. Do not look to me. I can only try, Theon declared. With greater strength than the others, he fully drew back the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow soared, but fell short at 40 paces. Rob lamented, what a pity. The wind outside the city is too strong. Without its interference, you surely would have hit the target. However, Theon contended, it is the bow that is at fault. This is its maximum capacity. I require a more powerful bow. The issue lies not with the bow, but with your technique, Larry interjected, interrupting their discourse. While a bow has its limitations, I can strike a target over 100 meters away with the same bow, yet you cannot even hit a target 50 meters distant? Demonstrating. He knocked an arrow and drew back the bowstring. In an instant, the arrow whistled through the air, tracing a perfect arc before striking the tree trunk with precision. The art of archery has never been about direct shooting, but rather arching. You must master the arc to unleash the true potential of your bow. Arching. Rob and Jon, both still fledgling archers, had barely practiced for 2 years and were accustomed only to shooting at stationary wooden targets. They were unfamiliar with the principles of arching. However, Thean, with his modern knowledge, grasped the concept immediately. I see. Yet arching diminishes penetration power. It cannot pierce through armor, can it? Even the sturdiest helmet has gaps. If you strike a vital point, it can prove fatal, Larry replied, turning aside to allow the trio to experiment freely. Without hesitation, Thean loosed a second arrow. This time, his performance improved significantly. The arrow soaring over 50 meters, though still missing the trunk. He continued shooting, arrow after arrow, until he finally struck the tree, albeit not the mark. You hit it. Luke, you hit it. John exclaimed excitedly. Rob, having understood the principle of arching, realized the need to aim above the target rather than directly at it. He and John began to practice, adjusting their angles accordingly. Time slipped away as they retrieved arrows repeatedly, and at long last, Thean successfully struck the mark on the trunk. His hands blistered and fingers bloodied from the exertion. John and Rob, however, struggled to master the technique and remained unsuccessful. Your skills are remarkable. Look. Even with the wind's interference, you accurately calculated the arrow's trajectory, Rob marveled, thoroughly impressed by Thean's talent. John and I are far from your level. It may take us some time to reach your proficiency. Indeed, let us conclude today as practice here. We shall return to the city, Larry said, approaching them. Having left the city at dawn, the afternoon sun now hung high, and they had not yet broken their fast, hunger gnawing at them. As they made their way back, the three boys animatedly discussed the day's lessons. Their interest in archery peaked. Suddenly, a wild hare darted from the grass by the roadside, eager to cross the dirt path. John and Rob, still buzzing from their earlier endeavors, simultaneously drew their bows. Unfortunately, the hare's agility allowed it to evade their arrows, which fell harmlessly to the ground. Thean, possessing hunting experience, felt confident in his ability to strike the hare, but the pain in his fingers dissuaded him from taking action. Observing this, Larry drew back his bowstring. But instead of aiming at the hare, he directed his aim skyward. The hare was mere meters away. Surely he could not be arcing the shot? What was the instructor aiming at in the sky? The trio gazed upward, puzzled, noting that there were no birds to be seen. Just then, an arrow descended from above, plunging straight down to pierce the hare's skull, pinning it to the dirt road below. Was it truly an arc? How had Larry managed such a feat with a fleeing hare? The key lies in understanding the wind, the tension of the bowstring, the arrow's flight time, and anticipating the target's trajectory. Mastering these 4 elements is essential to hitting your mark, Larry declared, imparting yet another lesson to Thean and his companions. Thean was struck with awe. While the other concepts were comprehensible, the notion of mastering the wind seemed daunting. But how does one practice sensitivity to the wind? An arrow is far more susceptible to its effects than a bullet. Rob praised, you certainly are a remarkable marksman, worthy of the Karstark lineage. Larry feigned nonchalance as he retrieved the hare, secretly relieved that it had run in a straight line, had it veered unexpectedly. He might have found himself in a precarious situation. Let us return. This hare shall serve as a fine addition to your meal, he announced. John muttered quietly, 1 hare? That may not be enough for Luke alone. After dinner, Rob sought out Thean and John once more. Luke, perhaps today we should forego sword practice. Your hands need time to heal. For the next 3 days, Rob would nightly teach Thean the intricacies of dual-wielding swords. Regrettably, in comparison to Gu Li's innate prowess in archery, his aptitude for swordsmanship is indeed a source of embarrassment. It's nothing. This minor injury is inconsequential. The two arrived at the training grounds, illuminated by the flickering light of surrounding torches, and engaged in practice for several hours. While it was termed practice, it was, in truth, a one-sided ordeal for Gu Li. After 3 days of training, even under Rob's deliberate leniency, he still lacked any capacity for retaliation. Rob, with his sword in hand, lapsed into silence for a moment before saying, Luke, perhaps you should reconsider practicing swordplay. Focusing on archery might be the wiser path. Though he did not articulate it explicitly, Gu Li grasped the underlying sentiment. Clearly, his clumsiness was met with disdain. Jon Snow, scratching his head in resignation, added, Rob has a point, Luke. Continuing to train like this is merely a waste of time. Rob continued, Luke, your strength is considerable. There is no need for you to refine your sword skills. In the future, donning a full suit of plate armor and relying on your brute force will render you invincible. A heavily armored warrior? No, that won't do. Such cumbersome armor and a helmet would obstruct my vision. How could I shoot my bow then? It's getting late. If I do not return soon, Mother will come looking for me. With that, Rob bid farewell to Gu Li and departed first. After Gu Li and Jon Snow collected the scattered wooden swords, they retreated to their respective rooms. They lay on their small beds, conversing across the space. Luke, I believe Rob's advice is sound. Your strength is your asset. You should make good use of it. But I do not fancy that style. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the window was forcefully blown open by a gust of wind. The windows of this era were not the modern glass panes. They comprised two rectangular wooden boards that, when shut, blocked both wind and light. Ghoulie promptly rose from his bed to close the window once more. What is this? A cluster of white particles on the windowsill caught his attention. Is that bird droppings? It doesn't seem like it. He curiously pinched a few with his fingers. They felt cold to the touch. Hail. Winterfell experiences distinct seasons, unlike the perpetually snow-covered wall. It was summer. How could hail possibly fall here? Give it to me. Hand over the crystals. What was that sound? Ghoulie jumped back in alarm. With a terrified expression, he turned to Jon Snow and asked, "Did you hear that?" A man just spoke. Jon shook his head. No one spoke. Luke, are you feeling tired? The moon shone brightly that night, and Ghoulie, still shaken, glanced out the window toward the wall. There was indeed no one there. Could it be an auditory hallucination? Give it to me. A man's furious roar thundered in Ghoulie's ears, deafening, as if he were standing right before him. What on earth? Ghoulie trembled in fear and hastily moved away from the window. A gust of cold wind, laden with snowflakes, swept into the room, instantly lowering the temperature. Ghoulie had no time to evade, as he was engulfed by a flurry of snow. It felt as though whispers of demons lingered within the snow, lulling him into an irresistible slumber. Chapter 15. The Other God and the King of Light in a Dream. Amidst an expansive white ice field, a colossal black maggot lay coiled. It writhed incessantly, stretching its corpulent form. Ghoulie stood before this monstrous creature, his body frozen in a state of immobility for reasons unknown. Give me the crystal. Hand it over. The maggot bellowed, suddenly unleashing a multitude of tentacles that ensnared Ghoulie, dangling him like a dumpling before its grotesque visage. Surrender it. Give it to me. Its hoarse voice, indiscernible in gender, resonated in a deep timbre that grated on Ghoulie's ears. This voice was eerily familiar. Could this monstrous worm be another god? How did it come to embody such a ghastly form? Ghoulie compelled himself to remain calm. It was merely a dream, and he just needed to wake up. The maggot emitted a cacophony of laughter. I can trap you here for eternity. If you do not relinquish the crystal, your body shall remain in slumber forever. Ghoulie struggled to breathe, cursing, what nonsense about a crystal. I have never seen such a thing. You seek death. Hand it over. Give me the crystal. The maggot's mood shifted to one of agitation, its tentacles constricting around Ghoulie with increasing ferocity. No. Even if I had it, I would not give it to you. Ghoulie gritted his teeth, roaring defiantly. The maggot opened its maw, lined with sharp teeth. Then I shall torment you in this dream, making your existence a living hell. 1,000 years in the dream, a mere second in the outside world. We have plenty of time to spend together. Ghoulie's heart sank. He had intended to stall for time, hoping to awaken from the dream, but he had not anticipated the disparity in time between dreams and reality. Why had the three-eyed crow not employed this tactic when it invaded his dream? Was this the distinction between deities and mortals? A crack. With a sickening crunch. Ghoulie could not suppress a piercing scream. It seemed the dreamscape was entirely at the mercy of the maggot, as his injuries healed rapidly under its gaze. However, this was not a blessing, for a new round of torment was imminent. Next, let us crush your fingers. Two robust tentacles effortlessly shattered Ghoulie's left thumb. The crushed digit, encased in splintered bone, bled profusely. Ugh. Ghoulie bit down hard, enduring the pain. If you have the guts, just kill me. There's no rush. We still have 9 fingers left to crush. Thus, Ghoulie's body repeatedly healed, while the maggot found ever more inventive ways to inflict suffering upon him. His gaze became vacant, his spirit gradually numbed. Give me the crystal, and I shall allow you to leave. The maggot's voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, gnawing away at Ghoulie's sanity. No, he declared resolutely, even in death. I shall never submit to you. I cannot tread the same path again, becoming a puppet of the other gods. The maggot scoffed, its laughter cold and mocking. How strong can human will be? No hurry. We have 1,000 years to spend together, so take your time. Ghoulie's expression darkened, despair creeping into his heart. The maggot cackled with unrestrained glee, its tentacles binding Ghoulie's limbs and pulling them in 4 directions, intending to dismember him. Just then, a shaft of light illuminated Ghoulie's face, bringing a flicker of warmth. He looked up to see a rift in the dark sky, through which sunlight streamed in. Crack! The black sky shattered, revealing a gaping hole, and a crimson sun shone brightly above, dispelling the darkness of the dream. Under the radiance of the red sun, the maggot's tentacles were instantly incinerated, and its very form dissipated at an observable pace. Rollick, the maggot, in a fit of impotent rage, ultimately transformed into ash. The sunlight posed no threat to Ghoulie. He lay feebly on the ground, gasping for air. Finally freed, he thought. If I had truly endured 1,000 years of torment, I would have surely succumbed. He gazed skeptically at the massive red sun, his face trembling slightly. What on earth is this? Amidst the blinding light, a girl clad in fiery golden armor emerged from the sun's core. Greetings. She descended before Ghoulie, revealing a breathtaking smile. Although struck by her beauty, Guli's heart was filled with caution. Are you here to seek the stone as well? The girl possessed lustrous red curls and a flawless face adorned with a delicate, upturned nose, making her enchanting. Her crimson eyes sparkled like two brilliant stars, captivating and radiant. She nodded, unashamedly confessing, "Child, that crystal is far too perilous for you. In your possession, the other gods would relentlessly pursue you. I can protect you once, but I cannot shield you for a lifetime." Guli rose, scoffing, "You speak grandiloquently. All you desire is that wretched stone, isn't it? Perhaps you are merely another incarnation of the other god, orchestrating this charade." The girl's smile faltered, her expression shifting to fury. "How dare you compare me to that filthy, grotesque creature? Such blasphemy against the divine." The temperature in the dream soared, the ground cracking with fiery fissures. "You are not another god? Then who are you?" Guli questioned, unconvinced. "Let me think. You are from Westeros, where people seem to call me the Red God," the girl mused. "The Red God? I have never heard of such a being," Guli replied with a cold smirk. "The people of Westeros predominantly worship the seven gods. The North venerates the old gods, and the Iron Islands worship the drowned god. Where does this Red God come from?" The girl paused, explaining, "I have few followers in Westeros, so it is not surprising you have not heard of me. However, in the Eastern continent, I possess a multitude of devotees where I am known as the King of Light." "You are the King of Light?" Guli stared at her in astonishment. In the narrative of Game of Thrones, the King of Light is an immensely significant deity, as one of his priests resurrected Jon Snow, the protagonist. In the latter part of the story, the revival of the dead is undoubtedly a miracle. More importantly, the King of Light is an adversary of the ancient other gods, having sent his priests to Westeros to combat the White Walkers in the north. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Honestly, I have no knowledge of that crystal, nor do I know its whereabouts, Guli admitted, lowering his defenses with a bitter smile. To be frank, I am not from this world. I have arrived here against my will, and I simply wish for the King of Light to wield his divine power to send me back. The King of Light pondered, You are not of this world. Could it be the crystal's power at play? Suddenly, her smile returned as she waved her arm, creating a rift in space with flames. I can send you back, but you must leave the crystal behind. That thing is useless to you and may very well bring you back here again. Guli had begun to trust the King of Light, yet her swift creation of a portal revealed a flaw. How strange. I have not yet stated my destination, yet you opened a teleportation door. I doubt it leads to my homeland. The King of Light's smile vanished, replaced by indignation. Mortal, you are exceedingly tiresome. Very well. I shall seek it out myself. She unleashed a deep crimson energy, attempting to ensnare Guli. However, just as the crimson energy was about to reach him, his left eye transformed into an inky green. Immediately, a surge of green energy erupted from his eye, consuming the King of Light's red energy. Indeed, this is it. Come, hand it over to me. The King of Light gazed ecstatically at Guli's left eye, eagerly extending his hand. Guli felt a surge of power within him, a profound sense that he could command everything within this dreamscape. This is my dream, begone. The King of Light seemed to realize something. No, give it to me. Give it to me. With a sudden burst, her body shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into the air like dust. Guli caressed his left eyelid, murmuring, So, you have been concealed within my left eye all along. He moved his left eyeball back and forth, seeking to uncover the purpose of this gem that could attract deities, leaving them utterly discomposed. Cough, cough, Guli. A voice called out from behind him, startling him into a swift turn. What on earth? Could another deity have arrived? Upon closer inspection, he found a wraith floating behind him, possessing only half a form. The wraith had but one right eye, its limbs severed and its body marred with scars, a truly pitiful sight. Guli recognized him. This wraith was another version of himself from a different dimension. Hello. Other Guli, he forced a smile. The wraith Guli also smiled, saying, Hello, Guli. I am genuinely delighted to see that you are still human. Guli scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, I witnessed those memories. It was thanks to you that the three-eyed crow rescued me, or else did you die? In the final moments of those memories, the wraith Guli had been slain by an otherworldly deity. Yes, I have passed away. This is the last vestige of my strength, connecting with you through the magic lingering in the wound of the three-eyed crow. However, this power will not last long. I will soon vanish. Despite the imminent dissolution, the wraith Guli maintained an air of calm. Those memories were revealed to you by me? Cough, cough. I previously thought I had acquired some extraordinary ability. It turns out it was you. Guli looked at the wraith version of himself, feeling a sense of discomfort and only managing an awkward smile. The wraith Guli, unwilling to squander time, stated, Guli, I have something of great importance to convey to you. Chapter 16. The mutated left hand speak. I'm listening. Guli stepped closer, eagerly anticipating the continuation. The other. Guli remarked, I have but one piece of advice for you. Do not trust any deities. They are all your adversaries. Do you understand? Not entirely. Besides the other gods and the Lord of Light, are the other deities also my foes? Why? Guli felt somewhat perplexed. However, before the other could respond, Guli suddenly realized, I understand now. You mean the deities will covet this crystal of mine? Hence, they are enemies? But what exactly is it? Do you know? The other blinked his remaining right eye and sighed. I lost it too early, and thus never had the chance to comprehend it. Everything about it. You must explore on your own. Guli, feeling disheartened, shrugged. Then why do we even keep it? It's merely a hot potato. At that moment, the other interjected. Although I am unaware of its origins and purpose, I do know that it hails from this world, and it has the capacity to perform a remarkable feat. What feat? Guli inquired. To assist deities in forging corporeal forms. His response left Guli momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Do the deities themselves lack physical bodies? The other continued. You are correct. Deities possess no physical form. They are not tangible. This is what I must reveal to you. The so-called deities are, in fact, colossal energy entities birthed at the dawn of the world. These entities originally lacked consciousness, existing in another dimension, drifting throughout the world, akin to the wind, clouds, and sunlight, until humanity engendered faith. Through human belief, certain energy clusters awakened consciousness, transforming into individual deities. Guli raised his hand to interrupt. Wait a moment. I'm becoming a bit confused. Are you suggesting that humanity first created the Lord of Light? They fashioned an idol to worship him. And then an energy cluster received this faith and transformed into the Lord of Light? Isn't that akin to one bird displacing another? The other chuckled. There was never a bird. It was an empty nest. How could it be considered an occupation? Similarly, if one day a deity were to lose all of their followers, they would also lose all memories, reverting to that unconscious mass of energy. Guli comprehended entirely. Thus it was the other who preceded the other gods. No wonder. The series Game of Thrones clearly stated that the others were created by the children of the forest. I thought there were other gods. It turns out it is as you say. The other remarked, for thousands of years, countless deities have come into being through belief. Yet, they can only expand their influence through the hands of their followers. No deity can truly descend into the world. This is the genesis of magic. The magic of this world ultimately derives from the deities lending you their power. If a deity were truly able to descend into the mortal realm, they would become the one true God, and all other faiths and deities would be supplanted. Guli was astounded. So this stone is so extraordinary? The other gravely stated. Do not forget, it is what brought us to this world. Therefore, it must possess the ability to return you home. What you must do is uncover its origin and how to wield it. In doing so, perhaps you can harness its power to return. After 12 years of aimlessness, Guli finally found hope and purpose in life. And you? I have no more chances. No, I still have one last opportunity. If you have the means in the future, please come to rescue me. The other's eyes brimmed with a desire for survival. Guli nodded solemnly. If I fully master this stone artifact, I will surely traverse time to save you. The other had said all he needed to say. Very well. Extend your hand and receive my final gift. Gift? Guli, confused, extended his left hand. The other explained. There still resides other power within you. The reason it has not manifested is because it is sealed by the crystal's power. I can help you activate it, allowing you to fully control it. Guli repeatedly shook his head in refusal. Wait. Did you not just say that magic derives from the power of deities? Then the other's power is that of the other gods? If I harness their power, will it not alert them to my presence? He recalled the grotesque giant maggot from earlier, shivering at the thought. The other sighed in exasperation. You are quite foolish. You have a far superior source of magic. Why rely on the power of the other gods? As long as you possess this crystal, you too can become a deity. Me? A deity? Guli was taken aback, suspecting the other was boasting, yet he had no evidence to refute it. The other elaborated further. Helping you activate the other's power serves two purposes. Firstly, to erase the mark of the other gods, and secondly, to construct a magical pathway. This will enable you to wield the power of the crystal alongside the abilities of the other. Thus, you will possess an additional means of self-defense in Westeros. The abilities of the other? Raising the dead as soldiers, shattering swords barehanded? Oh, and the ability to develop new others. Guli contemplated. Possessing such powers would render him invincible in Westeros. The other concluded, protect your left eye well, do not lose it as I did. He then shattered into a myriad of starlight, merging into Guli's left hand. Guli suddenly awoke, sitting dazedly on the bed, his head pounding. It felt as though he had experienced a long dream. He sat still for several seconds, recalling everything from the dream. The left eye? How could I possibly lose it? I do not wish to become a one-eyed dragon. He murmured, raising his left hand to touch his eyelid. Oh no! Guli suddenly exclaimed, for he discovered that his left arm had transformed into another's arm. The arm was divided at the joints, The upper half was human, while the lower half was the forearm of another. Unlike the ordinary pale blue skin of other beings, Guli's forearm was predominantly deep blue, adorned with scales of various shapes. Between the scales, a faint blue light shimmered, reminiscent of a haunting beauty. Additionally, his 5 fingers bore long, sharp claws, resembling those of a beast rather than human nails, exuding an intimidating presence. Though striking, how could he possibly face others with such a hand? Guli closed his eyes, attempting to call upon the crystal through sheer will, hoping it would revert his arm to a human form. But alas, he was unsuccessful. Thud, thud, thud. Sounds of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Guli quickly concealed his left arm beneath the blanket. Luke, are you awake? A worried face appeared at the door. It was Jon Snow. And it was not just Jon. He was accompanied by Robb and the insufferable Theon. Luke, you have finally awakened. Jon rushed to the bedside. Concern etched across his face. Only then did Guli realize he was in an unfamiliar room. His attire changed to something new. Jon, how did I end up here? Robb exchanged a knowing glance with Theon, beckoning him to enter. Though Theon was evidently reluctant, he followed nonetheless, his injured hand bound by 2 wooden splints and a scowl of resentment upon his face. You have been unconscious for 3 days. Your father has been quite worried about you, Robb consoled, approaching Guli. Guli was startled. I was asleep for 3 days? Theon could not help but scoff. Robb, I advise you to keep your distance. In the height of summer, he was struck down by an unknown snowball. Clearly, it is the old god's punishment. Oh, what an enormous hat. If this were to be substantiated, Guli would be finished for life. In this feudal era, the Forsaken are universally reviled. Guli sneered. What? Do you wish to bind me to a stake and burn me alive? Robb, with a displeased countenance, turned to Sean. Have you forgotten our father's admonition? Sean's face flushed with indignation. I am aware, but he must apologize to me first. Apologize? Guli laughed. On what grounds should I offer you an apology? Robb settled beside Guli's bed. Luke, our father has been informed of the discord between you and Sean, and he desires a reconciliation. You broke his hand. You ought to extend an apology. Indeed, you must apologize first. Sean concurred loudly. Guli, disliking Sean's arrogance, retorted, he provoked me first. I merely responded. Furthermore, he is inferior in skill. Why should I apologize? Luke, this is our father's wish. As soon as Robb uttered this, he sighed wryly. Could you do me this favor? Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. One must not allow a petty grievance with Sean to tarnish their standing in Eddard's eyes. Guli sighed. I apologize, Sean. I was too heavy-handed last time. Humph. Under Robb's watchful gaze, Sean could only respond, I forgive you. He was eager to avoid Guli's visage and wished to leave this place soon. Robb, my hand is starting to hurt again. I shall return to my chamber to rest. After Sean departed, Guli could not suppress his curiosity. Jon, that night, you weren't implicated, were you? Jon, nervously fidgeting with his fingers, replied, I was terrified that night. I saw you closing the window when suddenly a strange gust of wind blew in, lifting my blanket away. When I retrieved it, I found you buried beneath a mound of snow. Robb chuckled. It was Jon who dug you out. And then he summoned the guards to take you to Maester Lewin. Thank you, Jon. Guli felt a wave of relief upon learning Jon had not been affected. Jon waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. We are friends. Huh. Luke, why has your left eye turned green? Robb, equally curious, remarked. I just noticed that. I hadn't had the chance to ask. Indeed. Luke, why has the color of your left eye changed? Previously, both eyes were blue. How has one become blue and the other green? Guli then realized that his left eye might be irreversibly altered, much like his left hand. He quickly covered. Ah. I was born with heterochromia. Perhaps you two simply hadn't noticed before. Is that so? Robb exchanged a glance with Jon, both bewildered by Guli's assertion. Chapter 17. The Thief. By the way, Robb, I would like to ask for your assistance. What do you need help with? Taking the opportunity to shift the conversation, Giri inquired. Surely there must be someone in Winterfell who can sew gloves? Robb considered Giri's question trivial. Of course, there are tailors in the castle. That's good. Giri replied with a serious expression. I would like to have a batch of gloves custom-made. Recalling Giri's injured fingers from archery practice, Robb assumed that was what he meant. Luke, we have protective gear specifically for practicing archery. You needn't have them custom-made. Seeing that Robb was misunderstanding, Giri clarified, not the archery protective gear, but a different kind of glove. In any case, I truly need them urgently. I would appreciate your help in arranging this. Robb nodded silently, deeming it a small favor. All right, once you are well, I will take you to meet the tailor in the castle. No, I want to see him now. Giri was anxious to avoid any delay. What if his left hand were exposed? People of this era would not find it stylish. They would deem it the hand of a demon and burn Giri, whom they believed to be possessed. Now, Robb was taken aback, but he still acquiesced. All right, then get up. Jon Snow, still concerned about Giri's condition, asked Luke. You haven't eaten for 3 days? Aren't you hungry? Gyuri, reminded of his hunger, realized he was indeed famished. However, he prioritized the matter at hand. There's no rush. Let's first arrange for the gloves. He glanced around and pointed to a roll of white bandages on a nearby wooden table. John, could you please bring me the bandages? Puzzled, John complied. Luke, what do you need the bandages for? As Gyuri took the bandages and placed them under the blanket, he began to manipulate them with both hands. Luke, what on earth are you doing? Rob and John were both curious, even considering lifting the blanket immediately. Wait, Gyuri called out loudly. Give me a few minutes. It will be ready shortly. He wrapped his left hand and arm tightly with the bandages. In his haste, he failed to separate his fingers, making movement somewhat cumbersome. All right, let's head out. He got out of bed, donned his boots, and put on a cloak for warmth before beckoning the two. Though it was summer, Winterfell's temperatures hovered only in the teens, leaving the overall climate still quite cool. Gyuri's actions bewildered both Rob and John. Luke, why are you wrapping your hand? Rob remarked. Sensing something peculiar about Gyuri today, Gyuri was the first to reach the door. Still contemplating an excuse, he casually replied, I'll explain later. Let's go get the gloves. Rob, you lead the way. All right. The three departed the Maester's tower and ascended to the second floor of the Great Hall. This was Winterfell's textile room, where nearly all clothing within the castle was produced. The women within, unlike the other workers weaving fabric, were highly skilled seamstresses. Rob led Gyuri and John directly to them. Ladies, my friend here requires a custom glove. Could you please pause your work? Once the women ceased their tasks, Gyuri began to articulate his requirements. I need a glove that can cover the entire arm, preferably a larger size and durable. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed a wooden box nearby, filled with leather gloves. He approached and picked one up, holding it against his arm with delight. This is exactly what I want. I'll take the entire box. These gloves were the standard issue for soldiers in Winterfell, typically covering only 2/3 of an adult's forearm. However, as Gyuri was still a child, his shorter arms would be perfectly suited to the full coverage. One of the seamstresses glanced at Rob. Young master, the gloves your friend wishes to take are military supplies, which are all recorded. Rob raised a hand to interrupt her. I understand your predicament. I will explain everything to my father. But Rob, Luke wants the entire box. John hesitated, realizing the gravity of the situation. If it escalated, Gyuri could be accused of misappropriating military supplies, which could lead to exile beyond the wall. Gyuri, aware of this, interjected, Ladies, may I purchase them with money instead? The seamstresses exchanged glances. A box of leather gloves requires 20 silver stags. Do you possess such funds? Silver coins? Gyuri frowned, realizing he only had gold coins. I have 1 golden dragon. Could you help me exchange it for silver stags? The seamstresses shook their heads. Young master, do not jest. We elderly women do not possess such wealth. Rob nudged Gyuri teasingly. Luke, who knew you were so wealthy? However, a single golden dragon can be exchanged for 210 silver stags. You are indeed putting them in a difficult position. Do you have any? Gyuri glanced at him, expecting that as the young lord of Winterfell, Rob might have some pocket money. To Gyuri's surprise, Rob shook his head. I do not. But Sansa has a habit of saving money. Why not ask her? Gyuri rubbed his forehead in frustration. The young lord was penniless? This was truly exasperating. Very well. I'll return to my room for my coin pouch, and then I'll come back to buy the gloves. Rob suggested, let's split up. I'll find Sansa while you go grab the golden dragon. The three quickly parted ways. Gyuri and John returned to their room for money, while Rob sought out Sansa. In the Great Hall, in John's room, Gyuri approached his bed and bent down to reach under it. Suddenly, his expression changed. My coin pouch is missing. Under the bed lay only his beast skin longsword. The coin pouch had vanished without a trace. How could it be gone? I checked it just yesterday. Both the pouch and the sword were there. Perhaps you should look again? John was incredulous, unable to believe someone would dare to steal in Winterfell. Gyuri stared at the beast-skin sword, thinking how the thief had no taste. This Valyrian steel sword was far more valuable than that pouch of coins. It was baffling that they only took the pouch and left the sword behind. Still, he was immensely frustrated. Coins were trivial. The real issue was the missing pouch. That pouch had been personally crafted for him by Ye, and he rarely even used it. In his heart, the pouch itself held more significance than the gold within. The gates of the castle were guarded, preventing any strangers from entering. Gyuri, gazing at the unlocked door, felt a deep sense of regret. He wished he had not left it in his room. If not for the pouch being too large to carry conveniently, he would have chosen to keep it on his person. John urged Gyuri out the door. Come on. Let us go downstairs and ask the guards if anyone suspicious has entered the castle today. The two descended together and reached the entrance just as Rob appeared, holding Arya in his arms alongside Sansa. Did you get the money? No, Luke's pouch was stolen. Stolen? In Winterfell? Rob's eyes widened in disbelief. He would rather believe Gyuri was lying than accept that a thief roamed within Winterfell's walls. Sansa frowned. If you need money, I can lend you some. But I cannot abide liars. I detest them. Detest. Arya echoed childishly, mimicking her sister. Rob awkwardly explained, Sansa, look isn't like that. John chimed in, Luke has money. That was the large pouch of gold left to him by Uncle Benjen. I've seen it. All in gold. Rob exclaimed, astonished. Did Uncle Benjen leave you his entire fortune? GRY was reluctant to disclose the origin of the gold coins. Approaching the guard at the entrance, he inquired, might I ask if you have seen anyone carrying a leather coin pouch today, or any individuals exhibiting suspicious behavior? The guard cast a fleeting glance at GRY but offered no response. Answer his question, commanded Rob, who had come forward to support GRY. The guard bowed his head, confirming that there were no suspicious persons entering or exiting, nor had he seen a leather coin pouch. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Rob noted that since no one had left the city today, the pouch must still be within its walls. Come with me to find Father. A group of children hastily ascended the main keep, bustling up the stairs. On the top floor, within Eddard's office, the children spoke in unison, relaying the circumstances to Eddard. Upon learning the full story, Eddard fell into contemplation. I have heard from Benjen that the coin pouch, like the sword in your possession, was left to you by your mother, correct? Is it truly lost, or has it been stolen? GRY insisted that he had placed it beneath the bed and deemed it impossible for it to be lost. My lord, I am certain it has been taken. Indeed, Father. Snow added, I specifically checked yesterday, and the pouch was undoubtedly there. Eddard stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, who else, besides the two of you, knew that the pouch was hidden beneath the bed? GRY shook his head, it should be no one else. After a moment of thought, Eddard concluded that the thief must have stumbled upon the pouch by chance. His initial reason for entering your room must have been different. Beside him stood a man in his 30s, Vayon. Go investigate who cleaned Snow's room today. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement and promptly exited the room. His name was Vayon Poole, the steward of Winterfell, responsible for overseeing all matters within the castle and reporting directly to Eddard each month. As he managed the castle's servants, he was the most suitable individual to conduct the inquiry. Eddard also assured, if we do not find it, I will fully compensate you. Thank you, my lord. GRY turned to leave the office, suddenly inspired by a suspect. Rob followed closely behind. Luke, you wait for news. I will take Sansa to help you retrieve that box of gloves. At that moment, Snow and the others emerged. GRY glanced back at them. Not so fast. Accompany me to a certain place first. Rob instantly grasped his implication. Do you have a lead? Perhaps, GRY replied, tilting his head. Do you know which floor Theon's room is on? Chapter 18. Coins. The room of Theon was situated directly beneath Jon Snow's chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Rob led the group, rapping on Theon's wooden door. It wasn't long before Theon opened the door, momentarily stunned by the gathering outside. However, his expression shifted to one of noticeable panic upon seeing Gendry. Rob, why are you all here? Theon stammered. Jon replied, Luke's coin pouch has been stolen. Father has commanded us to search the entire keep. They had indeed informed Eddard beforehand. Theon's face paled. Wait outside for a moment. My room is a mess and needs tidying. With that, he attempted to shut the door, but Gendry would not grant him such an opportunity, forcefully pushing the door open. Theon stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. Luke, don't be excessive. This is my room. Theon protested. Rob and Jon followed Gendry into the room, while Sansa stood at the doorway, holding the young Arya, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Gendry pointed his beast-hide sword menacingly at Theon. Did you visit Jon's room today? No, Theon replied defiantly, though he averted his gaze from Gendry. Fuming, Gendry slammed his bandaged left hand onto a nearby wooden table, which splintered into pieces with a resounding crack. He picked up a shard, crushing it in his grip. Theon, return my coin pouch, or I swear I will kill you. Theon's face drained of color as he struggled to swallow. I didn't take it. Suddenly, Gendry seized Theon by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Squinting, he hissed, I will give you one last chance. Where's the coin pouch? Theon writhed in desperation, but no matter how hard he fought, he could not free himself from Gendry's grip. Terror filled his eyes as tears began to well. Luke, let go. You'll strangle him. Rob exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene as Gendry hesitated. Gendry released his grip. Where's the coin pouch? Theon collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. At this point, he had no doubt Gendry was indeed intent on killing him. Trembling, he retrieved the pouch from beneath his pillow and handed it over to Gendry. Gendry weighed the pouch in his hands, confirming its contents. Consider this a warning. I may forgive you this time. Should there be a next time? I shall break both your hands. He then produced a golden dragon and approached Sansa. Could you assist me in exchanging this for silver stags? Sansa glanced at the shattered remnants of the table and then at Gendry, visibly frightened. She removed her own pouch from her belt. I only have silver moons. Here are 30 of them. Meanwhile, Arya, who was holding Sansa's hand, gazed at Gendry with excitement, clearly taken with him. Gendry accepted Sansa's pouch, placing a golden dragon in her palm. Thank you, consider this a favor owed. He had learned from the three-eyed raven about the currency exchange. There is only one type of gold coin, the golden dragon. However, silver coins come in two varieties, silver moons and silver stacks. Due to the difference in silver content, 1 silver moon equals 7 silver stacks. Copper coins. The most commonly used currency are divided into 4 types, ranked from highest to lowest: copper stars, copper wheat, copper pennies, and copper plates. 1 golden dragon is equivalent to 30 silver moons, 210 silver stacks, 1,470 copper stars, 2,940 copper wheats, 11,760 copper pennies, and 23,520 copper plates. In the current market, a roasted sausage and a mug of ale would cost merely 1 copper penny, while a full-grown live pig is valued at approximately 1,000 to 1,800 silver stacks. Thus, Gendry's 27 golden dragons represented a vast fortune. The 30 silver moons Sansa provided were precisely worth 1 golden dragon. Robb, who had previously enjoyed a decent rapport with Theon, now felt deeply disappointed. Theon, how could you do such a thing? Theon hastily defended himself. I never intended to steal. I don't need the money. I just wanted to play a prank on Luke. Jon's anger flared. I will inform father of this matter. Theon's lips quivered as he pleaded. Jon, I realize my mistake. Please don't tell Lord Stark. I cannot bear the shame of being labeled a thief. Jon and Robb looked to Gendry, seemingly seeking his counsel. With a sigh, Gendry reflected on Theon's identity as a hostage from House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, a ward sent to Winterfell, and also Eddard's foster son. Even if this incident escalated, it could not become a significant scandal. To maintain relations with the Iron Islands, Eddard would likely suppress the issue, rather than let it spiral. Gendry preferred to extend a gesture of goodwill, using this incident to keep Theon in check for a time. You are Robb's friend. I do not wish to make things difficult for you. I will keep this matter to myself, and neither Robb nor Jon will inform Lord Stark. Take care. And do not let this happen again. The group departed from Theon's room, leaving him alone to wallow in regret. After dinner, Gendry and Jon returned to their quarters, preparing for sleep. The box of gloves had been moved inside, and according to Gendry's request, only the left-hand glove remained. The right-hand glove would be left for modifications to be collected later. Gendry handed them 5 silver moons, equivalent to 35 silver stacks. The leather alone would require 20 silver stacks, and adding in the processing and modification fees, 5 silver moons was a reasonable price. Luke, father just mentioned at the dinner table that you should get along well with Theon. It felt rather forced. I suspect he knows something, Jon remarked. Unable to sleep, Gendry lay back, having removed the bindings from his left hand and replaced it with a leather glove, allowing his fingers to move freely. Even if Robb does not speak, Lord Stark is aware of everything that transpires within Winterfell. Jon protested. Then why does he not punish Theon? Gendry replied enigmatically. Because he does not know. Jon was puzzled. Did you not say he did know? How can he now be unaware? Gendry chuckled. You are still too young. As you mature, you will understand what I mean. Jon mumbled. You are not much older than I am. Stop acting like an adult. Feigning ignorance. Gendry gazed at his left hand, contemplating the necessity of finding a secluded place to test its strength. By the way, Luke, what happened to your left hand? Why the sudden need for a glove? Jon inquired again. Gendry realized he must concoct a plausible excuse to divert their attention from his left hand. Otherwise, his secret would eventually be uncovered. Jon, I possess a modicum of magic. While practicing, I accidentally burned my left hand, resulting in unsightly scars that require the glove for concealment. Had Jon been an adult, he would have surely dismissed Gendry's explanation. Alas, he was but a 7-year-old child. Magic? Magic. Is that true? Show me your magic, Jon exclaimed, leaping from his bed, brimming with excitement. Gendry, resigned, descended from his bed to demonstrate. He approached the wooden table, filling a cup with water. My magic transforms water into ice. As soon as he spoke, frost enveloped the cup, and the water within gradually solidified into ice. Wow, Luke, you are amazing, Jon exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. He took the cup from Gendry's hand, examining the ice cubes within. It really turned to ice. What incredible magic! Luke, can I learn magic from you? Gendry quietly returned to his bed, thinking, no, you lack the talent. Moreover, the pursuit of magic is fraught with peril. I am not yet worthy of assuming the role of a teacher. Snow, in disappointment, set down his cup of water, uttering a resigned "Oh, I understand. By the way, regarding my ability to wield magic, please do not mention it to anyone. Just say that I have burned my hand. Which is why I am wearing gloves to conceal the injury, Ghoulie cautioned earnestly. Snow, invigorated once more, replied, all right, I shall provide you with cover. Thank you, Ghoulie said, closing his eyes in preparation for rest. However, Snow remained in high spirits, asking, Luke, can you freeze the entire moat beyond the city? Not yet. Give me another decade or so, and perhaps I might attempt it, Ghoulie responded with a hint of exasperation. Luke, Given your extraordinary magical prowess, why do you still pursue archery and swordsmanship? Magic, too, is not without its flaws. It possesses weaknesses. In any case, possessing a multitude of skills can only be advantageous. It makes sense. I too wish to learn more, Guli concurred. Indeed. Luke, be quiet and sleep, will you? Oh. The following morning, after breakfast, Guli, Snow, and Rob ventured to their usual training spot outside the city. Their archery instructor, Larry, had been waiting for some time. He had only a month to teach. So Sir Kaiso had graciously relinquished all his time to him, opting to rest in secret. This time, they would not be shooting at trees, as 3 wooden targets had been erected on the grass, still set at a distance of 50 meters. After 3 days apart, both Snow and Rob displayed considerable improvement. Although they could not achieve a perfect score, they occasionally hit the distant wooden targets. In contrast, Guli had regressed significantly. The transformation of his left hand made him quite unaccustomed, resulting in frequent, inexplicable mistakes. He either gripped the arrows too tightly, rendering them incapable of being released correctly, or he would release them prematurely without having aimed properly. Luke, your left hand's injury is greatly affecting your performance. Perhaps you should rest for a few days, Larry remarked. Having learned that Luke had once again burned his left hand after barely recovering from unconsciousness, Guli lowered his bow. Realizing that the instructor would only be in Winterfell for a month, and he had to make the most of his time. The reasons for his frequent mistakes were twofold. Firstly, the strength of his left hand had increased, making it difficult to control. Secondly, the skin on his left hand had become excessively tough, and coupled with the gloves he wore, he felt no sensation even when gripping the tail of the arrow. The lack of tactile feedback further hindered his ability to gauge the necessary force. There are still 26 days left. There is no need to rush. You should rest for 2 days while I guide the others, Larry said, unwilling to show favoritism by focusing solely on Guli. With that, he turned to check on Snow and Rob's training. Guli attempted to shoot another dozen arrows, yet his grip remained poor, and he failed to hit a single target. With a slight sigh, he approached to retrieve his arrows, feeling disheartened as he sat down on the grass. Rustle. The sound of footsteps treading upon the grass approached Guli. Look. Guli turned, somewhat taken aback. What brings you here? The newcomer was indeed seen, who, due to his ongoing recovery, was not required to participate in practice. What could possibly bring him to this place? Chapter 19. Testing. Sean chuckled awkwardly. I stepped out for a stroll and happened to see you practicing archery. Is that the archery instructor the Duke hired for you? Guli held a rather unfavorable impression of him. What do you want? Sean took the initiative to sit beside Guli and said, I heard you burned your hand? Oh, I apologize. I'm not here to gloat. Noticing Guli showing signs of anger, he quickly offered an apology. Guli raised an eyebrow. What exactly do you wish to convey? Sean continued. I just observed your archery habits and noticed you hold the bow with your right hand and draw the string with your left. Is there an issue? Guli responded with confusion. Sean waved his hand, attempting to sound conciliatory. No? No issue. Everyone has their own habits. What I mean is, you could switch the bow to your left hand and draw the string with your right. Perhaps it could help you overcome your current predicament. Being proficient in archery, Sean was acutely aware of the significant impact loss of sensation in the fingers could have on shooting. If Guli needed to keep his left hand gloved, he should indeed practice drawing the bow with his other hand. However, he hadn't anticipated that Sean would genuinely consider his situation and offer such a constructive suggestion. Seeing Guli deep in thought, Sean added, I use my left hand to hold the bow. I can share some experiences with you. You want to help me? Guli looked at him in astonishment. Why? Sean hesitated, glancing at Rob and Jon Snow nearby, and whispered, because I don't want to be isolated. So I'll try to befriend you. Guli stood up with the bow in hand. I accept your assistance, but we can never be friends. All right. As long as you don't oppose me, I can continue being friends with Rob. Sean nodded. Why not mention Jon Snow? Do you look down on him, the bastard? Guli did not respond. He walked to a suitable shooting point and began attempting to draw the bowstring with his right hand. Initially, he struggled with the unfamiliar motion, unable to release a single arrow properly. It wasn't until 3 or 4 hours of practice later that he slowly began to adjust. However, he was still far from mastering archery. During Guli's rest periods, Sean would correct his shooting posture and share his insights. At noon, during mealtime, several children quickly finished their lunch of bread. Sean seized the opportunity to speak with Rob, and after receiving his forgiveness, stayed with him. As for Guli, after finishing his bread, he excused himself due to hand pain and returned to the castle alone, skipping the afternoon training. In the main castle, on the 4th floor, within Jon Snow's chamber, Guli carefully secured the door and sat carefully on the bed. He removed the glove from his left hand, finally able to be alone. Let me take a good look at your power. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Guli initially spread his left hand in the air, remaining still for several minutes. I cannot conjure ice from thin air. He poured a glass of water and placed his left index finger into it. The water instantly froze, even cracking due to the rapid freezing. I can only turn water into ice, and at my current ability, I cannot freeze a large area. Although Gu Li had crystalline structures within him, providing ample magical power, he had yet to learn how to control this massive energy, which could easily spiral out of control with the slightest misstep. It was akin to a person of little strength attempting to pour water from a large bucket into a small jug. Often, they would run out of strength before the jug was full. In such instances, they could only put down the bucket and cease pouring. If they persisted, disaster was inevitable. Gu Li found himself in a similar predicament. He needed to enhance his control before daring to wield more magical energy. Next, it was time to test the ability of Shatter Iron. He scanned the room for iron objects. The lampstand was iron, but it was needed for illumination at night. Were there any other iron items? Jon Snow's room was simple and sparse, with even fewer iron items. The door was made of wooden planks, iron bars, and nails, and the iron bars and nails were indeed made of iron. There are 2 wide iron bars on this door, positioned at the top and bottom. The upper bar is secured with nails, supporting the overall structure of the door. If I were to damage just 1 or 2 of the nails, the door shouldn't collapse, right? Gu Li approached the door and gently touched one of the nails with his left hand. A soft pop echoed as the nail shattered into icy fragments. By the gods, material transformation? Iron turning into ice. How remarkable. He donned his gloves and tested it again, this time touching the iron bar. With a swish, the bar, a palm's width, shattered into icy shards that clattered loudly against the floor. Wearing gloves also triggered the ability, though it seemed to have a delay of a second or two. Gu Li diligently took notes, increasingly convinced that this ability was extraordinarily powerful. In future duels, it would prove invaluable. 1 touch could shatter weapons, 2 touches could ruin armor. How delightful. As for the ability to transform corpses into whites or living beings into white walkers, it was impractical to test within the confines of the room. He planned to find an opportunity in a few days to secretly experiment outside the city. Having tested the strengths, he now sought to examine the weaknesses. White walkers possessed many admirable traits. They were not only immensely strong and resilient, but could also control the dead. Yet, they harbored a fatal vulnerability. They feared Valyrian steel and dragon glass. Weapons forged from these materials could effortlessly harm White Walkers, and if driven deep into their flesh, they would perish instantly, turning to ice shards. The Night King, a legendary figure, met his demise in such a manner within the series. Gu Li happened to possess a Valyrian steel sword, the Dark Sister, which he intended to use for a bit of personal grooming. He returned to the bedside, grasped the beast hide sword, and unwrapped the layer of hide, revealing the sword's true form for the first time. The craftsmanship of the scabbard and hilt was exquisite, with each gemstone embedded within being worth a fortune. Judging by its design, it appeared to be a lady's longsword. The family crest on the scabbard depicted a 3-headed dragon, breathing fire, lifelike and majestic. This was the sigil of House Targaryen. The Targaryens were survivors of the Valyrian civilization's downfall. They once ruled the entirety of Westeros for centuries, aided by their dragons. Even after the extinction of dragons, they maintained their dominion for over 100 years until the outbreak of the War of the Usurper led to their downfall and the relinquishment of the Iron Throne. As for Valyrian steel, it originated from the long-extinct Valyrian civilization. It is a magical metal that does not rust, being both tough and lightweight. With the disappearance of Valyria, the knowledge to forge Valyrian steel was lost. Thus, Valyrian steel is a non-renewable resource, exceedingly rare, with every gram being worth its weight in gold. The nobility of Westeros often take pride in possessing a Valyrian steel sword. For instance, the Stark family, Lords of the North, have a treasured blade named Ice, a Valyrian steel greatsword. As for Gu Li's sword, irrespective of its historical significance, the value of Valyrian steel alone could purchase a castle housing thousands of inhabitants. Gu Li drew the Dark Sister, its blade shone in dark silver, adorned with intricate black patterns. The black patterns on the steel surface are a hallmark of Valyrian steel, serving as a critical identifier. Gu Li let out a wistful sigh. Regrettably, it was a lady's longsword, far too slender for his taste. He held a sword in his right hand and made a slight incision on his left claw, leaving no trace behind. It appeared that his nails were remarkably resilient, prompting him to exert greater force. Yet, he still failed to inflict any damage upon the claw. Undeterred, Gu Li escalated his efforts, transitioning from a cut to a chop and then to a slash. Ultimately, he mustered all his strength and managed to barely remove a small fragment of nail. Sighing, he realized that trimming his nails would prove to be a cumbersome task henceforth. With the nails proving ineffective for testing, he decided to explore other areas. His knuckles and forearms were shielded by scaly armor, leaving only the palm relatively soft. Gu Li hesitated momentarily before gently prodding his palm with the sword's tip. He dared not apply too much pressure. What if he inadvertently pierced his hand and shattered his entire arm into icy shards? He was no manhwa, and had no desire to become a one-armed hero. Carefully and slowly, he aimed to break just the surface of the skin. It was well known that ordinary steel could not penetrate the skin of another. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed, startling Gu Li, who was deeply focused. His hand twitched, causing the sword's tip to pierce his palm. Oh no! Gu Li was taken aback, his face drained of color. He hastily cast the Dark Sister aside and gripped his left hand tightly, inwardly praying, "Please don't shatter into ice. Please don't." To his astonishment, the wound on his palm not only did not bleed but began to heal swiftly. He let out a long sigh of relief, coming to an unexpected conclusion. Valyrian steel could indeed harm his left hand, but the rapid healing suggested it was not a matter of great concern. As for the other material, dragonglass, he currently had no means to conduct experimentation. However, he speculated that if the mysterious crystal could mend the weakness of Valyrian steel, dragonglass would likely be similarly restored. Another series of urgent knocks resounded. Gu Li sheathed the Dark Sister and concealed it within the blanket on his bed. He donned his gloves once more. Irritation etched across his face as he opened the door. "Who is it? Do you not realize that I am injured and in need of rest?" Outside stood a small girl, her hair tied in a ponytail and her round figure swathed in a brown cloak. The little girl glared at Gu Li, demanding, "Strong man, play with me." Gu Li's lips twitched, forcing a smile as he replied, "Arya, what are you doing here all alone? Where is your sister Sansa?" Chapter 20. Practice. Arya, in a fit of anger, kicked the wooden door. "Sansa spoke ill of me, and I no longer wish to engage with her." "Sansa spoke ill of me?" Giri affectionately lifted Arya into his arms. "Arya, what did Sansa say about you?" Arya shook her head, clarifying, "She wasn't speaking to me. She was speaking to Mother. She said you are a dangerous person and urged Mother to expel you from Winterfell." Giri's expression darkened as he asked in a hushed tone, "What was the Duchess's response?" Arya recalled, "Mother hadn't spoken yet when I began arguing with Sansa. How could you be driven away when you're so entertaining? Don't be afraid. I will protect you." "Am I really that amusing?" Giri gazed down at the little girl in his arms. "Arya, are you not afraid of me?" Arya, puzzled, responded, "Robb and Jon aren't afraid of you. Why should I be? Haven't you heard? I broke Theon's arm, and just yesterday, in front of you all." Giri paused, pinching Arya's cheek. "You're not frightened?" "Not at all. Jon said you would protect me." Arya tilted her head, questioning, "Isn't that so?" Giri smiled. "You are so delightful. Of course, I would protect you." Arya Stark was indeed his fourth favorite character from the series. During those years of watching the show, he had witnessed her grow. Well then, Arya nodded matter-of-factly, "Come play with me outside." Giri raised his left hand. "Look, my hand is injured and needs to rest in my room. You should go play. I will join you once I recover." Arya squeezed Giri's leather glove, asking, "Are you hurt too? Is this Theon's revenge?" I'll help you get back at him." She wriggled free from Giri's embrace and dashed downstairs with enthusiasm. Giri sighed and closed the door behind him, returning to his room. He wrapped the Dark Sister blades in animal hides and secured them along with his coin pouch at his waist. After the incident with Theon, he now carried these items with him, even if he might not need them. After pondering for a moment, he went downstairs to the kitchen, borrowed a wooden bucket, filled it with water, and brought it back to his room. For the time ahead, Giri intended to practice his control over magic. He removed his gloves and placed his index finger in the water. The goal was merely to create a 1 centimeter layer of ice. A thread of magic slowly seeped from his fingertip. Clink! The entire bucket of water instantly froze, leaving no trace of liquid water. With a scowl, Giri hurled the ice out the window. He hastily descended the stairs again, fetched another bucket of water, and returned. Failure was not to be feared. He would try again. After dinner, Jon returned to the room. "Luke, it's peculiar today. There are many ice chunks floating in the moat. It's summer. Where could the ice possibly come from?" Jon sat on the edge of his bed, perplexed as he looked at Giri. Giri lay weakly on the bed, his left hand trembling. Reluctant to discuss the topic, he inquired about Jon's training. "How did your practice go today?" Jon flopped onto the bed, swinging his legs. "Not long after you left at noon, Arya came by. She was quite the distraction. We hardly had time to practice. Speaking of which, that little rascal seems to despise Theon, constantly throwing small stones at him." Giri interrupted. "Wait, Luke. Those ice chunks below, they weren't from your magic practice, were they?" Jon suddenly realized and exclaimed. Giri rolled his eyes, weakly replying, "Keep your voice down. Didn't I ask you to keep it a secret?" Jon lowered his voice. "Luke, no one else found out, right?" Giri glanced at the unclosed door, retorting, "What good does whispering do? You should close the door first." "Oh, right." Jon rushed to the door, tugging at the edge. Crack. He stared blankly at the half-broken wooden plank in his hand. "Luke, it seems the door is broken." The door had relied on 2 iron bars to maintain its structure. And now that the upper bar was gone, the wood, long weathered by time, had succumbed to Jon's pull. Giri suppressed a laugh, responding with mock seriousness, "I saw that. We can have it fixed tomorrow." Embarrassed, John returned to the bed, suggesting, "Let us talk about something else." "Sleep. I'm too exhausted." Gyuri felt mentally drained. His head throbbing and fatigue weighed down his eyelids. All right. Time passed quietly, and a month slipped away. During this period, Gyuri practiced archery every morning and magic control every afternoon. Though he made some progress, much effort was still required. Occasionally, he would stroll through Winterfell with Rob, John, and others, enjoying a pleasant life. Sansa, as ever, kept her distance, avoiding any interaction with him. Only young Arya would come by occasionally to chat and fish together. Today marked the day of Master Larry's departure from Winterfell. Gyuri, John, Rob, and Theon arrived early at the southern gate to bid farewell to Master Larry. "Children, each of you possesses considerable talent. Your future accomplishments will surely surpass mine. Should the opportunity arise, do come to Castle Black to visit me. Now, no more farewells." Larry mounted his horse, waving goodbye to Gyuri and the others before riding away. "Goodbye, Master." The children watched Larry depart before returning to the training grounds. After a month of practicing archery, they had not trained in swordsmanship during that time. To shake off the rust, Rob and Theon picked up wooden swords and began sparring. Gyuri had no understanding of swordplay, and John could only demonstrate each move one by one. In terms of single-handed swordsmanship, John was the most skilled among the four. Rob's advantage lay in his versatility. He practiced everything and was proficient in many skills. As for Theon, he had been the best archer. But with the extraordinarily talented Gyuri now present, he had to settle for second place. "Luke, come quickly, let's go fishing outside the city," Arya shouted as she bounced and waved her hands outside the training grounds. John confiscated Gyuri's wooden sword, saying, "Go on, you can practice archery outside. Which is better than wasting time here." Gyuri's face darkened. "You little brat, are you saying my sword practice is a waste of time? Hurry, Luke, come on," Arya urged. Gyuri shot John a glare, resignedly moving toward Arya. He felt a sense of gratitude toward her. Without her defense, he might have been fostered outside the city long ago. When Sansa reported him, Lady Catelyn had indeed been swayed. As the eldest son, Rob could not oppose his mother and had to seek his father's help. Yet, Eddard chose to remain neutral. He did not wish to quarrel with his wife over Gyuri. Fortunately, Arya's strong support, even resorting to hunger strikes to protect him, dissuaded Lady Catelyn from her intentions. Hence, Gyuri often indulged the little girl, hunting game for her and treating her to special meals. He would play with her, secretly teaching her archery. Initially, he only intended to repay her kindness, but little did he expect Arya to grow increasingly attached to him. Meanwhile, her relationship with her sister Sansa further deteriorated. Chapter 21. Ice Shard. After spending the entire morning fishing alongside Arya, Guli returned to his room in the afternoon. He carefully closed the door, preparing to commence his magical practice for the day. Following a month of diligent training, he had now mastered the ability to precisely freeze the desired thickness of ice. Thus, today he had planned a more intricate practice focused on magic control. In the room were 5 water-filled buckets, a stove, and a pot of boiling water. Guli approached the first bucket and murmured to himself, "Let us freeze this bucket of water into a perfect cube." He hovered his palm above the water's surface, and an icy chill enveloped the wooden bucket in an instant. Simultaneously, the water within began to detach from the confines of the bucket, slowly rising into the air. Ultimately, all the liquid coalesced in his palm, gradually solidifying into ice. Observing the oddly shaped ice sphere in his hand, Guli chuckled wryly. "It seems impossible to succeed on the first attempt. It appears I must practice diligently for a while longer." Only after successfully forming a simple cube would he dare to attempt more complex shapes, such as an ice wall, an ice spear, an ice sword, or an ice bow. He envisioned further refining these creations with magic to enhance their hardness and resilience, rendering them comparable to steel. He referred to this ability as ice shaping. It seemed the Night King possessed a similar skill, albeit with a lack of finesse. He could only refine the ice, relying on pre-prepared weapons for his army of wights. Sighing, Guli placed the ice sphere into the steaming pot to melt before moving to the second bucket. This cyclical method not only saved time but also minimized the risk of exposure. As Guli was about to begin his second practice, a black raven alighted on the windowsill. Ravens, being common birds, were mostly wild, though some had been domesticated by humans to serve as messengers. Larger and sturdier than pigeons, they could fly greater distances. However, domesticated ravens bore leg bands, while this particular one did not, indicating it was wild. It was rare for a wild raven to be solitary or approach human fortresses. Could it be another manifestation of the old gods? Since awakening to the power of crystallization, Guli had not been troubled by divine beings. Yet, he understood that those avaricious deities would not relent easily. Drawing the beast's skin from his sword at his waist, he unsheathed the Dark Sister and cautiously approached the raven. The raven, sensing Guli's intentions, spoke, "Luke, I have flown for many days to reach you, and you intend to kill me?" Ice Shard. Recognizing the voice, Guli felt a rush of familiarity. After 12 years of close companionship, he could identify each voice of the children of the forest. The raven hopped into the room, settling on the table to groom its feathers. I am utterly exhausted. It is a challenge to see you. Ghoulie sheathed the dark sister, his face alight with surprise as he sat at the table. You are a shapeshifter? Did you not know? A month ago, I even escorted you to the wall. The raven replied, its tone slightly irked. Ghoulie had lived alongside their true forms and had never witnessed them utilize their shape-shifting abilities. Was that deer that took me and Aunt Yi to the wall you? But that deer was a stag, wasn't he it? The raven rolled its eyes. Can a stag not be possessed? Enough of that. I have little time. I came at least behest to check on your well-being. It scrutinized Ghoulie. Your face has grown rounder. Life must be treating you well. Wait. What happened to your left hand? Ghoulie paused, glancing at his gloved left hand, and offered a vague explanation. I accidentally burned it and left a scar. So I wear a glove to cover it. Due to Arya's penchant for sudden surprises, he usually practiced magic while wearing gloves. Thankfully, this precaution prevented Ishard from discovering his white arm, which could have dire consequences. You got injured within a month? Humans are truly frightening. The raven exclaimed angrily as it rose to its feet. Who harmed you? I shall confront them. A warm feeling surged within Ghoulie. It was my own clumsiness. I accidentally touched hot water. It's not anyone else's fault. The raven looked at the pot of boiling water in Ghoulie's room. What are you boiling water for? Do the humans of Winterfell not provide you with water? Having lived with Ghoulie, Ishard understood humans were fragile. If they continuously consumed water mixed with ice, they would fall ill. Thus, during their time beyond the wall, they often prepared hot water for him. No, I'm just preparing some things. Ghoulie struggled to explain, momentarily at a loss for words. As the saying goes, one line necessitates 1,000 more to cover it. The raven hopped onto Ghoulie's shoulder. Luke, something is amiss. Ghoulie's tone turned stiff. I'm perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong. The raven tilted its head. There are traces of magic in this room. Yet Winterfell has no wizards. This is quite peculiar. Ghoulie found himself unable to respond, opting for silence. Could it be that you have awakened the talent of a shapeshifter? The raven pondered aloud, hastening him. You must go to sleep so I can ascertain whether it is true. Ghoulie speculated. It's broad daylight. How could I possibly sleep? Perhaps another time. The raven seemed unconcerned. Very well. After all, my next task is to stay with you. What? What task involves staying with me? Ghoulie was taken aback. The raven elucidated. Approximately a month ago, the seer suddenly lost sight of you. Thus, he instructed me to abandon my surveillance in the north and come south to find you. The three-eyed raven's green sight could no longer perceive Ghoulie. Such a formidable ability from the Game of Thrones universe had ceased to function. The capacity to monitor every corner of Westeros, even replaying missed events, had been rendered ineffective by his crystallization. The raven settled on Ghoulie's shoulder. Indeed, so I shall remain by your side. With this raven as a marker, I want need to fly around again. A wave of joy washed over Ghoulie. Despite Ishard's somewhat childish demeanor, she was an ancient sorceress with millennia of experience, far surpassing Ghoulie's magical prowess. He was elated to have a magical mentor at no cost. Then, Ishard, shall I prepare a nest for you? Or would you prefer to sleep directly in my bed? The raven shook its head. You need to prepare a cage to confine me. Once my consciousness departs, this raven will awaken its own awareness. Ghoulie overlooked the crucial point. Ishard's true form also required care. If she did not return for an extended period, her true form might very well starve. Hence, Ishard would not be present with Ghoulie 24 hours a day. She still maintained her personal space. You must go now and fetch a cage. I have been flying for days and have not returned to my true form in 7 or 8 days. The raven leaped from Ghoulie's shoulder back onto the table. He complied, descending to the bachelor's tower located on the western side of Winterfell. Here resided Maester Luwin, a venerable elder of great repute. He hailed from the citadel, serving multiple roles as a physician, teacher, spreading cultural knowledge, and accountant, statistical analysis of the town's data. Such a scholar was a staple in nearly every castle. However, Ghoulie was not seeking Maester Luwin's counsel. He merely intended to ascend the tower. The scholar's quarters occupied only the first floor of the tower, while the second floor housed the raven's nest. This was where Winterfell kept its ravens, ensuring an ample supply of cages. So Ghoulie came to borrow one. I shall only borrow it for a few days. Once my custom cage is completed, I will return it to you. Had it been a month prior, Ghoulie would not have possessed the audacity to make such a request. However, times have changed. Both servants and soldiers are well aware of the close relationship between Ghoulie and the young wolf lord, Robb, as well as his undeniable bond with Arya. There are even whispers suggesting that the Stark sisters have been in a cold war for a month due to him. In any case, Ghoulie now commands considerable respect, and no one dares to cast him a disdainful glance. Having borrowed a small, square cage, Ghoulie returned to his room. Upon entering, he spotted a young figure chasing a raven. Goodness! Luke, quickly, get her out of here. The raven, perched high above, was reluctant to descend. Arya turned back with excitement, exclaiming, "Luke, is that your raven? Please give it to me." Ghoulie placed the birdcage down and approached Arya with a serious expression. "Arya, its name is Icewing, and it is my friend. You cannot treat it this way. Wow, it even has a name," Arya exclaimed, her excitement growing. "Luke, the other ravens in Winterfell only say a few fixed phrases, but Icewing is different. It can say so much. I love it, I want it. Arya, Icewing is my friend, and I cannot give it to you." Ghoulie gently patted Arya's head and comforted her. "But you can come and visit it often, all right? All right. Then I will come every day?" Arya's eyes sparkled as she continued, "If it lays eggs in the future, I want to reserve a chick. It's so clever. Its offspring must be smart too." Before Ghoulie could respond, the raven interjected, "Don't be foolish. I am a male raven, and I cannot lay eggs." Without missing a beat, Arya replied, "Then I will borrow a female raven from the rookery. Once you mate, you can lay eggs." "What absurdity. You're only 3 years old," the raven exclaimed in exasperation. "Luke, take the cage back. I want to go home." Ghoulie placed the cage on the table and opened the door. The raven flew inside, casting a wary glance at Arya, before addressing Ghoulie, "Take care of this raven. Do not let it die. Otherwise, I will have to find another one and make another trip." With that, the raven suddenly collapsed, lying motionless in the cage. Arya tiptoed over, peeking around the table. "Look. Is it dead?" Ghoulie observed the raven's gently rising and falling chest and replied, "No, it is merely asleep. After flying for 7 days without rest. Even a raven cannot endure. It sleeps so quickly. I will wait for it to wake up before I come back to play with you." Arya was in and out in a flash, disappearing without a trace. Did she leave so easily? That is not like her at all. Ghoulie rubbed his nose, sensing that Arya must have gone to the rookery to borrow a female raven. Chapter 22. Dreams in the Dead of Night. Ghoulie was roused from his slumber by an unexpected disturbance. A raven perched upon his face. A raven? How did it escape from its cage? Without pausing to ponder, Ghoulie swiftly captured it. "Be gentle. You're hurting me." The raven suddenly spoke in human tongue. "Bingling, why are you here again?" Ghoulie whispered, careful not to awaken Xue Nua, who rested nearby. He released his grip, and the raven settled beside him on the pillow. "I told you I would observe whether your magical essence overflows while you sleep," the raven remarked, preening the ruffled feathers. Ghoulie recalled that it had indeed mentioned this before. "But must you come so urgently tonight?" he inquired. "Your magical essence is undeniably overflowing as you sleep. I have never encountered such a potent energy." "Luke, you may be a prodigy," the raven asserted. The notion that his own slumber could emanate magical essence. Was this good news? Before Ghoulie could respond, the raven continued, "Luke, I believe you should embark on your journey back at once. With the guidance of a seer, you will learn to harness your innate gifts. Return to see the three-eyed raven? No, no, no. If he sees my otherworldly arm, wouldn't he immediately condemn me?" Ghoulie hastily rejected the idea. "Bingling, I've only just traveled south for a month, and there are still many places I have yet to explore. Besides, don't you wish to accompany me on this journey? To witness the magnificent landscapes of the Seven Kingdoms?" The raven paused in contemplation before nodding. "You make a valid point. We can return later." "Exactly. With you by my side to guide me, I can make swift progress," Ghoulie flattered, continuing to entice. "And you must not reveal my talents, or the teacher will surely summon us back." Bing Ling, of course, was aware of this. She was no fool. "However, your magical essence is so formidable that I cannot even enter your dreams. How can I teach you shape-shifting possession?" the raven lamented. "Moreover, I do not possess green vision and cannot instruct you in that either." Even now, it believed Ghoulie had awakened the bloodline of the ancients, granting him the potential to become a shapeshifter or even a green seer. Ghoulie whispered, "Let us set aside green vision for now and focus on discussing shape-shifting possession." He was quite covetous of this ability. If he could truly master it, it would become a formidable weapon. As it was Bing Ling's first experience as a teacher, she felt a twinge of nervousness. The process of possessing another being typically involves 2 steps. The first step is the separation of consciousness, which is an ability that appears at the onset of awakening and later requires refinement. The second step is the actual possession of another being. Under the guidance of an experienced shapeshifter, a novice can learn swiftly. "But Luke, you are peculiar. Despite your overwhelming magical essence, there are no signs of consciousness separation." Ghoulie tentatively proposed, "What if you guide my consciousness to separate?" The raven was taken aback. "How could I do that?" Ghoulie made a bold suggestion. "Didn't you say you wished to enter my dreams? What if we reversed it? You could bring me into your dream, allowing my consciousness to separate." The raven was astonished. "How did I not think of that?" It settled beside him, extending its slender leg. "Grip my leg and then fall asleep." Ghoulie eagerly grasped the bird's leg and slowly closed his eyes. The surroundings fell silent as he gradually drifted into slumber. Within the dream, Ghoulie encountered the true visage of Bing Ling for the first time, a child of the forest, adorned with green skin and golden eyes. Did it work? Am I in your dream? He inquired. Bing Ling sensed the situation and shook her head in disappointment. It failed. Your consciousness did not separate. You are here in my dreams solely due to the physical connection we share. Gu Li remained undeterred, knowing well the wisdom of not overreaching. Much like swordsmanship, he could learn what he could and dismiss what he could not, allowing him to dedicate more time to his strengths. Bing Ling sighed. Perhaps we shall try again another time. In a few days, you may achieve separation on your own. She glanced at the emptiness of the dreamscape and smiled. Since you've come, I cannot let your visit be in vain. Allow me to show you a fragment of my memories. The dream's environment shifted dramatically from a tranquil glacial forest to the front lines of a battlefield. The opposing forces comprised the Night King and his scattered army of whites, along with the forest children and wildlings. No, those were the ancient ancestors. Was this the Battle of Dawn over 8,000 years ago? 8 millennia prior, a bitter cold engulfed the entire continent of Westeros. Winter persisted for decades, casting the world into darkness, known as the Long Night. The whites emerged from the shadows, rapidly multiplying and slaughtering all living beings. The ancestors were powerless to resist, and humanity was on the brink of extinction. In this dire moment, a hero arose. His name was Azor Ahai, the founder of the Night's Watch. With the aid of the forest children, he forged weapons from dragon glass to wage a final battle against the whites. Azor Ahai, at the cost of his wife's life, crafted a blazing sword known as Lightbringer, earning him the title of the Savior. This war was famed, and Gu Li had heard the three-eyed raven mention it. Yet, due to its ancient nature, he had perceived it more as a myth than fact. To his astonishment, Bing Ling had been a witness, and even now, she could display it for him to see. In the darkness, Azor Ahai, wielding his fiery sword, shone like a beacon of hope for humanity. Under his command, those armed with dragon glass weapons fought alongside the forest children, initiating a counteroffensive against the whites. The battle raged fiercely, with the sounds of clashing steel echoing throughout the darkness. Gu Li stood transfixed, not only witnessing this spectacle firsthand, but also tasting the pungent scent of blood and decay. How incredibly vivid. Then, a truly miraculous scene unfolded. A skinned ancestor spotted Gu Li, and seeing him unarmed, began to mutter in an unintelligible tongue. Gu Li was dumbfounded. He recognized the ancestor was speaking an ancient language, yet he could not comprehend it. No, this was not merely a matter of understanding ancient speech. How could this ancestor see him? Noticing Gu Li's perplexity, the ancestor's tone grew urgent. He thrust his dragon glass short sword into Gu Li's hand and picked up a fallen companion's weapon from the ground. Gu Li stared blankly at the dragon glass short sword and, overwhelmed by the push from the ancestors, was compelled to charge forward. As for the dream's creator, Bing Ling, she had long vanished. While Gu Li remained bewildered, a white with only half a face lunged towards him. Instinctively, he raised the dragon glass short sword and thrust it forward. Dragon glass, akin to Valyrian steel, contained magic. When plunged into a white's body, it would erase the magic imposed by the whites, reverting them back to lifeless corpses. Should it strike a white, it would immediately destabilize the magical essence within, causing it to shatter into ice shards. Gu Li withdrew the dragon glass short sword, watching as the white transformed back into a corpse, collapsing slowly to the ground. He looked around, witnessing countless whites rushing towards him like a swarm of locusts. Moreover, in the rear ranks of the whites, dozens of paired blue lights flickered. Those were the eyes of the whites, riding on their dead horses. Azor Ahai raised Lightbringer high and unleashed a thunderous roar. The remaining ancestors echoed his battle cry, launching a final charge against the whites. Gu Li felt resigned. Since resistance was futile, he resolved to relish the dream. He fixed his gaze on the blue light beyond the ranks of the whites and grinned. Old knight, if I cannot vanquish you in reality, must you deny me the pleasure in my dreams? Let us slay. He sprinted forth with remarkable speed, even surpassing the leading Azor Ahai. Under the astonished watch of the ancestors, Gu Li plunged into the heart of the white army, wielding his weapon like a master chef slicing through vegetables. What a valiant warrior. Which tribe does he hail from? Azor Ahai could not contain his curiosity and inquired of those nearby, but they all shook their heads in uncertainty. I do not recognize him. That dwarf appears to have come with the children of the forest. He did not press further but shouted, stay close to this brave warrior. We shall charge forth. The morale of the ancestors soared, and this heightened spirit also permeated the ranks of the children of the forest. At this moment, the children of the forest were at their zenith, possessing thousands of shapeshifters and a dozen green seers. They were not adept in close combat but excelled in offering intelligence or launching incendiary projectiles to support the ancestors. Gu Li moved through the whites as if traversing an unguarded realm. The undead could not impede him, often finding themselves hurled away before they could even react. He dashed through their defenses, swiftly reaching the front lines of the White Walkers. Night King, come forth. Gu seemed imbued with divine vigor, leaping high to raise his dragon glass short sword against the nearest of the whites. Thud. A mass of bird droppings landed on his forehead, rousing him from his reverie. Awake? The raven remarked emotionlessly as it hopped off his face. Gu wiped the excrement from his brow and flung it to the floor. Why did you wake me? I was at a crucial moment in my dream. The dawn light had begun to creep in, and he estimated he had slept for a few hours. The raven replied with irritation, I was about to ask you the same. Why did you use your magic to disrupt my dream? I had just crafted a splendid dreamscape for you, and you forced me out. Humph, I am quite displeased. The alteration of the dream, was it not caused by ice crystal? Could it be the power of the crystal? Gu, wiping the remaining droppings from his hands onto the raven, said, I do not know what happened. The dream simply changed suddenly. Oh, my beautiful black feathers. I shall kill you. The raven, enraged, flew to Guli's head and began to flap its wings against his face. The escalating commotion roused the slumbering Jon Snow. With bleary eyes, he looked over and exclaimed, Luke, why is your raven out of its cage? With an outsider present, the raven refrained from displaying too much human-like behavior. It huffed disdainfully, returned to its cage, and expertly shut the door behind itself. Jon Snow, somewhat bewildered, remarked, Luke, did your raven just sneer? Chapter 23. In the depths of dreams after finishing breakfast, Giri and Jon Snow parted ways. Jon, accompanied by Robb and Theon, made his way to the training grounds to learn swordsmanship from Ser Kaiser. Giri, on the other hand, ventured outside the city alone to practice archery. The weather that day was rather dismal, with heavy clouds looming since morning. The strong winds posed a significant challenge to Giri's practice. The arrows he shot veered off course before they could travel far. After several unsuccessful attempts, he ultimately decided to abandon his practice for the day. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked across the dark clouds, followed by a resounding clap of thunder echoing through the sky. It appeared that a torrential downpour was imminent. Giri hastily gathered his belongings, securing his quiver and wooden bow, and hurried back to Winterfell. As the rain arrived as predicted, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, it began to cleanse the ancient castle. Inside, Giri, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, had just changed his clothes when Jon returned. Having sparred with Robb in the rain, Jon was in a worse state. His clothes were completely soaked, and his boots filled with water, squelching with every step. Jon, the rain is relentless. I'm freezing. After closing the door, Jon, feeling at home, stripped down and rummaged through the wardrobe for a dry outfit. I'm so cold, Giri. I'm heading to bed. Giri skillfully lit the fireplace. Warm yourself by the fire first. You wouldn't want to catch a cold. Jon trembled as he approached the fire, extending his hands to warm them. Giri, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Aren't you practicing magic today? It's fine. A day without practice set me back too much. Giri had other concerns on his mind, and his lack of focus would undoubtedly diminish the effectiveness of his training. The two sat by the fireplace, engaged in idle conversation for several hours before finally descending to dine. At the dinner table, Arya peered out at the torrential rain and said to Catelyn, Mother, I want to sleep with you tonight. Catelyn and Eddard exchanged surprised glances. Arya, you're no longer a little baby. You must learn to sleep alone. But the thunder is so loud, Arya protested, her brow furrowing. Catelyn gently patted her head. You can sleep with Sansa tonight. Both parents had heard about the conflict between their daughters, but they considered such disputes among children to be normal, believing it would resolve itself in time. Arya shook her head defiantly. No, I don't want to sleep with Sansa. Sansa, slightly amused yet taken aback, remarked, You've only just arrived. And you already favor him? Sensing the tension, Robb quickly shot a glance at Giri and Jon. Jon understood the cue and discreetly led the bewildered Giri away from the table and back to their room. Once upstairs, Robb addressed Sansa. This is a matter between you and Arya. Don't involve others. Sansa, feeling wronged, blinked back tears, her voice trembling. Robb, you're my brother. Arya is my sister. Why are you siding with an outsider? Robb calmly replied. Giri isn't an outsider. Although he doesn't bear the Stark name, he is part of the Stark family. Exactly. I like Giri more than you. Arya shouted. Sansa's sobs grew louder, causing Eddard and Catelyn considerable distress. Eddard raised his hand. Enough? Both of you be quiet. Giri's status is uncertain. Keep your distance from him and don't get too close. Seeing their father defend her, Sansa's cries gradually subsided. Arya, dissatisfied, put down her fork. I'm full. I'm going upstairs. Without looking back, she hurried up the stairs. Robb, this is your fault. As the eldest brother, it's your responsibility to look after your sisters. Eddard stood, lowering his voice in admonishment. They are your sisters, not your enemies. The 7-year-old Robb flushed. Father. Sansa started it. You know Giri is strong, but he has never harmed anyone. Where's the danger in that? Why must we push him away? Eddard exchanged a meaningful glance with Catelyn. Did I ever say to send him away? This is all your own speculation. Because of these trivial assumptions, You're deliberately alienating your sister? Rob, realizing his father's hidden intentions behind his seemingly harsh words, understood that Eddard was actually supporting them. He quickly admitted his fault. I haven't treated Sansa well. I will make it up to her. Turning to Sansa, he smiled. Don't cry. Giri has a very talkative raven you'll surely like. A raven? Who would want that dark, ugly bird? 5-year-old Sansa pouted. I don't like ravens. I want a different pet. All right, what do you want? We'll go get it for you. Rob replied with a sigh of relief and a smile. Caitlyn's expression remained neutral, but her disdain deepened. As night fell, the relentless rain outside showed no signs of abating, its cacophonous sound possessing a strangely soothing quality. Giri lay in bed, reminiscing about the sensation of entering a dream last night, gradually drifting off to sleep. Hey, Giri, are you joining the game? Get lost, you slacker. In a university dormitory, a group of young men, bare-chested, were loudly typing on their keyboards. Giri floated nearby, observing his younger self and his former roommates. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. How remarkable it was that dreams could be so manipulable. He gazed intently at the computer screen displaying a game he once adored. However, after graduating and entering the workforce, he found little time to indulge in such pleasures. How I miss those days. Giri waved his hand, and time in the dormitory sped by rapidly. Within mere seconds, months slipped away. Finally, he pinpointed the right moment, and the flow of time resumed its normal pace. It was on this day that a friend introduced him to Game of Thrones. Hey, Giri, have you seen Game of Thrones? A TV show? Not really my thing. Give it a try. It's quite good. I'm not interested. The female lead shows some skin enough with the chit-chat. Just send me the link. As the familiar opening theme played, Giri fixated on the computer screen. His intent in reliving these memories was not merely to admire the female form. He aimed to revisit the forgotten plots to prepare for the future. Unfortunately, he had only watched the first 6 seasons. By the time the last 2 seasons aired, he was already working. Initially, he lacked the time to watch. And later he heard that the finale was disappointing, which further diminished his interest in catching up. As Giri immersed himself in the dream and watched Game of Thrones, events unfolded in the real-world. Knock, knock, knock. Jon Snow awoke to the sound of knocking. Glancing at the slumbering Giri, he rose to answer the door. Outside stood Arya, clutching a pillow with a pitiful expression. Jon, where's Giri? Giri is already asleep, and Arya, it's quite late. Jon crouched down to ask. Why aren't you in bed? Holding her pillow, Arya entered the room. The thunder is too loud. I can't sleep. She quickly scanned the room, pinpointing Giri's bed, and decisively climbed in, snuggling under his blanket. Jon chuckled softly, stifling a yawn. Then sleep well, but don't disturb us. Okay, I want tea. Arya, obedient and gentle, nestled beside Gully, waving at Jon Snow. Good night, Jon Snow. Good night. Jon closed the door and returned to bed. Gully deliberately increased the playback speed, taking 3 hours to finally finish the first season. Remarkably, he had overlooked so many details. He decided to meticulously jot down his observations. After noting a few key points, he prepared to leap through time once more to watch the second season. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated, and the entire dreamscape began to tremble, akin to an earthquake. What was happening? This occurrence had transpired before. During his time beyond the wall, when the three-eyed raven had invaded his dreams to impart knowledge. On one occasion, when Aunt Leaf awakened him, the same phenomenon had manifested. Could it be that someone had moved his bed? Was it Jon Snow? Or perhaps that raven? Sensing disturbances in the outside world, Gully resolved to extricate himself from the dream and return to reality. Look, where are we? A voice echoed, unmistakably Arya's. How could she be in his dream? Gully stiffly lowered his gaze and discovered the adorable Arya clutching his clothing, gazing around in astonishment. Look, why do these people's clothes look so strange? And why can I see my parents when that little box opens? Had Arya caught sight of the laptop displaying Game of Thrones? Gully forcefully shut off his memories, and the scenery around them abruptly shifted to a grassy expanse outside Winterfell. He swallowed hard and asked, Arya, is that truly you? He was uncertain how to discern whether this Arya was the genuine article or merely a figment of his imagination. It's me. Hee. Luke, you still haven't answered my question about that little box. Arya flitted about like a curious child, eventually returning to Gully's side. Pressing him for answers regarding the laptop, Gully devised a simple method to ascertain Arya's authenticity. He gathered a sphere of magical energy with his left hand, fully commanding the dreamscape, and stated, Arya, I want you to slap yourself. Now that the entire dream was under his control, if this Arya was part of the dream, she would surely be affected. Arya, however, delivered a punch to Gully instead, indignantly exclaiming, No, I want to hit myself. I want to hit you. Gully was taken aback. She was unaffected? Are you truly Arya? How did you enter here? Arya did not respond, her face alight with curiosity as she floated closer to Gully's hand, poking at the sphere of magical energy. Look, what is this? Don't touch that. Gully urgently dispersed the magic, but it was too late. Under attack from the external world, the energy sphere retaliated instantly. With a resounding explosion, torrents of energy erupted, and the entire dreamscape shattered like glass. Gully watched helplessly as the unconscious Arya plummeted into the abyss of darkness, and with a determined resolve, he followed her into the depths of the dream. Chapter 24. Dream building. After a night of heavy rain, the sky gradually cleared. The inhabitants of Winterfell commenced their daily routines. Yet the absence of Gu Li and Arya was keenly felt. Initially, their absence went unnoticed, as the two frequently ventured outside the city, making their absence during the day quite ordinary. However, as night descended, and they still had not returned, panic ensued among the Eddard couple, who promptly dispatched searchers. I have inquired with the guards at all 4 gates. No one has seen Arya leave the city, Robb reported, approaching Eddard. As for Gu Li, he often appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Who could say where he had gone? Moreover, who really cared? The concern of everyone in Winterfell was solely directed at Arya, rendering Gu Li's disappearance insignificant. Eddard, while attempting to soothe Catelyn, addressed Robb. She hasn't left the city? Then she may still be within its walls. Poole, mobilize everyone to scour the castle. We must leave no corner unchecked until we find Arya. Yes, my lord, replied Poole, the steward, hastily departing. Catelyn paced anxiously. Ned, where could Arya have gone? Where do you think she might be? Eddard embraced her, reassuringly stating, do not worry, we will find her. The children, too, shared their worries for Arya, though Jon Snow's demeanor was oddly peculiar. He quietly pulled Robb aside. Robb, I need to discuss something with you. Jon Snow, you should be helping us find Arya, not worrying about your own matters. Robb whispered sternly. She is your sister too. Jon replied softly. This concerns Arya. Come with me to my room. Robb's eyes widened in surprise. You know where Arya is? Why not just tell me? Hush, keep your voice down. Do not draw attention. Jon replied mysteriously. Just come with me. The two boys hurried into the main keep, ascending the stairs to Jon's room. Just before opening the door, Jon suddenly declared, Robb, actually, Luke is a sorcerer. Jon, at such a time, do you think I am in the mood for jokes? Robb retorted, his eyes reddening with frustration. Jon slowly opened the door. It is true. Look for yourself. Robb complied, and in the southwest corner of the room, he beheld a large white oval object, approximately 1 meter tall and 2 meters wide. It resembled a colossal ice egg lying horizontally, emanating an intense chill that enveloped the entire room in a frigid atmosphere. Robb was left speechless. Jon, it did not snow last night, did it? Where did this massive block of ice come from? And wasn't Luke's bed positioned there? Where is it? Where's Luke? I have not seen him all day. Jon looked back to ensure no one was following. You and I need to go in and shut the door before we talk. As Robb approached, he noticed that the large ice egg had 4 bed legs protruding from beneath it. In other words, the bed was encased inside the egg. Jon closed the door and began to explain. It all started with Gu Li practicing ice magic, culminating in Arya's late-night arrival last night. When I awoke this morning, it had transformed into this. Robb, incredulous, questioned, you mean they are both trapped inside this enormous block of ice? Jon was uncertain. That is likely. Robb, no longer willing to remain passive, lifted a nearby wooden chair and struck the ice egg forcefully. Crash! The ice egg remained unscathed while the chair splintered into pieces. As he reached for a second chair, Jon quickly intervened. What are you doing? What does it look like? I am trying to rescue them. They have been frozen for a day and a night. Will they even survive? Robb thought Jon was being foolish. He shoved Jon aside and struck the ice egg once more. Crash! The ice egg remained as firm as ever. Robb dropped the shattered wood. I will notify father and have him find a way to save Arya and Luke. No, you cannot go. I promised Luke I would not let anyone know he is a sorcerer. Jon seized Robb's arm, preventing him from leaving. Outside, the search for the castle was ongoing. It was only a matter of time before they found this place. Were it not for the fear of Gu Li's sorceress identity being exposed, Jon would never have sought Robb's assistance. As for the potential danger to the two within the ice egg, Jon recalled Gu Li's previous caution. Jon, I practice ice magic. If you ever see strange ice creations, do not worry, for ice cannot harm me. Robb was oblivious to this. He narrowed his eyes and questioned, Jon, do you wish for them to perish? Jon hesitated, equally concerned for Gu Li and Arya's safety. After all, despite Gu Li's assurances, the current situation was decidedly abnormal. Robb shook off Jon's grip. I will fetch father and borrow the frostblade. It surely can shatter this egg. The Valyrian steel sword? Stop searching. That sword will not break this egg. A feminine voice interjected suddenly, interrupting their argument. Robb scanned the room, finding no sign of a third person. He demanded loudly, who spoke? At that moment, a raven in a cage expertly unfastened the latch, flinging the door open. It flew to the wooden table, casting a disdainful glance at both boys. This egg is laden with magical elements. Even if you manage to carve a hole in it, it will instantly restore itself. Rob had heard from Arya about Gu Li's remarkable raven that could articulate a great many phrases. Ravens were known to mimic sounds, so it was not unusual for one to speak a few words. Yet, this bird's fluency and intellect surpassed that of an ordinary raven. Little girl outside the door. Stop eavesdropping and come in, the raven commanded. John hurriedly opened the door, colliding with a sheepish Sansa. Once Sansa entered, John closed the door again. This time, he chose to remain by the door, listening to the sounds outside while participating in the discussion to ensure no one else was listening. The raven first reassured them. Do not worry, they are safe. This ice is of Luke's making and poses no threat to them. Sansa, attentive to detail, inquired further. Even if they are not in danger from the cold, they will still be hungry, right? The raven surveyed the three young humans in the room, explaining with a hint of exasperation, not at all. They are currently in a state of hibernation. It would not be an issue for them to go a month without food, let alone a single day. Moreover, being enveloped in such potent magical energy, how could they possibly starve? Rob, eager for answers, asked, then when will they be able to emerge? The raven rolled its eyes. How should I know? Now it is my turn to ask you. What transpired that led to Luke becoming this egg? John recounted the events once more. After listening, the raven perched atop the egg, remaining quiet for some time. Eventually, it shook its head. This will not do. My consciousness cannot penetrate. We will have to wait. Sansa approached Rob, asking, Rob, will you help to keep this a secret? Rob sighed, keep it hidden? How long can we manage that? We won't last until tonight. Once Mother learns of this, Luke will surely be cast away. Sansa bit her lip. Rob, the reason I wish for Luke to leave is because Theon mentioned something to me. Theon? Both Rob and John's expressions darkened. What did he say? Sansa replied. He claimed that Luke might be Uncle's child. Should his identity be confirmed, the surname will revert to Stark, and he will contest you for father's title. Rob's face darkened, dismissing the falsehoods with a stern expression. Do not listen to his nonsense. There is no truth to it. Luke, like Jon Snow, was an illegitimate child, unworthy of inheriting the Duke's title. At the doorway, Jon Snow's expression dulled upon hearing these words. His heart ached profoundly, yet he could not reveal his turmoil. Suddenly, crack! A fissure appeared in the ice egg. As the raven spread its wings and soared from the egg, it cried out, they are about to emerge. Stand back, lest you be harmed by the ice. In the enveloping darkness, Gu Li searched for Arya for an extended period, yet she remained elusive, floating in the void. He murmured to himself, the dream has shattered, and the entire realm of consciousness is devoid of dreams. Where could she have gone? Why can I not find her? He could distinctly sense that Arya lingered within his consciousness, yet she remained hidden from him. Perhaps, if I were to recreate a dream, I might uncover her whereabouts. With determination, Gu Li set to work, envisioning a dream vast enough to potentially reach Arya. He summoned his magical energy and began to weave a new realm of dreams. Suddenly, Winterfell materialized before him, with characters reenacting the first episode of Game of Thrones. No, this is not right. My mind is consumed by Game of Thrones. I must think of something else. Gu Li had no intention of revealing Arya's future. The narrative must remain within his control as a traveler from another time. He waved his hand, dissipating the Winterfell dream, and endeavored to shape a new one. Think of something else, something else. A blinding light erupted from his left eye, illuminating the entire realm of consciousness. After the brilliance subsided, a new dream was born. Shashizi, hurry up. The sun is setting, and we must return to the Forbidden City before the palace gates close. Gu Li stared blankly at the objects he held, then glanced down at his attire. At some point, his clothing had transformed into a pale blue ancient robe. His left hand had returned to its human form, a normal arm once more. Move quickly. Why are you just standing there? An elderly eunuch clad in a crimson robe stood before him, urging him anxiously. Gu Li scrutinized him from head to toe. A eunuch? Judging by his attire and hat, he must belong to the Ming dynasty. Wait, could it be that I am also? His face paled as he loosened his grip, discarding the items in his hands, then removed his hat for a closer inspection. Alas, this appeared to be a eunuch's hat from the Ming dynasty as well. The elderly eunuch was incensed. How dare you throw things? You dare to rebel? With that, he turned to return, intending to slap Gu Li in his fury. Yet Gu Li, undeterred, slowly reached down, grasping nothing. In a flash of rage, he kicked the elderly eunuch, bellowing, "Where is my brother? What have you done with him?" Chapter 25. A sudden inspiration, alas. You little rascal, have you lost your mind? You dare strike your godfather? The old eunuch cursed as he collapsed to the ground. Gu Li paid him no heed, instead gazing into the distance at the Forbidden City, murmuring to himself, is that the Forbidden City? This must be the capital of the Ming dynasty. This dreamscape was of his own creation, undoubtedly a fragment of his memories. Yet, he had never set foot in the capital during the Ming dynasty, so this place must be drawn from some film or television work he had seen. The old eunuch, grumbling as he rose, exclaimed, "Today, I shall surely peel your skin off." His noise was unbearable. Suddenly, Guli's left eye transformed into a vibrant green. He raised both hands, intending to reshape the dream. Altering a dream was typically a simple task for him, one he had accomplished numerous times with ease. However, this time, it proved exceptionally arduous. The reason lay in the sheer magnitude of the dream. How vast was it? The previous dream landscapes had encompassed only a plain or a castle's small landmarks. This time, he was not merely shaping a capital city, but the entirety of the Ming dynasty. To modify the dream, 2 steps were necessary. First, he had to stabilize the dream using his magical power to prevent it from collapsing during the alteration. Only then could he proceed with the modifications. The territory of the Ming dynasty was substantial, comparable in size to the entire continent of Westeros. As a conduit for channeling magical energy, Guli was currently under immense strain. After an indeterminate time, he finally accomplished the modifications he desired. Yet, the agonizing pain in his body rendered him incapable of standing, forcing him to weakly collapse onto the ground. "Oh dear, Godfather, why are you sitting on the ground?" The old eunuch, with a sycophantic expression, rushed over to assist Guli. Guli cast a glance at him and replied, "Yes, my good child." The first modification he had made was to switch their identities. Now he was the godfather of this old eunuch. Take that for your earlier transgressions. Of course, he did not forget the primary matter at hand. His second modification involved locating Arya within the dreamscape and teleporting her to a specific location in the capital. "My child, you should return to the palace now. I wish to explore alone for a while," Guli stated earnestly, with his hands clasped behind his back. The old eunuch dared not counter, bowing repeatedly. "Yes, Godfather." Guli waved his hand and departed first. As he walked along the streets, a nagging feeling arose within him. It seemed he had forgotten something. He had neglected to transform his brother back. Oh well, it was merely a dream. As dusk fell, the palace gates were soon to close. The old eunuch, fearing delay, hastily gathered his goods and headed toward the palace. In the capital of the Ming dynasty, there was a curfew. Once night fell, no one was allowed on the streets. Only certain professions, such as night watchmen and the jinui, along with those from the Eastern Depot, were permitted to roam at night. Guli, being new to this realm, was oblivious to such customs. He merely borrowed the power of the crystal to simulate the dreamscape. Much of the intricacies were calculated independently by the crystal, in which he had played no active role. Thus, even as the dream's master, he could not comprehend everything within it. As he admired the ancient city's scenery, he made his way toward Arya's location. Observing the dwindling number of pedestrians, he pondered, why is everyone returning home? Do the common folk of the Ming dynasty not engage in nightlife? In a small corner of the southern city, a young girl of a foreign race huddled in the shadows. She had appeared on the street just moments prior. Her peculiar attire and strange language made her an easy target for expulsion. The townsfolk had treated her as a beggar, driving her into the dark recesses of the street. "It hurts so much. I want to go home." The little girl sobbed softly, feeling cold and weary, her consciousness fading. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps reached her ears as she struggled to lift her head, inching deeper into the corner, fearful of suffering another beating. "Arya, what has happened to you?" Guli spoke in Valyrian, lifting the girl from the ground. He placed his hand on her forehead. "You're burning up. You have a fever? Do not worry, I shall heal you." Once more, Guli modified the dream, instantly erasing Arya's injuries and ailments. Arya regained her composure, gazing at Guli in bewilderment. "Who are you? Why do you speak the language of Westeros?" Guli playfully pinched her nose. "I am Luke, and this is my dream. Have you forgotten?" "Luke? You were Luke? Why have you changed? And this is your dream? What a strange dream." Arya's initial excitement turned into a sense of grievance as tears welled in her eyes. "Why did it take you so long to find me? I was nearly bullied to death." Guli cradled her with one arm while gently patting her back with the other. There, do not cry. It is all just an illusion. Let us leave this dream and return to reality." Arya raised her small fist defiantly. "No, I want to take my revenge." Guli chuckled softly, yielding to Arya's determination as they set off to confront her tormentor. Night descended swiftly, and by the time they exited the alley, the streets lay shrouded in darkness. Where have they all gone? Little Arya squinted around, failing to spot the vendor who had struck her. His stall had vanished. Had he fled? Guli laughed. "It has grown dark. He has likely returned home. Not to worry, I shall accelerate time to make him set up shop again." Just as he prepared to alter the dream once more, a squad of jinui dashed past them. The leading officer locked eyes with Guli before turning back. He scrutinized Guli for a moment and asked, "Attire of the imperial kitchen? Why have you not returned to the palace at this hour?" Guli gazed at the man's face and murmured, "Shun Lian? Is this dreamscape from the assassins?" Shun Lian furrowed his brow. "How do you know my name?" One of the jinui beside him interjected, "Sir, there is a murder case at the inn awaiting your oversight. Should we leave 2 brothers here to handle this?" "Very well. Dingen, you stay. Follow protocol. First gather inquiries, then apprehend." Shun Lian waved his hand, and the remaining Jinhui followed him away. Only Dingen remained, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Young eunuch from the imperial kitchen, speak. Why do you dare violate the curfew? Do you wish to enter our Jinyui's prison? Guli set Arya down and snapped his fingers. The dream began to stagnate, subtly shifting, coughing violently. He turned pale and spat a mouthful of blood. The frequent alterations to the dream left him in agony. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that rendered him unable to bear the immense power of the crystal. Dingen's attitude suddenly shifted. Isn't this Master Ji still awake at such a late hour? He had not recognized Guli earlier and bowed deeply. Guli trembled, leaning against the wall as he bellowed, "Get lost." Yes. Dingen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and fled. Guli had just modified his identity. Although he did not comprehend the official titles of the Ming dynasty, he knew who held the greatest power at that moment. It was not the emperor, but the formidable eunuch Wei Zhongxian. His official position remained unchanged, still a minor eunuch under the imperial kitchen. However, as Wei Zhongxian's cherished adoptive son, his status was indeed extraordinary. Seeing Gu Li in such distress, Arya's heart ached. Luke, why don't we return to reality? Let go of your revenge. Gu Li, leaning against the wall, slowly sank to the ground. Arya, I need to confirm something. He took a brief respite and, accompanied by Arya, sought out a nearby inn that was still open. The innkeeper promptly offered them an exquisite room. Gu Li retrieved a golden leaf from his waist and tossed it to the innkeeper. Upon receiving the leaf, the innkeeper felt its weight and realized it was genuine gold. He hurriedly left the counter, greeting them with a broad smile. Esteemed guest, please follow me. They ascended to a room on the 3rd floor, where the innkeeper personally closed the door behind them, saying, if you require anything, simply call out in the corridor. Once the innkeeper departed, Gu Li knelt down to explain to Arya, I must verify something. Remain here and do not wander off. Although Arya felt a twinge of fear, she did not wish to hinder Gu Li's important task. Please return soon, she urged. Indeed, Gu Li replied, turning to exit the room and descending the stairs. As he passed the counter, he deliberately paused for a moment, instructing the innkeeper, take good care of that girl, or else. He brandished his badge. Slamming it onto the counter, I shall dismantle your inn. The innkeeper, upon seeing the 4 characters inscribed on the badge, turned pale. The East Factory? You are a high-ranking official from the East Factory, he assured. Rest assured, my humble establishment will look after the young lady diligently. Gu Li pocketed his badge and curiously inquired, it is already past curfew. Why have you not closed the doors? The innkeeper, with a forced smile, replied, do you not know, esteemed sir, that today is the Ghost Festival? Curfews in places other than the capital are extended by an hour. Gu Li raised an eyebrow. The main thoroughfare? The spacious road just a street away from you? Indeed, sir. Were you not aware? The innkeeper appeared somewhat astonished. Gu Li did not respond, merely nodding in silence. No wonder the inn was bustling, while the broad road where he had encountered the Jinyui was utterly deserted. Now, take good care of her, he instructed. Have a safe journey, esteemed guest. Gu Li exited the inn, striding swiftly towards the direction where Shun Lian had vanished. He needed to confirm something. In truth, the moment he encountered Shun Lian, a sudden thought struck him. If everything in the dream realm was a product of mysterious calculations, could the martial arts techniques derived from those calculations possess real lethality? If someone were to suggest that the inner strength and agility from dreams could manifest in reality, Gu Li would undoubtedly scoff at such an idea. However, if one were to merely speak of martial techniques, that was indeed a possibility. These combat skills were precisely what Gu Li desperately needed at this moment. Chapter 26, Martial Arts Training in the Southern Part of the City. There stood an inn surrounded by the Imperial Guards. Gu Li speculated that this must be the scene of the recent homicide. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was halted by 2 guards. Halt. This is a crime scene. No unauthorized personnel may approach. Gu Li brandished his badge and barked, have your eyes gone blind? Step aside. The guards, recognizing the authority of the Eastern Depot, did not dare to challenge him and quickly cleared the way. With a cold grunt, Gu Li strode into the inn. Inside, the floor was cluttered with 7 or 8 corpses. Several guards were documenting the scene, while 2 forensic experts were examining the bodies. Gu Li scanned the room, but did not see Shun Lian. He called out loudly, where is Shun Lian? The guards inside, having heard the commotion at the entrance, were well aware of Gu Li's affiliation with the Eastern Depot and did not dare to be negligent. Returning to the esteemed official, are you looking for Captain Shin? He has left with his men. We are from Commander Ling's unit. Left? Gu Li recalled the storyline. It seemed that Shun Lian's case had been snatched by a rival. Tonight, one of his subordinates had also committed suicide due to private slander against Wei Zhongxian. He pointed to a guard and ordered, you, take me to your local garrison office. The guard smiled wryly and replied, esteemed official, Lord Shin will be stationed at Ming Shifang tonight. Even after his shift, he will return home to rest and not come to the office. Just take me there. No need for further discussion. Gu Li snapped impatiently, glaring at him. The guard dared not refute and quickly bowed, turning to hasten back to the inn. Gu Li stood at the garrison's entrance, waved his hand dismissively, and accelerated the passage of time. In merely a second, dawn broke, and the time had advanced to the following noon. Merely accelerating time had not caused any discomfort, far from the excruciating pain inflicted by altering the dreamscape. Adjusting his breath, Gu Li slowly entered the garrison. Guided by someone, he fortuitously encountered Shun Lian, who was about to exit. "Captain Shun, please wait." Shun Lian turned to glance at Gu Li, bowed his head, and saluted. "Esteemed official." Without delay, Gu Li stated, "I have long heard of your exceptional martial prowess, Captain Shun. Today, I wish to learn a few techniques from you. May I request your guidance?" Shun Lian, unwilling to engage with someone from the Eastern Depot, declined. "My family's martial arts are not to be shared with outsiders. I hope you understand." Gu Li frowned. In the 2 films of the Stitching Spring Blade, Shun Lian's skills were indeed remarkable, yet this did not imply that no one surpassed him. However, most formidable figures were wandering knights without a fixed residence. Where could Gu Li find them? Only Shun Lian, the protagonist, was somewhat easier to locate. "Do you know the consequences of offending me?" Gu Li threatened. Should Shun Lian continue to refuse, he would have no choice but to alter the dream once more, compelling Shun Lian to willingly teach him martial arts. Shun Lian's expression grew troubled, and he remained silent. At that moment, another man emerged from the garrison. Clad in a silver robe adorned with golden patterns, he approached Gu Li with a smile. Esteemed official, please, come in and sit." He signaled to Shun Lian. Shun Lian saluted and quickly departed. Gu Li wished to retain him, but was obstructed by the silver-robed officer. "Esteemed official, Shun Lian has official duties. Allow me to host you." Gu Li recognized him as Lu Wenjiao, the silver-robed officer. Though Lu Wenjiao possessed commendable martial skills, it was not the reason Gu Li halted. Rather, it was his sister, a woman named Ding Beiying. They were both descendants of the Qijia Dao, inheriting 2 distinct styles of the Qijia blade. Ding Beiying had once defeated Shun Lian with her drawing technique, although in the latter part of the film, Shun Lian, utilizing his insight, the protagonist's halo, managed to decipher her technique and triumph over her. However, for Gu Li, insight was not something that could be taught or learned. In terms of martial arts forms, Ding Beiying's Qijia Dao far surpassed Shun Lian's family techniques. Contemplating this, Gu Li followed Lu Wenjiao into the garrison. Lu Wenjiao led Gu Li to a side parlor and ordered his subordinates to serve 2 cups of hot tea. "Esteemed official, what brings you here today?" Gu Li leisurely settled into a wooden chair and replied, "I seek to learn martial arts, having heard that the Imperial Guards possess many formidable fighters. I came to seek a master. Unfortunately, Captain Shun does not regard me highly." Lu Wenjiao, uncertain of the truth, tentatively inquired, "There are also experts within the Eastern Depot, and with your position, you need not worry about finding a good master. Why waste time with Shun Lian? I understand your bond with Shun Lian. You wish to protect him, and I respect that. Please forgive me for my intrusion." Gu Li lightly tapped the table with his fingers. "Lord Lu, I have heard that you are a descendant of the Qijia Dao." Lu Wenjiao sipped his tea and nodded. "Indeed. If you wish to learn, I would be more than willing to teach you a few techniques." In truth, compared to his sister Ding Beiying, Lu Wenjiao practiced the orthodox Qijia Dao, which featured a longer blade, with only the front third sharpened while the remaining 2/3 remained unsharpened. Such a blade would not hinder slicing. In necessary circumstances, one could grip the unsharpened rear to wield it as a spear or short sword. However, Gu Li was not interested in learning Lu Wenjiao's orthodox Qijia Dao. He shook his head and said, "I have heard that Lord Lu has a sister as well." Lu Wenjiao's expression changed, although his sister worked alongside him. She held no official title and remained a hidden figure in the martial world. "Esteemed official, how did you come to know of her?" A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. For the sake of greater matters, he would not hesitate to eliminate even Wei Zhongshan's favorite son. Feigning ignorance of Lu Wenjiao's intent, Gu Li took a sip of tea. "I have heard that your sister possesses exceptional martial arts. I am quite eager to meet her. Might you introduce us?" The scene in the film where Ding Beiying defeated Shun Lian with a single stroke was so striking that Gu Li still vividly recalled it. Ding Beiying's Qijia Dao technique, modified from the Japanese sword, was equally compelling. Gu Li could not discern whether it was the elegance of the moves or Ding Beiying's charisma that captivated him. All he knew was that he wanted to learn. After a moment of silence, Lu Wenjiao relented. "Very well, I will make arrangements. Esteemed official, please return tomorrow." Agreed. Gu Li set down his teacup and left the North Garrison office. Upon reaching the entrance, he once again accelerated the flow of time. In the blink of an eye, a full day had passed. As the flow of time returned to normal, a guard at the entrance saw Gu Li and hurried over, presenting him with a letter. "Esteemed official, this is a letter left for you by Lord Lu." Gu Li silently accepted the letter, opened it, and found it contained only 4 words, "Qingfeng Tea House." Lu Wenjiao's implication was for him to seek out Ding Beiying. After confirming the route with the messenger guard, Gu Li traversed several streets and arrived at the entrance of Qi Feng Tea House. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary tea house. However, in reality, it served as Lu Wenjiao's secret stronghold, with every attendant possessing martial prowess. The attendant in the shop seemed to have anticipated Gu Li's arrival, leading him directly to the courtyard. In the courtyard, a woman dressed in white sat gracefully upon a wooden chair, surrounded by armed attendants. You, the eunuch of the East Factory, wish to be my disciple in martial arts? I am afraid I do not accept castrated men. Ding Beiying harbored a deep-seated disdain for the eunuchs and cast a glance, prompting the attendants to unsheath their swords and advance towards Gu Li. Yet, Gu Li remained composed, intending first to engage in dialogue with Ding Beiying. Miss Ding, I share your contempt for the eunuchs, particularly for Wei Zhongxian. My pursuit of martial arts is driven by the desire to eliminate him. Moreover, I am aware of your actions, assassinating the emperor, rebellion. With a swift motion, Ding Beiying drew her sword, but Gu Li interjected, Miss Ding, do not be hasty. Should I perish, the revelation of your clandestine correspondences would find its way directly to the factory lord. Ding Beiying regarded Gu Li for a long while before finally returning her sword to its sheath. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? I have already stated, I wish to learn martial arts. You teach me the Qijia swordplay, and I shall ensure your secrets remain confidential. Ding Beiying, intrigued, inquired. My senior brother mentioned you refused to learn from him, insisting instead on mastering my Qijia techniques? Indeed, Gu Li affirmed with a nod. Ding Beiying remained noncommittal. I currently lack the time to instruct you. Perhaps the factory lord should select one among my many disciples? It requires little time. Miss Ding, a mere demonstration will suffice. Gu Li possessed a mysterious crystal to record, enabling him to recreate the courtyard's dream and review Ding Beiying's techniques repeatedly. Ding Beiying, taken aback, pondered whether Gu Li was a martial genius, capable of grasping skills at a glance. Gu Li offered no explanation, merely stating, Miss Ding, do not overthink it. Please proceed with the demonstration. Slightly apprehensive and reluctant to impart her true skills, Ding Beiying aimlessly waved her sword, merely going through the motions. Observing her distracted demeanor, Gu Li remarked, Very well, I shall learn but one technique. Miss Ding, kindly demonstrate the sword drawing technique. Ding Beiying smirked. I had thought you an unskilled outsider. Yet it appears you are quite the hidden talent. Within the Ming dynasty, few are aware of my sword drawing technique. Recognizing that Gu Li could not be easily deceived, she resolved to showcase her genuine prowess. Wooden post. Ding Beiying commanded, and several attendants hastily retrieved a wooden post from the nearby shed, working together to plant it firmly in the courtyard. Her sword drawing technique differed from that of the pirates, employing a reverse draw. This method reduced the attack range but amplified the power. Standing before the wooden post, she placed her hand upon the hilt, remaining utterly still. Suddenly, a flash of white light. Before the onlookers could comprehend the occurrence, Ding Beiying had already returned her sword to its sheath, and the wooden post before her lay severed into two halves. Chapter 27. The Qian family blade. Ding Beiying brushed past Gu Li, her blade in hand, uttering a solemn reminder of their promise. After that, she prepared to leave the courtyard. Gu Li turned to gaze at her striking silhouette, his mind haunted by the image of her lifeless body, betrayed by Emperor Chongzhen and falling victim to a brutal massacre. Perhaps it was compassion or a desire to rectify the slight regret in his heart that prompted him to call out to her. Miss Ding, please wait. Ding Beiying halted and turned back, her demeanor cold as she replied, You have achieved your aim. It is time for you to depart. I have matters of great importance to discuss with you. May I request that you dismiss those around us? Gu Li insisted. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Beiying conceded. There is a secluded private room upstairs. Please follow me. The two ascended to the second floor of the tea house, with Ding Beiying leading Gu Li to a corner room. Without further pleasantries, she took a seat at the table and inquired suspiciously, What more do you wish to say? Gu Li awkwardly stood at the door, snapping his fingers to modify the dream. With a sudden burst, he spewed a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy and unable to stand. Ding Beiying, confused, watched as he seemingly conjured a small box out of thin air, then collapsed to the ground, bloodied. Your frail constitution suggests you should return home to recuperate, she remarked disdainfully. Gu Li struggled to rise, but lacked the strength. Miss Ding, could you assist me? Ding Beiying shot him a disdainful glance, adhering to the propriety that forbade physical contact between men and women, even if he were a eunuch. With a sigh, Gu Li handed her a tablet. Please take this, it pertains to your future well-being. Ding Beiying accepted the tablet, examining it curiously. What a peculiar mirror. Is this a gift from you? This is not merely a mirror, it is the mirror of transcendence, through which you may glimpse the future of your fellow disciples. Gu Li explained weakly. Ding Beiying could not help but scoff. Do you take me for a child? If you possessed such mystical abilities, why seek me for martial training? Gu Li feebly pointed to a small button on the side of the tablet. If you press that, the mirror will activate. Ding Beiying, after some exploration, found the unassuming button. Skeptical yet curious, she pressed it, causing the screen to illuminate and sound to emanate from the speaker. Startled, she nearly dropped the tablet. Be careful. The mirror of transcendence is delicate, Gu Li cautioned. This tablet had been meticulously customized for him, devoid of any complex operating system. Merely playing a film he had edited to exclude credits and titles. Is this, my senior brother? Ding Beiying's gaze fixated on the screen, her hands trembling. Gu Li anticipated she would continue watching, but after only a few minutes, she approached him, tablet in hand. How do I turn off the mirror? She asked, her voice quivering. Are you not going to continue watching? The latter part is crucial. It reveals your future, he replied. I wish to summon my senior brother to view this with me. Ding Beiying's voice shook with emotion. Gu Li reflected on her deep feelings for her senior brother, wondering if he might one day encounter a woman who would regard him with such devotion. Very well. Simply press the button again, and the mirror will enter sleep mode. But remember, it will only play once. You must seize this opportunity. Ding Beiying bowed deeply. Thank you for bestowing this chance upon me. I am eager to find my brother. In her haste, she eschewed the stairs and leaped from the window. Such urgency. Could you at least arrange for someone to escort me? Gu Li muttered, clutching the doorframe as he struggled to rise. His good intentions seemed unreciprocated, leaving him disillusioned. What was I thinking? They are but figments of a dream, destined to vanish with its dissolution. Why did I allow myself to become so invested? His feelings mirrored that of a gamer who had exhausted his resources, feeling both despondent and regretful. How much pork could 648 buy? What use is drawing cards? Ultimately, they are merely strings of data. Having vented his frustrations, he began to move, painstakingly making his way down the hall and stairs. The staff, witnessing his struggle, assumed he had been bested by Ding Beiying and refrained from offering assistance, instead wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Gu Li remained unfazed, his mind replaying the memory of Ding Beiying's blade as he slowly approached the inn where Alia was waiting. Inside the inn, though 2 days had elapsed outside, Alia felt as though she had been in her room for less than 3 hours. As a being not shaped by dreams, she was unaffected by the accelerated passage of time. Oh dear, how has my lord sustained such injuries? Quickly, someone assist him back to his room. The innkeeper's voice rang out from below, followed by 2 burly attendants carrying the weakened Gu Li back to his chamber. Luke, what has happened to you? Alia cried, nearly in tears. The attendants, upon seeing her, reacted as if they had encountered a ghost, hastily leaving the room after laying Gu Li on the bed. Master, the little barbarian has reappeared. Due to Gu Li's frequent manipulation of time, others in the inn perceived Alia as having vanished for an extended period. Gu Li, disinterested in their reactions, felt increasingly unwell, as if on the brink of collapse. Who would have thought that a mere few hundred meters would take nearly 2 hours? Leaning weakly against the headboard, he extended his right hand. Alia, come hold my hand. We are about to leave this dream. Alia nodded vigorously. Yes, let us return quickly. Vengeance is no longer our goal. Just then, a man and woman leaped through the window. It was Lu Wenjiao and Ding Beiying, assessing the occupants of the room. Ding Beiying closed the door securely while Lu Wenjiao approached Gu Li's bedside. How can the esteemed master be in such a weakened state? Gu Li coughed a few times, revealing too many secrets of the cosmos. I am nearing the end of my days and may no longer be of assistance to you. It is best for you both to leave. Lu Wenjiao and Ding Beiying knelt in reverence. Master, you have aided our brother and sister greatly. We feel deeply indebted. We come only to repay your kindness, asking for nothing in return. Do you have any wishes? We will do our utmost to fulfill them. Gu Li's eyes brightened, and he blurted out, why not demonstrate your Qian family martial arts for me in full? Chapter 28. The Qijia knife. Lu Wenjiao was momentarily taken aback. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, this place is rather confined. It may not be suitable for demonstration. However, as it is the wish of the immortal master, we shall comply. The two had come unarmed. Junior sister, you should carry the immortal master back to the Qifeng tea house. I will retrieve the knife from the magistrate's office and meet you there. With that, Lu Wenjiao departed first. Ding Beiying helped Gu Li off the bed, assuring him, rest easy, master. I will do my utmost to be gentle. Gu Li, glancing at the anxious alien nearby, added, do take this young lady along. Certainly. Ding Beiying secured little Alia at her waist with one hand while lifting Gu Li with the other. With a light push against the floor, she soared out the window, landing effortlessly on the roof of the adjacent building. She moved as if unburdened, gliding gracefully across the rooftop, taking a shortcut. In less than 2 minutes, the trio arrived at the back courtyard of the Qifeng tea house. Someone, quickly, bring a wooden chair for the immortal master. Immortal? Master? The attendants exchanged glances. Yet they quickly fetched a large armchair. Ding Beiying placed Alia aside before carefully assisting Gu Li into the chair. Please forgive me, immortal master. This was the only way I could carry both of you at once. The thought of sprinting with the immortal master on her back made Ding Beiying feel quite impolite. Gu Li, however, was unconcerned. It matters not. I merely believe that lightness and movement is a remarkable skill. Ding Beiying, eager to share her knowledge, replied. If the immortal master wishes to learn, I can offer my secret techniques and demonstrate personally. Gu Li waved his hand with a smile. No need. Lightness and inner strength are not destined to be mine. Just demonstrate the martial techniques. Nothing more is required. Ding Beiying nodded. Please wait here for a moment, immortal master. I will fetch the knife. She leaped to the 3rd floor of the tea house, where her chamber was located. While Ding Beiying was retrieving the knife, Lu Wenjiao had already arrived. He vaulted over the wall, brandishing a nearly 2-meter-long straight knife, landing before Gu Li. Ding Beiying also descended directly from the 3rd floor, landing beside Lu Wenjiao. Gu Li, invigorated, inquired, which of you shall begin? Ding Beiying clasped her fists and declared, my martial arts are simple. I will go first. Lu Wenjiao concurred, very well. He positioned himself next to Gu Li, explaining, the Qijiao knife style my junior sister practices is one of the earliest forms, at that time. The true Qijiao knife style had yet to be fully developed, hence it comprises modified techniques from the pirate swordplay. Ding Beiying stepped into the center of the courtyard, her gaze sharpening with intensity. With a swift motion, the elegant Qijiao knife was unsheathed, dancing wildly in her hands. The blade glimmered with lethal intent, embodying a resolute forward momentum. Ding Beiying seemed to transform into a blood-soaked female warrior, exuding a palpable aura of menace that was suffocating. In a matter of moments, she completed a series of techniques, concluding with both the forward and reverse unsheathing styles, demonstrating all that she could. Lu Wenjiao took the knife and exchanged places with Ding Beiying, stating, well done, junior sister. Now, allow me to demonstrate for the immortal master. Ding Beiying sheathed her knife and gracefully approached Gu Li. Immortal master, my elder brother's technique is the orthodox Qijiao knife style. The entire straight knife is approximately 3 feet and 5 inches long, with only the foremost foot sharpened. This length necessitates a 2-handed grip. Lu Wenjiao unsheathed the long knife and began his serious demonstration. The orthodox Qijiao knife style is divided into 4 parts, beginning with the knife techniques. While Ding Beiying explained beside Gu Li, Lu Wenjiao wielded the 2-meter-long knife in the center of the courtyard. His style was starkly different from Ding Beiying's. His movements were broad and expansive, more suited for facing multiple opponents. In essence, Ding Beiying's techniques were geared towards close combat, while Lu Wenjiao's were adapted for battlefield formations. There were only 9 techniques in total. After completing the knife techniques, Lu Wenjiao did not immediately sheath the knife but instead switched to a one-handed grip on the handle, using his other hand to hold the unsharpened portion of the blade. What followed was a demonstration of the concealed spear techniques within the Qijiao knife style. With nearly 2/3 of the blade unsharpened, it could indeed be wielded like a spear. There were 6 spear techniques, which Lu Wenjiao quickly demonstrated. Next came the short knife, intended for close-quarters combat. Gripping the unsharpened edge of the blade with one hand, he deftly transformed the long knife into a short knife. There were only 3 techniques for the short knife, the simplest of all. Finally, the comprehensive principles emerged, combining long knife, spear techniques, and short knife, allowing for agile combinations and unexpected maneuvers. The variations were numerous, and Lu Wenjiao could not demonstrate them all in one go, opting instead to showcase a few of the most useful techniques. Gu Li watched with fervor, exclaiming, excellent. Truly, the martial arts of Huaxia are profound and vast. Ding Beiying softly suggested, if combined with the Qijiao mental techniques and lightness skills, the results could be exponentially improved. Immortal master, truly, will you not learn? There is no need, Gu Li replied with a wry smile. It was not that he lacked the desire to learn. Rather, he believed it impossible for him to grasp such skills. At that moment, Lu Wenjiao approached with the knife on his back. Junior sister, no need for further words. The immortal master possesses innate abilities. There is no necessity for further training in internal power. Gu Li refrained from elaborating, responding with a smile, in that case. My wish has been fulfilled, and I must take my leave. Lu Wenjiao clasped his fists in farewell. Take care, immortal master. My sister and I shall forever remember your great kindness. After much contemplation, Ding Beiying knelt before Gu Li, presenting her treasured knife with both hands. Immortal master, forgive me. The soul-returning mirror has been damaged by my hand. We possess nothing of value, and this knife is one of the rare treasures in the world. I offer it to you. The tablet had finished playing its film and vanished automatically. Gu Li smiled. You need not blame yourself. That mirror was destined to meet such an end. Moreover, I cannot take this knife with me. Before he could finish, Ding Beiying interrupted. Immortal master, do not hesitate further. If you have just acquired the knife techniques, you are in need of a fine blade. Should you procure a better knife? I shall not insist further. Ghoulie fell silent. He knew well that he could not alter the dream to conjure a better blade at that moment. This knife, named Falling Plum, is a family heirloom. I hope the immortal master will accept it. Otherwise, I shall not find peace. Ding Beiying's knife was beautiful, adorned with exquisite engravings on the handle, guard, and sheath. The blade itself featured blood grooves and intricate patterns, making it truly captivating. At the tip of the blade, a white tassel fluttered in the wind. This Falling Plum knife was elegant yet unpretentious, exquisite yet not ostentatious, a true work of art. Ghoulie, wishing to honor Ding Beiying's goodwill, accepted the Falling Plum knife and solemnly pledged, "This knife shall accompany me throughout my life." Ding Beiying rose slowly. "May the immortal master be blessed with longevity and health, free from worries throughout life." Parting is always bittersweet. Even though Ghoulie understood they were but illusions, a sense of melancholy lingered. He gazed deeply at Lu Wanzhao and Ding Beiying, saying, "Take care. Immortal master, take care." The two responded in unison. Ghoulie clasped Alia's small hand, and in an instant, they departed from the dream. As they left, the dreamscape began to dissolve within the realm of consciousness. Chapter 29. Consequences in the stronghold of Winterfell. Within Jon Snow's chamber, a colossal ice egg slowly began to crack under the watchful eyes of those present. It swiftly melted and evaporated, revealing the wooden bed encased within. Upon the bed, two figures lay entwined in slumber, seemingly untouched by the world outside. Robb approached the bedside and softly called, "Arya?" At that moment, Arya stirred awake, gazing at Robb with confusion. "Is that you, Robb?" "I'm back. Luke, we have returned." Gendry opened his eyes and smiled. "Arya, those were merely dreams. Do not take them too seriously." Arya, who had been a mere bystander in the realm of dreams, could not grasp the language spoken there. However, this did not hinder her appreciation for the exquisite foreign architecture and the breathtaking martial arts she had witnessed. With the sense of danger averted, Jon relaxed as well, teasingly remarking, "You two have enjoyed a delightful dream, while we have endured quite the ordeal." Gendry sat up and inquired, "What has transpired?" Robb succinctly explained, "You have slept for a full day and night. Mother believes Arya is missing and is currently searching the castle. If she discovers Arya here, she will surely think Luke has intentionally concealed her." He advised Arya, "You must go and find Mother. Just say you were asleep in the wardrobe and have just awakened." Arya, aware that her mother harbored disdain for Gendry, replied, "I understand." She hastily donned her boots and dashed from Jon's chamber. Sansa's gaze towards Gendry shifted from fear to awe, for he was a legendary sorcerer, a living being capable of wielding ice magic. However, recalling her previous antagonism towards him made her hesitant to remain in the room. I will check on Arya." "Wait, Sansa," Robb called out. "Now that you know Luke's situation, it is best not to mention certain matters to Mother." Sansa blushed. "I understand. You need not worry." Jon, with a serious expression, added, "And Father, yes, and Theon, must not be mentioned either." "Yes, I will safeguard this secret." At that moment, Sansa felt as though she had become a part of the sorcerer's circle, her spirits lifting considerably. Over the past month, she had felt isolated and sorrowful, deliberately sidelined by Robb and Arya. She had longed to reconcile and reintegrate into their small group, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, she could not let it slip away. Unaware of Sansa's intentions and fearing she might jeopardize their situation, Robb decided to accompany her to find Arya. "Jon, you remain here to explain to Luke. I will accompany Sansa to alleviate Mother's concerns." Thus, the two departed the room, leaving Jon to clarify the circumstances to Gendry. Recounting Arya's unexpected arrival the previous night, the mysterious appearance of the ice egg in the morning, and the ensuing alarm caused by Arya's disappearance, culminating in the ice eggs melting and their awakening. Ice egg? Could it be some form of self-defense mechanism? Gendry had not anticipated that the external circumstances were equally enthralling. At that moment, the silent raven suddenly spoke. "Young human named Jon Snow, you should also step outside. Luke and I have matters to discuss. Please grant us some privacy." "Oh," Jon said, scratching his head in confusion. It was peculiar. The raven's tone did not resemble that of a pet, but rather that of an elder. He closed the door behind him and stood in the corridor, awaiting further developments. The raven, gravely, stated, "Luke, I have battled the others for millennia. No one knows them better than we, the children of the forest." It paused, alighting upon the headboard. "I will not mistake it. The chill of your ice magic is unmistakably the power of the others." Gendry felt a jolt of fear, forcing a nervous smile. "Ice, you cannot be mistaken, can you?" Before he could elaborate, a sudden, excruciating ringing filled his ears. Buzzing. Gendry was instantly engulfed in dizziness, warm liquid trickling from his eyes and nostrils. What is happening? He could see the raven's beak moving, yet he could not hear its words. "Look, what is wrong? Why are blood and fluid pouring from your eyes, nose and ears?" Gendry touched the liquid trickling from his eye, examining it closely. A hand covered in a thick, red substance, blood? He retched violently, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, staining the brown blanket crimson. Luke, the raven called out in distress, but Gendry remained oblivious. He felt utterly drained, his muscles weak and his bones aching. It felt as though his brain might explode from the pressure, filling him with the dread that his head might indeed burst. Oh, no. He retched again, this time ejecting blood that contained fragments of internal organs. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the raven hastily summoned Jon from outside, urging him to find someone to provide assistance. Gendry's vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. 3 full days passed before Gendry regained consciousness. He lay alone beneath a massive weirwood tree, surrounded by tranquility, with only a raven perched upon its branches. Beside the weirwood lay a steaming hot spring, enveloped in swirling mist, as if he had been transported to an ethereal realm. You are awake? The raven appeared weary, as though it bore a heavy burden. Gendry sensed the weirwood emanating an invisible warmth, alleviating his pain. Ice, is this the sacred grove of Winterfell? In the northwest corner of Winterfell lies a grove, known as the Sacred Grove, where trees grow freely. The vegetation is dense enough to form expansive canopies, shielding the ground from sunlight. In the southeast of the grove stands a particularly stout weirwood, adorned with the carved visage of the children of the forest. This tree predates even Winterfell itself, having taken root long before House Stark established their castle. Most of the North's inhabitants are descendants of the first men, who revered the old gods alongside the children of the forest, while the other 6 kingdoms worshipped the 7. Thus, Winterfell has preserved the sacred grove and the heart tree, the weirwood with a carved face. The raven labored to fly to Gendry's side, nearly losing its balance. Luke, what have you done? Your body feels as though it has been trampled by an overwhelming force. Not a single part is unscathed. Had it not been for the heart tree's power in Winterfell, I would not have been able to heal you. You would have perished. Is it truly that severe? Gendry rose, feeling somewhat better despite lingering fatigue. The raven replied wearily, the recovery now rests upon you. I am exhausted and must rest for a time. The raven cannot endure the heart tree's magic. Once I depart, it shall perish. Do not worry about me. Are you truly unscathed? Ice, you cannot deceive me. Gendry felt immense regret. Had he not been so reckless in his dream, it would not have resulted in such repercussions for Ice. The raven continued, I am fine. Do not concern yourself. However, I must caution you. While your body is not fully healed, refrain from using magic. Otherwise, your old ailments will resurface, your body will collapse. And even the gods cannot save you. Refrain from using magic? You mean I am forbidden from wielding any magical power? Gendry comprehended the gravity of the situation as the raven spoke. Despite his prior caution, a moment of indulgence had led to unforeseen consequences. Ice my magic. The raven anticipated his thoughts and interjected, do not fret. I will not disclose your ice magic to others for the time being. However, one must exercise caution and not become overly immersed in this power. Otherwise, one may indeed transform into a wraith. Ghuli hesitated, contemplating that if he were to draw upon the energy of the otherworldly gods, he might unwittingly become a servant of those very deities. Fortunately, the source of his magical energy was that enigmatic crystal, alleviating such concerns. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose not to disclose the existence of the mysterious crystal to Bing Ling. The raven appeared to be on the verge of collapse, collapsing directly onto the ground. Its weakened neck hung at an odd angle, having tirelessly channeled magical energy for 3 days without rest, and now it felt utterly exhausted. Luke, take care of yourself. I shall return to seek you after some time. Rest well. I am fine. Ghuli waved in farewell. The raven gazed deeply at him, urging, remember what I have said. Indeed, Ghuli nodded in affirmation. After receiving a response, the raven gradually closed its eyes and peacefully departed from this world. Chapter 30. Abandonment and Rebirth in the Frost and Snow-Tooth Mountains, within a hidden cave of the Three-Eyed Crow. Cough, cough. Iceling's consciousness returned to her original body. The intense surge of magical power over the past 3 days had taken a toll on her. Yeji, noticing the commotion, quietly approached her and asked, Iceling, why have you been gone for 3 consecutive days? Did something happen to Luke? She keenly sensed the anomaly. Iceling usually returned on the same day, never having stayed away for so long. Just as Iceling opened her mouth to explain, she suddenly recalled that their every move was under the watchful gaze of the Three-Eyed Crow. She quickly altered her response, saying, Yeji, I'm so tired and wish to rest. Given that I have taken care of Luke for you, could you accompany me in my rest? I'm not tired. All right, I'll keep you company. Yeji initially intended to refuse, but soon grasped Iceling's implication. Together, they lay on the hay and gradually drifted into slumber. Possessing the ability of shape-shifting, Iceling once again separated her consciousness, swiftly entering Yeji's dream. This was not their first encounter of such nature. As long as they conversed within the dream, Even the three-eyed crow's green vision could not pry into their discourse. In the dreamscape, Iceling revealed all that she had experienced over the past 3 days. How could this be? How could Luke wield the ice magic of the others? Yeji's eyes gradually dulled, muttering, "How could Luke become another?" Iceling shouted, "Hey, Luke is not another. I have thoroughly checked. He is still human. However, he is a human capable of wielding the abilities of another." Yeji awoke, yet she lamented, "But the prophet will not let this go. Therefore, even if he has sustained such serious injuries, I still Haven T brought him back." Iceling asserted. Yeji pondered for a moment, gritting her teeth. "We cannot continue to allow this. We must assign someone to remain by his side, supervising him at all times." Iceling had already considered this. "I know. In fact, I have a plan. Yeji, I intend to abandon my body and transfer my consciousness to—" "No." Yeji interrupted sternly. "This is my responsibility. Tomorrow, I will seek the prophet's consent to accompany Luke within the wall." Iceling chuckled with amusement. "You, the child of the forest, appearing within the wall? Can humans still accept us?" "No, they cannot. Entering the wall would be tantamount to suicide." Yeji fell silent for a moment. "Is this how you feel after your time in the realm of humans?" The forest children had long ceased to interact with the humans of the Seven Kingdoms, and the environment within the Seven Kingdoms was quite foreign to them. Typically, whether ordinary forest children or those with shape-shifting abilities, they dedicated themselves to assisting the three-eyed crow in monitoring the movements of the others. They rarely had the resources or opportunities to venture within the wall. Only Iceling, by fortunate chance, had been assigned to supervise Gu Li, thus gaining the opportunity to approach the wall. Iceling shared her intention. "I will transfer my consciousness to another animal. This way, I can always be with Luke." Yeji remained silent, unwilling to allow Iceling to make such a sacrifice. The lifespan of forest children was exceedingly long. They were the longest living intelligent beings in this world. Even though the two of them were nearing 10,000 years old, they still had several thousand years of life remaining. If Iceling were to transfer her consciousness entirely to another animal, she would relinquish thousands of years of life for a mere few decades. Moreover, by doing so, she would lose her shape-shifting ability. In other words, she would have only one opportunity to transfer her consciousness. There was no possibility of continuous transfers. "Yeji, Luke is not just your child, he is our child," Iceling said gently. Yeji hesitated, but the prophet will not agree. Iceling's tone was firm. "Thus, I never intended to seek his consent." After much deliberation, Yeji, regrettably lacking the talent for shape-shifting and a better solution, ultimately acquiesced. "What do you need me to do?" Seeing her agreement, Iceling's heart soared with joy. "Very simply, forge a death certificate for Luke and, by the way, help me steal something." Yeji was troubled. The prophet can't see any corner of Westeros. If he merely shifts his gaze to Winterfell, won't we be exposed? Iceling smiled. "Did the prophet not inform you?" "Ever since Luke entered Winterfell, he has been unable to see Luke or Winterfell at all. Otherwise, how could he have sent me to Winterfell to supervise Luke?" "Is that so?" Yeji was taken aback. They had assisted several generations of green prophets and had never heard that the green vision could be obscured. Iceling shared her thoughts. "I believe Luke harbors a great secret, so I must keep a close watch on him to prevent him from playing with fire." Yeji lowered her voice. "Perhaps you could transfer your consciousness to a human. In that case, it would be more convenient for you to operate within the wall." In fact, there were shapeshifters among the wildling tribes. However, these wildling shapeshifters could not be compared to the forest child shapeshifters. They had only been shapeshifters for a mere decade and often needed to establish an emotional bond with an animal before they could possess it. As for possessing a human, it was an exceedingly challenging feat for them, almost impossible to accomplish. The shapeshifters of the forest children, however, were quite different. Most possessed thousands of years of shapeshifting experience, allowing them to inhabit any animal within their sight. While inhabiting a human was difficult, it was not entirely unfeasible. Nonetheless, Iceling had her own thoughts. "Yeji, humans not only kill each other, but are also weak. If they struggle to protect themselves, how can they safeguard Luke?" Yeji was puzzled. "So you wish to inhabit a beast?" "I think that is not a good idea." Iceling shook her head. "Not an ordinary beast." "Yeji, do you recall the egg the previous prophet sent us to find?" Yeji reminisced. Over 100 years ago, when the previous prophet was still alive, he indeed dispatched a few of them to the vicinity of the Milk River west of the wall to retrieve a large white egg. "Do you know what kind of egg that was?" "The egg was brought back, but they were unaware of which creature it belonged to. The previous prophet merely instructed them to store the egg deep within the cave, saying it was for future needs. Yet, until the prophet's passing, the egg had never been utilized. Over time, it was forgotten." Iceling articulated her insights. "I heard a story in Winterfell, saying that over 100 years ago, the human king and queen rode dragons to the wall to aid the Night's Watch in repelling the wildling invasion. The timelines align perfectly. Are you suggesting that it is a dragon egg?" Yeji, having never seen a dragon, could not make a judgment. Iceling was also uncertain. This is merely my conjecture. You see, that egg is not a species native to Westeros, and you and I both understand this. Dragons are, after all, foreign beings. The forest children once flourished across all of Westeros, and they were intimately familiar with its flora and fauna. That egg was evidently not laid by a native creature. Dragons have a longer lifespan than humans. I will be able to accompany Luke throughout his life. After Iceling finished speaking, she patiently awaited Yeji's response. Yeji longed to refuse, but she knew she could not dissuade Iceling. Trembling, she tightly embraced Iceling and whispered in her ear, "All right, I support you." Chapter 31. Misunderstanding. The night enveloped the cave in a serene stillness, where the three-eyed raven, harmoniously integrated with the fishleaf wood, lay in slumber. Yeji and Bingling cautiously maneuvered past the slumbering raven, reaching the innermost recess of the cave. It was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. The two could only advance slowly, brandishing their torches. Before them loomed a vast pit, concealing a white egg nestled beneath its depths. Using vines as ropes, they gradually descended to the cave's floor. This was where the children of the forest stored their dragon crystals, which lay haphazardly piled like grotesque rocks. Amidst the ebony crystals, the white egg stood out conspicuously. Yeji cradled the egg in her arms. It felt cold and devoid of life, instilling in her a foreboding sense. The chill suggested that the egg had remained here for over a century, likely spoiled beyond hope. Bingling placed her hand atop the white egg, channeling a thread of magic within, seeking to ascertain if any life still resided within. Yet, her magical essence seemed to vanish into an abyss, yielding no response. She maintained this connection, continuously infusing the egg with magic, yearning for a sign of life. After what felt like an eternity, just as they were on the brink of despair, a faint heartbeat resonated from within the egg. It was still alive. Bingling, overwhelmed with joy, momentarily forgot to temper her voice. Yet Yeji remained apprehensive. In its current state, how could they ensure successful hatching? Bingling, are you truly willing to take this risk? Bingling was aware of the peril, yet she found herself with no other options. Perhaps nourishing the egg with all her magical power could be a viable attempt. Several hours later, Yeji found herself carrying Bingling's lifeless body before the three-eyed raven, Prophet. The raven, stirred by her call, swiftly regained consciousness. Yeji, what has transpired? Yezi's face bore the weight of sorrow as she laid Bingling's body upon the ground. Prophet, Bingling's consciousness has departed for 3 days. Just now, her body suddenly lost its vitality. Prophet, how could this happen? The three-eyed raven fell into silence, equally perplexed. Generally, the death of a host should not lead to the demise of the shapeshifter. So why had Bingling perished? Ever since Luke entered Winterfell, strange occurrences had ensued. First, he inexplicably vanished from her sight, followed by Bingling's untimely passing. The raven, gazing upon Bingling's corpse, spoke solemnly. Fetch the wind spirit. The wind spirit. Another shapeshifter among the children of the forest. Yeji turned and exited the cave, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Their plan had been to use Gu to divert the three-eyed raven's attention, allowing Bingling ample time to hatch. Now, all that remained was to hope that Gu would be clever enough not to reveal his ability to wield the ice magic of the others. A month passed. Gu, having recuperated during this time, was finally able to walk normally. The sensation of tearing in his body gradually dissipated, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. The only worry that plagued him was Bingling's absence. She had promised to return after a few days, yet a month had elapsed without a trace of her. In the training grounds, Gu, still not fully recovered, refrained from vigorous exercise, instead watching Rob and the others practice sparring. After a month of inactivity, he felt as though his limbs were on the verge of regression. Tomorrow, he would resume archery training. Yes, swordsmanship should also be back on the agenda. As for magic, that could wait. Gu performed light stretches, contemplating his upcoming regimen. Luke, Arya, clutching a raven, dashed toward Gu with fervor. She raised the raven high, exclaiming, Luke, your raven has returned. It can talk. Ravens were already known for their mimicry. There was nothing remarkable about that. Just then, Jon Snow approached, shattering the moment. Arya, Luke's raven has already died. I buried it with him, so it cannot be the one you're holding. Rob smacked Jon lightly on the back of the head. You fool. Arya is trying to comfort Luke. Jon, rubbing his head, realized, oh, is that so? Gu smiled gently. It's all right. Arya, you needn't worry so much. Luke, the raven suddenly spoke. A collective silence enveloped the group as they turned their gaze toward the raven in Arya's grasp. Gu recognized the voice, recalling, Wind Spirit? The raven nodded, breaking free from Arya's grasp. Follow me, I have something to discuss with you. It soared ahead, leading the way out of Winterfell, and Gu hurriedly followed. The children remained unfazed by the scene, except for Sansa, who was left in shock. Ravens only mimic sounds, right? Why does this one seem so unusual? as if it possesses wisdom. Rob changed the subject. Sansa, let us continue our sword practice. In a secluded grove outside the city, the raven perched on a branch, surveying Ghoulie below. It inquired, what transpired here? Why did Bingling die? What? Bingling is dead? How could that be? Ghoulie exclaimed in disbelief. The raven, perplexed, asked, you were unaware? Wasn't she involved in an incident in Winterfell? Ghoulie blurted out, how could that be? She clearly told me. He paused, slowly succumbing to silence. Was it possible that Bingling had lied that day? Had her consciousness not returned beyond the wall, but rather sacrificed her life to save him? Are you here to spy on me? He retorted despondently. The raven tilted its head in confusion. What is wrong? What exactly happened? Ghoulie shook his head. I'm fine. You should leave. I don't need protection, nor do I wish to be monitored. The raven softened its tone, speaking gently. Luke, we watched you grow, like our own child. How could we not care for you? The prophet sent me to investigate the cause of Bingling's death. However, if you do not wish to share, I will not pressure you. It landed at Ghoulie's feet. I will always be here for you. When you are ready to speak, I will listen. Ghoulie clenched his teeth. I do not wish to endanger you. Go. The raven, now anxious, pressed. Luke, why do you say that? Is someone trying to harm you? A human sorcerer? Or leave? A surge of powerful magic erupted from him, forcefully expelling the wind spirit's essence from the raven's body. The raven's original consciousness awakened, realizing it was beneath a human's feet, and it let out a startled cry, flapping its wings and fleeing rapidly. Alone beneath the tree, Ghoulie was engulfed in sorrow. Bingling, rest assured, I will live well and strive to grow stronger. One day, I shall fulfill your wish, to slay the Night King and liberate the children of the forest from their fateful bonds. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, a few drops escaping against his will. Chapter 32. 5 years later, at the break of dawn the following day, Ghoulie resumed his practice of archery. The afternoon hours previously dedicated to honing his magical control were now devoted to mastering Ding Bing's Chijia sword technique. To facilitate this, he crafted a wooden sword, meticulously mimicking the curvature of the blade he admired. Thus, Ghoulie devised a rigorous training regimen, committing to draw his bow 10,000 times and unsheath his sword 10,000 times each day. As time passed, he diligently adhered to this schedule, with each day blending seamlessly into the next. One morning, a month later, he inadvertently noticed a raven observing him from a distance. This curious occurrence persisted for several days. Ghoulie soon realized that the raven was none other than Aunt Windspirit. Regrettably, he preferred not to live under the watchful gaze of the three-eyed crow, opting instead for an indifferent demeanor. The Windspirit, aware of his sentiments, maintained her distance. She would often appear only outside the city, never venturing in, and never engaging in close proximity with Ghoulie. She resembled a guardian spirit, watching over him from afar and silently ensuring his safety. 3 more months passed, and the Wind Spirit's visits became less frequent. Yet she would occasionally check in on Ghoulie, reassured by his well-being. After a year, Ghoulie faced a plateau in his archery skills. The ordinary wooden bow no longer sufficed. He needed to procure a superior bow to continue his advancement. Consequently, he resumed his magical control training, reducing his archery practice to half an hour daily merely to maintain his dexterity. As time swiftly passed, 5 years had elapsed. The once Navi youth had grown taller and stronger, transforming into a vibrant and handsome young man. Within Winterfell, a boy with white hair and mismatched eyes rode a black warhorse into the city. Behind him trailed dozens of Stark soldiers, freshly returned from an expedition to eliminate bandits, each saddle adorned with the severed heads of mountain robbers. The boy donned a brown leather armor, carried a standard wooden bow on his back, and bore a wooden water flask, a pouch crafted from beast hide, and an exquisitely designed longsword. Curiously, his saddle was devoid of any trophies. Had he not slain any enemies? Yet, why did the soldiers cast him looks of reverence? Upon entering the city gates, the boy dismounted and handed the reins to a nearby servant. The soldiers too dismounted, but without a servant to take their reins. Fortunately, they had entered Winterfell through the south gate, where the stables were conveniently located just a few steps away. After securing their horses, they needed to present the heads for military accolades, leaving little time to linger. The boy held no interest in accolades. He ventured out to hone his archery and swordsmanship. Military honors? He could not remain in Winterfell forever. Such accolades were of little use to him. The boy approached the training grounds, pausing to observe. Inside, 2 younger boys, shorter than him, were engaged in a sparring match. The red-haired boy was clearly at a disadvantage against the black-haired one, gradually revealing signs of defeat. After several exchanges, the black-haired boy seized an opportunity, striking the red-haired boy's wrist and knocking his sword from his grasp. The outcome was evident. The white-haired boy clapped his hands. Snow, it's been a few days, and your swordsmanship has improved. Rob, you've returned from the bandit hunt? Snow set aside his wooden sword and embraced Ghoulie. Rob rubbed his wrist and chuckled. Snow's prowess is only evident in his one-handed swordplay. now 12 years of age. They had entered puberty, their voices deepening and fine hair sprouting at the corners of their mouths. Guli, at 17, stood a full 5 years older than Rob and Snow, naturally towering over them. However, this height disparity was merely temporary. In a few years, Snow and Rob would soon catch up. Why haven't I seen Sansa? Guli inquired, scanning the area but failing to spot her. His relationship with Sansa was still rather lukewarm, but at least it had softened from their childhood rivalry. They had become ordinary friends after living together under the same roof for 5 years. Rob chuckled at the mention of Sansa. He had a duel with Arya a few days ago and ended up with a dagger in his backside, haha. He is probably lying in bed nursing his wounds. Are you going to visit him? No, Guli declined with a smile, feeling their bond had yet to reach the point of concern. Speaking of Arya, she had unexpectedly sought Guli out about a year ago, expressing her desire to learn foreign martial arts from her dreams. Guli had guided her into his dreams, intending to impart the authentic Qijia sword technique of Lu Wenjiao. However, after over a month of dreaming, she had only managed to grasp 6 techniques of gunplay. Recognizing her affinity for these particular moves, Guli adjusted his approach, allowing her to specialize in those 6 techniques. Unlike the leisurely Western styles displayed in Game of Thrones, Lu Wenjiao's techniques emphasized speed and precision, striking with the force of a raging tempest. Sansa, unaware of the intricacies, naturally fell prey to Arya's newfound skills. After exchanging pleasantries with his friends, Guli prepared to return to his quarters for some much-needed rest. He had been on the move for several days and longed for a good night's sleep. Now possessing his own private room, he no longer had to share a space with Snow. Despite not being roommates anymore, their relationship had not grown distant. Rather, it had become even more intimate. In contrast, Rob, with the passage of time and the shift in status, had become less effusive. At times, he would even deliberately distance himself from Guli and the others. Perhaps Caitlyn's influence had led him to recognize the inherent differences between his noble birth and the status of bastards, Guli and Snow, and wards, Sansa. Lying in bed, Guli found himself unable to drift into slumber. Since the passing of Bing Ling, insomnia had plagued him. He dreaded dreaming, so each night before sleep, he would seal his consciousness with magic. Over the past 5 years, he had not created any new dreams. Only during his sword practice did he enter his consciousness to review dream recordings. Look, I've come to see you. Arya's exuberant voice echoed as she approached his door. Calling out loudly, Guli sighed and rose to open the door for her. Arya, you're so loud. I just got back and need to rest, all right? He bent down and playfully rubbed her cheeks, venting his frustrations. Arya brandished a new water flask, declaring, I've brought you a gift. A gift? Guli took the flask, inspecting it closely. The entire vessel was carved from a single bone, adorned with a lifelike representation of the Stark family emblem, a dire wolf. With a mysterious expression, Arya proclaimed, This is dragon bone. I spent a fortune to acquire it. Guli sighed, You've been deceived. This is bison bone. No way. Arya protested, refusing to believe it, insisting it was indeed dragon bone. Take another look. Not wishing to shatter her dreams, Guli acquiesced. All right, dragon bone flask. Such a beautiful flask. I'll keep it in my room. Arya was irked, exclaiming, No, you must carry it with you. Throw away that old wooden flask and take mine. The reason Guli carried a flask was not for thirst, but rather to facilitate his use of ice magic. He could not conjure ice out of thin air. He could only obtain it by freezing liquid water. Without water, he could not wield his ice magic. Thus, he always carried a flask to be prepared for any eventuality. The flask is lovely, and I truly appreciate it. By the way, I also have a gift for you. Guli turned and approached the bedside, dragging out a long wooden box from beneath the bed. He lifted the approximately 2-meter-long box and returned to Elia. Let's take a look, he said. Curiously, Elia crouched down, her mind already speculating about its contents. She joyfully tapped the box, wondering if it contained a new spear. Guli did not reply, merely gesturing for her to open it herself. As Elia lifted the lid, she discovered a spear lying quietly within, emanating a chilling aura. The spear's design was exquisite. The semi-transparent tip was sharp and slender, yet it appeared so delicate that it might snap with a slight bend. Coiling between the tip and the shaft was a vividly detailed Chinese dragon, its scales, claws, and fangs distinctly visible. The shaft was wrapped in white cloth, concealing its interior, while the tail of the spear was adorned with clouds, harmonizing beautifully with the dragon at the tip. What a beautiful spear, Elia exclaimed. She attempted to lift the ice spear, only to find it unexpectedly heavy. Not only did she struggle to hold it, but she nearly stumbled to the ground. Guli, quick to react, caught her. With a smile, he explained, This spear is infused with my magic, making it as hard as iron. It was originally intended as a coming-of-age gift for you, but I present it to you today. Coming-of-age gift? Elia retorted, frustrated. But I'm only 7 this year. I still have 9 more years to wait. It's so heavy. How can I use it now? Guli playfully flicked her forehead. This spear is quite dangerous. For now, you can only admire it. To wield it, you must wait until you grow a bit more. Dangerous? Are you afraid I might hurt someone? Elia asked. Her face flushed with indignation as she rubbed her forehead. Ghoulie shook his head and clarified. This spear cannot merely injure, it can kill. The magic within it will be released upon striking an enemy. Release magic? Elia was puzzled. Ghoulie elaborated. If you were to stab someone with it, they would instantly turn into ice shards. Thus, it is indeed a very perilous weapon. He had nurtured this ice spear with his magic for an entire year to achieve its current state. However, the magic it contained was finite and would eventually be depleted. When I find sufficient Valyrian steel in the future, I will craft a spear tailored for you, he added, sealing the wooden box once more. Oh, and it has one drawback. It can be quite cold to hold. Elia dismissed concerns about the spear's merits or flaws. It was hers now. She summoned a few guards to carry the box back to her room. Luke, will you always stay by my side? She suddenly inquired before leaving. Ghoulie pondered for a moment before deciding to speak truthfully. No, one day you will grow up, and I too will eventually leave Winterfell. However, I will certainly return to see you. Oh, Elia responded coolly, then impulsively kicked Ghoulie before sprinting away. Chapter 33. The threat in the cave concealed beyond the wall. The last two shapeshifters among the forest children were reporting to the three-eyed raven about their recent patrols. This month, several small tribes had joined the followers of the frost god, and yesterday they completed their sacrifices. A total of 7 human infants had been taken into the land of eternal winter by the others. 3 others had entered and exited that realm this month, all with the purpose of retrieving offerings. After concluding their report, the 2 forest children stood silently, awaiting the raven's response. In a somber tone, the three-eyed raven instructed them to continue their surveillance. Fools abound among humans. As long as those larger tribes remain unfallen, the situation is not dire. Understood, they replied. Just as they were about to exit the cave, the raven added, Wind spirit, stay. Grass, summon Leaf. The forest child named Grass complied, and soon, Leaf entered the cave alone. The raven scrutinized them, his voice firm. You have delayed regarding Luke's matter for far too long. Did you think I was oblivious? I granted you 5 years, and to this day, you have failed to uncover who killed Ice Crystal and who is teaching Luke magic. Wind Spirit questioned, perplexed, Prophet, why do you concern yourself so much with Luke? He has remained obediently within Winterfell, never mingling with suspicious individuals. Moreover, is it not a good thing that he can learn magic? The raven's emotions surged, and he bellowed, he must not learn magic. I sent him to Winterfell precisely to ensure he lived an unremarkable life, mundane and ordinary. He continued, now I have reason to suspect that Luke is trading with human sorcerers, using Ice Crystal's sacrifice to acquire his current magical abilities. Leaf, knowing the truth, immediately protested. That is impossible. Luke is not that kind of child. The raven smirked. Child? Do you truly know what he is? Why do you think I never allowed you to interfere with the wildling sacrifices, yet I risked myself to venture into the land of eternal winter to save him? Both Leaf and Wind Spirit shook their heads. They had once privately discussed this very issue and had never reached a conclusion. Over time, they had forgotten. The raven revealed the truth. I once glimpsed a fragment of the future. Luke will become the new king of the others, destined to replace the Night King. Under his leadership, the others will breach the wall, turning the entire continent of Westeros into a realm of the dead. New king of the others? Wind Spirit staggered back, disbelief etched upon her face as she glanced at Leaf. Leaf's hands trembled. Prophet, why did you not inform us of this years ago? The raven paused momentarily before responding. After all, he was a living being. I could not bear to see him perish in the snow, which is why I brought him back to you to raise. Having lived for millennia, Leaf was not easily deceived. The prophet's initial intention must have been to cultivate Luke as a weapon against the Night King. But upon realizing he could not awaken as a shapeshifter, you abandoned him. Now that he suddenly wields magic and has slipped from your control, you are afraid? Wind Spirit, caught in confusion, could only watch the two converse. The raven did not deny it. For the sake of ultimate victory, everything may be sacrificed. Wind Spirit, I will expel Luke from Winterfell, and you must kill him. Wind Spirit's heart ached. She had watched him grow. Prophet, it need not come to this, she pleaded. Leaf gritted her teeth. Prophet, silence. The raven's tone was resolute. Do not forget your mission. Eradicating the others is the very duty of you forest children. Leaf's voice quivered. Luke is not one of the others. The raven regarded her coldly, but he will be. Leaf, you have aided many generations of green seers. Has the vision of the green ever been wrong? Leaf closed her eyes, acknowledging the truth. The raven ceased further dialogue. If that is the case, what are you still hesitating for? Go now. Wind Spirit, remember to select a strong beast. Luke will not be easy to deal with. With a bittersweet smile, Wind Spirit replied, Prophet, I understand. As they stepped outside the cave, Leaf grasped Wind Spirit's arm. Wind Spirit, are you truly going? Sighing, Wind Spirit responded, Leaf. Even if I do not go, the prophet will send grass. Moreover, the prophet is right. The others are our responsibility. We are all atoning, are we not? Leaf held tightly to Wind Spirit's arm. Wind Spirit, I have a way. We can send Luke away, far from Westeros. Wind Spirit, however, was less optimistic. Luke has deliberately distanced himself from me. He may not heed my words. Leaf, I will try my best. We are both burdened by heavy shackles. I once envied you for having a moment of freedom to lay down your burdens. Yet regardless, the shackles persist, and we cannot escape them. I am glad you had a beautiful time as a mother. I am deeply sorry to be the one to take your child from you. But we have no choice. We must accept our fate. The others are a sin, a transgression borne by all of us forest children. For the sake of other beings on the continent of Westeros, we must sacrifice everything to atone. Leaf, I hope that one day you will forgive me for today's decision. Wind Spirit embraced Leaf, resting her chin on her shoulder as a single crystalline tear slipped from her eye. In the realm of the three-eyed raven's consciousness, a foreign awareness was imprisoned. Countless vines erupted from the ground, binding a pristine white dragon. Prophet, how much longer will you confine me? The dragon raised its head and roared towards the sky. Such a colossal creature possessed a voice as soft as a child's, creating a dissonant contrast. The three-eyed raven's consciousness materialized before the dragon. Soon, very soon, I shall release you. The dragon sensed something amiss. What have you done? The raven did not respond. Ice Crystal, we shall remember your sacrifice. Once you become a dragon, our odds against the others will improve. The dragon struggled against the vines, but her strength was insufficient. Release me, you scoundrel. Do you wish for all forest children to perish alongside you? I will not allow you to succeed. The raven replied calmly. I harbor no personal vendetta against you. All that has transpired stems from the forest children and will conclude with them. This is fate, an immutable fate. The dragon, seething with rage, declared, Brandon Stark, I will kill you. The raven remained composed. When your kind is extinguished, so too will my fate come to an end. At that time, I hope you do not carry your personal grievances onto the next three-eyed raven. The dragon lunged at the raven, but the taut vines pulled her back once more. At that moment, a distinct ticking sound reverberated in their ears, akin to droplets striking an eggshell. Following this, a woman's sobbing echoed. Ice Crystal, it has been 5 years. Why have you not yet hatched? I have come to bid you farewell. The prophet has sent Wind Spirit to kill Luke. I must save him. He is my child, and I will not allow anyone to harm him. With a crack, the dome of the consciousness space split open, and the vines binding the dragon began to dissolve. The raven's expression shifted. Leaf, the dragon erupted into laughter, revealing her rows of sharp teeth. You cannot contain me any longer, old fool. Chapter 34. Escape after parting ways with Foamling, Yezi found herself alone at the small wooden cottage where she had lived with Ghoulie for 12 years. 5 years ago, she had relocated the white dragon egg to this very place. Whenever she had a moment to spare, she would come to check on the egg's condition. Thanks to the nurturing from Bingling, the egg had long since regained its health and luster, yet it had never successfully hatched. Day after day, the heartbeat within the egg grew stronger, but the hatchling remained elusive. Yezi had never seen a dragon and was unaware of how long the incubation process would take. All she could do was wait patiently, though she never anticipated that this waiting would stretch on for 5 long years. Holding the dragon egg, she fell into a trance. Her thoughts consumed with worry for Ghoulie's situation. Bingling, the seer, had foreseen certain futures. Luke would usurp the Night King, becoming the king of the White Walkers. I do not know what to do. On one side lay her responsibilities, and on the other, her child. It was a choice she had to make. If she chose one, she must forsake the other. As she gazed around the room, it felt as though Ghoulie had just departed yesterday. A small beast hide garment still lay on the makeshift bed. Drip. A tear fell onto the white dragon egg. Sniffling, she voiced her frustration. Bingling. It has been 5 years. Why have you not hatched yet? I have come to bid you farewell. The seer has sent Foamling to kill Luke. And I must save him. He is my child, and I will not allow anyone to harm him. Crack. Suddenly, a fissure appeared on the surface of the dragon egg, steadily widening until it covered the entire egg. Yezi realized the egg was about to hatch, and she carefully placed it back into the pile of grass. Indeed, accompanied by strange sounds, more cracks appeared on the egg. Pop. A small lizard head, no, a dragon head broke through the shell, struggling fiercely to tear the opening larger. Finally, it succeeded in breaking free from its confines, lying weakly on the grass, covered in thick, viscous fluid. Bingling? Yezi called softly. The newborn dragon was still quite small, only slightly larger than Yezi's palm. Its skin was so thin that she could see the blood vessels beneath. It flapped its wings and hind legs, attempting to rise. But having just been born, it lacked the strength. The white dragon opened its mouth, but its throat was not fully developed and produced no sound. Moreover, it had lost its shape-shifting abilities and could no longer speak through magic. struggling to crawl onto the wooden board. The little dragon used the claws on its wings to awkwardly write a word. It was the old tongue, the language of the children of the forest. Fire? Do you need fire? Yezi inquired. The little dragon nodded weakly, its feeble state tugging at her heartstrings. Yezi quickly produced a flint from her waist, intending to ignite a flame for the dragon's warmth. Seeing her misunderstanding, the dragon wrote another series of words. Put me in the fire. I need its energy. Yezi had already lit a small pile of wood within the cottage, but it was too small for anything more than warmth. If she placed the white dragon in the flames, it would surely extinguish the flame. Therefore, the fire needed to be larger. Reluctantly, she scanned the room, took the small beast hide garment from the bed, and threw all the dry grass onto the fire. Instantly, thick smoke billowed within the cottage, and Yezi clutched the garment tightly, fleeing the building. Before long, the smoke diminished, and flames erupted within the cottage. The fire grew larger, quickly engulfing the entire structure. Fortunately, the cottage was built against a mountain, surrounded by rocks and thick ice. The nearest trees were over 10 meters away, alleviating any concern about the flames spreading to the forest. The intense heat assaulted Yezi's face, yet she felt no fear. Instead, her gaze was fixed intently on the depths of the flames, anticipating something to emerge. Half an hour later, a white figure burst forth from the inferno, landing at Yezi's feet. Although the white dragon had not changed in size, it now stood tall, its wings unfurled, giving the impression that it had doubled in size. It inscribed on the solid ice at Yezi's feet, "Yezi, I heard everything you said. I am going now to protect Luke. You must be cautious of the seer while you remain here. He has his own selfish motives, and he is not as noble as you think." Yezi was puzzled. Why had Bingling suddenly mentioned the seer? Could it be that the prolonged hatching was due to the seer's interference? The newborn white dragon, barely the size of a raven, boldly declared its intent to protect others, a confidence that was puzzling. "You are still very weak. Be careful." The white dragon responded with a remarkably human-like nod. It flapped its wings and flew before Yezi, gently nudging her cheek with its head. After their final farewell, it beat its wings furiously, ascending higher and higher until it vanished into the treetops. Yezi turned her gaze back to the remnants of the fire in the ruins of the cottage. She appeared to be lost in reminiscence, unable to pull herself from her thoughts. Swish, swish, swish. 6 children of the forest suddenly emerged from the woods, swiftly approaching Yezi. "Yezi, the seer has sent us to retrieve the dragon egg." Yezi replied calmly. "The dragon has already hatched." "And the dragon?" "It has flown away." "Flown away?" They did not realize that the consciousness of Bingling resided within the white dragon, and they exclaimed in frustration, "You just let it fly away? That is a dragon. If we successfully tame it, it would be the perfect weapon against the army of the undead." Yezi turned to face them. "Do not worry. It will return one day." As the sun set, Guli concluded his day's training. He felt that the wooden sword in his hand was becoming increasingly manageable, but alas, his left hand bore the traits of the White Walker's shattered iron. Thus he could only wield Valyrian steel swords and dragon crystal weapons. However, the Dark Sister he held was a Western-style longsword, vastly different from the design of the Falling Plum, making it quite uncomfortable for him to wield. He thought to seize an opportunity to visit King's Landing and have the Dark Sister reforged. The technique for reforging Valyrian steel was rare, held only by a select few blacksmiths. Guli had already inquired, and no one in the north possessed such knowledge. "Luke, Luke," Arya exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow as she approached Guli, carrying a wooden spear. "It's getting dark. We should head back." She typically trained with Guli outside the city at their usual spot. Although she had mastered the 6 spear techniques, she still practiced for an entire afternoon every day. Jon occasionally joined them for sparring with single-handed sword techniques, essentially feeding each other moves. However, Jon had not come today. He was likely practicing with Robb. Guli and Arya sprinted back to Winterfell as the last rays of sunlight faded. Upon entering the city, they spotted Steward Poole waiting at the gate. "Luke," he said to Guli, "the Duke wishes to see you. Follow me. He will be in his study." Guli paused, taken aback. It was mealtime. What could not be discussed at the dinner table that required a visit to the study? He was starving after a day of training. Gurgle. Embarrassed, Guli clutched his stomach. "All right, I will go." He suppressed his hunger and obediently followed Steward Poole. Left behind, Arya felt puzzled. She vaguely recalled that when she had left for the day, Robb mentioned that Uncle Benjen had sent a letter. Then, her father and mother had had a heated argument in the study. Could their dispute be related to Luke? Unable to contain her curiosity, Arya hoisted her wooden spear and followed. Chapter 35 Departure in the study on the top floor of the keep. Eddard sat silently at his desk, while Caitlin gazed out the window into the distance. The atmosphere between them was palpably tense. After guiding them, Master Poole left the room, leaving an utterly bewildered Gully standing inside. "Luke, take a look at this." Eddard tapped the desk and pushed a sheet of letter paper toward Gully. Approaching the desk, Gully picked up the paper and began to read. "Ned, how have you been lately?" "Over here at the Black Castle. The first half of the letter contained mundane pleasantries, but the latter half bore shocking news regarding Luke's lineage. I have compiled information gathered over the years and concluded that he is not Brandon's illegitimate son. I have captured the traitor who sold women beyond the wall, and he is currently in the dungeons of the Black Castle. According to his recollection, he indeed sold a batch of women to the lands beyond the wall 17 years ago, one of whom was a woman with a child. However, that woman died on the way. As for the child, due to the wildling tribe's rejection of outsiders, he discarded the infant carelessly by the roadside in the snow. A newborn could not possibly survive in such bitter cold. The child was likely taken by a beast, though Luke has assumed a false identity. He has not committed any acts that threaten Winterfell. He is a good boy. I will continue to investigate this matter to uncover who orchestrated this. You must send Luke to the Black Castle at once, allowing him to fulfill his duty as the Stark of this generation, guarding the wall. Gully set the letter down. Speechless. Internally, he scoffed. Is this for real? Did the three-eyed crow expose it so easily? Eddard inquired. Do you have anything to explain? Gully stroked his chin. I am indeed not a member of House Stark. You see, I told you he already knew. He is aware of it, Ned. You must take this matter seriously. Catelyn suddenly turned and said, casting a glance at Gully before leaving the room with a cold demeanor. Eddard felt uncomfortable. He had previously wagered with Catelyn, asserting that Luke was entirely oblivious. He had not anticipated that Gully would confess so readily. Who instructed you to act this way? What purpose did that person have in placing you in Winterfell? Gully shrugged. There is no purpose. I was raised by the children of the forest. I have never known a Brandon Stark. My foster mother was named Leaf, a child of the forest. She sent me here so that I could lead a normal human life. Eddard was incredulous upon hearing the term children of the forest. Such beings belong to myth. How could they possibly exist in reality? Even if they had existed once, they would be as extinct as dragons by now. What about the letter? Where did it come from? Gully hesitated, then tentatively responded. Have you heard of the Green Seer? He gave me the letter. Bang. Eddard slammed his hand on the desk. Incensed, I commanded you to speak honestly, and you regale me with bedtime stories? Gully chuckled. Then you must think that the others are merely tales as well? Eddard stepped closer to Gully. Have you ever slain another? Impossible. I have merely encountered one. Gully replied, spreading his hands. I have said all I needed to say. Do you have more questions? Eddard, disheartened, closed his eyes. Go prepare your belongings. Depart for the Black Castle tomorrow morning. Gully removed his coin pouch from his waist and emptied its contents onto the table. Consider these coins as compensation for the years of sustenance. With the empty pouch in hand, he exited the study. Eddard picked up a gold dragon, examining it closely. One side bore the sigil of House Targaryen, a three-headed dragon breathing fire. On the opposite side was the portrait of a king from the coinage era. Aegon I Targaryen? A gold dragon from over a century ago? How could it still be in circulation? Each new king would melt down the coins to mint anew. Although this was a gradual process, after generations of kings, gold dragons over 100 years old would have long since ceased to exist. He picked up other coins to inspect. Their ages varied, but they were all old currency from centuries past. Children of the forest? Eddard pondered the gold dragon in his hand, lost in thought. Gully returned to his room, taking a moment to calm himself, then suddenly regretted his impulsiveness. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he chuckled bitterly. I acted rashly. Without money, I cannot move forward. Gully had originally planned to leave Winterfell the following year to travel. It would grant him both knowledge and an opportunity to investigate the mysterious crystal. Unfortunately, plans often fall victim to change. Eddard would send him to the Black Castle at dawn, necessitating his discreet departure from Winterfell that very night. Never mind. I can still travel without money. Perhaps I could become a mercenary. But being a mercenary is not as simple as it seems. At the door, Robb and Jon Snow stood together, smiling as they waved at Gully. Gully awkwardly touched his nose. Had he forgotten to close the door? Did they overhear his musings? Robb tossed Gully a coin pouch, laughing. You know I don't save money, so here I say a little something. Jon entered the room, also tossing a pouch. I have some silver stags and copper stars for you to use. Gully hurriedly caught both pouches, astonished. You both knew? Robb glanced around the doorway. Arya told us. Why isn't she here? Gully felt warmth in his heart. Had she eavesdropped? Thank you, but you really didn't have to. Luke, at a time like this, don't be modest. You are in need, and we will certainly help, Jon said with a serious expression. Clap, clap. Robb stood at the doorway, clapping his hands to redirect the attention of the others. He said to Jon, stay here with Luke. I will go arrange things. All right. Be careful not to be discovered, Jon replied. Robb felt Jon underestimated him. He snorted. Got it. Wait for my good news. With that, he departed. Gully was somewhat taken aback. You all want to help me escape Winterfell? Jon and Robb understood Gully's aspirations and were aware of his distaste for the Northern Wall. Haven't you always wanted to see the South? If you don't leave tonight, you may never have another chance. Don't you resent me for deceiving you? Gully couldn't believe they bore no ill will. Jon countered. When have you ever deceived us? Why would we resent you? You were just a child back then, without the ability to control your own fate. Rob and I know it was the adults who erred. So, that was how they viewed it. Gully fell silent, unsure if he should reveal the truth. John continued matter-of-factly. Luke, even if you bear no Stark blood, you are still our dearest friend. Gully was profoundly moved, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you. Thank you both. John smiled. It's still early. Shall we chat for a while? That sounds good. Chapter 36 Departure. The two reminisced about the past, reflecting on their first impressions of each other, and recalling the moment when Gu Li's hair turned white due to a miscalculation in his magical training. The white hair was a reminder of the severe injury he sustained in a dream. As Gu Li attempted to explain, he was inevitably reminded of Bing Ling's sacrifice, and a veil of sorrow clouded his eyes. By the way, Luke, where will you go after leaving the city? Snow sensed the shift in Gu Li's mood and swiftly changed the topic. Gu Li had already devised a plan. I intend to visit the academy first, and then proceed to King's Landing. The academy? What purpose do you have there? Snow inquired. It was understandable to go to King's Landing, the epicenter of power among the Seven Kingdoms, but why the academy? Was Luke aspiring to be a scholar? Gu Li touched his left eyelid, hinting at his intent. The academy gathers all the knowledge of Westeros, and I wish to investigate certain matters. Oh, Snow replied, refraining from further inquiries, instinctively feeling that Gu Li was keen on uncovering his heritage. The two continued their conversation for over an hour, and time was drawing near. Snow tilted his head to gaze out the window, estimating the time by the moon's position. Luke, gather your things, we must descend. Gu Li planned to travel light. With his coin pouch, water flask, and sword in hand, he had little to prepare. Let us go? Very well, we shall set off. At the south gate of Winterfell, an unusual occurrence unfolded. Despite it being the dead of night, the gate remained ajar, and no guards were stationed nearby. Gu Li questioned suspiciously. Why is there no one on watch? It's all thanks to Sansa. She led the guards away, Snow explained as they stood at the gate, awaiting Rob's arrival. Gu Li was taken aback. Sansa was involved as well. Snow nodded. Yes, but do not worry. Sansa is unaware of your situation. She is merely assisting Rob. However, time was of the essence, and Sansa could not delay for long. Where is Rob? Snow fretted, straining to catch sight of him in the distance. As moments trickled by, Rob finally emerged from the shadows. Noticing his empty hands, Snow immediately inquired, where are the horses? Rob's expression darkened. For some reason, Father lingered in the stables, and I could not find an opportunity to steal a horse. Snow felt a surge of anxiety. Without a horse, Luke would not be able to escape far before being recaptured. Rob bowed his head in guilt. I know. At that moment, Gu Li realized the extent of the two youngsters' clandestine efforts. He chuckled. It's all right. Have you forgotten? I am a sorcerer. Rob retorted. Can you conjure a horse? Gu Li hesitated. Not exactly. Just then, Ed appeared, leading a horse and rounding the corner of the wall. The children had no time to hide and were caught red-handed. Why are you still awake at this hour? Ed scolded sternly. Both Rob and Snow turned pale. Father. Return now. I must close the gate, Ed commanded, seemingly oblivious to Gu Li's presence. Oh, and remember to bid farewell to Luke. He leaves for the night's watch tomorrow. Rob foolishly replied. Father, Luke is right here. Ed interrupted. Hurry up. Oh yes, we shall go. The two waved goodbye to Gu Li and hurried towards the castle. After they departed, Ed approached Gu Li with the horse. He handed the reins to Gu Li, saying, Go. It is the Stark family's duty to guard the wall. It is not your concern. Gu Li was perplexed. Have you changed your mind? Ed responded evasively. You resemble him. Resemble whom? Brandon Stark? Gu Li did not take the reins. I cannot take the warhorse of Winterfell. I can procure a common pack horse from a nearby village. Take it. You have aided me greatly over the years, Ed insisted, shoving the reins into Gu Li's hands. Hurry. The gate must close. Gu Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to accept the kindness. He removed the wooden stopper from his water flask and raised his left hand, causing a stream of water to flow from the flask, gradually coalescing into ice in his palm. In an instant, a delicate ice flower materialized. He offered the ice flower to Ed. This is for Arya. Ed was taken aback, staring at the enchanting sight. You are a sorcerer? He had heard the children whispering about Luke being a sorcerer who wielded ice magic, but he had dismissed it as mere fanciful imagination. Now, the truth was laid bare before him, leaving no room for doubt. Gu Li hesitated for a few seconds, feeling it inappropriate to gift only Arya. He conjured another ice flower. This one is for Sansa. Both flowers carry my magic and will remain intact for a century. Consider it a small token of my gratitude. After handing both flowers to Ed, he turned to mount the horse, preparing to depart. Ed could not restrain his curiosity. Were you truly raised by the children of the forest? Gu Li nodded. Yes, I did not deceive you. He continued. Winterfell has been kind to me, and I have friends here. I will certainly return, to stand with you through adversity. Ghoulie had revisited the first season of Game of Thrones in his dreams, recalling that Bran Stark was 10 years old at the start of the series, while this year he was merely 6. In other words, Ghoulie only needed to return within 4 years to avert the Stark family's tragedy. Yet, Ed remarked, "It would be best if you do not return, otherwise, I shall truly send you to the Night's Watch." Ghoulie remained silent, tugging at the reins to guide the warhorse to turn slowly. "Farewell, my lord." He rode off, vanishing into the night. Ed stood there, watching his retreating figure, murmuring, "So much like him." He turned to summon the guards to close the gate when a sudden commotion erupted around him. "Come out." From the shadows, Master Poole emerged. "My lord, one horse is missing from the stables." Ed nodded. "I am aware. I took it." Master Poole continued, "Not that warhorse. It is another gentle mare that is missing." "Which mare? Arya's or Sansa's?" Ed inquired. Within Winterfell, only the mounts of those 2 girls were gentle mares. After a moment of silence, Master Poole replied, "It is Arya's mare." Ed's thoughts raced, and the 2 exquisite ice flowers slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground into fragments. "Quick, prepare a horse. Let us pursue Luke." Chapter 37. The Pursuers in the Dim Twilight. Ghoulie rode leisurely along the King's Road on the warhorse gifted by Ed. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he glanced back at Winterfell, its silhouette obscured by night, only flickering lights dotting the landscape. His emotions were a tumultuous mix. Events had unfolded too swiftly. Just yesterday, he had been patrolling the area, yearning for an early return to rest. Yet today, as he set foot on this expanse once more, it was to bid a definitive farewell to Winterfell. With a brief moment to collect himself, he resolved to press forward. As he adjusted his grip on the saddle, he noticed a new pouch hanging from it. Curiously, he opened the pouch to find 27 gold dragons inside, new coins, unlike the aged ones he had possessed before. This revelation confirmed that Ed had not asked for his money. It was reasonable to assume that the Duke of Winterfell was not in want of a mere 27 gold dragons. Glancing at the other 2 pouches strapped to his waist, gifts from Jon Snow and Robb, he felt the weight of gratitude. The debt of goodwill was indeed profound and warming. He realized he must contemplate how to repay it. With a determined gaze, he even entertained the thought of aiding House Stark in seizing the throne upon King Robert's demise. Yet, these were mere flights of fancy for now. He had no concrete plans. For years remained. There was no rush, and he could first attend to his own affairs. He nudged the horse's flank, prompting a slight acceleration in its pace. The following midday, he arrived at the desolate expanse of Carlin Bay, located at the southernmost point of the north, surrounded by treacherous marshlands. Thankfully, the King's Road provided a safe passage, even for one unfamiliar with the terrain. This area served as the gateway to the north, a strategic location and an essential route for Ghoulie's journey southward. However, since it was not wartime, no family stationed guards here. After a night of relentless travel, fatigue and hunger overwhelmed him. He desperately sought a village for supplies and rest. Yet, situated at the border of the north and the riverlands, amidst marshes, it was unlikely for anyone to reside here. He would need to travel further south to find a larger settlement within the riverlands. After several hours of travel, as darkness began to envelop the land, he finally left the marsh behind and stumbled upon a small village with a mere dozen households. He dismounted and approached the villagers to procure some essential supplies. Most of the villagers were hunters, possessing several fine blankets. Ghoulie, concerned about staying warm while camping outdoors, gladly purchased 3 of the best blankets. In addition to the blankets, he obtained a substantial amount of provisions, primarily consisting of dark bread and jerky, though these lacked flavor. They were durable and satisfying. He also acquired a newly crafted hunting bow and a dozen arrows from an old hunter, spending a total of 1 silver stag and several copper coins. After concluding his transactions, he hastily departed from the village. One must always guard against treachery. He could not afford to sleep in the village. Human greed often proved more fearsome than wild beasts. He ambled back to the King's Road, contemplating his next move. Ultimately, he decided to make a fire in the nearby woods to rest. Suddenly, the rapid sound of hooves echoed behind him. He turned, puzzled. Could it be that Ed had changed his mind and sent someone to retrieve him? To his astonishment, it was Arya, panting and flustered. Arya reined in her white steed beside him, tears staining her cheeks. "Why did you run so fast? I've chased you for an entire day and night." Seeing her distressed state, Ghoulie stifled a laugh. "Why did you follow me? Do you wish to bid me farewell? Well, your sentiment is noted. Now return home." Arya, indignant, exclaimed, "I will not return. I left the city before you and waited for you in the woods. You rode off while I called for you until my voice was hoarse." Having galloped through the night, Ghoulie had heard nothing but the wind rushing past his ears. He pinched Arya's cheek playfully and said, "I apologize truly. Now, go back to the north." Arya swatted his hand away, her cheeks puffed like a squirrel's. "I told you, I'm not going back. I want to travel the 7 kingdoms with you. You've said before that great heroes are destined to roam the world." Ghoulie's expression darkened. He regretted sharing those tales with the young girl. Listen, you're still a child, and I cannot afford to look after you. With determination, Arya shot back. I am not a child. I don't need your protection. She patted a wooden box tied to her saddle, declaring, I have money, lots of it. Ghoulie glanced down, recognizing it as Caitlyn's jewelry box. Wait, why is there a familiar sword hanging from your saddle? He groaned. Arya, did you steal ice? With conviction, she replied, Father doesn't he use it. He merely displays it in his study. I'm going to explore the 7 kingdoms, so I borrowed it. Ghoulie pointed at the long wooden box and the spear tied beside it. But you already have 2 spears. Why do you need ice? Arya looked at him quizzically. Haven't you been lamenting your lack of a suitable sword? I borrowed it for you to use. He fell silent for a moment, then muttered. The Duke will surely send someone to hunt me down. Arya disagreed. Why would he do that? He often says you are the most capable among all the children. He likes you. He wouldn't harm you. No, I think he would. Arya, you truly are a handful. Suddenly, Arya's cheeks flushed crimson. She clutched her stomach and awkwardly said, Do you have any food? The bread I brought is all gone, and I'm hungry. The dark bread and jerky were too tough for her to chew. Ghoulie pointed toward the woods ahead. Let us rest there. I can hunt something for you to eat. Finally, a smile returned to Arya's face. All right. The pair reached the small grove, tethered their horses to a tree, and gathered kindling to start a fire. Both horses, having galloped through the night, seized the opportunity to graze and rest. Ghoulie tested the new hunting bow. It was well crafted, though it did not match the quality or strength of the standard wooden bows from Winterfell. While it might not pierce a wooden shield, it was more than adequate for hunting. Venturing deeper into the woods with the bow, he soon returned with 2 wild rabbits in hand. Using his ice knife, he skillfully gutted and skinned them. Next, he took out a small bag of coarse salt purchased from the village and rolled the rabbit meat in it. Arya, watching hungrily, had prepared 2 sticks to skewer the meat. Ghoulie, also feeling famished, took the sticks from her hands, skewered the rabbit meat, and placed it over the fire. After a good half hour, the meat began to release its juices, filling the air with a rich aroma as it sizzled. Ghoulie tore off a hind leg of rabbit, ensured it was thoroughly cooked, and handed it to Arya. Here, eat. Once you're finished, I'll escort you back. Arya hastily swallowed the steaming rabbit meat. You can't go back. Mother must think you stole ice. If Father catches up to you, you'll likely end up in the dungeons of Winterfell. Caitlyn, that wicked woman, has long held a disdain for him. If he were to return now, would it not be akin to walking straight into the line of fire? It appears there is some truth to this child's words. Ghoulie, feeling frustrated, took a bite of the rabbit meat, wondering how it was possible that a mere 7-year-old could have such a firm grip on him. Chapter 38. The Shadow Lynx. After consuming the rabbit meat, Ghoulie buried the remaining bones in the ground to prevent the enticing scent from attracting wild beasts. They sat around the campfire, resting, while Arya wrapped herself in a blanket and tilted her head to ask, Luke, are you going to Riverrun? No, he replied. They were currently in the Riverlands, ruled by House Tully, and Riverrun was the ancestral castle of that family, much like the relationship between House Stark and Winterfell in the north. Ghoulie was not truly on a journey for leisure. What purpose would it serve to visit Riverrun? Furthermore, House Tully was Caitlyn's family. If he went there, wouldn't he be inviting capture? Then will we go to the area in the Vale? Arya inquired again. Ghoulie shook his head. No. Then to Casterly Rock in the Westerlands? The Lannisters who govern there are the wealthiest family in the realm. I've heard even the floors of their castle are made of gold. Arya spoke enthusiastically, revealing her extensive preparations, suggesting a prior scheme. Leaning against a tree trunk, Ghoulie closed his eyes to rest. We shall go directly to King's Landing. King Robert is a close friend of your father. I will hand you over to him, and he can send you back to Winterfell. Originally, he intended to bypass King's Landing and head straight to the more southern region of the Reach, where the ancient town lay at the southwestern corner of Westeros. Ghoulie's destination, the Citadel, was within Old Town, with Arya accompanying him. He would now have to make a stop at King's Landing first before proceeding to the Citadel. Upon hearing Ghoulie's plan, Arya sulked. No. I've already said I want to go back. How about this? After we traverse the 7 kingdoms, I'll return on my own. A slight smile graced Ghoulie's lips. You think too highly of yourself. Suddenly, an inexplicable sound echoed through the forest, as if something was approaching them. Ghoulie immediately opened his eyes, drawing his sword, Dark Sister, and positioning Arya behind him. The 2 horses tethered to the tree began to whinny nervously, shaking their heads and straining against their restraints. A crisis had abruptly descended upon them as a large, pitch-black carnivore emerged from the shadows, growling. Ghoulie recognized the creature and murmured in astonishment, a shadow lynx? What is it doing south of the wall? Despite its name, the shadow lynx bore little resemblance to a cat. It was more akin to a large tiger, marked with black and white stripes. This particular lynx appeared to be over a decade old, in its prime, and larger than the average of its kind. Yet, this species typically roamed north of the wall. How could it possibly be in the Riverlands? Arya, paralyzed by fear, turned pale and stammered, Luke, it's a huge tiger, Ghoulie spoke softly. Stay here and do not move. I will deal with it. Just as he prepared to take action, the Shadow Lynx spoke. Look, leave Westeros. Ghoulie was taken aback. Wind Spirit? How do you know my whereabouts? Can the three-eyed raven see me again? The Shadow Lynx ignored his questions and continued. Keep moving southward. Do not look back. Find a city from which you can sail away from this continent. Until then, I will pursue you relentlessly. If you pause again, I shall tear your throat out. Its gaze was unwavering, devoid of jest. Ghoulie's heart sank. Was this the intent of the three-eyed raven? It seemed he could not escape the specter of the White Walkers, who now deemed him a threat to be eliminated. The Shadow Lynx turned to leave. Luke, you have until dawn. At first light, I will kill you. Ghoulie called after it. I will not leave Westeros, at least not now. The Shadow Lynx glared back. Brimming with murderous intent, it believed Ghoulie required punishment to heed its warnings. Then I shall strike you down now. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it lunged at Ghoulie, its forepaws revealing claws as sharp as daggers. Ghoulie hastily shielded Arya behind him, and they tumbled clumsily to the ground, narrowly evading the lynx's strike. The creature's paw struck the large tree they had just leaned against, stripping off a significant piece of bark. I'll draw its attention. You ride away, Ghoulie urged, releasing Arya and sprinting deeper into the woods. However, Arya was unwilling to abandon Ghoulie. She staggered to her pony, retrieving a wooden spear. The wood lacked the density to pierce the lynx's hide, rendering it ineffective as a weapon. Arya didn't wish to confront the beast with the wooden spear, but she was too small to wield the great sword, or the spear Ghoulie had crafted for her. This wooden spear was her only means of defense. The Shadow Lynx, poised to pursue Ghoulie, halted after only a few steps. It turned to Arya and said, Human cub, Luke appears to care for you. If I capture you, I might compel him to comply. Dream on, Arya shouted defiantly, despite her terror, attempting to bolster her courage. After running a short distance, Ghoulie realized the Shadow Lynx had not followed and quickly turned back, fearing for Arya's safety. Arya flailed with her wooden spear, her immense fear leaving her mind blank as she forgot all martial techniques, thrusting aimlessly. The Shadow Lynx was a remarkably swift creature, easily evading her strikes. After dodging several times, it impatiently snapped Arya's spear in two. Human cub, do not move. I do not wish to harm you. Arya, observing the creature's menacing teeth, could hardly believe its words. She discarded the broken spear and dashed back to her pony to fetch a new weapon. With a fierce roar, the Shadow Lynx unleashed a thunderous growl, causing Arya's pony to collapse, whimpering helplessly. The seasoned black warhorse did not succumb to fear, though it trembled nonetheless. The pony lay across the ice, and Arya had no choice but to retrieve the spear from the other side. She opened the wooden box, gripping the spear with both hands, summoning every ounce of strength to lift it. Arya's face flushed with effort as her short arms shook with exertion. She managed to raise the spear's tip towards the Shadow Lynx. The lynx sniffed at Arya, and suddenly its fur bristled. Ice magic? Are you a little White Walker? How did you breach the wall? Familiar with the tales of the White Walkers, Arya shook her head in protest. I am not a White Walker. This is not their magic. It's Luke. Ghoulie burst onto the scene just then. The Shadow Lynx turned to him. Luke, the seer was right. You truly are problematic. Have you made a pact with the White Walkers? Is ice the sacrifice? Convinced of its accusation, it disregarded Ghoulie's explanation. Luke, you have betrayed your kind, aligning yourself with the embodiment of death. Damn it. The Shadow Lynx opened its massive jaws, lunging at Ghoulie with lethal intent. At that moment, it genuinely wished to kill him, unaware that the children of the forest would not perish with the death of their vessels. Ghoulie feared the Wind Spirit might meet the same fate as ice, compelling him to evade the lynx's assault. Wind Spirit, let me explain no more words. I cannot allow a White Walker to remain within the wall. The Shadow Lynx was cunning. It understood that ordinary physical means would not harm a White Walker. Thus, it incessantly sought to seize the Dark Sister from Guri's grasp, aiming to slay him with the Valyrian steel sword. Guri, oblivious to the Shadow Panther's intentions, failed to evade in time, allowing the creature to firmly latch onto the blade with its jaws. While Valyrian steel is renowned for its formidable strength, it is not an indomitable weapon that can slice through anything. With the Shadow Panther gripping the sword, Guri found himself unable to withdraw it. His only recourse was to exert force laterally, and only after severing the entire head of the Shadow Panther could he reclaim his sword. The Shadow Panther, seizing the moment, lashed out with its razor-sharp claws towards Giri's arm. Reluctant to harm the creature, Giri had no choice but to abandon his weapon. Wind Spirit, I am not a white. While I bear some responsibility for Bingling's demise, I did not offer her as a sacrifice to the whites. The Shadow Panther, still clutching the Dark Sister, spoke with a muffled voice. Indeed, your involvement in Bingling's death is undeniable. The prophet foresaw it all. How foolish I was to ever doubt him. Luke, I shall carry out the prophet's command and execute you. Giri's anger surged. Having yielded time and again, his patience was nearing its limit. Wind spirit, do not compel me to take your life. The Shadow Panther scoffed. Kill me? Even if you slay this vessel, what would it matter? I shall merely inhabit another creature and seek you once more. Gyuri was taken aback, realizing his misunderstanding. Shapeshifters do not perish with the death of their vessels. He opened the water flask at his waist, and with this revelation, declared, Then I shall draw my blade. He spread his legs and gradually crouched down, frost forming on the leather glove of his left hand. The Shadow Panther's pupils dilated sharply, sensing Gyuri was invoking the ice magic of the whites, and it lunged towards the still figure of Gyuri while still clutching the Dark Sister. A clear stream erupted from Gyuri's water flask, swirling around his arm before rapidly converging in his left hand. He slowly placed his right hand atop his left, adopting the stance of drawing a sword. Suddenly, an ice blade resembling a falling plum coalesced in his left hand. White silk, blade draw slash. Chapter 39. The dragon, the snow-white blade of light, seemed to cleave through the darkness, unleashing a torrential intent to kill while stirring up swirling snowflakes. Ding! Gu Li's strike was swift. Even the agile shadow lynx could not evade it. However, the feedback from the slash felt somewhat amiss. It appeared he had not struck the shadow lynx. Had he missed? No, he had not faltered. The vertically executed strike had been intercepted by the horizontally positioned Dark Sister clamped in the shadow lynx's jaws. Yet, it had not fully blocked the blow. The tremendous force of the strike sent the Dark Sister flying from the lynx's mouth, accompanied by several bloodied fangs. The shadow lynx let out a series of anguished cries, revealing a deep gash on its right forepaw, one that extended down to its back. The flesh around the wound was torn, blood oozing forth and gradually soaking the fur surrounding it. It raised its injured right paw, propelling itself with its remaining 3 limbs, rapidly leaping backward. Where did you learn such swordsmanship? The shadow lynx trembled, not out of fear from the spirit possessing it, but rather from the primal instincts of its body. Gu Li glanced down at the half-broken ice blade in his hand, muttering to himself, Did I hit the Dark Sister? This hastily formed ice blade, unable to withstand much magical power, possessed only a moderate hardness and was destined for a singular use. He discarded the broken blade and retrieved the fallen Dark Sister. Speaking slowly, Wind Spirit, you have lost your combat ability. Depart. Struggling further will only bring you more suffering, which is utterly meaningless. The Shadow Lynx, having lost the Dark Sister, was devoid of any means to eliminate Gu Li. Luke, you had best refrain from using magic. Should you transform a human into a white, I believe the Prophet would go to any lengths to eliminate you. Currently, the attention of the three-eyed raven and most of the forest children was focused on the Night King in the land of eternal winter. However, if Gu Li began transforming humans within the wall, his priority would rise dramatically. Gu Li scoffed, though my magic bears resemblance to the ice magic of the whites, there exists a fundamental distinction between the two. Furthermore, I am not a white. Cease your disturbances, or I shall retaliate, perhaps by revealing your hideout to the Night King. The Shadow Lynx growled, Luke, do you wish to harm even the leaves? Gu Li was merely issuing threats. He would never betray the children of the forest to the Night King. Then you had best leave me be. I will not, nor can I, transform humans into any vile whites. The Shadow Lynx remained skeptical. Luke, why do you remain silent about the ice crystal? All of Gu Li's attention was fixated on the Shadow Lynx, completely oblivious to the threat looming behind him. Above him, on the treetops, a vividly colored venomous snake was flicking its tongue. The snake was intently focused on Gu Li below, subtly adjusting its position before suddenly lunging forward. It opened its maw, revealing 2 venomous fangs, akin to arrows, swiftly striking towards Gu Li's neck. Smack! Just as the snake was about to bite Gu Li, a large white bird swooped in from seemingly nowhere, snatching the venomous serpent away in an instant. Gu Li was startled, initially thinking the white bird was attacking him, and swiftly swung his blade. Fortunately, the bird, being small and agile, easily evaded the strike. What is this? Another shapeshifter? A helper of the wind spirit? Gu Li warily observed the white bird circling above, while his eyes remained vigilant on the Shadow Lynx's movements. In the sky above, Ice Crystal grasped the venomous snake tightly with its powerful hind legs, while its toothy maw lunged towards the snake's head. The snake suddenly spoke in a somewhat aged male voice. Ice Crystal, he is a white before the sentence could be completed. The snake's head was bitten off by Ice Crystal. Subsequently, Ice Crystal devoured the entire snake, as if slurping noodles. It glanced down at the situation below and slowly descended to a large tree not far from Gu Li. Gu Li kept a close watch on the white bird, wary of a potential attack. However, when the bird landed on the tree, he was utterly dumbfounded. This was no ordinary white bird. It was, in fact, a newborn white dragon. A dragon? How could this be possible? Hadn't only Daenerys' 3 dragons existed in the series? Gu Li stared blankly at Ice Crystal, his mind struggling to comprehend. Seizing the moment of his distraction, the Shadow Lynx suddenly lunged forward, attempting a surprise attack. Ice Crystal, having discerned the lynx's intent, immediately opened its small mouth and exhaled a searing breath of flame. Accompanied by the acrid scent of burning fur, the fiery torrent successfully repelled the attacking shadow lynx. Ice Crystal cleared its throat and emitted several unfamiliar and peculiar sounds. The shadow lynx, having heard the sounds multiple times, finally recognized them as the ancient tongue. It looked at Ice Crystal in astonishment, asking, "Who are you? Are you a surviving child of the forest?" Ice Crystal did not respond, but continued to repeat the same few syllables. Having lived alongside Leaf and others for so long, Ghoulie understood some of the ancient tongue. The white dragon was incessantly urging the shadow lynx to leave. Unmoved, the shadow lynx replied, "A stranger from my own kind. This man is a white. Why would you protect him?" Ice Crystal rolled its eyes, flying directly in front of the shadow lynx and riding on the ground with its clawed wings. Wind Spirit. "I am Ice Crystal. I have not perished. You must return quickly and cease your attempts to harm Luke." "Ice Crystal? You are Ice Crystal?" the shadow lynx exclaimed, disbelief evident in its voice. "It is impossible. I clearly witnessed your corpse. How is your consciousness suddenly considered a possibility?" its pupils dilating in shock. "You transferred your consciousness into this dragon? You. How foolish. Is this not akin to suicide?" Ice Crystal wrote again, "All for the sake of victory. I must protect Luke." "Why? He is already a white." The shadow lynx, perplexed, continued to inquire. Ice Crystal hesitated before writing, "Because Luke bears the power of the divine." The shadow lynx gazed at Ice Crystal in astonishment, then turned its head to look at Ghoulie not far away, whispering, "Is what you say true? He has been chosen by the divine?" Ice Crystal nodded, inscribing, "Luke is likely our last hope. I must safeguard him." The shadow lynx slowly approached Ghoulie, stating, "I will buy you time. You must grow quickly. The Night King's army is becoming increasingly formidable. Those chosen by the divine are destined for greatness. Much like the three-eyed raven, Old God, or the Night King, God of Winter, they are figures capable of altering the course of history." Though Ghoulie could not see the words written by Ice Crystal, he could hear the words spoken by the Wind Spirit. He brushed past the shadow lynx, trembling as he approached Ice Crystal, bending down to softly call, "Ice Crystal?" Ice Crystal nodded, flying onto his shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against his face as it once had. Ghoulie cradled it in his arms, his throat trembling with emotion, filled with relief and excitement. "I am so glad you are alive, truly. It is a delight." Chapter 40. Together riding, an arrow struck the shadow lynx, but due to its insufficient force, it failed to inflict any harm, merely bouncing off its fur and falling feebly to the ground. The shadow lynx turned to glance in the direction from which the arrow had come and saw the human child who had not fled. She was aiming a hunting bow at it. Choosing to disregard her, it turned back to Ghoulie and said, "Luke, I shall return now. I will inform the prophet of your situation and urge him to cease his pursuit. Should he remain obstinate, I will discreetly alert you." "Thank you," Ghoulie replied, rising once more and placing Bing Ling upon his shoulder. The shadow lynx nodded slightly. "After I depart, remember to eliminate the shadow lynx to prevent it from harming you." It then turned to Bing Ling and smiled. "Everyone misses you. Do remember to return when you have the chance." Bing Ling giggled and nodded happily. The shadow lynx deliberately took a few steps back and said, "Take care." Suddenly, its body stiffened, and its gaze became unfocused. After a few seconds, clarity returned to its eyes, gradually regaining consciousness. Ghoulie unsheathed the Dark Sister, while Bing Ling bared her teeth at the shadow lynx. The Wind Spirit's consciousness had departed, leaving the shadow lynx a bloodthirsty beast, extremely perilous. "Awoo!" The shadow lynx howled in anguish. Recalling only that it had awoken in an unfamiliar place, its right paw inexplicably incapacitated. Its back ached, and its entire body felt sore. With ears drooping in fear, it gazed at Ghoulie and Bing Ling, emitting a series of low growls that lacked any menace, even sounding somewhat off-key. Before Ghoulie could draw his sword, Bing Ling unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. The searing gust brushed against Ghoulie's cheek, igniting flames that terrified the shadow lynx. It tucked its tail and attempted to flee, but after only a few steps, the pain from its wound caused it to collapse. The shadow lynx tried to rise, but each attempt ended in failure. Casting a helpless glance at Ghoulie, it lay motionless on the ground. "Is it dead?" Ghoulie hesitated to approach, fearing it might be feigning death. Bing Ling nuzzled Ghoulie's face before suddenly taking flight, though she did not venture far, circling above him. Ghoulie sheathed the Dark Sister and returned to Arya's side. Unfamiliar with the shapeshifter, Arya simply viewed the shadow lynx as the shadow lynx, believing it had never left. With her hunting bow still raised, she foolishly asked, "Is it dead?" Ghoulie wiped the dirt from her face and gently patted her head. "It should be dead. Let us leave this place." Arya could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. "Luke, my horse has died." Together they approached the small mare's corpse, discovering it lying on its side, frothing at the mouth, devoid of breath and heartbeat. There were no visible wounds, as if it had succumbed to fright. "Do not worry. We still have one horse," he said, gathering Arya's belongings and transferring them to his steed. Look, you were right. I am a burden. Arya's expression was one of despair. Her mood exceedingly low. Ghoulie knelt to comfort her. You are not a burden. You are very brave. Few possess the courage to confront a ferocious shadow lynx. Such a large predator could overwhelm even 7 or 8 strong soldiers. Yet, when I faced it, my hands and feet trembled. And I forgot everything I had learned about marksmanship. I truly am cowardly. Arya wiped her tears, sobbing, Luke, I should go home. I am too weak. If we encounter bandits on the road, I would surely be a liability. Reunited with Bing Ling, Ghoulie felt elated. Nonsense. Did you not just ambush the shadow lynx? That was quite an impressive shot. Do assist me in that manner from now on. Arya's face flushed crimson as she protested. That was not an ambush. I did not hide. I shot my arrow openly. It simply did not notice me. How can that be considered an ambush? Ghoulie chose not to tease her further. Instead, stroking his steed's mane. Now that we have but one horse, how do you intend to return? Do you truly wish for me to escort you back? Arya shook her head, wiping away her tears. If you return like this, Mother will surely be furious. I will wait here for Father. He will come for me. And what if he does not come? Or arrives too late, and you have been carried off by a beast? Ghoulie squinted his eyes, feigning a sinister demeanor to frighten her. Arya sniffed, casting a furtive glance at the shadow lynx in the distance. Then I shall return to that village and wait for him there. That should be safe enough, right? Ghoulie gave her a playful tap on the head. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than beasts. A delicate girl like you could fetch a high price if sold into certain establishments. Establishments? Arya, unfamiliar with the term, was baffled by Ghoulie's words. He lifted her and placed her upon the saddle. Very well, let us stick to the original plan. You will accompany me to King's Landing, and I shall then deliver you to the king. Oh. Arya felt a surge of joy at Ghoulie's acceptance of her. He unsheathed the Dark Sister, inscribing a message on a tree trunk. Arya is safe. See you in King's Landing. After sheathing his sword, he released the reins tied to the tree and mounted his horse. Luke, what happened to that fire-breathing white lizard? Arya suddenly recalled the wondrous little dragon. Ghoulie chuckled. It has been by our side all along. You simply could not see it. When you need it most, it will reveal itself. Arya's eyes brightened with realization. So it was shy and hiding? Shy. Perhaps, Ghoulie replied. Oh, and by the way, it is not a lizard, it is a dragon. Ghoulie shook the reins vigorously, and his steed set off, carrying them away from the perilous chaos. A dragon? It is so small, hardly a dragon at all. You are deceiving me. The books say dragons are extinct. It is merely a lizard. Several hours later, deep into the night, Eddard led a squadron of elite cavalry, riding day and night, finally arriving at the place where Ghoulie and Arya had previously rested. My lord, we have not found any trace of Miss Arya, but we did discover her horse, a soldier reported. Eddard gazed at the deceased mare, his heart sinking to the depths. Only a horse's corpse? What of the other one? Where is Luke's horse? We did not find it, but there are numerous dried bloodstains on the surrounding grass. Nearby, on a tree, were enormous claw marks left by a beast. Had those 2 children encountered a grisly fate? My lord, there are words here. Upon hearing the soldier's shout, Eddard hurriedly raised his torch to investigate. It was a brief message left by Ghoulie. Eddard exhaled deeply, gazing southward before turning to mount his horse. Let us return to Winterfell. As the Duke of the North, he could not leave his territory without the king's summons. His journey into Riverrun to search for his daughter was already a grave transgression. Continuing deeper would undoubtedly incite discord. Thus, he could only return to Winterfell and dispatch his most trusted subordinate to King's Landing to retrieve Arya. Chapter 41. Rest at dawn. Ghoulie and his companion, Arya, stumbled upon a quaint little town near King S Road after an exhausting night of travel, deciding to take a day's respite. The tavern in the town was brimming with mercenaries and bandits from the surrounding areas. The stench of rancid alcohol permeated the ground floor, rendering the atmosphere quite oppressive. Ghoulie pushed open the tavern's door, burdened with an assortment of luggage, and approached the counter alongside Arya. How much for a night's stay? He inquired. The proprietor, distractedly cleaning a mug, replied, 2 copper stars. If you desire the finest room, it will be 7 copper stars per night. 7 copper stars? Isn't that equivalent to a silver deer? What a ripoff. Ghoulie frowned, realizing that this was the only tavern in town, leaving him with no alternative. He opened the pouch Robb had given him, discovering only 3 silver deer left. However, he still possessed Jon Snow's pouch with 27 golden dragons. So funds were not a pressing concern. As for Caitlyn's jewelry, perhaps it was best left untouched. Ghoulie placed 2 silver deer on the counter. 1 night's stay, and please bring some meat to the room. The proprietor's eyes gleamed as he swiftly pocketed the silver. He then turned to retrieve a hefty iron key, handing it to Ghoulie. Your room is at the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor. The food will take a little while, but it will be delivered as soon as it's ready. Very well. Ghoulie accepted the key and suddenly noticed the surrounding silence. His generous display had drawn the attention of all present. These were mercenaries and bandits, and their scrutiny was hardly a favorable circumstance. With a cold smirk, he raised his left hand and slammed his fist upon the counter. Bang! The wooden counter instantly caved in, momentarily stunning everyone in the vicinity. My apologies, I slipped, he said indifferently, tossing another silver deer to the owner. This is for the counter. Make sure the food arrives promptly. With that, he guided Arya upstairs. Once they reached the upper floor, the mercenaries below began to murmur quietly among themselves, speculating about the identity of this mysterious stranger. From his accent, he seems to be from the north suddenly. One mercenary recalled something, whispering conspiratorially. White hair, mismatched eyes, immense strength. Do you think he could be the Stark family's White Wolf? Bandits from the north had been known to roam the riverlands, and the tale of the White Wolf had spread far and wide. On the tavern's second floor, Ghoulie remained oblivious to this new moniker. He first settled the drowsy Arya onto the bed, then began to organize his belongings. Though the quantity was modest, the size was cumbersome. 3 rolls of fur blankets, a wooden box containing ice, 2 Valyrian steel swords, a large pouch of jerky and black bread, a hunting bow, and a quiver with 8 or 9 arrows. And, of course, Caitlyn's jewelry box. He also bore several small items, such as 3 pouches and a water flask. Alas, the burden of travel is indeed wearisome, he mused as he began to sort through his items. He unwrapped the 3 fur blankets, deciding that the first blanket, which encased ice, could replace the heavy wooden box. The second blanket, containing the 2 Valyrian swords, could be set aside for now, as he had ice to wield in combat. The third blanket would remain for warmth during nights spent outdoors. Next, he combined the pouches. He extracted his cherished leather pouch, pouring all the coins into it. The 3 Stark family pouches were discarded and placed into the jewelry box. Having completed this task, Ghoulie strolled to the window, gazing at the lightning sky. I've been traveling day and night without respite, barely able to appreciate the scenery along the way. What a torment it has been. He resolved to slow his pace in the days to come, intending to enjoy the journey with Arya. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, the food is at your door. Would you please come and retrieve it? Ghoulie opened the door, receiving a large platter of roasted meat and bread from the proprietor. Thank you. Would you like some wine? Our selection is quite good, the proprietor inquired. Not necessary, Ghoulie replied, turning to place the bread and roasted meat on the wooden table within the room, preparing to close the door. The proprietor quickly pressed on. Will you require dinner in the afternoon? The cost remains 1 silver deer. Naturally, the proprietor sought to maximize his profits from this affluent guest. Ghoulie's expression hardened. No, we require a peaceful rest. Please do not disturb us. With that, he shut the door. Outside, the proprietor left, slightly abashed. Truly, nobles can be so haughty inside the room. As soon as Ghoulie turned around, he spotted ice suddenly perched on the table, tugging at the roast meat on the platter. When had it flown in, he glanced at the open window, and the answer was apparent. Sitting down at the wooden table, he reserved a piece of meat for Arya, who had yet to eat that day. Ice, unable to speak, merely rolled its eyes before swiftly devouring all the roasted meat. Sated, it sat on the table, its belly round, letting out a contented burp. I told you to save a piece for Arya, Ghoulie sighed. Oh well. I'll just have to buy more once she wakes. He patted Ice gently on the head, feeling exasperated. Ice, cleaning its teeth, pointed at another platter of bread. Its intent unmistakable. The human pup can have the bread. The meat is all mine. Understanding its thoughts, Ghoulie chuckled. By the way, how did you transform into a dragon? No, I should ask. Where did you find a dragon egg? Ice wrote on the table. We possess one. Children of the forest possess a dragon egg? That was never mentioned in the series. Ghoulie exclaimed. How did you hatch it? Hatching a dragon egg requires Targaryen blood. Though the 3-eyed raven is a Targaryen bastard, is his blood pure enough? Ice looked at Ghoulie in astonishment, writing, why is human blood needed? Dragons are not created by humans. Ghoulie slapped his forehead, realizing, indeed, the Targaryens merely tamed dragons. Long before their ancestors, the Valyrians, ever tamed the great beasts. Dragons existed in this world. In other words, the breeding of dragons does not necessitate human intervention. No need for any human bloodline. Then you must grow quickly, so that you can carry me aloft through the skies. Ghoulie believed Ice would surpass Daenerys dragons in size, being born years earlier. Perhaps, one day, Ice would gather 3 little brothers, granting him the ownership of 4 dragons. Ice lay lazily on the wooden table. I'll grow rapidly. In a year or 2, I'll be able to carry you. Ghoulie yawned, feeling his entire body ache, in need of rest himself. He nibbled on a piece of bread to stave off hunger, then wiped the writing off the table with Ice. I'm going to sleep. You take care. He approached the bed, gently nudging the sleeping Arya to the inner side, while he occupied the outer side. Thankfully, the bed was spacious enough for 2, providing ample room. He kicked off his shoes, climbed into bed, and pulled the blanket over himself, gradually closing his eyes. Seeing him settled, Ice flew to his pillow, curling up beside him, ready to slumber together. Chapter 42. King's Landing. Atop a high hill outside the grand city of King's Landing, Guli and Arya rode their steeds, gazing towards the distant cityscape. King's Landing, situated on the eastern coast of Westeros, is the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, sprawling over an area several times larger than Winterfell. With a dense array of edifices, encircled by a near-square wall, it boasts 7 gates and a populace nearing 500,000 souls. Wow, what a colossal city! Arya exclaimed, her awe palpable as she beheld the vast expanse before her, significantly larger than Winterfell. Guli nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that the scale of the capital truly met his expectations. After a brief moment of admiration, they descended the slope, leisurely making their way toward the city. Approaching the northern gate, known as the Old Gate, they followed the King's Road southward and arrived at its entrance. As they drew closer, a different scene unfolded before their eyes. Perhaps due to its status as the capital, the outskirts of King's Landing were teeming with impoverished families, clad in tattered garments. They struggled to survive in makeshift tents, their gaunt figures a stark contrast to the opulence of the nobility. Guli sighed, yearning for the luxurious life of the aristocrats. Yet, witnessing the plight of the destitute, emaciated and barely clothed, tugged at his heartstrings. However, he was not a ruler. The fate of the kingdom bore little weight on his shoulders. The duo rode past these unfortunate souls and reached the city gate. Stop. Dismount for inspection, a guard commanded. Guli dismounted, leaving Arya on horseback. The guard scrutinized Guli's attire, noting his impeccable clothing and distinguished demeanor, and inquired, "Are you of noble birth?" "I have not been granted a title," Guli replied evenly. The guard then asked, "Do you possess a city entry permit?" This so-called permit was merely a letter of recommendation from a noble. Guli, unfamiliar with such requirements, frowned and retorted, "Are we barred from entering without one?" A hint of disdain flickered in the guard's eyes. "Naturally. Without proof of your identity, how could we allow you entry?" Guli fell silent, introducing himself. "I hail from Winterfell, and this is the daughter of its duke. We have come to seek an audience with His Majesty regarding urgent matters." The guard scoffed. "You expect me to believe that? Winterfell is a remote corner of the continent, scarcely frequented even by merchants." He extended his hand, demanding proof. Realizing the futility of words, Guli retrieved a silver stag from his coin pouch and tossed it into the guard's palm. The guard's greed was evident as he eyed Guli's pouch. Yet his hand remained outstretched. Guli smirked. "Be cautious not to be too avaricious. The consequences of offending House Stark are beyond your capacity to bear." The guard, recognizing the Stark name, hesitated, then relented. "Very well, you may enter. No riding within the city, and behave yourself. Should you transgress, we will apprehend you." Guli dismissed the guard's juvenile threat, leading his horse into King's Landing. Inside the city, shortly after their arrival, they were assaulted by an indescribable stench. The odor was pervasive and unyielding, a foul amalgamation of decay and death that was nearly unbearable. "How revolting!" Arya gagged, waving her hand in disgust. Guli covered his mouth and nose, instinctively quickening his pace. Their immediate objective was to find lodging before devising a plan to access the Red Keep, the royal residence. Entering King's Landing has already proven a challenge. Gaining entry to the Red Keep will undoubtedly be even more arduous. Guli mused as he and Arya traversed the narrow streets in search of a suitable tavern. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a nearby inn. The sounds of a scuffle evident. Guli was not surprised. Given the chaotic state of the city, he presumed the local law enforcement was equally ineffective. He was about to turn away from the ruckus when he overheard a voice. "Curse you, dwarf. Mary is my wife." "How dare you?" Guli could not help but glance back. A dwarf? Could it possibly be? He handed the reins to Arya. "Stay here. I shall investigate." Arya, hearing the disturbance, cautioned, "Luke, be careful." "Rest assured, I shall be fine," Guli replied as he secured his hunting bow and quivered before approaching the inn. Sounds of clattering echoed from within, as if something was being smashed. Peering through the curtain at the entrance, he spotted a golden-haired dwarf frantically running about, stark naked. "Sir, please calm down. I was unaware she was a married woman." "This is a brothel." Who could have anticipated? Across from him stood an enraged, muscular middle-aged man wielding a short sword, relentlessly pursuing the naked dwarf. "Do not deny it. You've already laid with her. I will kill you." Guli's heart raced. It was indeed his beloved character, Tyrion Lannister. As a potential murder unfolded within the inn, the scantily clad women present remained indifferent, instantly adopting provocative poses upon seeing a new patron. Guli, having just come from the untainted atmosphere of Winterfell, was taken aback by the spectacle. "Oh, the affluent truly know how to indulge," he thought, momentarily amused. Tyrion, spotting Guli and noticing the sword at his side, cried out, "Friend, lend me your aid. I am a Lannister. A Lannister always pays his debts." Suppressing a chuckle, Guli resolved to assist Tyrion, regardless of the claim regarding debts. After all, he was his favorite character. Steeling himself, He traversed the tumultuous crowd and delivered a swift kick to the assailant. The formidable man, built like a bull, merely rolled upon impact but quickly regained his footing. Guli frowned. This individual was no commoner but rather a trained fighter masquerading as one. A true commoner, starved and destitute, could not possess such muscle. Not one to hold back, Guli surged forward, his movements swift as a phantom. Seizing the moment of shock, he struck the man's sword-bearing hand. Ah! The man howled in agony, his thumb and forefinger grotesquely twisted, the weapon clattering to the ground. Guli rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Leave now, or I shall slice you in two. Terrified, the man staggered back, cradling his injured hand, and fled the inn. Tyrion, having waited beneath a table, emerged once the threat had departed. Wrapping a tablecloth around himself, he smiled at Guli. My apologies for the predicament. I was rather caught off guard. But fret not, I truly am a Lannister. Come with me, and I shall reward you with gold. Guli crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, a playful glint in his eyes. I am well aware, you are Tyrion Lannister. Greetings, I am Guli, hailing from the north. You may also refer to me as Luke, which is another name of mine. Please, allow me a moment to don my attire. As Tyrion turned to seek out his garments, he abruptly paused, astonishment etched upon his face as he glanced back. You, with your silvery hair and heterochromatic eyes, also from the north. Are you the White Wolf of House Stark? Guli's expression darkened. After all, he was still a virgin. How could he possibly be mistaken for a certain notorious figure? I am not Gerald. My name is Guli, though you may call me Luke. Chapter 43. The Dwarf. In truth, it was a misunderstanding on the part of Guri. Only the renowned members of House Stark were bestowed with the moniker of the Wolf by outsiders. For instance, Eddard Stark was known as the Silent Wolf, while Benjen was referred to as the Wolf Cub, their elder brother Brandon as the Dire Wolf, and their deceased sister Lyanna as the She-Wolf. In Guri's generation, only he and Robb were widely recognized. Thus, Robb was the young wolf, and he was the White Wolf. At this moment, Tyrion entered the chamber to don his attire. Guri remained in the hall, confronting the encroaching waves alone. Cough, do not come closer. Thank you for allowing me to behold such a splendid view. He retrieved several silver stags from his waist and presented one to each of them. The waves, aware of his lack of interest, accepted the hard stags and discreetly draped themselves with sheer fabric to conceal their allure. Upon Tyrion's return, he addressed Guri. You are called Guri? Not the White Wolf of House Stark? Guri, disinterested in elaborating, reminded him, Lannister, a debt must be repaid. Tyrion adjusted his attire and replied earnestly, Come. I shall escort you to procure gold. As they exited the tavern, Guri stated, I do not require your gold. Can you arrange for me to meet the king? Tyrion turned back, incredulous. You wish to audience the king? Is that so difficult? Guri retorted, Is it not? You are the queen's brother. If you cannot secure an audience with King Robert, I would have no choice but to sneak into the Red Keep under the cover of night. Tyrion paused. Not impossible, but not simple either. Allow me to think of a solution. Guri suggested, Can you not meet the king? I could pose as your guard. Tyrion shattered his fantasy. To masquerade as my guard would only allow you entry into the Red Keep. In an audience with the king, how could I possibly bring a personal guard? Guri ceased further discourse, confident that Tyrion's status and connections would enable him to secure an audience with King Robert. Not far off, at the street corner, Arya noticed that Guri had exited the inn and promptly nudged the reins to guide her steed slowly towards him. At that moment, Tyrion conceived a plan. My brother Jaime is a member of the King's Guard. With his assistance, you would be able to meet the king. However, this would be an informal meeting. You must possess a legitimate reason. Otherwise, the king's wrath would be unbearable for both of us. Guri assured him, Rest assured, I have a valid reason. I seek an audience with the king to request that he send this girl back to the north. Girl? Tyrion turned to see Arya approaching on horseback, exclaiming, You wish for the king to assist you? You are quite audacious. She is Eddard Stark's youngest daughter. With that lineage, I believe the king will acquiesce. Guri explained with calm composure. Tyrion, aware of King Robert's rapport with the Duke of Winterfell, realized the implications. How could the Stark girl be in your company? You do not deny it. You are indeed the White Wolf. Guri remained silent, feeling a strong aversion to the title. Arya rode closer to the two, curiously observing Tyrion. Look, his head is quite large. Is he a dwarf? Guri sighed. Arya, that is quite impolite. You must apologize. Were it not for Arya's youth and innocent candor, Tyrion might have been incensed. I apologize, sir. Arya quickly offered her contrition. Tyrion, unfazed, responded, No matter, children will be children. Now, regarding your matters, your Stark affiliation will facilitate this. I shall bring it up before the king, and I am certain he will summon you shortly. Thank you. I shall await the good news, Guri said as he prepared to depart. However, Tyrion called out to them, Wait, judging by your appearances, you must have recently arrived in King's Landing. If you have yet to secure accommodations, why not come with me? My home is far more comfortable than the inn. It is perched high, offering a view of much of King's Landing, and has a private garden for your respite. Gyuri, wishing to foster a connection with Tyrion, agreed. Then I shall impose upon you. Tyrion led the way, remarking, I rarely stay there. Most of the time, I am well. I shall refrain from mentioning the children. In any case, make yourselves at home, and I will hasten to meet the king. Thank you. Gyuri noted, that man from earlier is suspicious. His attire suggests he is of common stock, yet his agility is anything but ordinary. Tyrion, possessing keen intellect, had already discerned the truth, I am aware. In this city, many harbor ill will towards me. It is uncertain who may be toying with me. Fear not, they do not dare take drastic measures. Though he was not favored by his father, the Lannister creed of repaying debts was not mere rhetoric. The three leisurely strode onward, exchanging banter along the way. Within King's Landing, there existed 3 prominent hills, each crowned with distinct edifices. In the southwestern Visigna hills lay numerous exquisite constructions, the most renowned being the Great September of Baelor, housing statues of the 7 gods and steeped in religious ambience. Conversely, the northeastern Rhaenys hills bore no structures. Yet beneath it lay the long-abandoned Dragon Pit, once a sanctuary for the Targaryens' dragons. Lastly, the tallest hill, Aegon's High Hill, stood in the southeast of King's Landing, crowned by the imposing Red Keep, the royal castle and the seat of the Iron Throne. The trio traversed half of King's Landing, arriving near Aegon's High Hill. This area was the affluent district, characterized by its sparse populace, clean streets, and notably wider thoroughfares. Tyrion guided Gyuri and Arya to a modest estate he had purchased, instructing a servant to take their horse to the stable while he led them to inspect the rooms. Gyuri, burdened with several large bags, followed Tyrion alongside Arya, the two appearing akin to country bumpkins in the city, constantly gazing about in awe. Truly, the wealthiest family in Westeros can acquire such an expansive estate in the precious land of King's Landing, Gyuri marveled. Arya, too, was captivated, wandering about, entranced by the exquisite murals, intricate sculptures, and splendid garments, all of which left her spellbound, utterly fascinated. While House Stark was not impoverished, the North's resources paled in comparison to the opulence of King's Landing. After allocating rooms for the two, Tyrion explained, these are all acquired with my own earnings. Not a single coin of House Lannister was spent. His unfortunate childhood had left him feeling little sense of belonging to the Lannister clan. Gyuri set down his luggage, tossing a gold dragon to Tyrion, covering the costs of lodging and meals. Tyrion appeared somewhat disheartened. I had thought we were friends, little white wolf. Gyuri extended his palm. If you cease to call me by that moniker, we may indeed be friends. Tyrion accepted the gold dragon, jesting, but with only 1 gold dragon. It is rather scant. It seems I can only offer bread. Gyuri was unconcerned, recognizing that noble bread bore little resemblance to the coarse loaves of the common folk, with higher standards for taste and texture. Very well, I have not had palatable bread in quite some time. Through their exchanges along the way, Tyrion perceived that Gyuri was exceedingly naive, sharing everything without reservation. Do you trust him so readily upon first meeting? Are the nobles of the North truly so naive? Tyrion has never encountered such an uncalculating noble in his lifetime. Moreover, in the eyes of Gurren, he perceives neither disdain for his stature nor pity for his condition. Engaging in conversation with Gurren, he experiences, for the first time, the sensation of being treated as a normal individual. Their pleasant interaction may very well be the fundamental reason behind Tyrion's desire to cultivate a friendship with Gurren. Chapter 44. The Legend of the White Wolf in Truth. Gully was not as simple-minded as he appeared. He was well-versed in the personalities and histories of the prominent characters within Game of Thrones, including Tyrion. Therefore, winning favor was a task he could accomplish with ease. Moreover, he did not genuinely divulge his secrets to Tyrion. He merely recounted some of his past in Winterfell and how he came to King's Landing, omitting the crucial details he needed to keep hidden, such as the secret of his left hand. The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, Tyrion set out for the Red Keep to meet the king. Once he departed, Gully and Arya also ventured out, their pockets laden with coins, as they roamed the bustling streets of King's Landing in search of favored shops. Indulging in a shopping spree, Gully initially lacked any desire to shop, but upon seeing Arya, who had been sulking in her room, he decided to take her out to lighten her spirits. This excursion would not only allow Arya to acquire a few new garments, but also provide him with the opportunity to pick up some gifts to send back to Jon Snow and Robb. They continued their shopping until the afternoon, returning with their arms full of purchases. Arya, donned in a new pink gown, joyfully hopped ahead, while Gully trailed behind, carrying the gifts he had selected for all the nobles of Winterfell, including the not-so-close Catelyn and Theon. Yet among these numerous gifts, only 3 were meticulously chosen by him: 2 finely crafted steel swords, made by a renowned blacksmith in King's Landing, engraved with the names of Robb and Jon as gifts for them, and a gilded breastplate adorned with exquisite designs, featuring the Stark family sigil of the dire wolf, which he had chosen for Eddard. However, these 3 gifts were still in the process of being made and would require a few days to complete. The items he currently carried were merely small tokens he and Arya had selected for others in Winterfell. At Tyrion's residence, Ghuli and Arya found him awaiting their return. Having instructed the servants to prepare dinner, the servants took the items from Ghuli, promising to deliver them to his chambers later. "Please, take your seats. I have good news to share," Tyrion urged from the dining table. Once seated, Ghuli inquired, "Did the king agree to send someone to escort Arya back to Winterfell?" Raising a golden goblet filled with wine, Tyrion took a sip and replied, "His Majesty is quite intrigued by you. It seems the name of the White Wolf has already reached the Red Keep." Ghuli frowned, "Intrigued by me? Arya is the daughter of his old friend. Has the king mistaken his interest? And as for the title of White Wolf, could I not have a different moniker?" Tyrion, surprised, asked, "You do not favor the title of White Wolf?" He had sensed something amiss but could not quite grasp the reason why. "Well, never mind. I suppose I will accept it," Ghuli said, taking a sip of wine, attempting to dispel the peculiar image that had surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Arya raised her hand and exclaimed, "I know. Luke is the White Wolf. That is what the soldiers in Winterfell privately call him." Mother even quarreled with father about it, insisting he forbid the soldiers from spreading it. But father paid no heed. Ghuli was taken aback. How was he unaware of this? Furthermore, was it truly wise to casually reveal such family matters? Tyrion remarked, "It is rumored that you are the illegitimate son of Benjen Stark. Since you are a bastard, you cannot bear the Stark name. Frankly, the title of Wolf has always been reserved for the Stark family. For a bastard to have such a title is not without its honor. Why do you resist it?" Ghuli awkwardly laughed. "I do not intentionally resist. I merely feel somewhat out of place." Tyrion regarded Ghuli with a knowing look, perceiving that his new acquaintance was rather clumsy regarding matters of power. "If the soldiers have taken it upon themselves to bestow upon you the title of Wolf, then your standing among the troops in Winterfell must be quite high, no?" In times of peace, Ghuli had never led troops into battle. Where could his esteem have come from? At least, that was his belief. "Not at all. I scarcely interact with the soldiers of Winterfell." Arya chimed in, shaking her head. "No, Luke is quite popular in Winterfell. The soldiers say he is the strongest warrior in the north, capable of facing 100 foes alone. They idolize you and often sneak outside the city to watch you practice your swordplay." Ghuli raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? I thought they were merely on routine patrol." He had indeed encountered soldiers watching him a few times, but they had insisted they were merely fulfilling their patrol duties and had happened to pass by. "Impossible. I have no battle achievements. Nor do I hold a title. How could the soldiers possibly admire me?" Ghuli chuckled, shaking his head. "Arya, you must be fabricating these tales." Flushed, Arya protested. "I am not." Tyrion, unable to contain himself any longer, stated, "Luke, even from afar in King's Landing, I have heard whispers about you. It is said that years ago, you ventured alone to a village besieged by mountain bandits, single-handedly slaying over 300 of them and successfully rescuing more than 100 villagers." Ghuli recalled, "That was my first patrol mission, and I happened upon the bandits attacking the village. At that time, we had only 4 soldiers and myself. So they sought to retreat for reinforcements. However, I believed we could win, so I pressed on." He continued, "But it was not as exaggerated as you claim. There were only about 60 bandits, not 300. Moreover, they were poorly equipped, lacking armor or proper weapons, making them rather easy adversaries." Tyrion chuckled. "I knew it had been embellished, yet a victory of 5 against 60 is still quite significant." "No, those 4 soldiers did not engage in combat," Ghuli replied quietly, taking a bite of his meal without elaborating further. Tyrion took another sip of wine, grinning. "There are also tales that you, in that battle, twisted the head off the bandit leader with sheer brute force?" "Indeed." Tyrion was momentarily stunned, his wine glass tilting inadvertently, spilling wine on himself. He hurriedly asked, "Is that true? Are you truly that strong?" Ghuli set down his goblet, reassuring him, "Fear not. I am not so barbaric on a regular basis. I merely lost my temper that one time and acted impulsively." "I am not afraid," Tyrion said, standing by the table and brushing the wine stains off his clothing. A nearby maid promptly produced a handkerchief to assist him. The red wine had already seeped into the fabric, rendering it impossible to clean entirely. Tyrion shrugged. Returning to his seat, "You once killed an adult buffalo with your bare hands in the north?" Ghuli glanced sideways. "Is that also a rumor you have heard?" "Yes, that did happen. It was last year. However, it was not truly barehanded. At the time, he was seeking practice for his sword technique. The immensely strong buffalo became his target, and he had faced it head-on with his blade. Thus, the buffalo met its demise at the edge of his sword, rather than from his fists." "Did you lead the effort to cleanse the mountain bandits from the north?" Ghuli laughed. "How could that be? Though I have frequently ventured out to eliminate bandits over the years, one cannot entirely eradicate them. In such times, the number of those unable to survive only increases. Tyrion disregarded Guli's lamentation, insisting, "No, no, no. The reason your story has circulated is that the mountain bandits from the north collectively descended upon the south." Guli furrowed his brow. Is that so? Over the years, he had indeed slain many bandits to hone his skills with the sword. Tyrion poured himself another glass of wine, concluding, "Thus, we arrive at the conclusion that your standing within the Winterfell military is quite substantial. Were you not a bastard? Your esteem alone would make you a formidable contender for the title of Duke of Winterfell." He cast a fleeting glance at Guri, remarking that if he were Banyan Stark, he would marry your mother, even at the cost of breaching the Night's Watch oath, to restore your name. Guri chuckled softly, shaking his head, asserting that Banyan was not his father, nor did he require any restoration of name. The Duke of Winterfell was not a title he desired. Tyrion took a hearty drink and remarked with a smile that the king was aware of your exploits and intended for you to participate in the tournament scheduled for a week hence. Guri waved his hand dismissively, expressing disinterest. Tyrion reminded him that this was a splendid opportunity to meet his majesty, and should he forgo it, he might have to wait a considerable time for another chance. Guri hesitated momentarily before conceding, agreeing to attend but not guaranteeing participation. Tyrion cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, stated that the king's intention was to celebrate Princess Myrcella's birthday in a few days with a tournament for the nobility, and he hoped that Giri might bring her good fortune. Confused, Giri asked for clarification. Tyrion explained directly that the champion of the tournament could bestow a garland upon the fairest lady present. It was an esteemed honor, and the king wished for Giri to assist the princess in securing it. Giri scratched his head, pondering that since it was indeed the princess's birthday, whoever emerged victorious would naturally present the garland to her, as no one would be so lacking in decorum. Tyrion, however, believed Giri to be that very person lacking in decorum, as he hailed from the north and bore a different significance. To his knowledge, King Robert had long harbored thoughts of a marriage alliance with the north, given that he and Eddard had grown up together, their bond unbreakable. Chapter 45. The martial arts tournament. Nightfall enveloped the atmosphere as Arya unexpectedly entered Gu Li's chamber, lingering within its confines, reluctant to depart. Gu Li discerned the reluctance reflected in her eyes and chuckled. "Fear not, we still have 7 days ahead. We can venture out and enjoy ourselves a few more times. I vow to return to Winterfell to visit you." With her eyes glistening, Arya replied, "Luke, I shall miss you." Gu Li, having watched her grow, felt an undeniable bond with her. He gently tousled her hair, saying, "You are still quite young, not yet of the age to embark on adventures. The world outside is fraught with filth. It can consume you whole, leaving naught but bones." Arya, pouting and staring at the ground, asked, "When can I travel with you?" Gu Li knelt to meet her gaze. "You are but 7 years old. You may journey after your 16th birthday." "Ah, must I wait 9 years? Arya sighed, turning her head in dissatisfaction. Gu Li consoled her. "Do you recall our first encounter? It has been 5 years, yet it feels as if it were just yesterday. The next 9 years will pass in a similar fashion. They will slip away before you know it." Suddenly, Arya leaped from the wooden chair, her spirits lifted. "Wait, Luke. You can dream, can't you? You can meet me in your dreams." "Dreaming? Ah, shaping dreams." Gu Li shook his head. "I lack the ability to enter another's dreams. The last time, you stumbled into mine." Arya's smile faded, and she returned to her despondent state. "Oh, very well." Gu Li settled beside her, clearing his throat. "Shall I tell you a new story?" Arya's attention was immediately captured. "A new story? I want to hear it." She obediently returned to her chair, her focus fully on Gu Li, eager for his tale. Once upon a time, in a place called Kael Morhan, there existed a secret training ground for demon hunters. The narrative continued late into the night, guiding Arya gently into slumber. Gu Li carefully lifted her and placed her upon her bed, removing her boots and tucking her in with a blanket before returning to his own quarters. "Ah, shaping dreams." Gu Li mused quietly as he sat at the edge of his bed. Since the passing of ice, he had sealed away this ability due to guilt and self-reproach. For 5 years, he had not crafted a new dream. However, now that he knew ice was safe, his concerns had dissipated. Yet, the objects of dreams remained ethereal fantasies, incapable of manifesting in the real world. The only treasures he could acquire in the realm of dreams were knowledge. Indeed, knowledge was the key. The techniques of the Chijia swordsmanship were wisdom, allowing them to be realized in reality. Even Ding Being's falling plum sword, when in his grasp, remained a mere figment of dreams, unable to transition into the waking world. Gu Li's reluctance to create new dreams was not a dismissal of the power of knowledge. Rather, he believed knowledge wielded far greater influence than tangible objects. In fact, if he so wished, he could construct a reality within his dreams to extract the intricate algorithms for nuclear weaponry. Alas, even with the algorithms, comprehension was not guaranteed. Even if he understood, finding nuclear materials in the realm of Game of Thrones would be another matter entirely. Years ago, he had envisioned creating firearms in this world, only to abandon the idea when he could not procure gunpowder in Winterfell. It seemed there existed alchemists in this world. Perhaps he could seek their assistance in the future. That made sense. Those who practiced chemistry should have the means to produce gunpowder. Ghoulie lay upon his bed, contemplating the future. I shall modernize the armies of the north. 7 days later, outside King's Landing, in the royal forest, a large area had been cleared to accommodate the tournament's venue. The felled trees would be fashioned into grandstands for the royals and nobility, as well as the arena for the knights' duels. Tyrion led Ghoulie and Arya into the royal forest, where the site was already filled with noble guests from various houses. They would first ascend to the high wooden platform, where Princess Myrcella awaited to receive birthday tributes from the lords before returning to their designated seating. Following the collection of gifts, the king would formally commence the tournament. This was the general outline of the tournament, not overly complex. However, as a participant, Ghoulie was not permitted to join the nobles' area, but was to proceed to the Night's Rest zone. Luke, do you think we will see the princess and the princes? Arya suddenly inquired. Ghoulie pondered. I believe you shall see them. Perhaps you may even converse with them. Having never encountered royalty, Arya felt a flutter of nervousness. Really? Indeed. Your Majesty has already registered you. You must prepare accordingly, Tyrion stated, his expression tinged with awkwardness. King Robert is rather eager to witness the spectacle, it seems. Ghoulie rubbed his aching head. I have never participated in a tournament. Please explain the details to me. Tyrion approached Ghoulie, gesturing towards the arena. Over there is the archery range. The largest area is for team simulations and melee battles, and there is the venue for individual sword duels. However, these are merely preliminary rounds, which you need not concern yourself with. You have secured a direct entry into the final stage of the tournament owing to the reputation of the White Wolf and the king's endorsement. Recalling the show's content, Ghoulie hesitantly asked, the final stage? Does that involve two individuals charging at each other on horseback with wooden lances? Tyrion nodded. Indeed, that is known as jousting. It tests the knight's horsemanship, lance technique, strength, and courage. It is the ultimate step in crowning the champion. Boring, Ghoulie muttered. Tyrion promptly responded, Luke, heed my words. Though both contenders will don full plate armor, and their lances will be deliberately blunted, jousting remains the most perilous segment. Ghoulie understood this well. The acceleration provided by the steeds could render wooden lances incredibly dangerous. Even with the protection of armor, being struck could result in severe internal injuries. Should a vital area be hit, such as the neck, it would spell certain doom. This contest, devoid of any technical merit, struck Ghoulie as exceedingly tedious. Moreover, as a non-noble, he had never trained with a lance. Tyrion suggested, if you truly lack interest, perhaps you could simply go through the motions? Ghoulie, resting his hand on the hilt of ice, coldly nodded. Participating in the current king's tournament while bearing a sword from a former dynasty felt inappropriate. Thus, he had stored his dark sisters in his chamber and had set out with ice in hand. Come, I shall take you to don your armor. Tyrion waved his hand, ready to lead the way. Ghoulie halted him, explaining, no need, I did not bring armor. I am fine as I am. Tyrion chuckled, I am aware. Which is why I have already prepared some for you. Come, let us get you suited up. Chapter 46, the tournament in the resting area for competitors of the tournament. Tyrion encountered a golden-haired man clad in light golden armor and draped in a white cloak. He introduced him. This is my brother, Jaime Lannister. As a member of the Kingsguard, he too will participate in this tournament. This is the White Wolf of the North, Luke Snow. Jaime regarded the young man with interest. The White Wolf? Huh, I expected you to be a formidable figure, yet here you are, a mere scrawny lad. His tone dripped with arrogance, irking Luke, who retorted, you can judge for yourself how formidable I am later. Jaime, amused by Luke's spirit, replied, I hope you possess true skill, otherwise, the North may suffer a great embarrassment. Tyrion tugged at Jaime's sleeve, whispering, where's the armor I asked you to prepare? Jaime gestured toward the depths of the resting area. It's all inside. Tyrion approached Luke. Raising his gaze, I am not a competitor, thus I cannot freely enter the knight's resting area. Jaime will take you inside. Arya and I shall head to the viewing platform. Very well. Luke bent slightly to advise Arya to stick close to Tyrion and await his return at the platform. Arya clenched her tiny fists, exclaiming, Luke, you must make them eat dirt. Luke chuckled, I promise to do just that. Arya waved goodbye to Luke and departed with Tyrion towards the noble viewing stands. Jaime whistled. Come, follow me. Luke trailed behind him until they reached the innermost part of the resting area. The expanse was vast, with all competitors resting and practicing in its midst. Beside them, there were designated stalls for the knights to keep their steeds. As Luke observed numerous tall and robust knights practicing with swords or charging on horseback, he felt an unusual attention directed toward him. Each knight he passed halted their activities, turning curious gazes upon him. Why was that? Was it his white hair? Jaime led Luke to the horse stalls, kicking a large wooden box on the ground. Your armor is inside. Why not try it on? We have plenty of time before the afternoon matches. Luke opened the box to reveal a suit of silver-gray armor. It not only encased the body and limbs, but also included a helmet, neck guard, gauntlets, and greaves. It offered comprehensive protection, albeit at a steep cost and considerable weight, making it impractical for widespread use. As Luke began to remove his leather armor to don the plate armor, a burly man approached. Sir Jaime, is this the White Wolf of the North? He looks rather frail. Disappointment was evident on the man's face. Jaime laughed. It's the first time a Northerner has entered His Majesty's tournament. Do be gentle. The man scoffed. Hey, little Northerner, still suckling, are you? This tournament is no child's play. You should head back to the north. Luke ignored the man, engrossed in examining the armor. Where should I begin? The man spat and reached for Luke's shoulder. Are you deaf? Luke's expression sharpened, and he swiftly turned, seizing the man's outstretched hand. What do you think you're doing? The man attempted to retract his hand, but found it impossible. The wiry boy possessed unexpected strength. Crack. The man fell to the ground, clutching his hand and wailing in pain as a bruised imprint began to surface. Luke placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his face darkening. Bother me again, and I shall kill you. Jaime watched in astonishment as the previously daft boy transformed into a figure radiating lethal intent. The palpable aura of menace suggested this child had taken lives before. The name White Wolf was indeed well earned. He approached Luke. If you wish to kill him, it would be wiser to do so during the duel. If he dies here, you will still be deemed a murderer. The menace dissipated from Luke as he smiled innocently. Sir Jaime, you worry too much. I have no intention of killing him, merely teaching him a lesson. Now, I shall return to trying on the armor. With that, he turned back to the armor. Jaime, contemplative, leaned down to the injured man and said, His Majesty does not wish for anyone to spoil his enjoyment. Thus, the tournament must proceed, understand? The man shakily stood, nodding repeatedly. Understood, my hand was an unfortunate accident. Sir Jaime, I shall withdraw. Very well. After watching the man depart, Jaime returned to Luke's side. Luke had donned the lower components of the armor, including greaves and boots. He turned to Jaime. Isn't the duty of the King's Guard to protect the king? Why participate in the tournament? Jaime, amused by Luke's clumsiness with the armor, offered a few tips before responding. It seems the North truly suffers from poverty. Have you never participated in a tournament? Indeed, the North was impoverished compared to the other 6 kingdoms. Luke, unoffended, replied. Hosting a tournament is an extravagant expenditure. The North, being barren, prefers not to squander gold on such frivolities. Jaime's interest piqued. He asked curiously, You, a youth in the prime of life, speak as if you were an elder. The tournament is the finest stage for the great nobility to showcase their might. And for many lesser nobles, it's a golden opportunity to rise. He questioned, Do you not harbor any interest in power? What then captivates your attention? Girls. As my brother does? Oh, you two would indeed make fine companions. His dream is to woo maidens across the 7 kingdoms. Luke was at a loss for words. Redirecting the conversation. Sir Jaime, you haven't answered my question. A question? You inquire why the King's Guard participates in the tournament? Jaime elucidated. The organizers typically designate a queen of love and beauty, who is then defended by 5 champions. If we triumph, we can forego the crowning ceremony, and the laurel will be presented directly to Princess Marcella. Should we lose, however, the victor may bestow the crown upon any unmarried noblewoman in the viewing area, elevating her to queen of love and beauty. Luke frowned, finding the arrangement rather convoluted. It seems simpler if your King's Guard simply wins. Jaime chuckled. We each fight for our own honor. Yet you wish for defeat to simplify matters? White Wolf, you are the sole Northerner among the competitors. Have you not considered fighting for the honor of the North? Honor? The chivalric code? Luke replied, I must confess, I possess none of that. Furthermore, he had heard that bestowing a laurel upon an unmarried woman implied a proposal. Luke regarded Jaime. If I were to win, wouldn't that complicate matters further? His Majesty intends for me to present the crown to Princess Marcella. Do you believe that appropriate? While others may remain oblivious to the underlying intricacies, Luke was acutely aware. The 3 children born to the Queen, Joffrey Baratheon, Marcella Baratheon, and Tommen Baratheon, are not the offspring of King Robert Baratheon. These 3 progeny are the result of the Queen Cersei Lannister's illicit union with her twin brother, Jaime Lannister. Indeed, the true father of Princess Marcella is none other than Jaime himself. Jaime, under the impression that Gendry possesses a semblance of self-awareness regarding his status as a bastard, believes there is no possibility of him being with the princess. In truth, even if Gendry were to present the crown to the princess, the king would never consider marrying her to someone of Gendry's uncertain lineage. The king would favor a union with Eddard Stark's eldest son, Robb, rather than with Gendry, a mere nameless bastard. Jaime subtly insinuated, His Majesty the King intends to forge an alliance with House Stark, but you are not his first choice. Were I in your position, I would fight for the honor of the North and strive to win the tournament. However, I would not bestow the crown upon the princess, but rather select the daughter of a great noble. He spoke softly. In doing so, you might shed your bastard surname and acquire a true noble title. Gendry nodded in agreement. If he genuinely sought a promising future, he ought to heed Jaime's counsel. Alas, he harbored no interest in such so-called prospects. It's too troublesome. I shall settle for second or third place. In this manner, the honor of the North will be preserved, and I shall remain untroubled. Gendry donned his full suit of armor and began his preparatory exercises. Jaime discerned that this young lad possessed no sense of honor whatsoever. The warhorse prepared for you is the chestnut one, adorned with the sigil of House Lannister upon its saddle. I must now attend to my own preparations. We shall meet on the field of battle. Gendry lifted the visor of his helm, replying, "Thank you. See you in the arena." Jaime, resting his hand upon his sword, expressed his anticipation for their duel. "White Wolf, do not disappoint me." With that, he turned and departed from the stable. Chapter 47. The Tournament. The noble viewing platform. Tyrion sat at the forefront of the trapezoidal stands, a coveted spot that wealth alone could not procure. The platform was filled to the brim with nobles. Even flanking Tyrion were two unfamiliar aristocrats. Where had Arya gone? Why was she not by his side? Directly ahead of the viewing platform lay two straight tracks, designated for the lance tournament. As the competition had not yet commenced, the tracks remained unoccupied. Other events were taking place beyond the tracks, and despite the distance, the nobles observed with great enthusiasm. Jaime, astride his steed, proudly trod upon the track and spoke across the wooden barrier to Tyrion. "My dear brother, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to leverage that northern brat to embarrass our sister, do you not?" Tyrion did not deny it and replied calmly, "A week ago, I nearly perished in the J Hall." Jaime grimaced, "Cersei despises you, but she wouldn't go so far as to kill you." Tyrion scoffed. "She certainly wouldn't dare to kill me, yet she seeks to humiliate me. She desires to see me parading naked through the streets of King's Landing, transforming me into a grand jest. Had it not been for the arrival of Luke, I might have already succumbed to such a fate. So Jaime, who truly seeks to embarrass whom?" Jaime lowered his voice. "The king has long wished to summon Eddard Stark to King's Landing to siphon our Lannister power. It is our father's pressure that has prevented this. You are actually helping the king to connect with the Stark family? Do you not fear a father's wrath?" Tyrion remained composed. "Why would father blame me? The king's spies are ubiquitous throughout the city. He was aware the moment the White Wolf entered King's Landing. Even without my recommendation, he would have found the White Wolf." Jaime glanced at the nobles seated beside Tyrion, all hailing from the Westerlands. He no longer concealed his thoughts. Father would not take kindly to the Stark family's presence in the Red Keep. Nor do Cersei and I wish to see those northern paupers dictating terms before us. But fear not, I shall assist you in resolving this predicament. Tyrion turned slightly to inquire, "What do you intend to do?" Jaime donned his helmet. "I shall slay him in the duel, thereby extinguishing the king's aspirations." Tyrion smiled faintly. "Then I wish you luck, brother." Jaime cast a lingering glance at Tyrion before riding away. In the Knight's Rest area, Guri shed his plate armor and donned his leather armor. "What is the matter? Is the plate armor ill-fitting?" A familiar voice greeted him from behind. Guri turned in surprise to find a portly, middle-aged man clad in northern leather armor. "Sir Roderick? What brings you here?" He set down his armor and embraced the man. Roderick Castle, the master-at-arms of Winterfell and Guri's mentor in horsemanship, sported two comical braids that Guri could never forget. "Lord Stark has sent me to King's Landing to retrieve Lady Arya," Sir Roderick proclaimed, his belly protruding proudly. Guri pointed the way. "Arya is over at the noble viewing platform. You can find her there." Sir Roderick leaned on his sword. "I just encountered Lady Arya outside. She is currently by the king's side. Thus, I had the time to check on you." Guri scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm no longer a child, Sir Roderick. There is no need for concern. Oh, by the way," he unsheathed the great sword Ice from his waist and offered it to Sir Roderick. "This is Ice. I hope you can return it to Winterfell with you." Sir Roderick cradled the heavy sword, observing Guri's severely deformed leather belt, and asked, "Isn't it heavy to carry Ice at your waist?" Guri tightened his inexplicably loose belt and chuckled. "It's manageable. Ice has considerable weight. Little monster." Sir Roderick's lips involuntarily twitched as he returned Ice to Guri. "You hold on to it. Give it to me after the tournament." Guri declined the sword. "Sir Roderick, I only need to participate in the lance tournament. There are wooden lances provided. I don't need to wield a sword." Sir Roderick sighed. The little monster spends all day practicing, yet remains unaware of the most basic noble customs. "You must have faced considerable provocation since you arrived here, correct?" Guri's smile faltered. "How do you know that, Sir Roderick?" Sir Roderick pointed at Ice. "In knightly duels, the defeated party offers their armor, sword, and steed to the victor. Therefore, entering with a Valyrian steel sword, do you think they would refrain from provoking you?" Guri blinked. "Is that so?" He truly did not know. Then I absolutely cannot bring ice. What if I lose in the duel? Sir Roderick shoved ice back into Gyuri's arms. Take it. Not bringing ice into the arena will only cause other houses to underestimate the North, believing we of Winterfell cannot bear defeat. For the North, for the Starks, you must not lose. And as your mentor, I do not believe you will. Is it once again about noble honor? Gyuri accepted ice with a wry smile. I will do my utmost. I will give it my all. At noon, the first half of the competition concluded, and the nobles commenced their grand feast. Once they finished their lunch, the afternoon contest would begin. All knights participating in the afternoon lance tournament had donned their plate armor, shouldered their wooden lances, and gathered on horseback outside the arena, awaiting their turn. Gyuri mingled among them, scrutinizing the wooden lance in his hand. This cumbersome and thick implement felt excessively heavy for an average person. It could only be wielded to thrust with the horse's momentum. Did such a clumsy lance truly hold any practical combat value? Look, from outside the ranks, Tyrion stood on the grass beyond the wooden barrier, waving at Gyuri. Gyuri rode over and removed his helmet. I am aware of Arya's situation. Thank you, Tyrion. Tyrion leaned closer and warned, I did not wish to discuss that. Listen carefully. Your Valyrian steel sword is quite conspicuous, and many wish to use your life to secure their own fame and fortune. You must remain vigilant. Gyuri recognized the caution in Tyrion's words. Someone harbored murderous intent towards him. He shrugged indifferently. It's nothing. Let them come. Tyrion had once held confidence in Gyuri, but that was until he recently encountered someone. You must be extra cautious. The Queen seems to have summoned Ser Gregor Clegane of House Clegane. If he participates, he will be your most formidable adversary. Gregor? Which one? Gyuri asked, unfamiliar with House Clegane. Is he formidable? Tyrion nodded gravely. His stature and strength surpass your imagination. You must remain on guard, tall and strong, and serving Cersei Lannister. Gyuri seemed to recall a name, the Mountain. Tyrion, relieved that Gyuri recognized Gregor Clegane, affirmed. Indeed, his moniker is the Mountain that rides. When you duel him, you must exert your full strength. He will strike with lethal intent. The Mountain's might was indisputable. He was a towering giant, capable of wielding a two-handed sword as if it were a single-handed weapon, a man who could crush human skulls with his bare hands. Yet, the Mountain was not invincible. He had faced defeat in the series. Well, one could consider it a defeat, perhaps. Gyuri sighed, for he understood well why Cersei sought his demise. He had never intended to partake in this game of power, yet he found himself deeply ensnared within it. However, when the name of the Mountain was mentioned, Gyuri could not help but think of another character he found intriguing. Did the Mountain not have a brother named the Hound? Tyrion was somewhat taken aback. Have you not been residing in the North for ages? Even Sandor is aware of this. Sandor had been at odds with Gregor, and after Gregor inherited the title, he had chosen to sever ties with House Clegane, opting instead to pledge his loyalty directly to the Lannisters. Now, he served as the bodyguard to Prince Joffrey. Do you know him? Gyuri shook his head in denial. I do not. I merely find it fascinating. Why would a good man choose to become a dog? Tyrion fell silent for a moment. If one could find a good master, a dog might live better than a man. Suddenly, a horn echoed across the arena, signaling the imminent commencement of the tournament. The knights were busy adjusting their armor, preparing to enter the fray. Indeed, in a world such as this, merely surviving is a feat in itself. As for whether one embodies a man or a dog, what difference does it make? Gyuri donned his helmet, bidding farewell to Tyrion as he joined the ranks of knights preparing to enter. A flicker of inscrutable light danced in Tyrion's eyes. Such audacious remarks from a lad of the North. What manner of person are you, truly? Chapter 48. The Joust of Long Spears. The Joust of Long Spears is about to commence, with nearly 100 knights queuing to draw lots. Following this, they will proceed to the southern and northern sides of the arena, determined by whether their assigned numbers are odd or even. Once the competition officially begins, the knights will enter the field one by one in accordance with the order of their numbers. In their hearts, they harbor a singular conviction to unseat their opponents from their steeds with their wooden lances. Due to prior withdrawals, Gyuri has fortuitously received a bye, allowing him to bypass the first round and advance directly to the next. Gyuri, riding his horse, approached the wooden railing, seeking to observe the unfolding events of the tournament. The first duelists had taken their positions on either side of the track, their servants performing final inspections. In the royal box, the crowned king raised his goblet, seemingly engaged in a loud proclamation. Flanking him were two men, one adorned with a sword at his waist, and the other bearing a wooden bow, likely the victors from the morning's contests. The elegantly dressed queen appeared to be struggling with the king's boorish demeanor, massaging her temples in her seat. The king's three children sat atop the platform, their faces radiant with joy, seemingly delighted by the tournament. The two young boys exhibited far more enthusiasm than Princess Myrcella, standing on their toes to gaze at the knights waiting on either side of the track, clearly eager for the forthcoming joust. Gyuri, positioned at a distance from the royal box, scanned the crowd but could not spot Arya amidst the throngs. In truth, Arya stood right beside Princess Marcella, her petite form perfectly obscured by the princess. Feeling nervous? Jamie rode up beside Guli, as they were in the same half of the draw, ensuring they would not face each other in the early rounds. Guli offered no response. Having already discerned Cersei's intentions to harm him, he deemed Jamie, the queen's brother and paramour, untrustworthy. Jamie smirked. Don't be so cold. After all, I lent you my warhorse and armor. Guli retorted, though both are Lannister possessions. It was Tyrion who lent them to me, not you. Jamie brushed his golden locks back with a casual gesture. Do you truly believe Tyrion possesses a warhorse and armor? Turning to Jamie, Guli inquired. So you approached me merely to hear my gratitude? Thank you for your assistance. But are you not concerned about me losing your horse and armor? Jamie scoffed. Oh, have you grasped the rules of knightly combat? Losing matters not. The Lannisters do not concern themselves with such trivialities. A mere suit of armor and a warhorse are hardly worth a pittance. Guli coolly replied, truly a testament to the wealth of the richest family in the realm. With that, he disregarded Jamie and resumed scanning the royal box for Arya. Jamie followed his gaze. Are you watching the king bestow rewards upon the victors, or are your eyes on Princess Marcella? Rest assured, I am not watching your daughter. Do not fret, old man. Guli nonchalantly replied. Are those two the victors from this morning? Jamie replied casually. The family victorious in the team event has already received their honors and departed. These two are the champions of archery and swordsmanship, and the king is about to reward them. Rewards? Guli was about to inquire further when two servants approached the royal box, carrying two small wooden chests and placing them before the two men. What are in those chests? Jamie stroked his stubble. Gold. Guli's eyes widened. All gold dragons. The prices in King's Landing are exorbitant. Having spent all his savings shopping with Arya these past few days, he was indeed in dire need of funds. Jamie nodded. Yes. The champion will receive 5,000 gold dragons. Guli's expression turned serious. He had confidence in his archery skills. Had he known this information sooner, he might have claimed victory in the archery contest. 5,000 gold dragons, so close yet so far. Is there a reward for the champion of the Longspear joust? He tilted his head and asked. Jamie seemed surprised. Are you in such dire need of money? TSK, the North may be poor, but it shouldn't be to your extent. Guli replied with a stern expression. As a bastard, I have no right to use the funds of Winterfell. Now answer me. Is there a reward for the champion of the Longspear joust? Jamie could not help but chuckle. You are quite confident, aren't you? The champion of the Longspear joust receives no monetary reward, but gains something infinitely more precious. Do not tell me it is the honor of knighthood. Guli's fervent enthusiasm extinguished. He sighed, glancing at the ice hanging from the saddle. Well, even without the coin, I must give it my all. In the royal box, the two victors respectfully completed their bows and descended the platform, each clutching their respective treasure chests. Following their departure, King Robert loudly declared the Longspear joust officially commenced. The two knights scheduled for the first bout approached the royal box to perform the knightly salute before returning to their respective ends of the track to prepare for the ensuing charge. Both knights were clad in plate armor and chainmail, concealing all distinguishing features. Only the heraldic cloth draped over their mounts revealed their noble lineage to the observing gentry. Each wielded a wooden lance approximately 3 meters long, with the other hand raised to hold a wooden shield emblazoned with their family crest, poised atop their warhorses, glaring fiercely at one another, ready to strike. The arena from the morning's competition lay vacant, and the townsfolk gathered to witness the forthcoming contest. After all, the Longspear joust, notorious for its high mortality rate, and the spectacle of witnessing the new queen of love and beauty surpassed the earlier events of archery and team competitions. However, they lacked designated seating, forced to gather around the perimeter to stand and watch. Guli found little interest in the direct nature of the Longspear joust and asked Jamie, which of the two do you think will prevail? Jamie shrugged. It matters not. Neither is a competitor for us. As they spoke, the outcome was swiftly determined. One knight was unseated, while the other advanced to the next round. Who, then, are our competitors? The Mountain or the Hound? Guli inquired further. Jamie, unfazed, chuckled. It seems my dear brother has confided much to you. However, you are mistaken. Neither the Mountain nor the Hound will participate in this tournament. Not participating? Why then has Cersei summoned the Mountain to King's Landing? Guli pondered, contemplating whether he and Tyrion had misread the situation or if Cersei intended to eliminate him covertly. Jamie kindly advised, if your strength is as rumored, you should focus on 3 worthy adversaries, Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, Ser Balon Swan, captain of the Kingsguard. They are formidable opponents. Guli recalled, the Knight of Flowers? That dashing fellow. Yes, he seems quite capable. As for Ser Balon Swan, while I do not recall him, his position as captain of the Kingsguard suggests he should not be underestimated. You mentioned 3, but I only count 2. Who is the third? Jamie tossed his golden locks back. donned his helm, and succinctly replied me. He rode to the gap in the wooden railing and slowly entered the track. It appeared that the next bout was indeed his. Chapter 49. The Spear Tournament. James's inaugural match was devoid of suspense, regardless of his equestrian skills. The steed beneath him was of a far superior caliber compared to his opponents. The power of wealth had already granted him an advantage, complemented by his own formidable prowess. After merely 2 rounds of charge, James pierced through his adversary's wooden shield, sending him tumbling from his mount. Boring. Gyuri turned his horse around, seeking a more secluded spot to repose. The first round of the tournament was protracted, with nearly 100 knights participating. Half would be eliminated before the commencement of the second round of the spear contest. Prior to that, Gyuri had at least an hour or 2 to rest. He rode past the wooden barrier and dismounted beneath the grand tree. After tethering his horse, he settled down on the ground in his rigid plate armor, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Lord Luke. A servant approached, clutching a plain wooden shield devoid of any sigil. Gyuri opened his eyes, finding no recollection of this unfamiliar servant. Who are you? The servant explained, I am a retainer of Lord Tyrion. You forgot to bring your wooden shield, and he sent me to deliver it to you. Gyuri waved his hand dismissively. I do not require it. You may take it back. He found even the wooden spear and plate armor cumbersome. Were it not for the regulations mandating their use, he would likely have donned his original leather armor for the match. Besides, under the force of high-speed collisions, this wooden shield would shatter after a few strikes. Rather than carry it, he preferred to free his left hand to enhance his offensive agility. The servant appeared flustered, but, my lord, all the other knights have a wooden shield for protection. Are you truly certain you do not need one? Fine, take it away, Gyuri replied, resuming his meditation. With no other recourse, the servant quietly retreated, still burdened with the shield. In a small grove outside the arena, Tyrion, having just relieved himself, was adjusting his belt when he was unexpectedly confronted by Cersei. Oh, my dear sister, sometimes you truly need to avoid being so confrontational, Tyrion quipped, fastening his leather belt. Cersei, however, was furious. Was it you who sent that man to inform Robert? Inform? Tyrion replied nonchalantly. Are you referring to Sir Gregor attempting to privately take an unregistered spot in the spear tournament? Please, this is a sacred tournament. How could one cheat? Tyrion maintained a facade of calm, a disingenuous smile adorning his face. Cersei hissed under her breath, you are still a Lannister. Do not forget your identity. Tyrion's smile faded. I am well aware of my identity, dear sister. Then remain quiet and do not interfere. Cersei coldly commanded. Ignoring her, Tyrion continued. Many Lannisters hold prominent positions in King's Landing. Not long ago, you summoned our cousin Lancel to court, making him the King's personal attendant. However, moderation is key. Do not forget, the 7 kingdoms belong to the Baratheons, not the Lannisters. Cersei's face darkened. Whose side are you truly on? Tyrion smiled. I am undoubtedly on the side of the Lannisters, which is precisely why I am temporarily aiding the Starks. The king is in high spirits today. He wishes to see the Starks triumph in the tournament, so why not oblige him? To deepen his wariness of us over such a trivial matter? How foolish. Cersei gritted her teeth. Do you wish to see a Stark enter the Red Keep? Tyrion brushed past her. Jon Snow, a bastard. How could he represent the Starks? Furthermore, the Starks have long resided in the north, almost isolated from the world. Instead of watching them, we ought to be wary of the Tyrells, who conspire with the Master of Laws, Lysa Baratheon. He relished the sight of Cersei rendered speechless and fuming. His heart lightened. Tyrion paused momentarily, a wicked grin on his face, before departing. Over 2 hours later, Gyuri staggered into the arena, wooden spear in hand, and bowed before the royal box, where his opponent stood beside him, also saluting the king. Gyuri cast a casual glance at his opponent. Alas, the face was obscured, and the sigil was unfamiliar. What a disappointment. Although he had studied the brief history of the continent under the Three-Eyed Raven, he was only well acquainted with the principal families among the 7. Regrettably, he could not recall the numerous lesser houses that were vassals to the great ones. After so many years, the Starks have finally returned to the tournament in King's Landing. King Robert, clutching a goblet of wine, leaned forward with interest. Little Stark, do not disappoint me. Gyuri noticed Arya, standing beside Princess Myrcella, making faces at him. He chuckled. Your Grace, I am not a Stark. However, I assure you, I shall not let you down. The rotund King Robert, his girth barely contained by his leather armor, drained his goblet and laughed heartily. Excellent. A Stark's blood indeed. Go forth and show everyone your prowess. The other knight's expression soured, casting a fierce glare at Gyuri before turning back to the end of the track. Gyuri, undistracted, strolled back to the opposite end of the track. The 2 knights awaited on either end, mounted and poised. At the sound of a horn, they heard the signal to commence and immediately spurred their steeds into a gallop. Clop, clop, clop. The spectators watched intently as the 2 horses drew nearer. their ears filled not only with the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, but also the rapid beating of their own hearts. Gyuri did not approach his opponent like a typical knight, extending his spear to thrust. Instead, he wielded the wooden spear with both hands, and at the moment of contact, he suddenly unleashed his strength, sweeping towards his opponent's spear aimed for a thrust. Crack! The opponent's spear was deflected, striking nothing but air. As the onlookers momentarily froze in astonishment, Gyuri swiftly repositioned his spear horizontally, knocking his adversary off his horse. Could it be done this way? The gathered nobility and commoners were left dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to cheer. The defeated knight struggled to rise from the ground, angrily removing his helmet and pointing at Gyuri atop his horse, bellowing, "You cheated, vile northerner." Gyuri, nonchalantly holding his spear, replied lazily, "Is there any rule stating that during the tournament, the spear may only be used for thrusting and not sweeping?" The opponent's face flushed. Indeed, there was no explicit rule against it, but were these not unspoken conventions among knights? How uncouth and dishonorable of him to suddenly violate the norms. Catching him off guard, Gyuri ignored him. "Since there's no such regulation, that means I have one." With that, he shook the reins and rode off the track. The opponent remained on the field, his expression hopeful as he looked up at the king in the royal box, yearning for him to intervene and uphold the traditions of knighthood. Haraha! Little did he know, the king was nearly doubled over with laughter. Cradling his ample belly as he boisterously declared, "An entertaining Stark, this round goes to the Stark." Oh, with the king's affirmation, the crowd erupted into the cheers that were long overdue. The defeated knight angrily threw his helmet to the ground and stormed off. Chapter 50. The Spear Tournament. In the ensuing matches, Guli employed the same tactics as in the first round, successfully eliminating several knights. However, he soon became the target of their strategies, yet all their attempts proved futile. With no other recourse, they resorted to mimicking Guli's methods, naively believing that by doing so, they could stand against him. Little did they realize that this endeavor revealed a staggering truth. This unassuming, slender figure possessed a strength that rivaled that of the formidable mountain. As the tournament gradually approached its conclusion, the number of knights remaining in the arena dwindled. Guli had entirely lost interest in the competition, retreating to the sidelines during each intermission to rest, showing no concern for the ongoing matches. The knights, clad in helmets, were unrecognizable to him, as he could not discern their family crests. Following the conclusion of the round of 16, Jamie reappeared. He approached Guli's side and complained, "What is your secret?" Guli, perplexed by his words, nonetheless keenly observed that Jamie had changed his armor. Jamie was no longer donned in the plate armor of the tournament, but had reverted to the standard golden-hued armor of the Kingsguard. "You lost?" Guli exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware of Jamie's formidable combat prowess, both in horsemanship and swordsmanship. How could such a skilled warrior fail to reach the top 8? Jamie rubbed his injured shoulder. "I was bested by the fearless Baristan. He is undoubtedly the most experienced participant in this tournament." Baristan, the commander of the Kingsguard? Guli remained silent, yet internally noted the name. Jamie continued, "Based on the current standings, should you defeat Loras next, you will face Baristan in the finals." My next opponent is the Flower Knight?" Guli mused, surprised that Jamie seemed better informed than he was. "Are you being so kind as to warn me?" Jamie chuckled. "Of course not. I'm here to discern why Tyrion is aiding you. What does he seek from you?" Clad in his heavy plate armor, Guli struggled to rise from the grass. "What has Tyrion done for me?" he inquired. Leaning against a tree, Jamie teased, "Initially, I bribed the noble overseeing the draw to pit you against me in the first round. However, the result placed us in the same half. The only explanation is that Tyrion outspent me. The Northerners are not known for such cunning. They would not think to lavish gold to influence your match sequence. In King's Landing, you have but one friend, Tyrion. Indeed, this does seem like something Tyrion Lannister would do." However, Jamie's observation was astute. Their friendship was not particularly deep. Why would Tyrion assist him so? Suddenly, a horn interrupted their conversation, signaling the commencement of the quarterfinals. As the number of participants dwindled, the pace of the matches quickened. Though Guli was not the first to compete, he needed to prepare. With utmost seriousness, he addressed Jamie. "If your Lannisters were devoid of such worldly desires, perhaps we could have been good friends." With that, he mounted his horse and returned to the tournament grounds. Jamie pondered Guli's words. What worldly desires? Women? Gold? Power? Is this Stark bastard not in his right mind? The third match of the quarterfinals pitted Guli against the Flower Knight, Loras Tyrell. Loras, handsome and affluent, belonged to House Tyrell, the ruling family of the Reach and one of the wealthiest in the realm. Upon his entrance, noble maidens in the stands cast longing glances, while common women outside the arena erupted in cheers, creating an atmosphere akin to a celebrity event that sparked envy in the hearts of other men. Unfortunately for them, he was gay. Guli silently donned his helmet, feeling that in the eyes of these women, He was a villainous fiend, while Loras was the gallant hero daring to challenge the Dark Lord. Jamie, too, was handsome but was a devoted brother, lacking the flamboyance that marked Loras's charm. As for Gu Li, well, he was decent-looking, though his heterochromia was decidedly peculiar, a trait that was hard for the people of this era to accept. Loras's plate armor was exquisitely crafted, adorned with metal flowers that truly embodied his title as the Flower Knight, rather than a protective garment. It resembled a magnificent work of art. Gu Li mused that such attire must have cost a fortune. This journey had opened his eyes to the stark poverty of the north. The horn sounded once more, and Gu Li and Loras charged at each other. Gu Li intended to employ his sweeping spear technique again, but Loras, being astute, had already devised a counter. As Gu Li sidestepped Loras's thrust and prepared to execute his sweeping maneuver, Loras cleverly reclined on his horse's back, evading the strike. The two knights separated, retreating to opposite ends of the arena to prepare for their next charge. Gu Li was not surprised. The sweeping technique had many flaws, and it was only natural that it could be countered. On the other side, Loras felt assured of victory. He merely needed to evade until Gu Li grew weary, at which point he would launch his assault. During the tournament, spears were only permitted for thrusting, not for maliciously targeting horses. Thus, he believed Gu Li had to engage him in a fair contest of skill or wait to be worn down. They readied themselves and soon charged once more. When they met, Gu Li deviated from his usual strategy and lunged forward directly. Loras anticipated this move and swiftly raised his wooden shield. The tremendous impact from their collision shattered Loras's shield instantly. Simultaneously, Loras's spear nearly pierced Gu Li's throat. In an unexpected turn, Gu Li raised his left arm, deflecting the blow with his arm guard. Any ordinary person would have likely suffered a fracture. Yet Gu Li remained unscathed. And at the moment they were about to part ways, he abruptly turned his horse, swiftly pivoting to stab Loras in the back. "Take that, you rascal." With a loud thud, Loras was blindsided, thrown from his horse. How despicable. The Northerners are truly shameless. This disgraces the honor of knighthood. He must be disqualified. In an instant, not just the women spectators, but even the previously silent men joined the chorus condemning Gu Li. Unfazed, Gu Li sat proudly upon his horse, exuding confidence. "What are you all shouting for? This is tactics. Do you even understand?" Chapter 51. Have I become an official heir? Amidst the cacophony of insults, Gu Li returned to the resting area. He had a brief respite of a little over 10 minutes to recuperate and prepare for the next round of the competition. A distinct dent marred his left arm guard, a result of Loras's wooden lance. Although his arm remained unscathed, the pressure from the guard was quite uncomfortable. Coupled with the jeers from outside, it left him in a state of agitation. How noisy! He felt an urge to silence them all. A strange red hue flickered in his emerald left eye, but it quickly succumbed to the dominant green. Gu Li regained his composure, shaking his head and muttering, "What am I thinking? They are merely a throng of ignorant commoners. How could I, in a moment of discontent, resort to indiscriminate violence?" He sat upright on his horse, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. At that moment, the first match of the quarterfinals had commenced, featuring Captain Baristan Selmy of the Kingsguard against another member, Mandan Moore. Their duel was a spectacle, with both adhering to the knightly code, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Gu Li remained indifferent, patiently awaiting his turn. His opponent was also a member of the Kingsguard, named Alice Karstark. Alice possessed a mane of light brown hair and bore a handsome visage. He was, aside from Loras, the second most ostentatious individual present. The fact that 3 of the 4 finalists were Kingsguard knights attested to the formidable prowess of this royal guard. The sound of a horn pierced the air, prompting Gu Li to open his eyes. The second match of the quarterfinals was about to begin. He rode forth to the royal dais, bowing in accordance with the knight's customs. Unexpectedly, Alice Karstark bellowed, "I cannot best this warrior from the north. So I concede." A gasp rippled through the crowd, reigniting their vitriol towards Gu Li. With a scowl, he turned his head, sneering, "Is this how cowardice manifests? You are a member of the Kingsguard. What a disgrace." Alice chuckled softly, "The shame belongs to you. It is I who shall bask in the applause." After bowing to the king, he strutted away amidst the cheers of the crowd. Consequently, the onlookers' perception of Gu Li further deteriorated. Even the 3 royal children seated on the dais regarded Gu Li as a contemptible rogue, an impression that even the normally amiable Princess Marcella could not shake off. Beside her, Arya fretted, desperately whispering explanations into the princess's ear. Thus, Gu Li advanced to the finals, where he would face the fearless Baristan Selmy. Baristan Selmy approached Gu Li, first bowing to the royalty before addressing Gu Li. "If you wish to earn the respect of the crowd, you must adhere to the chivalric code and take this duel seriously, for the sake of both yourself and the North." Gu Li replied solemnly, "Take it seriously? Then you shall perish." Baristan turned his horse, retorting, "I shall await that day." He flicked the reins and rode to the opposite end of the arena. Gu returned to the starting point of the match, and despite the unexpected transformation of the quarterfinals into the final duel, the confrontation would proceed as planned. Baristan, Baristan. The audience chanted rhythmically, as the residents of King's Landing were enamored with all that the Red Keep represented. They were well acquainted with Baristan, who had served under 3 kings, and they held his abilities in high esteem. Amidst the raucous cheers, there were faint shouts for Luke. Among the crowd, a few soldiers from the north recognized Gu Li's true strength, believing he would best the Kingsguard captain. Some of them shouted defiantly, and had it not been for their armor and swords, they might have faced the wrath of the enraged commoners. In the noble stands, the aristocrats eagerly initiated bets for the final match. Almost everyone wagered on Baristan's victory, save for a beautiful brown-haired maiden who placed her bet on Gu Li. Drawn by the high odds, when mocked by other nobles for her lack of insight, she retorted, "He defeated my brother, so he must be the champion." "Oh, is that so? Then you should bet. After all, your Tyrell family isn't short on coin. Share some with us." On the field, Gu Li exhaled sharply. "You want me to take this seriously? Very well, I shall show you what seriousness entails." His expression hardened as he gripped his lance with precision. His eyes devoid of emotion, consumed by a singular, cold-blooded thought, the hunt. The 2 steeds surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing towards one another. Upon contact, the seasoned Baristan quickly raised his shield to defend, thrusting his lance towards Gu Li's unprotected left flank. Gu Li, having trained for 5 years in the art of drawing his blade, was adept at reflexes. Did Baristan truly think he could outpace him? Baristan's strike was swift, yet Gu Li was swifter. He extended his left hand, intercepting the lance mid-thrust, seizing its shaft and yanking inward. Sensing his grip faltering, Baristan instinctively attempted to leverage his horse's momentum to unseat Gu Li. However, Gu Li was not one to be easily thwarted. His other hand was already on the move. The lance shot forth like lightning, unrelenting, aimed directly at Baristan's helm. The sound of impact echoed as Baristan's head absorbed the brunt of the blow. Causing him to lose consciousness, his lance slipped from his grasp, and he tumbled helplessly from his steed. The arena fell into a sudden hush, no cheers to be heard. Everything transpired too swiftly. It was a complete and utter annihilation. The commoners stood in disbelief, while the nobles in the viewing box were rendered speechless. Gu Li discarded the 2 lances, removed his helm, and bellowed, "Who else finds this unfair? Who else wishes to challenge me? I await you here." Outside the arena, the northern soldiers erupted in exuberance. "Did you see that? This is our White Wolf. Who dares challenge the White Wolf?" King Robert, equally astonished, set down his goblet and approached the dais, admonishing, "Where is the laurel wreath for the champion? You lazy fools, move quickly." Several servants hastily approached Gu Li, presenting him with a splendid wreath of white roses. Gu Li bent to accept the crown, instructing the servants, "Please carry Sir Baristan to the shade for recovery. He merely fainted. He must have only a slight concussion and will be well after some rest." The servants nodded in agreement and carried Baristan away. King Robert proclaimed loudly, "Luke Snow from the north, you have proven your worth and claimed the title of champion in this tournament. You have the right to select any unmarried woman present to crown her as the queen of love and beauty, dedicating your victory to her." He then shifted his tone. "However, before that, I must announce your reward. By the authority of the crown, I declare that from this day forth, you shall be the adopted son of Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, and your surname shall be changed to Stark." On the dais, Cersei's expression darkened considerably as she clutched the armrests of her chair until her knuckles turned white. "Is this your plan, Robert? A bastard cannot wed a noble princess. So you make him a legitimate heir of House Stark? But why? He is merely an insignificant illegitimate child. What merit does he possess that warrants such attention from you?" Chapter 52. The last wizard. Upon the utterance of Robert's words, the previously boisterous soldiers of the north fell into a hushed silence. Gu Li could hardly fathom that the king would resort to such a maneuver. He stared blankly at Arya, seeking answers from her, yet she, too, regarded him with confusion, as the king had never confided in her regarding such intentions. This left Gu Li in an awkward predicament. Although he was a stepson, his Stark lineage afforded him the right to inherit the title of Duke of Winterfell. Should this news reach Winterfell, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Without waiting for Gu Li's response, Robert continued, "Come now, present your laurel to the fairest maiden in the arena." He turned his gaze towards his daughter, clearly implying his wishes. Gu Li furrowed his brow. Could it be that King Robert truly intended to arrange a match between him and Princess Myrcella? While the princess was indeed lovely, she was merely 12 years of age. Moreover, Gu Li aspired to journey across the 7 kingdoms and eventually venture to the eastern continent in pursuit of the origins of the mysterious crystal. He intended to harness the crystal's power to return to Earth, leaving him no time to serve the royal family in King's Landing. Following Robert's demise, chaos would inevitably ensue across Westeros. He wished to remain unshackled by the royal court, avoiding the treacherous Game of Thrones. As for denouncing Queen Cersei's scandalous actions, well, aside from the fact that it would jeopardize the innocent Myrcella, it was paramount to consider that Tyrion, the imp, would certainly be implicated and likely face execution alongside Robert. Such events would surely provoke Tywin Lannister to rebel, hastening the onset of turmoil, which would hardly be a favorable outcome. Ghoulie desired little. He merely hoped to safeguard his friends and family amidst the forthcoming chaos, ensuring they remained untouched by the ravages of war and could live their lives in peace. Ignoring the princess's eager gaze, he shifted his attention to the noble viewing platform. Having resolved not to align himself with the royal family, he needed to quickly find a scapegoat. Perhaps due to their earlier jeering, the nobles were reluctant to meet his eyes. Save for one beautiful maiden clad in a green gown, who regarded him with a radiant smile. She possessed soft, light brown curls, her tall figure and graceful curves making her the most exquisite girl in attendance. With her large brown eyes, she confidently met Ghoulie's gaze. Though he could not ascertain her age, she appeared to be quite developed, rather well-formed, likely only a few years younger than himself. While the princess had inherited her mother's beauty, she paled in comparison to this brown-haired maiden. Nodding to himself, Ghoulie thought that given her confidence, she must hail from a distinguished family. Thus, she would be his chosen scapegoat. He urged his steed forward, gradually approaching the noble platform amid the astonished stares of the onlookers, and addressed the maiden, "My dear lady, would you accept this crown? The choice is yours, yes or no. Do not say I am leading you astray." A murmur of disbelief erupted among the nobles as they regarded Ghoulie as if he were a fool. Was the Stark boy out of his mind? The king had made his intentions so clear. How dare he refuse the king's goodwill? Did the cold of the north render him senseless? Most nobles believed that accepting King Robert's favor was the wisest course, for with his assistance, Ghoulie might secure the right to inherit the title of Duke of Winterfell. The smile on the king's face began to fade, and he let out a discontented huff as he returned to his seat. Myrcella, feeling wronged, began to weep quietly on her wooden chair. The maiden rose and gently inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind? Do you know what you are giving up?" Without hesitation, Ghoulie nodded. "I have indeed made my decision. You need not worry. My lady, what was there to consider?" He was eager to rid himself of this hot potato. "Quickly, take it." The maiden smiled sweetly, lifting her skirts and curtsying. "Then I shall accept your laurel, and I hope you will remember your promise." Ghoulie presented the crown to the viewing platform, but the maiden did not extend her hands to receive it. Instead, she maintained her curtsying posture. The maiden, aware that Ghoulie was unfamiliar with noble etiquette, softly reminded him, "Stark, you must place the crown upon my head yourself." "Oh." Ghoulie extended his arms, placing the white rose wreath upon the maiden's head. She adjusted the crown, blushing as she playfully chided, "Be gentler. You're hurting my hair. My apologies." Ghoulie politely retreated a few steps on his horse. The maiden straightened her posture, took a deep breath, and turned confidently to face the crowd, her eyes sparkling with pride. Her graceful figure left the men speechless and the women seething with envy. She stood amidst the throng, like an untouchable, proud rose. Ghoulie watched her with astonishment. Amidst a sea of conventional noble ladies, this bold maiden possessed a unique charm. Yet he remained unaware that when she caught sight of his expression, a triumphant smile graced her lips. At that moment, Ghoulie felt a twinge of regret. Was it truly fair to put such a lovely girl in this predicament? He turned his horse to depart the arena. "Little Stark, do you think you can run away without an explanation?" King Robert's booming voice halted him as he was about to leave. With a sigh, Ghoulie dismounted, handing his steed to a servant before vaulting over the wooden barrier to ascend the royal platform. "Your Majesty, your Highnesses." Robert, seated with a scowl, lifted his goblet. "What is it? Is my little princess not beautiful enough? Does she not deserve to wear the crown of love and beauty?" Ghoulie managed a wry smile. "Your Majesty, though I hail from the remote north, I am well aware of the crown's significance. The princess is simply too young, and I am afraid." "Huh? You still harbor thoughts of my little princess? I would never send Myrcella to that frigid place of yours." Ghoulie looked up in confusion. Had he misinterpreted the king's intentions? Had Robert not meant it in that way? Were it not for the king's glaring expression that conveyed his displeasure, Ghoulie might have believed him. "Ah, your Majesty speaks true. It seems I have overthought the matter." The king set down his goblet, pointing at Myrcella, who was surreptitiously wiping her tears. "But you have made my princess cry, Stark. Do you dare to disrespect the royal family?" Ghoulie bowed his head. "I would never." "Your Majesty, please allow me to find a way to make amends with the princess." King Robert approached Ghoulie with heavy footsteps, goblet in hand. "Before you and Arya Stark entered the city, I had already received a raven from Ned." Ghoulie remained silent. Ravens were indeed swifter than men, which was entirely normal. Robert continued, "Do you know how Ned described you in his letter?" Ghoulie felt a swell of pride. The king's interest in him suggested that Ned had spoken highly of him. "He said you are the last wizard of Westeros, possessing unparalleled ice magic. capable of conjuring ice with your bare hands. Robert's voice rang out loudly, and given the king's recent anger, the arena fell silent. The nobles and lingering commoners alike listening intently. Wizards? Magic? Such fantastical terms. Magic seemed a relic of ancient tales, long vanished with the extinction of dragons. For over a century, generations of kings had sought traces of dragons and magic, yet the wizards who came to King's Landing were mostly charlatans. These impostors ultimately faced severe punishment as the price for deceiving the crown. Magic has become nothing more than a figment of human imagination, as if it never truly existed. Among those present, there are the elderly, some reaching the advanced age of 80, who have witnessed the reigns of 3 kings yet have never encountered genuine magic. Not only these aged individuals, but even their ancestors from over a century ago were denied the splendor of magic. If the elders have never laid eyes on such wonders, one can only imagine the ignorance of the younger attendees. The crowd instinctively rose on their toes, craning their necks in anticipation. They were eager to witness the birth of a sorcerer or perhaps the tragic demise of a charlatan. Ghoulie sighed. Ed's words had been far too reckless, and he regretted revealing the truth. What? Is there an issue? The tone of King Robert grew increasingly frigid, tinged with an undercurrent of menace. Arya summoned her courage and declared, Luke is not lying. He is indeed a sorcerer wielding ice magic. We of Winterfell are all aware of it. Ghoulie slowly lifted his gaze, switching the icy greatsword to his other hand, while his free left hand caressed Robert's goblet. Under the horrified gazes of the assembly, the king's golden cup shattered into countless shards of ice, and a delicate crimson stream defied gravity, flowing upward to coalesce in Ghoulie's palm. In an instant, a vividly radiant red ice rose materialized in his hand. He presented the flower with a bow to Princess Myrcella, proclaiming, Your Highness, please accept my sincere apologies. Princess Myrcella, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment, shyly averting her gaze as she accepted the rose from Ghoulie, murmuring, Thank you, Stark. Cersei's eyes reflected a similar astonishment as she glanced towards Tyrion on the viewing platform, silently shaping her lips to ask, Did you know all along? With a self-satisfied smirk. Tyrion raised his goblet, mirroring her inquiry with a subtle nod of his lips. Indeed. Chapter 53. The ice sculpture. King Robert tossed aside the shards of ice from his hand and laughed heartily. Is that all you can do? A mere ice flower? Now, show me true magic. Ghoulie returned to the center of the platform, hesitating. Your Majesty, the energy required to cast such magic is exceedingly precious. Moreover, magic is not mere trickery for entertainment. King Robert accepted a new goblet of wine handed by a servant and remarked, How can a mere ice flower prove that what you just demonstrated is genuine magic and not a prepared illusion? Ghoulie's tone softened slightly. Would your Majesty like to see a grand display of ice magic? I am still a novice in my studies, and such a spectacle may come at a cost. Robert, being astute, grasped Ghoulie's implication and inquired, Speak freely, what do you desire? Ghoulie had long contemplated this. I hope your Majesty can provide me with a letter of recommendation, granting me free access to the Academy in Old Town. A letter of recommendation? If you can prove your identity as a wizard today, I shall write you such a letter, Robert replied, surprised that Ghoulie sought merely a letter to become a scholar instead of a title or something of greater value. Ghoulie leaned his great ice sword against a nearby post, freeing his hands to ask, Well, what would your Majesty like to see? Robert, with a jovial shake of his belly, retorted, What do I wish to see? I want to see snow in summer. Can you accomplish that? Ghoulie hesitated, internally cursing. Your Majesty, altering the weather is a divine miracle beyond the realm of magic. Disappointed, Robert gulped down a drink. Then create a larger ice block for all present to witness. The previous ice rose was too small. Only the nearby nobles could see it, while the distant commoners remained oblivious. Moreover, Robert suspected that the ice flower was a prop Ghoulie had concealed in advance, conveniently forgetting about the shattered goblet and the spilled wine. Ghoulie nodded. Very well, but I cannot conjure ice from thin air. I will need a substantial amount of water. With a grand wave, Robert commanded, Did you not hear? Go fetch water. The servants on standby immediately sprang into action, carrying several emptied wine barrels and racing toward the nearby stream. In less than half an hour, 5 barrels filled with river water were placed beneath the platform. Ghoulie descended from the platform and approached the 5 barrels, his mind racing with ideas on what ice creation to sculpt. He could not create weapons, as that would be too intimidating and invite fear. Similarly, he avoided powerful explosive spells for the same reason. As a wizard, maintaining a low profile was essential. Observing Robert's drinking demeanor, an idea struck him. I shall create a grand ice sculpture for His Majesty. Ghoulie shed his heavy armor and tossed it aside. Approaching the first barrel, he slowly submerged his gloved left hand into the water. With a splash, a stream of white water shot from the barrel, quickly solidifying into an ice leg amidst the gasps of the crowd. Some wept in joy, declaring, It is magic. He truly is a wizard. Others trembled in fear. praying for protection from the wizard's wrath. There were even incoherent murmurs. Is this magic? It truly exists. Furthermore, a few followers emerged, proclaiming, "This wizard must be an apostle of the ice god, come to save us." Ice god? Where did that come from? Ghoulie disregarded these absurdities, focusing intently on shaping the ice statue. As he worked diligently, the ice leg began to form boots and pant legs. However, due to the enormity of his intended sculpture, the river water was quickly used up, and he had only managed to create one leg from an entire barrel. The nobles in the stands were astounded, whispering among themselves as if they had seen a ghost. Only one beautiful girl, adorned with a floral crown, leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed intently on Ghoulie below. And there was a dwarf he nearly forgot. Tyrion approached the girl, suddenly asking, "Are you Lady Marjorie of House Tyrell?" Marjorie, aware of his identity, replied without turning, "The little imp of House Lannister, what do you want?" "I've heard you accompanied Duke Lannister to King's Landing to replace Cersei as the new queen?" Tyrion murmured, his words startling. Marjorie's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, but she quickly regained her composure. "Such rumors are baseless. Even the Lannisters believe them?" Tyrion shrugged. "I actually think you far surpass Cersei. But there is a slight age gap between you and His Majesty. If he is fond of you, it may not be an insurmountable issue." Marjorie, on her first venture far from home, was not well acquainted with the Lannisters. Assuming Tyrion was merely testing her, she smiled. "Sir Tyrion has misunderstood. House Tyrell has no such intentions." As if that were a joke, how could House Tyrell express such ambitions openly, especially to a Lannister? Tyrion glanced at Ghoulie, who was diligently crafting the ice statue. "Lady Marjorie, do not provoke the shield-bearer. The wrath of a wizard can be quite fearsome." With that, he raised his goblet and turned to leave. Marjorie bit her lip, her gaze returning to the white-haired youth below. Perhaps at first, he had genuinely served as her shield against marrying Robert, but now, the situation had changed. A wizard could indeed bring immense benefits to House Tyrell. Back in the arena, Ghoulie quickly exhausted the 5 barrels of water, with the massive ice statue only having reached the torso. The upper body remained unfinished. Ugh, the torso is too large. It consumes an excessive amount of ice. A bunch of fools. Do they not see Stark is out of water? Hurry and fetch more. Robert bellowed from the platform, observing the servants frozen in shock, unsure of what to do. The servants came to their senses and swiftly resumed their tasks, bringing more barrels, one after another, to Ghoulie. With their assistance, Ghoulie cautiously summoned more magic, hastening the completion of the upper half of the statue. This portion demanded greater intricacy. Not only were there more details to the clothing, but a vivid, lifelike face had to be sculpted as well. In summary, the workload had doubled. Another hour passed, and as the sun began to set, the ice statue was finally completed. Bathed in the golden glow of the sunset, the imposing ice effigy glimmered brilliantly, holding aloft a goblet and smiling warmly at all present. Such a masterful creation left both commoners and nobles alike in awe. Ghoulie, cradling his sore left hand, bowed to the king atop the platform. "Your Majesty, are you satisfied with this ice statue?" Robert offered his praises before inquiring, "How long can this statue endure?" Upon hearing this, Ghoulie discreetly placed his left hand upon the statue, channeling a modicum of magic. "In this weather, it can last 3 days before melting." King's Landing, situated in the central region of Westeros, was considerably warmer compared to the northern Winterfell. "Excellent. Where the city guard? Quickly transport this statue back to King's Landing. Place it in the center of the Cobbler's Square for all to admire." Robert was evidently making a statement, not just a display for Ghoulie, but asserting the sovereignty of the crown. This ice wizard belonged to the royal family. The gold-cloaked city guards swiftly formed ranks, encircling the enormous ice statue. Ghoulie had no intention of concerning himself with how they would transport the ice back to King's Landing. He ascended the platform to retrieve the ice-cold greatsword, while simultaneously seeking a letter of recommendation from Robert. "Your Majesty, what of the promised letter of recommendation?" Robert gazed at the darkening sky and replied, "It is getting late. Come with me back to the Red Keep, and I shall write it for you tomorrow." Spending the night at the Red Keep? Perhaps not. Ghoulie declined the king's gracious offer. "Your Majesty, the Stark family still has members within the city, and they are likely to depart King's Landing soon. I wish to reconnect with them, so I shall not be going to the Red Keep tonight." Robert understood, as he held a fond regard for the Starks due to his close friendship with Eddard. "Very well. But do remember to come to the Red Keep tomorrow for your letter." "Indeed," Ghoulie replied, winking at Arya. The two joined hands and swiftly departed from the royal platform. The two princes and Princess Marcella were left feeling quite disheartened, as they had hoped to engage the sorcerer in conversation, contemplating whether they too could learn the art of magic from him. However, the hesitance of youth proved to be a fleeting moment, for the sorcerer had already departed. Chapter 54. Farewell. Ghoulie and Arya sought out Ser Roderick Castle, the esteemed instructor of Winterfell, along with several northern soldiers who had accompanied him to King's Landing. They discreetly integrated with the throngs of common folk and embarked on their journey back to the capital. Throughout the journey, the northern soldiers were brimming with excitement, as they believed that today's tournament, hosted by the king, was of the highest caliber in all of Westeros. Ghouli's triumph bore testament to the valor of the north, proving that despite its harsh and impoverished landscape, the warriors it nurtured were no less formidable than those from the other 6 kingdoms, and perhaps even superior. The honor of the championship was not solely Ghouli's. It belonged to the entire north. However, Ser Roderick Castle appeared less jubilant. As they traveled, he seemed preoccupied, burdened by unspoken thoughts. Upon arriving at the tavern where Ser Roderick and his companions were staying in King's Landing, they ordered a sumptuous feast in the bustling common room. Accompanied by the melodies of a minstrel, the men indulged in hearty revelry. As the evening wore on, Arya succumbed to slumber at the table, while several of the northern soldiers, intoxicated, stumbled upstairs to rest. Ghoulie, burdened with Arya on his back, intended to return to Tyrion's residence, for their belongings remained there. And a silent departure was not in keeping with their character. They had to return tonight. Before parting, Ser Roderick called Ghoulie aside at the tavern's entrance. "Luke, you are now a Stark. Would you care to accompany us back to Winterfell?" Ghoulie understood Ser Roderick's concerns and handed him the great sword, Ice. "No. I hold affection for Winterfell, yet I have no interest in its lordship. Please convey this to Lord Eddard and Robb." Ser Roderick accepted Ice with a sense of relief. Smiling, "Indeed, remaining in King's Landing will yield greater prospects for you." Ghoulie glanced at Arya and inquired, "When do you plan to depart for Winterfell, my lord?" Clutching Ice, Ser Roderick outlined their plans. "We shall leave tomorrow morning, and we expect to reach Winterfell in approximately 2 months. So soon?" Ghoulie pondered retaining them a few more days, but considering Eddard and Catelyn's anxious longing for Arya, he wisely refrained from speaking. Arya had been away from home for nearly 3 months. It was indeed time for her return. "I will take Arya back to Tyrion's for rest, and you may find us there tomorrow morning. I have gifts for the folk of Winterfell. You can take them along." They bid farewell at the tavern's entrance, Ghoulie carrying Arya towards Tyrion's abode, while Ser Roderick returned to the tavern with Ice. At Tyrion's residence, even though it was late, Tyrion had yet to return. Ghoulie wished to express his gratitude in person, but as the night deepened, Tyrion remained absent. Reluctantly, he retired to his room to sleep. The following morning, Ser Roderick and the northern soldiers returned to seek out Ghoulie and Arya. Ghoulie escorted them to the city gate, reminding Ser Roderick, "The armor is a gift from Lord Eddard, and the 2 finely crafted steel swords are from Robb and Jon Snow. Be sure not to misplace them." Ser Roderick patted his ample belly, assuring him, "Rest assured, I have it all noted." Just then, Arya approached, tearfully clinging to Ghoulie's waist. "Luke, please return with me." Ghoulie bent down to wipe her tears. "Did we not agree? You shall return home first, and once I conclude my matters, I will come to you. In no more than 4 years, when the time is right, you will see me again." Arya fell silent, softly sobbing. Ghoulie continued, "You cannot yet wield that spear, can you? Here's what we shall do. Practice your spear skills diligently. When you are capable of performing elegant flourishes with that spear, I will return to Winterfell." After a prolonged embrace, Arya reluctantly released her grip. "I will return, and you must remember to think of me." "I shall," Ghoulie replied, playfully pinching her cheek. Arya mounted her horse, departing with Ser Roderick and the others along King's Road towards Winterfell. She looked back repeatedly, waving farewell to Ghoulie until they were no longer visible to one another. Standing at the city gate, Ghoulie felt a twinge of melancholy and sighed softly. Without the lively presence of that spirited girl, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the quiet. Meanwhile, in a secluded manner within King's Landing, a furious Loras Tyrell confronted Margaery Tyrell. "What is the meaning of this? You intend to return to Highgarden?" Margaery sat leisurely on a wooden chair, her lips slightly parted as she nibbled a grape. "My lord, the tournament has concluded. It is time for me to return to Highgarden." Loras composed himself, reverting to his customary polite demeanor. "Margaery, do not forget the purpose of your visit to King's Landing." Margaery discarded the half-eaten grape, noting that the fruit in King's Landing was not particularly fresh. "My lord, I certainly remember the purpose of my visit, as well as your promise." She rose slowly, drawing closer to Loras to whisper, "You promised I would become queen. Yet now the Lannisters have uncovered your scheme. Why should I remain in King's Landing?" Loras forced a smile. "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to take that sorcerer with you. Conceal your ambitions. The sorcerer belongs to House Baratheon." Margaery chuckled softly. "He is a man of free will, not a dragon of House Targaryen. Do you intend to confine him like a dragon?" Loras spoke with deliberate emphasis. "He is of our family. You would do well to keep your distance." He ceased further conversation with Margaery and departed the manor, while she remained confident, murmuring to herself as she watched him leave, "Then let us await the outcome, my lord." Back at Tyrion's residence, Ghoulie returned from the city gate, finally encountering the returning Tyrion. He queried with curiosity. You should be without a position now. Why are you so busy? Tyrion smirked mischievously. Yesterday was a day of celebration. Did you not go out to relax? Oh, I forgot. You have a child to care for. Where is she? I have not seen her. He glanced over Gu Li's shoulder, searching for the little shadow. Gu Li sighed. She has gone home. Tyrion patted Gu Li's arm in consolation. Do not be so despondent. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves tonight. Gu Li detected the scent of cheap perfume wafting from Tyrion, deducing his activities from the previous night. You went to the brothel again, did you not? Tyrion did not deny it. I had a splendid time last night, indulging with 3 delightful ladies of the evening. What of it? Is it not normal for men to visit such places? Do you not partake? Gu Li waved his hand in distaste. Not for me. I cannot endure that atmosphere. Truthfully, the brothels near Winterfell had left a lasting impression on him. In his youth, he had ventured with Jon Snow and others, seeking a rite of passage. However, upon arrival, they were deterred by the toothless middle-aged women who greeted them. It was said that later, Theon discovered a respectable establishment nearby, filled with youthful women. Yet, by that time, Gu Li had already been scarred by the experience and was unwilling to return. King's Landing, a city that embraced all, undoubtedly offered brothels far superior to those near Winterfell. For the women, they're primarily catered to the impoverished soldiers and common folk. However, the situation is quite different for Junlan, whose clientele consists of noble lords, knights, and affluent merchants. The caliber and quality of the women there are undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, Gu Li remains haunted by lingering shadows of the past, rendering him disinclined to linger in such establishments. You're not going? Do you not have an affinity for women? Tyrion, taken aback, quickly sought to mitigate the awkwardness. It's merely a matter of personal choice. With your current status, I am certain many young nobles would be eager to spend an enchanting evening with you. Gu Li, his expression darkening, clenched his teeth. I do appreciate women. I simply find the atmosphere of J Pavilion unsettling. Tyrion laughed heartily to mask the discomfort. Ha ha ha. If you accompany me a few more times, you will become accustomed to it. After all, a man must not deprive himself. Just today, what do you say? Gu Li shook his head in refusal. I must meet His Majesty at the Red Keep today to obtain a letter of recommendation. Chapter 55, setting off again. Yes, I recall you spurned His Majesty's offer, insisting on venturing to the Citadel to become a scholar. Tyrion and Podrick strolled into the courtyard, where attentive servants promptly presented them with platters of fruit and sweet wine. Podrick set the wine on a small wooden table and clarified, I am not seeking to become a scholar. I merely wish to gather some information at the Citadel. Gather information? King's Landing boasts its own library. Why journey to the distant old town? Tyrion sipped from his goblet, leaning against the stone railing while gazing out at the distant sea. The King's Landing library cannot rival the vast collection of the Citadel. While it may have some tomes, the Citadel possesses many others that are not found here. Ah, indeed. Podrick recalled that Tyrion's 2 greatest passions were reading and indulging in wine, making him a frequent visitor to the library. Do you know if any deity possesses a greenstone? Tyrion paused, taken aback. Deity? To my knowledge, the 7 have their temples and statues scattered throughout Westeros, but none are associated with a green stone. The 7 are the most common faith in Westeros. Yet there exist a few minority deities. And beyond the 7? Beyond the 7, there are the old gods of the north and the drowned god of the Iron Islands. You should be more familiar with the old gods than I. The drowned god, too, does not possess a green stone. Wait, are you in search of a divine artifact? Tyrion found Podrick's quest to be rather fanciful, though he refrained from saying so outright. Podrick had already woven a tale, recounting. My mother's ancestors once stole a divine artifact, a green stone. This divine stone has become part of our bloodline, granting us the ability to wield magical powers. Yet, it also carries a curse. None can live past 30. A curse? I was once a skeptic of such things, but after witnessing your magic yesterday, I have begun to waver. A curse of not living past 30. What do you plan to do about it? Tyrion took another sip of wine, both to quench his thirst and to steady his nerves. Podrick continued, I aim to find the deity and return this power to him. Perhaps in doing so, I can lift the curse that plagues me. Tyrion pondered for a moment before responding, I have not heard of any deity with a green stone. So you wish to peruse the texts at the Citadel? However, most of the resources there concern the history of Westeros. What if the deity you seek resides on the eastern continent? Podrick stroked his chin, acknowledging, I had considered that. We shall take it one step at a time and see if there are any leads at the Citadel. Tyrion finally comprehended Podrick's decision. It was no wonder he was willing to forsake the promising future in King's Landing, driven by a curse. Well, a visit to the Citadel is prudent. As fate would have it, we shall pass through Highgarden, where you can discuss your own matrimonial matters. Matrimonial matters? Podrick was taken aback for several seconds. Tyrion turned to him with a quizzical look. Have you forgotten? You presented a garland to Marjorie Tyrell yesterday. She accepted your coronation with a bow. Does that not imply her consent? Consent? Wait, that girl yesterday was Marjorie Tyrell, the Rose of Highgarden? Podrick was flabbergasted, never anticipating that the random choice he made would lead him to one of the few formidable players in Game of Thrones, the illustrious Marjorie Tyrell. Tyrion poured himself another generous goblet of wine from the vessel on the wooden table. Indeed, you do not recognize her? Regardless, it matters not. The deed is done. Should you dare to break the agreement, Highgarden will likely send envoys to Winterfell to negotiate. Neither side would fare well then. Podrick shook his head vigorously, waving his hands. No, no, I cannot marry Marjorie. Tyrion nearly choked, coughing. Why not? Is she not beautiful enough? Do you have any idea how many men in King's Landing covet Marjorie's beauty and Highgarden's wealth? With her status, she could even wed the crown prince. If you could marry her, the Tyrells would surely spare no effort to help you seize the title of Duke of Winterfell. Podrick offered a wry smile. She is indeed beautiful, the most stunning woman I have ever encountered. Yet, she is too cunning. I do not fancy women with such depth of scheming. Little Rose Marjorie Tyrell, raised under the watchful eye of her shrewd grandmother, Olenna Redwine, had learned to wield her charm adeptly, easily manipulating men of all ages. She rarely paid a price to obtain everything she desired. In the original series, her machinations to ascend to queenhood led her to plot against many. Had it not been for Cersei's treachery involving Wildfire, Marjorie might have risen even higher. Podrick confessed, I admire Marjorie's beauty, but I cannot abide her character. She is far too clever and power-hungry, a product of her upbringing that I cannot change. Thus, we are fundamentally incompatible, and happiness between us is impossible. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Ah, so you prefer a more innocent maiden. Then Princess Myrcella is quite innocent. Yet, you also spurned the king. Podrick awkwardly rubbed his nose. Princess Myrcella is too young. Very well, I shall first head to the Red Keep for a letter of recommendation, and then make haste to leave King's Landing. Tyrion chuckled. Are you certain you wish to avoid Marjorie? Pray, you are heading to Old Town in the Reach, the very domain of House Tyrell. How can you possibly evade her? Podrick gulped, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If I delay, perhaps the matter will resolve itself. In the Red Keep, in the throne room, King Robert sat upon the Iron Throne, summoning Podrick. Podrick recounted his fabricated story once more. Thus, Your Majesty, I must journey to the Citadel. Robert gestured for a nearby servant to present a pre-written letter of recommendation to Podrick. It concerns your life. You must go. However, return promptly. The kingdom requires your service. Understood. Podrick accepted the letter, preparing to exit the throne room. Wait, Robert commanded. I shall send 2 Kingsguard to accompany you to Old Town. With their protection, I shall feel more at ease. Robert's insistence on ease revealed a meaning Podrick could not ignore. Sending men with him to Old Town was, in truth, a means for the king to maintain constant oversight of Podrick's movements. Thank you, Your Majesty. Podrick rode back to Tyrion's residence accompanied by the 2 knights assigned by the king. He quickly packed his belongings, ready to set off for Old Town in the Reach. Tyrion couldn't resist a jibe. Knights of House Baratheon, the king truly values your safety. Knights are not mere soldiers. They are formidable individuals who have earned their titles through strength, whether through lineage or personal prowess. Clearly, the 2 men were sent by Robert for the latter reason. Knowing that Podrick was short on funds, Tyrion helped him procure a cart. The journey was long, and traveling by cart would be far more comfortable than riding. Podrick wholeheartedly agreed, recalling his previous ride to King's Landing with Arya, during which they had to change mounts thrice along the way. His inner thighs were marred with scars and bruises, all incurred from the saddle. Additionally, here is a pouch of gold dragons, sufficient for your journey. Tyrion tossed another coin pouch to Gendry, demonstrating his thorough consideration for him. After stowing his belongings in the rear of the cart and securing them, Gendry expressed his gratitude to Tyrion. Thank you. However, I have been curious as to why you're extending such assistance to me. Tyrion personally opened the cart door for Gendry, responding, Why help you? Initially, it was due to fate, and later, upon learning of your status as a sorcerer, I sought to cultivate our acquaintance. My position within my family is precarious, akin to that of a bastard, and I may find myself relying on you in the future. Should I encounter misfortune, I hope you will remember this bond of friendship and lend me a hand. His candor endeared him further to Gendry, who smiled as he boarded the cart. Given your intellect, you are destined for greatness. In due time, it may be uncertain who will assist whom. Tyrion's gaze dimmed momentarily. I am the disgrace of House Lannister. My family will never permit me to attain power or status. However, he quickly regained his spirits. Enough of that. Let us not keep those 2 knights waiting. Let us depart. Farewell, my friend. Gendry closed the door of the cart. Bidding a solemn farewell, Tyrion waved, and under his watchful eye, the cart and the 2 mounted knights gradually departed from his estate. At the southwestern city gate of King's Landing, the King's Gate, Gendry was cleaning the dust from the scabbard of the Dark Sister within the cart, struggling with the intricate carvings in some corners. Suddenly, the cart came to a halt. The driver peered through a small window, saying, my lord. There is a noble lady blocking our path. Her carriage appears to have broken down by the roadside, and she seems to require our assistance. Gendry frowned. We have no one skilled in repairing carriages. How can we help her? She should seek aid from the gold cloaks within the city. Yes, but, alas, my lady, you cannot. Before the driver could finish his sentence, the door of the cart was flung open. Marjorie, resplendent in a light blue gauzy gown, made a stunning entrance at the cart's threshold. Adjusting her sun hat and wiping the beads of sweat from her brow with a handkerchief, she implored, Stark, I have urgent matters to attend to in Highgarden, yet my carriage has broken down by the roadside. Since you are en route to the Citadel, might you grant me passage back? Gendry placed the Dark Sister upon his lap and replied solemnly, Can I refuse? No. Marjorie shed her guise of pitifulness, adopting a resolute demeanor as she sat across from Gendry. Chapter 56. Divergence. A knight from House Baratheon approached the carriage and inquired, My lord, shall I assist in removing her from the carriage? Marjorie, fanning herself with a delicate hand fan, smiled and replied, I trust that House Stark would not be so lacking in chivalry. Gully sighed and waved his hand dismissively. She is a lady of House Tyrell, not someone you can offend. It is of no consequence. Continue on your way. The knight nodded in agreement and securely closed the carriage door. Once again on their journey, they traveled along the Rose Road towards the southern outskirts of King's Landing. Marjorie gazed out the window and suddenly asked, What brings you to the Citadel? Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that you seek to become a scholar? No, Gully replied. I have other matters to attend to at the Citadel. He continued, polishing Dark Sister, daring not to meet Marjorie's gaze. It was not shyness that restrained him. Rather, her undeniable charm emanated an irresistible allure that enveloped him. In the confined space of the carriage, their proximity heightened, and the fragrance of her presence lingered in his senses, making it difficult for him to focus. Marjorie leaned in closer and inquired, The Citadel is located in Old Town, ruled by House Hightower. They serve as vassals to our House Tyrell. If you seek to conduct business at the Citadel, perhaps I may assist you. Gully chuckled softly. Assist me? Very well. Allow me to pose a question. Have you ever heard of a green stone, said to contain immense power, coveted even by the gods? Why the sudden turn to myth? Marjorie responded, unable to follow his train of thought. I have not heard of such a thing. I know, he continued, which is why I am heading to the Citadel to pose the same inquiry to the learned scholars there. He casually brushed the dirt from the corner of the sword sheath, his demeanor nonchalant. Marjorie seemed to grow warmer, intensifying her fan's motion. Removing her hat, she asked, What if the scholars at the Citadel cannot answer your question? Gully remained focused on his task. Then it would indicate that what I seek is not found in Westeros. What is it that you are searching for? The mythical green stone? Marjorie leaned closer, whispering softly, the warmth of her breath causing a tickle against his ear. You ask too many questions, and please, maintain some distance. He looked up, about to speak, but was taken aback by the sight before him, instinctively pressing himself against the back of the carriage in retreat. What manner of terrifying sight could provoke such a reaction from the ever-composed Gully? Marjorie's earlier motion had inadvertently allowed him a glimpse of the curves hidden beneath her clothing, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that rendered him speechless. She noticed his startled response and playfully covered her neckline. Your reaction is quite peculiar. Could it be that you are still a maiden? In this world, noble youths matured rapidly, often reaching adulthood by the age of 13 or 14 with the assistance of maids or courtesans. Noble maidens, however, typically reserve their first experience for their husbands. Gully, red-faced, whispered, Why do you not wear a bra? I saw everything. A bra? What is that? Marjorie inquired, perplexed by the term. Do northern women wear such garments? Gully was momentarily at a loss for words. Since arriving in this world, he had only seen courtesans' breasts, believing their lack of undergarments was for the convenience of clientele. He never considered that women across Westeros might similarly go without. Perhaps the invention of the bra had yet to occur, an untapped business opportunity, indeed. Marjorie, mistaking his discomfort for concern, explained, You are my betrothed, if you see it. You see it? Rest assured, no other man has laid eyes upon it, only you. Gully found himself momentarily speechless. Lady Marjorie. Should my actions have led to any misunderstanding, I apologize. I am without power or influence and do not deserve you. To have the honor of crowning you is my greatest privilege, and I hope you pursue your own happiness. Deserve? Why would you think that? Marjorie asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. You are the last sorcerer on the continent and currently the most valued by the crown. Your future is bright, and you are worthy of inheriting Winterfell. Why would you feel unworthy? Gully scratched his head, posing a profound question. Do you have feelings for me? No, but I need you. Perhaps you should grant me some time. I might come to love you. Marjorie replied with calm assurance. Gully felt an inexplicable irritation. You need me? Surely it is House Tyrell that requires my assistance? The destructive potential of a sorcerer pales in comparison to that of a dragon. Yet their influence can rival that of the mightiest beast. For a sorcerer can wield dazzling magic to sway hearts. To win hearts is to seize the realm. A sorcerer capable of enchanting the masses could indeed overturn a kingdom. Is there a difference? Noble marriages are bound by such ties, prioritizing family interests over love. You were born into a noble family in Winterfell. Can you not comprehend this? Marjorie regarded her perspective as obvious, while Gully found it utterly absurd. No, I cannot understand. Though I am not young, I still aspire to grow old with the one I love, to share my life with them. Having experienced a few relationships back on Earth, he longed for the freedom of love. Marjorie covered her mouth, chuckling. Love? My grandmother once said that love is merely an excuse for men to satisfy their desires. A lie used by nobles to deceive the common folk. In this world, love does not exist. Only interests endure. Gully sighed in resignation. This is where we diverge. Thus, we are destined to walk different paths. Marjorie, however, believed it was Gully who failed to see reality. Marriage is the most sacred vow. I will uphold this vow and stand by your side for life. Is this not love? Moreover, you felt something just now, did you not? Gully lamented. Feelings are of no consequence. Once I resolve certain matters in Winterfell, I intend to embark on a journey across the world. Would you forsake power and family to accompany me? Travel the world? Is that to search for that absurd stone? Marjorie gazed at Gully in disbelief, never imagining he could be so naive. Gully shrugged. So, you cannot remain by my side, can you? Marjorie's smile faded. With power, you can enlist many to assist in your search for that stone. Why must you pursue it alone? Gully gazed out the window, chuckling softly. Because if I were to possess power and you, I might not feel the need to search at all. Chapter 57. The Cat? Marjorie remained silent for a moment, suddenly realizing that Gu Li was a sorcerer. Sorcerers, much like alchemists, possessed arcane skills that naturally led them to undertake actions incomprehensible to ordinary folk. She pondered, was that stone truly of such significance? Gu Li nodded resolutely, affirming its immense importance, declaring it the ultimate pursuit of his life. In truth, the green divine stone resided within his left eye. The quest for the stone was merely a fade to appease others. What he truly sought to uncover was the origin and purpose of the divine stone, for only then could he discern the correct method to wield the green stone. After more than 5 years of diligent practice, his control over magic had become increasingly adept, enabling a greater flow of magical energy within him and the execution of more formidable spells. However, this seemingly vast reservoir of magic paled in comparison to the energy contained within the green stone. Moreover, 5 years prior, the green stone had assisted him in calculating an almost realistic virtual world, a dream. This suggested that the green stone, aside from being an inexhaustible source of magical energy, must possess other formidable capabilities. Yet, Gu Li remained at a loss as to how to utilize it, unable to unlock its potential. Once he fully mastered the power of this divine stone, perhaps he could return to Earth. As for the other aspiration Gu Li had once mentioned, becoming a deity, well, that was a thought worth entertaining, perhaps. Marjorie fell silent once more. Her noble upbringing had instilled in her an aversion to a husband devoted to pursuits deemed frivolous. Gu Li, perceiving her thoughts, smiled silently. She had yet to witness the might of the others, nor had she experienced the terror of dragons, remaining unaware of humanity's insignificance. Little did she know that in a few years, the army of the others would descend upon them, igniting a war between the living and the dead. In the face of that deadly conflict between humanity and the others, the internal strife among humans would seem utterly laughable. Both remained silent, lost in their thoughts. Night fell. A bonfire erupted beside Rose Avenue, where Gu Li and Marjorie sat around it, engrossed in their own consumption of dried meat. Marjorie, curious, gazed at the sword at Gu Li's waist and inquired, "Why does your sword bear the sigil of House Targaryen?" Gu Li covered the dark sister with a blanket, stating, "It is of no concern to you." Marjorie kindly warned, "After all, it is an heirloom of House Targaryen. Should other nobles see it, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. Come with me to Highgarden, and I shall procure you a new hilt and scabbard." Gu Li swallowed a piece of dried meat and took a sip from his water flask. "There is no need for such trouble. Those who have seen and recognized this sword are either my friends or deceased." Marjorie tilted her head with a smile. "So, does that mean I am your friend now?" "For the time being," Gu Li replied, tossing the water flask to her. "Would you like to drink?" "Thank you," Marjorie said, blushing as she took a few sips. Gu Li noticed that Marjorie appeared quite apprehensive in this unfamiliar setting. It seemed she had forgotten her usual composure, her eyes filled with panic and unease. Gu Li suddenly found her rather endearing. Was this her first night spent outdoors? Marjorie straightened her posture, feigning calmness as she replied, "Indeed. It is more enjoyable than I had imagined. It is quite a valuable experience." One of her stature, accustomed to the comforts of nobility, would typically travel with an entourage, accompanied by a dedicated family guard for protection. Their journeys were meticulously planned, with rest stops in towns or villages along the way. In the rare event of no available resting places, they would erect tents, allowing Marjorie to rest while sentinels took turns standing guard. Unlike Gu Li's current situation, where there were no sentinels patrolling and not even a tent for sleeping, the nearby woods occasionally echoed with the howls of wolves, leaving Marjorie feeling quite insecure. Gu Li stifled a laugh. You see, if you were to marry me, this would be your life henceforth. No luxurious garments, no servants at your beck and call, no guards to command. You would be compelled to wander, braving the elements each day. Marjorie hugged her knees tighter, pulling her blanket closer, and chuckled softly. But you are free. You can go wherever you wish. Do you envy this freedom? Gu Li inquired, adding more wood to the bonfire. Marjorie shook her head. I do not envy it, for I know this freedom is a luxury, demanding the sacrifice of too much. Thus, more than freedom, I cherish my family and kin. Alas, was he not in a similar predicament? Had he been capable of easily forsaking family, he would not be so intent on returning to Earth. Gu Li gazed at the beautiful maiden, his heart filled with emotion. If he were a king, Marjorie would undoubtedly be his sole choice for queen. Marjorie excelled at winning hearts and could better support a king. Furthermore, she understood the intricacies of noble politics and possessed a keen strategic mind, often devising plans capable of altering the course of events. Regrettably, beauty is often fleeting. In the series Game of Thrones, Marjorie had entered into 3 marriages for her family, each with a king, and none ended well. One could not help but feel pity for her in such reflections. You should sleep in the carriage, rest assured. I will ensure your safe arrival at Highgarden. Not far off, 2 knights of House Baratheon were tending to the carriage, horses, and luggage. They stood by the roadside, secretly drinking and whispering amongst themselves. The young lady of House Tyrell is quite proactive. Lord Loras is truly fortunate. Fortunate? Have you forgotten the King's orders before our departure? Are you implying that sorcerer? I am a bit apprehensive. The King's command is clear. Should the sorcerer choose to align with another house, we are to eliminate them on the spot. I understand. But does that also include the young lady of House Tyrell? What a pity. No pity. Had it not been for this situation, we would not have the right to indulge in such fine company. Hee, you are indeed correct. The 2 whispered, showing no fear that Gu Li and Marjorie might overhear. Naturally, it was their secure distance that allowed such audacity. However, just because Gu Li and Marjorie could not hear did not mean that no one else could. Suddenly, the 2 knights became alert at the sound, drawing their swords and standing back to back, scanning their surroundings with caution. Without the light of a bonfire, visibility in the darkness was severely limited. Though they could not see, they could clearly hear something swiftly trampling the grass around them. What is it? One of the younger knights exclaimed, his voice quaking with fear. The other, more seasoned knight cautioned, listen to the sounds. It is the footsteps of a beast. Be vigilant, it is approaching. In the darkness, 2 piercing screams echoed in succession. Gu Li immediately drew the dark sister from his waist, shielding Marjorie behind him. Marjorie, startled, leaped to her feet, losing all semblance of composure. She clung tightly to Gu Li's arm, her voice trembling with fear. Those screams. They sounded like the 2 knights. Have they been attacked? What assailed them? Was it a wolf? Silence. Remain calm, Gu Li warned, his gaze fixed on the direction of the carriage, his sword poised for action. Marjorie, unwilling to remain passive, tore a portion of her gown, tying it to a stick, igniting it, and throwing it into the darkness. Attempting to scare off the beast with flames? Her resourcefulness was commendable, but her strength was insufficient to throw the torch far. The heavy dew on the grass thwarted the makeshift torch from igniting. However, with the assistance of the flickering flames, Gu Li was able to discern the approaching creature with great difficulty. Goodness, that distinctive pattern of black and white fur. Those vibrant green eyes. Could it be you again? The shadow lynx. Moreover, this particular shadow lynx exhibited an unusual gait, seemingly favoring its injured right forepaw as it advanced on tiptoe. My word, is this not the very shadow lynx that once fell under the enchantment of the wind spirit? It survived? Has it returned for vengeance? Oddly enough, the shadow lynx sat there quietly, grooming the bloodstains from its forepaw and the corner of its mouth, displaying no inclination to attack. Just as Gu Li was enveloped in uncertainty, a sudden rush of wind brushed past his ear. A white figure descended from the heavens, alighting upon his shoulder. Chapter 58. The dragon and the cat Ling rested on Gu Li's shoulder, stammering as it spoke. I tamed it to protect you. After persistent efforts, it finally managed to articulate some simple syllables. Gu Li listened and guessed, you tamed the shadow lynx? But it just killed those 2 knights. It seems rather untamed. Ling shook its head and continued, they want to kill you. Kill them. The knights of the Baelish family wish to slay him? Why? Merely because of his closeness to Little Rose? Gu Li pondered. If he had betrayed the crown and allied with another house, it would be reasonable for the king to seek his death. But now, with nothing yet established, How could the king allow such actions? It must have been those two fools who let slip their plans, overheard by Iceling. A dragon? A dragon? Marjorie gasped and released Gu Li's arm, her terror causing her to step back repeatedly. Gu Li frowned. He had concealed Iceling well, and apart from Arya, no one had seen it. Every time Gu Li entered populated areas, he had Iceling wait outside the town, reuniting only upon his departure. Today, the situation had taken a sudden turn, and Iceling had been spotted by Marjorie. Truly troublesome. Iceling turned to Marjorie, puzzled for a few seconds. Huh. This woman isn't the Stark girl. She's a stranger. It instantly assumed a combative stance, baring its fangs, sparks igniting from its nostrils. Gu Li quickly soothed it. No, she cannot die here. Everyone in King's Landing knew Marjorie had left with him. If she were to perish here, the Reach would undoubtedly declare war on the North. Alas, this is the trouble with lords having their own armies. Sometimes, they can become uncontrollable, even to the king. Marjorie's panic vanished in an instant, and she exclaimed with excitement. I should have guessed. An heirloom of the Targaryens, accompanied by a dragon. The inherited white hair. You are a descendant of House Targaryen. No wonder you rejected the king's offer. What a delightful misunderstanding. Gu Li was about to clarify that the situation was not as she imagined when she interrupted. Rest assured, I shall keep it a secret. Marjorie then began to devise a plan for Gu Li. Although Eddard Stark was close to King Robert, you grew up in Winterfell and share a bond with Eddard's children. If Eddard were to die, his heir Robb would surely support you. Gu Li was secretly alarmed. Marjorie seemed to have unwittingly revealed something. How did she know he grew up in Winterfell? She even knew of his good relationship with Robb Stark? The intelligence network of House Tyrell appeared rather impressive. Marjorie, seemingly oblivious to her slip, continued with enthusiasm, with the support of House Stark. And if we add the military strength of House Tyrell, no, that is still insufficient. We must continue seeking allies. Dorne. The Martells of Dorne are at odds with the Lannisters of the Westerlands, and the king has married Cersei, which has long displeased Dorne. Moreover, as a descendant of House Targaryen, they may assist you. We might secure Dorne's support. Wait. Gu Li interrupted her imaginings loudly. Let us not even discuss whether I am a Targaryen. You have only met me twice, and you wish to join me in rebellion? Is that reasonable? Not in the slightest. Marjorie pointed at Iceling excitedly, exclaiming, You possess a dragon. Who would dare question your legitimacy? You also wield magic, you know? I can help you ascend the Iron Throne. Gu Li skeptically retorted, Do you not grasp the risks involved? Is your family willing to stake everything on a person of uncertain origin? Marjorie pointed again at Iceling. This is a dragon. Westeros was ruled by the Targaryens for over 2 centuries. The legend of dragons is known to all. Once, Aegon Targaryen's army was weaker than that of the Iron Islands, let alone the powerful Seven Kingdoms. Yet, he resolutely landed in King's Landing with his 2 wives and 3 dragons to wage a war of conquest. No one could withstand the onslaught of 3 dragons. Some royal families perished, while others surrendered. Aegon Targaryen unified the continent of Westeros with overwhelming force. Gu Li had studied this history. His 3 dragons were fully grown. His could not be generalized. Iceling, displeased, nudged Gu Li with its wing. Captivated by the tale, wondering why he had interrupted. Yet Marjorie continued, But it will grow one day, will it not? Gu Li conceded that dragons did indeed grow rapidly. In just 3 months, Iceling had already grown significantly. Were it not for his own strength, he would struggle to bear Iceling's weight on his shoulder. Iceling nodded, not comprehending human societal structures, nor why Gu Li could become a king among men. However, it believed that if Gu Li were to become a king, he could command all humans to march north and aid the children of the forest in repelling the White Walkers. The current Night's Watch, with its meager numbers, would stand no chance against the tens of thousands of White Walkers. Seeing Iceling nod, Marjorie said cheerfully, As for your concerns about House Tyrell's loyalty, you need not worry. As long as you make me your queen when you ascend, House Tyrell shall never betray you. Although the oaths of loyalty from nobles are sacred, they are not unbreakable. Gu Li understood this well, but was nonetheless moved by Marjorie's earnest demeanor. This girl spoke with such conviction. She genuinely seemed to want to aid him in seizing the Iron Throne. However, she remained too naive. House Tyrell might not support him as she claimed. Only equals could forge a partnership and form an alliance. Do you think a mere man with a dragon can stand equal to the entire House Tyrell? Faced with this sudden inquiry, Marjorie was taken aback. She had been lost in her daydream of becoming queen, neglecting many practical issues. For instance, the immense pain caused by the last Targaryen king, the mad King Aerys, still lingered in the memories of the Seven Kingdoms. People would find it exceedingly difficult to accept the restoration of a Targaryen king. The resistance would be formidable. Moreover, the Baratheon royal family had not committed any grave errors. Gu Li had no sufficient reason to rebel. Such an unprovoked insurrection would surely end in failure. The situation in the north was particularly complex, far from her simple assumptions. Unless both Eddard and his wife were to perish, then perhaps Gu Li could. But that was an impossibility. Eddard Stark had shown kindness to Gu Li, and he would never conspire to murder him for the sake of power. Thus, everything was merely Marjorie's immature fantasy, utterly unattainable. However, Gu Li found himself pleasantly surprised to witness this naive and childlike side of Marjorie, a rarity indeed. It was a pity that Ice Ling could not grow a bit more. Marjorie, doused with cold water, sat down in dejection. Gu Li had no intention of claiming the Iron Throne, but to keep Marjorie steady, he could only resort to deception. So, you must help me keep this secret. In a few years, when my dragon has grown strong, we can negotiate fairly with House Tyrell. Unbeknownst to himself, he had allowed Marjorie to ensnare him successfully. This statement essentially invited Marjorie to wait at home for him to come and marry her. Marjorie's smile returned. Is 3 years sufficient? In 3 years. It will be my coming-of-age ceremony. In Westeros, the coming-of-age ceremony occurs at 16, so Marjorie must be. Not enough, I need 5 years. Wait, you are only 13? Just a year older than Princess Myrcella? Gu Li stared in astonishment at the ample bosom of Marjorie, surprised that she was not yet 15 or 16 years old. It was not that Marjorie appeared older. Rather, her development was remarkably advanced. Noticing Gu Li's gaze, Marjorie instinctively covered her chest, saying, "No, this is not permissible before marriage." Gu Li, taken aback, thought to himself that such notions were far from his mind. Moreover, he had no intention of marrying Marjorie. Everything was merely a matter of convenience. Marjorie did not harbor feelings for him, nor did he for her. The two shared no emotional foundation. Discussing marriage at this stage was indeed premature. Feeling a bit weary, Marjorie turned her head, covering her mouth as she yawned silently. 5 years' time is ample. I shall await your maturation. For years hence, upon King Robert's demise, war would erupt. At that juncture, who would still concern themselves with whether Gu Li possessed a dragon? Gu Li closed his eyes in guilt, conceding, "Very well, wait for me." He suspected that Marjorie would not wait for him. She would likely follow the narrative, marrying Renly first, and then Joffrey and Tommen. For years was sufficient for her to forget a mere acquaintance like him. A shadow cat ambled over to Gu Li, nudging his calf with its head. He had almost forgotten about this creature. Stiffening, he looked at the ice spirit perched on his shoulder and inquired, "Is this reliable? Have you truly tamed it?" The ice spirit, displeased, lightly tapped Gu Li on the head with its wings, retorting, "Do you underestimate me? I have already made it remember your scent." The ice spirit spoke in its native tongue, leaving Marjorie bewildered by its words. Gu Li stroked his chin, recalling that the children of the forest possessed formidable beast-taming skills. Over 10,000 years ago, they had waged war against the ancestors who first landed on Westeros. The numerical superiority of the ancestors far exceeded that of the children of the forest. Without the aid of tamed beasts as combatants, they would have been decimated by sheer numbers. However, the art of taming beasts proved ineffective against the White Walkers, leading the children to gradually abandon this technique. Now, with the ice spirit having successfully tamed a shadow cat, it was evident that its prowess remained undiminished. Seeing the creature so docile and affectionate, Gu Li bent down to pat its head, murmuring, "Good, good." Marjorie, hesitant to approach, maintained her distance on the opposite side of the campfire, exclaiming, "Stark, you have tamed such a large beast." Gu Li continued to stroke the shadow cat's head, and upon noticing its lack of resistance, he invited it to sit beside the fire. The shadow cat curled up on the ground, closing its eyes in rest. The ice spirit, too, changed its position, settling comfortably atop the shadow cat's back to sleep. Gu Li wrapped himself in a blanket, leaning against a tree. He turned to Marjorie and suggested, "You should rest in the carriage. There are cushions inside. After an hour or two, we shall resume our journey." Marjorie shook her head, stating, "There are corpses outside the carriage. I will not go." Instead, she draped her blanket around herself and gradually moved closer to Gu Li, smiling, "I shall rest here. Good night, Stark." Gu Li offered her his shoulder while he leaned against the tree, closing his eyes to rest. "Good night, Tyrell." Chapter 59. The waterway. The coachman had long since fled in the wake of the turmoil from the previous night, leaving Gu Li to assume the role of driver and continue their journey. Marjorie rested within the carriage, occasionally interrupted by soft coughs. The heavy dew and the chill of the night had taken a toll on her, and she seemed to have caught a cold. Beside Gu Li, the shadowy lynx lay curled upon the bench, unfazed by the jolting of the carriage, sleeping soundly. The lynx, having recovered from its injury, now sprinted behind the carriage. Its right front paw healed enough for exercise. Gu Li felt an inexplicable surge in the speed of the horses, perhaps spurred on by the presence of its feline companion. 2 days later, heeding Marjorie's suggestion, they veered onto a small road, departing from Rose Avenue towards a place called Tincture Town. There, they would seek the aid of the Feudelli family, vassals of the Tiller family, who might lend them a large ship to navigate the Mundar River southward. Ultimately reaching the High Court, This water route promised to save nearly 2/3 of the travel time, reducing what would have been a month-long journey to approximately 10 days. However, such vessels were typically under the control of nobility, making this convenient mode of transport inaccessible to common folk. Upon their arrival in the town, the presence of the shadowy lynx terrified the townsfolk. Had Marjorie not produced the Tiller family's insignia in time, Ghoulie might have found himself entangled in conflict with the soldiers of the Bodley family. Upon recognizing their identities, the Bodley nobles' demeanor shifted dramatically, abandoning their earlier arrogance to offer the finest new ship for their use. Concerned for Marjorie's health, Ghoulie wished to rest in Tungshire Town, coincidentally aligning with the Bodley family's desire to foster a closer relationship with their liege, the Tiller family. Yet Marjorie declined, insisting her cold was minor and expressing urgency to return to the High Court. Marjorie, irritated by the overly solicitous Bodley family, had intentionally exposed herself to the chill each night, hoping to elicit Ghoulie's tender care during her illness. In the intimacy of their shared journey, she anticipated that Ghoulie would naturally develop feelings for her. However, the oblivious nobles frustrated her further, insisting on drawing Ghoulie into their festivities, arranging attendants to serve her, and dismissing her thereafter. She resolved to depart, unwilling to let her carefully planned romantic interlude be disrupted by their foolishness. Thus, after much insistence from Marjorie, Ghoulie and the lynx boarded a large sailing ship bound for the High Court. Once they left the town behind, a familiar white silhouette reappeared overhead. Nonetheless, due to the presence of Bodley servants and sailors aboard, the lynx refrained from landing, soaring high above, its diminutive size rendering it nearly invisible to the untrained eye, often mistaken for a mere white raven. 3 days into their journey, Marjorie's cold had subsided, but Ghoulie succumbed to seasickness. He was not ill, merely afflicted by the motion of the boat, a plight shared by the lynx, which struggled with the unfamiliar environment. Both Ghoulie and the lynx were incapacitated, their bodies weak and weary. Unable to keep food down, Ghoulie confined himself to his cabin, gradually losing weight. Marjorie, embodying the role of his fiancée, felt compelled to care for him, personally disposing of his unpleasant vomit and preparing easily digestible meals to help him regain his strength. She also provided the lynx with fresh meat daily. Though these tasks could have been delegated to the servants, she chose to undertake them herself. Recalling her grandmother's wisdom, to win others' support, one must first earn their affection. She believed that if Ghoulie were to fall for her, he would be willing to do anything for her, bringing her one step closer to her ultimate goal of becoming the most esteemed woman in the realm. To this end, she regularly visited the deck to gaze at the soaring ice lynx, silently praying for its growth. Under her gentle care, Ghoulie's condition improved considerably. 7 days later, they finally docked at the port outside the High Court, having successfully reached their destination. Weak and unsteady, Ghoulie descended the ship with Marjorie's assistance, while the lynx trailed behind, significantly more robust than Ghoulie. Marjorie had returned in haste, leaving her family unaware of her arrival, so no one came to greet them. Stepping onto solid ground, Ghoulie felt a wave of relief wash over him, the dizziness fading away, and he anticipated a swift return to normalcy. Once he regained his strength, he could address the loss of weight, achieving a sense of perfection. "Thank you, Tiller, for your care along the way. You mentioned urgent business at the High Court, so please attend to it without concern for me." Their shared experiences had drawn them closer. And while Ghoulie appreciated Marjorie's attentiveness, he maintained a deliberate distance, recognizing he could not offer her what she desired and preferring not to hinder her future. As he regained his composure, he gently extricated himself from Marjorie's support. She looked at him, puzzled. "What urgent business?" "I have none at the High Court." Ghoulie faltered, words caught in his throat. Marjorie smiled brightly. "My urgent matter is simply to escort you to the High Court as quickly as possible." She linked her arm with his. "Come, let us return to the High Court for a few days of rest before embarking to the Old Town." Ghoulie, unable to tolerate her overly affectionate gesture, withdrew his arm, stating, "Tiller, we are in public. Let us adhere to noble etiquette." Upon entering her domain, Marjorie visibly relaxed. What is there to fear? The entire River Bend has likely heard by now that Luke Stark is the betrothed of Marjorie Tiller. Ghoulie's expression darkened. "Did you spread that rumor?" Marjorie tilted her head in confusion. "Has the Stark family only taught you noble etiquette and not the customs among nobility? The crown of Queen of Love and Beauty is a significant honor, and the one you gifted me came from the King's tournament. Its importance is evident. Not only did I accept your crown, but I also encouraged you to crown me. This signifies my acceptance of your proposal." Her heart was clear. From the moment Ghoulie bestowed the crown, she had surmised his intentions. He had not conferred it out of infatuation, but rather to avoid presenting it to Princess Mira. Coincidentally, she had no desire to wed the overweight and elderly king, contemplating how to decline the Duke of Lannister. Since Ghoulie had provided a pathway, she chose to follow it, for at that time, he was merely a lowly bastard, and the Tiller family could easily annul the engagement. Little did she expect that this unassuming bastard would turn out to be a wizard wielding ice magic. Marguerite swiftly discerned that this was a pivotal opportunity for the Targaryen family to establish their foothold in the center of power, King's Landing. Without hesitation, she seized this moment, obstructing the path of Guri at the gates of the royal city. Subsequently, she uncovered Guri's secret along the way. It was this revelation that further solidified her conviction in her choice. By marrying Guri, she would bask in the company of dragons and magic, with the prospect of becoming queen in the future. This was far preferable to marrying King Robert, remaining isolated in King's Landing, and contending for the queen's throne against Cersei and the Lannister family. Chapter 60. Blood Can Freeze a tiger. A fishmonger finally discovered the shadowy lynx trailing behind Guri. The latecomers began to flee in all directions, and the once bustling dock was suddenly desolate. Everyone abandoned the area, with some panicked sailors and boatmen leaping directly into the lake, forsaking their vessels. Only the Bodley family's boatmen remained, having spent 10 days aboard with the shadowy lynx, knowing that this seemingly ferocious creature would not attack unless provoked. After delivering Guri's belongings to the shore, they inquired with genuine concern, "My Lord Stark, would you like us to assist in carrying your luggage to the tavern?" This was a test, as they were aware Guri had not brought any servants. If he consented to their assistance, it would indicate his acceptance of them. If he declined, they would simply return to their work under the Bodley family. Guri, harboring mistrust towards them, firmly declined. No need. Gradually regaining his strength, he slung his luggage over his back. Marjorie, feeling exhausted, lacked the energy to placate the common folk. She turned slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of desperation. "Shall we return to Highgarden first? You could rest for a few days there and recuperate before setting out." Indeed, Guri was curious about the true beauty of Highgarden, and a brief visit would not consume much time. However, as they approached the entrance of the dock, they were encircled by a troop of cavalry. The captain of the cavalry bellowed, "Have you seen a tiger over there? Prepare your bows." This was the first time the cavalrymen had encountered such a large tiger, and astonishment flickered in their eyes. They hastily nocked arrows, ready to slay the distinctive black and white tiger. Roar. Sensing danger, the shadowy lynx instinctively emitted a fierce roar. The war horses beneath the soldiers were startled, rearing back in fright. "Soldiers, mind your manners," Marjorie commanded, drawing the cavalry's attention to her presence. "Miss Marjorie, you have returned from King's Landing?" "Splendid." The cavalrymen buzzed with excitement, lowering their bows in response to her. Clearly, Marjorie was quite popular among the people of Highgarden. Turning to her companions, Marjorie introduced Guri. "This is Lord Luke Stark from the north, my betrothed. The shadowy lynx is his pet. You need not worry, it will not harm you." "Betrothed?" The cavalrymen simultaneously gazed at Guri, who had been mistaken for Marjorie's servant due to his burdened appearance, now revealing his true status as her fiancé. Guri felt their animosity clearly. However, it was understandable. As the most beautiful woman in the Reach, Marjorie had many admirers. Even these young knights, despite their disparate social standing, could harbor secret affections for her. Sensing the tension in the air, Marjorie rebuked, "Soldiers, daydreaming is not your duty. Escort us back to the city." The cavalry captain immediately bowed his head, acknowledging her command, and began to organize their return. He dispatched one cavalryman to ride ahead to inform the Duke, while instructing the remaining soldiers to dismount and accompany Guri and Marjorie back to the city on foot. Guri calmed the shadowy lynx, ensuring it followed closely behind him and did not stray. The harbor was not far from the castle, and as they traversed a hill, Guri beheld the entirety of Highgarden. Highgarden, perched atop a hill, was constructed entirely of white marble, with golden roofs and white walls that appeared both sacred and noble from a distance. The castle was protected by 3 concentric walls. The outermost encircled the entire base of the hill, heavily fortified. Between the second and third walls lay a meticulously arranged botanical maze, serving both as a recreational area for guests and a defensive structure. Intruders could easily become lost within its traps. At the hillside was the second wall, taller and thicker than the outermost. Between it and the first wall was a verdant circular garden, fragrant with blossoms, where noble women from the Reach often congregated. The summit, surrounded by the third wall, housed the castle of Highgarden, the pinnacle of the region. This layered beauty far surpassed the chaotic splendor of King's Landing. Indeed, apart from its sheer size, King's Landing had little to commend it. In comparison to the enchanting Highgarden, it resembled merely a larger, foul-smelling ditch. Regrettably, this ditch served as the power center of the entire continent, luring all nobles into its depths. Guri could not suppress his admiration. Truly, it was the Garden of the Seven Kingdoms, the most exquisite castle he had ever seen. Following a flower-lined cobblestone path, they arrived at the eastern gate, the outermost entrance of Highgarden. Duke Mace Tyrell, the protector of the South and the supreme lord of the Reach, approached with great fervor. leading a cadre of elite cavalrymen who encircled Giri and his shadowy links. "Father, what are you doing?" Marjorie exclaimed angrily, approaching the Duke's horse, utterly perplexed by his actions. Duke Mace scoffed, tossing a letter at Marjorie's feet. "What do you mean? What am I doing? Look at the trouble you've caused. Lord Renly claims you broke your promise and absconded with a servant of House Baratheon. Now he demands accountability. What do you propose we do?" "Servant?" Giri squinted in the distance, suppressing his fury. Though he held no title, he was of noble lineage. To be referred to as a servant was a grave insult. Marjorie, incredulous, picked up the letter and scanned it briefly before addressing Duke Mace. "Is your information so outdated? This Stark is no servant of House Baratheon. He is a nobleman. And moreover, a sorcerer." "Huh, a sorcerer? A tale for children. He dares to claim he is your betrothed? Utter nonsense. I will not allow it." Duke Mace was convinced that his daughter, venturing into the world for the first time, had fallen prey to a smooth-talking charlatan, ensnared in a web of romantic deceit, and had lost her fundamental judgment. Marjorie's face flushed with anger. "Father, let us in. I must see grandmother." Duke Mace surprisingly acquiesced. Yet his subsequent words made Giri and Marjorie's expressions shift dramatically. "You may enter the castle, but only you. This fraud shall be sent to the cold, dark dungeon." Giri, untying a slender cord from his wrist to secure his nearly 4-month-long white hair in a small ponytail, declared, "Tyrell, you may go into the city. Since Highgarden does not welcome me, I shall take my leave." He cast his luggage to the ground and slowly drew his sword, the Dark Sister, with calm resolve. Marjorie, outside the ring of cavalry, could only shout, "Wait for me. I will explain everything to grandmother." Duke Mace, seeing Giri draw his sword, felt insulted and roared, "Seize him. If he resists, kill him on the spot." The cavalrymen obeyed, brandishing their pikes and swiftly closing the encirclement. Giri, suppressing his rage, queried, "What is the meaning of this, my lord? If you do not welcome me, then I shall depart. Must you resort to such extreme measures?" Duke Mace sneered. "You sullied my daughter, and now think to escape? Only your death can ensure that no one learns of her disgrace." Giri refrained from explaining himself, for he was thoroughly enraged. "You wish to kill me? With just these few cavalrymen? You are courting death." A crimson glimmer unexpectedly surged within his emerald left eye, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from him. Ghoulie exerted all his strength, hurling the Dark Sister towards a cavalryman. The sharp Valyrian steel sword sliced through the air with a piercing sound, directly penetrating the body of the cavalryman and soaring towards the distant Duke of Mice. The Duke, with his failing eyesight, could not discern what had transpired. He assumed Ghoulie was employing a hidden weapon and clumsily tumbled off his horse in an attempt to evade danger. Clang! The Dark Sister zipped past him, embedding itself in the stone crevice above the city gate, vibrating incessantly. The force was so tremendous that the blade had sunk 3 inches into the rock. Ghoulie was yet unaware that his power had surpassed his usual limits. However, this newfound strength seemed a double-edged sword, for the overwhelming bloodlust had clouded his mind. Seizing the opportunity, a vigilant shadow lynx sank its teeth into a warhorse's front leg, swiftly dragging both it and its rider away. "Forget about that, tiger. Focus on killing." The Duke of Mice bellowed, rising from the ground, sword drawn. The cavalrymen, receiving the command, immediately raised their long pikes, thrusting them toward the center of the encirclement where Ghoulie stood. Pikes came at him from all directions, rendering escape impossible and defense futile. Yet, Ghoulie faced this dire predicament with unwavering resolve. "Do you think your strikes are swift? How naive," he scoffed. "Allow me to demonstrate what true speed looks like." He crouched slightly, his left hand resting upon the water flask at his waist, while his right hovered above it. With a swift motion, he unleashed the ice blade. The crystalline knife shot forth from his hand, cleaving both horse and rider before him in two. However, the fragile ice blade shattered thereafter, with 3 cavalrymen down. A narrow gap emerged in the encirclement. Ghoulie propelled himself from the ground, instantly breaking through the opening and slipping out of the cavalry's grasp. By the time the cavalryman's pikes struck the ground where he had just stood, less than 2 seconds had elapsed. Yet, the true spectacle was just beginning. Upon bursting through the encirclement, Ghoulie did not choose to flee. In that fleeting moment of emergence, he had already gathered a substantial mass of blood in his hand. Though the water in his flask had run dry, blood, too, could freeze. He condensed the sanguine mass into a blood bow and 3 blood arrows, drawing the bowstring taut and releasing the arrows in one swift motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 cavalrymen, unable to pivot their horses in time, were struck in the back of the head by the blood arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Faced with such formidable power and bizarre abilities, the cavalryman could not help but feel a surge of dread. Ghoulie reshaped the blood bow into 2 gossamer thin blood blades, inhaling the metallic scent of blood. His voice trembled with excitement. It had been long since he had savored the aroma of blood. He hoped they would allow him to indulge. The ability to solidify another's blood into weapons in his hands made this white-haired man more terrifying than the legendary others. The remaining cavalrymen were stricken with terror, as if they had witnessed the most horrifying scene of their lives. Chapter 61. Magic and Cavalry. This cavalry unit was also the elite of the High Garden, and they quickly composed themselves, suppressing their fear as they charged towards Guli. Guli brandished his dual blood blades and swiftly met their advance. His movements were agile, allowing him to easily evade the cavalry's long spears. In a swift motion, he crouched and severed the legs of one warhorse entirely. The horse, in its frantic gallop, let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. The rider, caught in the grip of inertia, tumbled heavily, rolling several times before losing consciousness. Though Guli's dual blades had shattered, the splattered blood from the horse gathered in his hands. In less than a breath, a new weapon was born. A blood-red ice spear materialized in his grasp. He hurled the spear with force, striking a cavalryman squarely in the back. The ice spear pierced through. An excess magical energy spilled forth, freezing the rider's corpse into a deep purple block of ice. The remaining cavalrymen, who had just brushed past Guli without the chance to turn back, were helpless to aid their fallen comrade. Seizing the opportunity, Guli retreated and quickly mounted the warhorse that bore the corpse, attempting to extract the blood-red spear from the body. With a crack, due to the overflow of magic, the spear reverted to the hardness of ordinary ice. Guli had not even exerted much force before it broke into two halves. At that moment, nearly 10 cavalrymen charged back, raising their long spears high, intent on bringing Guli down from his mount. Standing atop the horse, Guli gradually crouched down. He grasped the broken spear shaft with his left hand while his right hand made a reverse draw motion. White tassel, reverse blade slash. As the two sides met, Guli drew his blade in an instant, transforming the spear shaft into a blood-red blade known as Falling Plum, the dagger belonging to Ding Beiying. With a swift arc, the Falling Plum cut through the air, slicing all the long spears in half. However, this was merely the prelude to the reverse blade slash. The true lethal move followed in the reverse swing. Guli's wrist, initially facing upwards, quickly flipped down, pulling the Falling Plum back. Whoosh! 5 helmeted heads soared into the air like deflated balls, crashing to the ground. The Falling Plum in Guli's hand sustained some damage, but the blood gushing around him coalesced in his left hand, mending the cracks and nicks in the blade. Dismounting from the horse, he bore the blood-red Falling Plum, bathed in the warmth of spilled blood. 1, 2, 3. Only 4 left? TSK, you really can't withstand the blade. Guli counted the remaining cavalrymen. A hint of regret in his smile. Not far away, Marjorie's face turned pale with fear. She forced herself to call out, "Luke, you must leave quickly. The guards on the city walls have gone into the inner city for reinforcements. They will soon." In a world where lives are as insignificant as grass, Marjorie, as a noble, had seen death before. Yet today's scene was so gruesome that it made her nauseous. Upon hearing Marjorie's voice, the red in Guli's eyes faded. He regained his composure, realizing his emotional turmoil. Had I truly allowed the urge to kill to dictate my feelings? It seems honing my blade technique through bloodlust is not the path. I must find another way. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot toward Guli's back, but he reacted swiftly, catching the arrow with his hand. Not far off, Duke Mace, having released the arrow, seemed to expend the last of his courage and strength. Trembling, he clutched the saddle and shouted at the cavalry below, "What are you hesitating for? Kill him." The cavalry, emboldened by his command, cast aside their last shred of fear, choosing to die for honor, and resolutely charged once more. Guli, now devoid of the overwhelming desire to kill, chose to respect their choice. As their enemy, the only thing he could do was to strike faster, sparing them some suffering. Lowering the Falling Plum, his gaze turned razor-sharp. Guli deftly weaved through the 4 cavalrymen, his next moves precise, targeting their vital points. In less than a minute, all 4 cavalrymen lay dead at his feet. Guli, holding the Falling Plum, slowly approached the Duke Mace, who had long since been paralyzed by fear and failed to mount his horse. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from within the walls. More cavalry from House Tyrell had arrived to provide support. Duke Mace, seeing the 100 riders rushing towards him, laughed triumphantly. "Huh? Charge! Kill him!" Unfazed, Guli tossed the Falling Plum ice blade into the moat outside the city wall. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a robust ice pillar surged rapidly from the moat. The ascending pillar obliterated the wooden bridge above, and its apex swelled dramatically, blossoming into a massive ice rose. The rose was so enormous that it effectively blocked the city gate, its extended petals pressing against the gate's frame, dislodging the Dark Sisters nailed above. Guli was not a deity. His physical strength was limited. If he were to be detained by the incoming cavalry, he feared he would exhaust himself before the thousands of garrison troops from Highgarden could emerge. The cavalry attempting to break through were trapped inside, staring at the colossal flower in a daze, momentarily forgetting they could scale the walls and shoot arrows to support the Duke. Duke Mace's warhorse, spooked, attempted to flee. But the reins were still in Mace's grasp. It dragged the portly Duke away in a frenzy until the sounds of the city gate faded, at which point it finally came to a halt. Ghoulie approached the ice rose, patting its sturdy stem, murmuring to himself. The first time using large-scale ice magic in actual combat. Not bad. In truth, this so-called large-scale ice magic was not practical. Ghoulie could not conjure ice out of thin air. He could only solidify water into ice. Thus, to cast such large-scale ice magic, he required an equivalent volume of liquid water. However, he could not carry that much water with him and had to rely on the environment and weather. Therefore, the conditions for unleashing such large-scale ice magic were too stringent to be a commonly used tactic. He bent down to retrieve the Dark Sister from the ground and turned to walk towards Duke Mace, who was now weakly lying on the ground. Having been dragged a considerable distance by his horse, his face marred with wounds and looking quite disheveled, Marjorie hurried over, tightly grasping Ghoulie's arm. You cannot kill him. He is the Duke of Highgarden, and you are the son of the Duke of Winterfell. If you kill him, what? Do you think your Riverlands can wage war against the North across the Westlands and the Crownlands? Ghoulie shrugged her off with a cold smile. Marjorie quickly reminded him. Armies do not rely solely on land movements. Highgarden possesses a formidable navy. If you kill Duke Highgarden, war will be imminent. So, please, remain calm. All of this is orchestrated by Duke Lisa from the shadows. My father is simply foolish, falling under his influence. Ghoulie remained silent, his gaze fixed on the disheveled Duke Highgarden, his heart full of turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, Marjorie had lost one of her shoes. She stood barefoot on the cobbled path, her feet stained with blood. Whether it was from an injury or if she had inadvertently stepped in the blood, he could not tell. Ghoulie sighed as he glanced at the inept Duke Highgarden. I can spare his life, but your Highgarden must not seek further trouble with me. Otherwise, I will certainly storm into Highgarden and take his life. He turned to leave, preparing to exit Highgarden. Wait, Marjorie called out to him, preparing to step forward. Suddenly, a shadow cat leapt from the bushes, blocking her path. Its belly was round and plump, suggesting it had feasted well amidst the chaos of battle. Facing the snarling shadow lynx, Marjorie exhibited not the slightest hint of fear. She turned to Ghoulie and said, Please wait a moment. Swiftly, she approached Duke Mace, assisting him to his feet, and softly inquired, Father, do you still harbor doubts? The Duke's face contorted in anger. He felt deeply humiliated by the Highgarden Duke, vowing that he would. Father, the wise decision you make today, I shall relay to grandmother. Your position as Duke may not remain secure for long. Marjorie interjected coldly. The Duke paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he was merely a figurehead. The true authority in the Reach was his mother, Marjorie's grandmother, Lady Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. Marjorie seized the reins from his grasp, leading the Duke's warhorse back to Ghoulie. Upon seeing the approaching horse, the shadow lynx prudently retreated several paces, aware that humans required steeds, while the horses were frightened of it. Thus, it maintained a safe distance to ensure that humans could ride without fear. Indeed, we still have quite a distance to Old Town. Riding is far swifter than walking. Ghoulie did not accept the reins from Marjorie. I wish to sever all ties with House Tyrell and cannot accept your warhorse. Marjorie, puzzled, asked, Why not? Queen Cersei once sought your death, yet you still accepted gifts from House Lannister afterward. Why can you not accept a warhorse from House Tyrell now? Ghoulie sheathed the Dark Sisters, replying calmly, I have never accepted gifts from House Lannister. The carriage and funds were provided by Tyrion, unrelated to the Lannisters. Is there truly a distinction between Tyrion and the Lannisters? Marjorie inquired, perplexed. Ghoulie shot her a glance, affirming, Certainly, there is a difference. Marjorie smiled. Then I too am distinct from House Tyrell. This warhorse is a personal gift from me to you. We are friends, are we not? Recalling Marjorie's kindness throughout their journey, Ghoulie ceased to refuse her offer. He accepted the reins, stating, The Duke's warhorse. Let it serve as your family's apology. We are even now, farewell. He mounted the horse, preparing to depart. Marjorie called out to him once more, Luke, does our agreement still stand? Ghoulie could not kill her before the eyes of many. To ensure she kept the secret of the ice spear, he had to maintain her trust. It stands. Yet Marjorie felt otherwise. Her intuition told her that once Ghoulie left, he would not return. A woman's intuition can often be uncannily accurate. Then I wish for a token, so that the 7 kingdoms may know of our betrothal. A token? Ghoulie's belongings had been destroyed in the recent battle. He possessed only the Dark Sisters, a pouch of coins, and a water skin. What could possibly serve as a token? Were there any, he would not hesitate to offer one. After all, a betrothal token holds little value, as such agreements can be dissolved at any moment. Marjorie pointed to the distant shadow lynx, licking its paws. I want that. Chapter 62. The meal ticket outside the Highgarden. Ghoulie and the shadow lynx ventured into a dense woodland, where where he retrieved a handmade wooden whistle from within his garment and blew into it. The lush vegetation obscured the sunlight until a white figure broke through the canopy, casting a long-awaited light upon the earth. Bing Ling gracefully descended before Gu Li and inquired, "How did you come to blows?" Gu Li produced a lady's handkerchief and replied, "There was a slight mishap. Marguerite's father holds some discontent towards me. That matter has passed, so let us not dwell on it. I summoned you to propose a change in the ownership of the shadow links to Marguerite. This is her handkerchief." Bing Ling, taken aback, swept away the fallen leaves and inscribed in the soil with its claws. "I exerted great effort to train the shadow links to be so obedient. Its taming was intended for your protection, and you wish to give it away?" Gu Li understood the depth of Bing Ling's feelings for the creature, but felt confident in his ability to protect himself now, thus deeming the loyal guardian unnecessary. "You witnessed the recent skirmish. I require no protection from the shadow links. If Marguerite desires it, then let it be hers." Fuming, Bing Ling leapt up. "To her." "Fine. The crown." In exchange, Gu Li placed a hand upon his forehead, exclaiming, "You are a dragon now. What use have you for a crown? Very well, assist me with this favor, and I shall procure any delicacy you desire." He patted the pouch at his waist, vowing earnestly. Despite being in a growth phase, Bing Ling often found itself hungry, even with its relentless pursuit of prey. "Is it settled? The gold in your pouch. Will it buy meat?" "All of it shall be yours in meat," Gu Li affirmed, prompting Bing Ling to deftly snatch the handkerchief from his grasp and vanish into the depths of the forest with the shadow links. Returning alone, Gu Li rode back to the eastern gate of Highgarden. At that moment, Marguerite stood beneath the enormous ice rose, lost in thought. Duke Mace had long since departed, presumably having entered the city. Gu Li approached Marguerite on horseback and said, "In due time, the shadow links will seek you out. When that day comes, it will acknowledge you as its master." Marguerite turned to Gu Li, asking, "How long will this flower last? 3 days as well?" Gu Li shook his head, replying, "No. In a few hours, it shall begin to melt." Marguerite gently caressed the cold stem of the rose, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Is that so? What a pity." But soon, her smile returned. "Are you departing?" "Indeed." Gu Li turned his horse. "Take care of yourself." Marguerite took a few hurried steps and called out, "Will you visit me when you return to King's Landing?" The old road from Old Town to King's Landing was solely the Rose Road. Traveling by water was too distant, requiring a circuit around the continent. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Gu Li would inevitably pass through Highgarden again. "I shall make an effort," Gu Li replied, unable to meet Marguerite's pleading gaze as he hastily departed. Watching him fade into the distance, Marguerite's tears vanished in an instant. Standing there, she tugged at her hair in frustration. "I have played the part of the pitiful damsel well enough. How can he remain unmoved? Has my charm waned? Or does he prefer stronger women?" Biting her lip in dissatisfaction, she muttered, "Having finally caught such a significant fish, how could I let you slip away? If you dare not come to Highgarden, I shall seek you out in King's Landing." Marguerite remained in place for quite some time, waiting until Gu Li vanished over the horizon before turning to regard the exquisite ice rose. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. So beautiful, if only it could be preserved forever. More than 10 days passed. A guard approached Marguerite within the inner city, reporting that a large shadow lynx had appeared near the city gates. Filled with joy, she rushed to the outer gate to greet her new pet. The shadow lynx sat obediently outside the gates, occasionally extending its barbed tongue to groom its fur. Yet, as a carnivorous beast, no one dared to approach it. Marguerite stealthily approached the shadow lynx and asked, "Great cat, have you come to find me?" The shadow lynx let out a soft call and began to stride towards the woods beyond the city. After a few steps, it turned back when it noticed Marguerite had not followed, calling out again. Understanding, Marguerite realized the shadow lynx wanted her to follow. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to enter the woods with it. "Miss Marguerite, it is far too dangerous to venture in there," cried her attendants and guards, attempting to dissuade her from advancing. Marguerite dismissed their concerns, raising her hand to halt their pursuit. "You shall remain at the edge of the woods. I will investigate. Rest assured, this is my fiancé's pet. It will not harm me." With that, she stepped into the forest. The pair traversed the woods for a considerable time before stopping at a large rock. Above, Marguerite spotted a familiar white figure and gasped, "A dragon? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be alongside Luke?" Bing Ling lifted a foot and etched white marks into the surface of the stone. As Marguerite leaned closer, she discovered it was a message in the common tongue of Westeros. "The cat can be given to you, but when will you help Luke obtain the crown? You possess wisdom? You can write." Marguerite nearly bit her tongue in surprise, her eyes widening as she inhaled deeply, struggling to regain composure. Bing Ling rolled its eyes, erased the previous message, and wrote again, "You wish to become Luke's spouse. I know an elder of his who can intercede on his behalf." Marguerite's eyes lit up. This dragon seemed extraordinary. It was far more intelligent than the dragons recorded in the texts about House Targaryen. Luke had mentioned waiting for her to mature. Only when she possessed the size of an adult dragon would he commence his plans for restoration. Restoration? Bing Ling did not comprehend, but recalled Gu Li mentioning something about waiting for it to grow. However, it was currently malnourished and could not grow quickly. Wait. Bing Ling wrote again. Female human, you appear to possess a beautiful castle. Are you quite wealthy? Marguerite nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the wealth of House Tyrell can only be compared to that of House Lannister in the Westerlands. Bing Ling smiled knowingly, sensing it had found a long-term meal ticket. I require a substantial amount of food to thrive. Do you possess sufficient funds? Marguerite's demeanor shifted to seriousness. You need food? If so, I shall personally deliver a shipment of meat here every day. She glanced at the shadow lynx, now dozing nearby, and added, let the shadow lynx stay here as well. It will serve to conceal us. Bing Ling understood the necessity of not being exposed to other humans and nodded in agreement. Very well, you are quite clever. I believe Leaf will certainly appreciate you. Leaf? Marguerite had never heard that name and was puzzled about who this Leaf might be. Bing Ling casually wrote, she is Luke's foster mother. Foster mother? Wasn't Luke raised in Winterfell? How could he have a foster mother? Marguerite inquired with curiosity. Yet this time, Bing Ling remained silent, not responding. After a while, it erased its previous messages and wrote, I am hungry. Please prepare the meat. Marguerite remained unhurried, knowing that she would eventually uncover Gu Li's secret. Wait here. I shall soon return with the meat, she said, hastening away from the woods, followed closely by the shadowy lynx. Aisling harbored reservations about Marjorie, quietly retreating to the depths of the forest to await her return. Upon her arrival at the high court, Marjorie promptly commanded the castle's butcher to slay 3 plump pigs and transport them to the forest's edge on a wooden cart. You all may return. I must enter to feed the shadowy lynx. It cannot abide the sight of strangers while it dines, so do not follow me. For your safety concerns me. No sooner had Marjorie spoken than the lynx, already lurking within the woods, let out a fearsome roar. The guards and attendants were paralyzed with fear, hesitantly warning, Miss Marjorie, do take care. That beast has already devoured one of our knights. It is not suitable for domestication. Depart at once. I shall not repeat myself. Marjorie retorted sharply, her countenance turning cold. Yes. Several guards and servants hastily retreated, sprinting back to the castle. Marjorie, however, took it upon herself to guide the horse, pulling the cart laden with pork into the depths of the woods. As she journeyed back to the city, she briefly contemplated betraying Aisling, intending to lead the Tyrell soldiers to capture him alive. Such an act would grant the Tyrell family a dragon, freeing them from the need for glory. Yet, Marjorie swiftly dismissed this notion. Firstly, she had no desire to make an enemy of a powerful sorcerer. Secondly, this dragon possessed remarkable intelligence, making it unlikely that anyone could tame it. Most importantly, she yearned to govern her own fate rather than have it dictated by her family. Her journey alongside Duke Loras to King's Landing was not of her own volition. It was a sacrifice made for her family. How could a blossoming young beauty such as herself willingly wed the aged and corpulent Robert, even if Robert were a king? He spent his days indulging in drink and women, which repulsed Marjorie. As for Luke Stark, though his mismatched eyes were peculiar, he was undeniably handsome. A descendant of House Targaryen, he possessed a young dragon and was a legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. Moreover, he was a formidable sorcerer, capable of effortlessly slaying a dozen elite guards from Highgarden. Such unparalleled combat prowess was something she had never witnessed. Yet, Luke Stark had not yet taken a liking to her, leaving Marjorie feeling unsettled. She feared that all her careful machinations on his behalf would lead to the Queen's crown adorning another woman's head. Chapter 63. The City of Learning. In the days that followed, the residents near Highgarden became aware of an intriguing piece of information. Miss Marjorie Tyrell had raised a large black and white tiger in a forest outside the city. It was said that this tiger had an immense appetite, consuming 5 pigs and 1 cow daily, and it was known for its ferocity, having once killed a member of the Highgarden cavalry. However, in the presence of Miss Marjorie, the tiger displayed an unusual gentleness. She often took it with her to various noble gatherings, and on occasion, townsfolk would glimpse Miss Marjorie strolling through the streets of Highgarden with her majestic companion. Perhaps due to her diligent feeding, the tiger had never harmed anyone. Yet it remained wary of strangers, assuming an aggressive stance at the approach of unfamiliar individuals. Fortunately, Miss Marjorie kept the tiger at a distance from the city, granting the townspeople a measure of peace. Those residing near Highgarden, however, took great care to avoid the area known as Tiger's Wood for the sake of their own safety. Within the inner castle of Highgarden, Lady Olenna Redwine stood beside a flower bed, her back turned to her granddaughter, Marjorie Tyrell. No matter how powerful magic might be, it was merely the strength of one individual and could not wield great influence. The Iron Throne of King's Landing, however, was different. It could grant dominion over the 7 kingdoms. Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Gendry had brazenly committed murder at the gates of Highgarden and injured the Duke. Had it not been for Marjorie's persistent intervention, Lady Olenna would have already dispatched the Highgarden army southward to Old Town. Marjorie stepped forward, linking her arm with Olenna's. Grandmother, His Majesty Robert, and Queen Cersei have 3 children. It is not something that can simply be severed. Moreover, during my visit to King's Landing, I observed that the king scarcely engages in matters of state, leaving everything to the council and the royal advisors. Feigning indignation, she continued, Duke Lancel's plot had already been discovered by the Lannisters. Fortunately, I left in time, or else you might never see me again. Among the nobility, it was common to resolve conflicts by employing assassins against one another. Lady Olenna's stern demeanor softened as her concern for her granddaughter emerged. She patted Marjorie's hand and inquired, Is he truly the one? Marjorie lowered her gaze and replied gently, Grandmother, he is wonderful. Olenna assumed Marjorie was smitten and, with a hint of exasperation, asked, You have feelings for him? After years of instructing Marjorie on how to subdue men, she had not anticipated that her granddaughter would be so easily captivated on her first outing. Indeed, Marjorie replied with a smile. Lady Olenna had yet to meet Gendry and could only glean information from vague rumors. Why? You have not spent much time with him. Could it be love at first sight? Without hesitation, Marjorie responded, Because he is truly exceptional, surpassing anyone else. Lady Olenna paused, gripping Marjorie's hand tightly. The North is a harsh land, far less prosperous than the Reach. I do not wish to see you married into such a place of suffering. Wait a few more years and see if this affection is genuine. As they strolled slowly along the flower bed, Marjorie said, Grandmother, Luke has asked me to wait 5 years. He wishes to gain sufficient strength before seeking my hand in Highgarden. Upon hearing this, Lady Olenna was taken aback. He wants you to wait 5 years? Is he not at all tempted by the wealth of Highgarden? And your beauty? Can a young man truly resist? Marjorie's ears flushed with embarrassment. She felt it inappropriate to explain the situation with Gendry. Grandmother, there is no need to overthink it. We have 5 years. You will gradually come to understand what kind of person Luke Stark truly is. Besides, he is not that. Lady Olenna playfully brushed Marjorie's cheek with her hand. No, he is indeed that. No man can withstand your allure, except, she pursed her lips, a eunuch. Old Town Gendry took nearly a month to arrive at the port town before him. Old Town was the largest port in Westeros. Initially constructed by ancient settlers and expanded over millennia into the town it is today. The most renowned establishment here is the Citadel. Yet the landmark of Old Town is the towering white structure known as the High Tower. Situated at the harbor's entrance, the High Tower serves as Old Town's lighthouse, its flame eternally burning. It is also the ancestral home of House Hightower and stands as the tallest edifice in the 7 Kingdoms. Leading his horse through Old Town, Gendry admired the grandeur of the High Tower before making his way to the Citadel. As a bustling trade town, Old Town had fewer restrictions than King's Landing. However, entry into the Citadel was far more challenging. The library of the Citadel harbored many secrets unknown to most, and nobles were required to present reliable identification to access its resources. Conversely, for those wishing to join the Citadel as apprentices, it welcomed individuals of all backgrounds, placing merit above lineage. Yet this also meant that one would be subject to the Citadel's dictates for the remainder of their life. As every castle was expected to have a maester, Gendry had no intention of becoming an apprentice. He sought a letter of recommendation from the king to gain an audience with the head of the Citadel. Upon entering the gates, he arrived at the scriptorium, a place bustling with scholars clad in white robes. Some were engrossed in reading, others were assisting with correspondence, and some were engaged in heated scholarly debates. Gendry approached a somewhat less occupied scholar and presented the letter of recommendation concealed within his cloak. Good day, I wish to speak with the head of the Citadel. The scholar set aside his book and examined the letter, noting the Stark family seal. The king's recommendation. Very well, follow me. The king's letter did not seem to alter the scholar's demeanor, as he calmly closed his book and rose from his seat. Oh, untie your horse here. No one would steal it. He recalled that Gendry still held the reins and casually offered this advice. Gendry secured his horse to a tree before following the scholar into the Citadel. Behind the scriptorium lay the Archmaester's chamber, the place where the head of the Citadel conducted his business. The scholar led Gendry to the door of the chamber and returned the letter to him. The Archmaester is inside. You may enter. With that, he settled onto a nearby stone step, eagerly resuming his reading. Quite an eccentric fellow. Gendry mused as he ascended the steps and entered the Archmaester's chamber. At the far end of the hall stood a raised platform upon which another scholar sat. Gendry approached and handed him the already open letter. Hello, I am here to see the head of the Citadel. This scholar, too, was engrossed in reading but appeared considerably more composed than the previous one. Ah, a visitor? Very well, let me see. King's Landing. You may accompany me. The scholar led Gendry up to the second floor of the Archmaester's chamber, and at last, he met the head of the Citadel, Archmaester Abrose, who had assumed his role this year. After handing the letter to Abrose, The scholar turned to Gendry and began to introduce him. Gendry, unfamiliar with the Citadel's protocols, stood in bewilderment for several moments. The head of the Citadel could be replaced annually? Chapter 64. The Academy. Xiaobode meticulously perused the entire letter, addressed to Luke Stark. The son of the Duke of Winterfell. You hail from the north? What circumstance could compel you to traverse the entirety of the continent to reach the Academy in the south? 5 months had elapsed since Guli departed from Winterfell. Despite his diligent efforts, he found himself peculiarly calm in the presence of Xiaobode. Director, you may call me Dr. Xiaobode. In a few months, I shall no longer hold the position of Academy Director. Xiaobode interrupted Guli, evidently averse to his role as director. Before Guli could respond, he held up the letter and continued. This correspondence is from His Majesty Robert. Have you perused its contents? Guli shook his head. No. The letter was opened by your Academy scholars. I have never seen it. Xiaobode placed the letter on the desk, visibly distressed. We, the Academy, cannot defy the King's command. Yet we also adhere to our own traditions. His Majesty has commanded us to make all our tomes available to you, which is quite agreeable. However, he stood up, his expression conflicted. His Majesty's directive to grant you the title of scholar directly is problematic. The Academy's traditions cannot be shattered on my watch. Should you wish to become a scholar, it must be through your own endeavors. Do not worry, Doctor. I am indifferent to the title of scholar. As long as you can assist me in one matter, all will be well. Guli, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, also rose to his feet. Xiaobode let out a sigh of relief. That is well. As long as we do not violate the traditions of our Academy, you are free to peruse the forbidden tomes locked away in the tower's upper echelons. Guli contemplated the abundance of free labor, scholars at the Academy, and saw no need to toil himself. Doctor, there has been a misunderstanding. It is not your tomes I wish to peruse, but rather, I require the assistance of all your scholars to seek specific clues within these texts. Xiaobode's expression turned awkward. You have misunderstood. The Academy Director we elect is responsible solely for external affairs and lacks authority over internal matters. Guli dismissed these concerns, leisurely strolling with his hands clasped behind his back. That is your issue. I am unconcerned with your capacity to mobilize them. In any case, if you cannot assist me, I shall have to compel you to confer the title of scholar upon me, as per His Majesty's wishes. Xiaobode assumed Guli's remarks reflected the king's intentions. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The traditions of the Academy supersede all else. I shall notify everyone. Please take the day to rest in the old town and return to the Academy tomorrow morning. Guli retrieved the letter. Very well, it is settled. The following morning, Guli departed from the tavern in the old town and returned to the Academy. This time, hundreds of apprentices, aspiring scholars, and doctors filled the ground floor hall of the director's pavilion. They crowded the space, expressing their grievances to Xiaobode. Xiaobode, you mentioned that His Majesty Robert's letter has arrived. What did it convey? Indeed, why have you summoned us all? My research is at a critical juncture. If it fails, will you take responsibility? Xiaobode, everyone's time is precious. Speak quickly. Standing on the platform, Xiaobode raised a simple megaphone. Silence, everyone. Please, allow me to speak. Though the crowd was agitated, being scholars, they retained their composure and quieted down. Xiaobode proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, the king's messenger arrived yesterday. He brings His Majesty's command for us to assist him in searching for clues in the texts. Anyone dissatisfied may accompany the messenger back to King's Landing and address His Majesty directly. The scholars fell silent, realizing they had merely expressed a few grievances. How could the distant king be invoked in this matter? Now, please welcome the king's messenger, Luke Stark, to clarify what you are to seek. Xiaobode passed the megaphone to Guli and descended the platform. Guli raised the megaphone. Esteemed scholars, I require your assistance in searching through mythologies, historical records, biographies, and all other texts for clues pertaining to a green crystal. A green stone? The scholars exchanged puzzled glances. There are plenty of green stones by the seaside. Is there truly a need to search for them? I shall provide you with another hint. This stone is unique. Its exterior appears more akin to emerald green, though it may seem somewhat pale due to its luminescence. From within, it harbors an immense energy, capable of being wielded by deities and even granting mortals divine status. At that moment, a scholar raised their hand. What does the messenger imply? Is His Majesty in search of divine artifacts? Such impractical fantasies are merely a waste of our time. Indeed, yes. His words instantly resonated with the crowd. Guli bellowed, Silence. This is the king's command. Though your academy holds a distinguished status, you remain within the 7 kingdoms. Can you endure the consequences of defying His Majesty? The previously raucous scholars fell into an immediate hush. No one dared to undermine the authority of the king of the 7 kingdoms. Guli, wielding his authority shamelessly, threatened, I shall grant you 1 month. If, after a month, you have not produced any clues, I will return to King's Landing and inform His Majesty of the incompetence of the Academy scholars. The scholars' faces flushed with indignation, yet they remained silent. Xiaobode hurriedly ascended the platform and whispered to Gu Li, "Messenger, the Academy's collection is vast. 1 month may not suffice." Gu Li was taken aback. "With so many individuals, you cannot peruse all the texts in a month? How long do you require?" "At least 6 months." Gu Li was left speechless. "Are you jesting? You require 6 months to sift through texts?" At that moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about the speed of internet search engines, capable of yielding results in mere seconds. Now, he was reliant on human effort, which seemed to require an eternity. The Academy possesses nearly 1,000,000 tomes. Indeed, 6 months is necessary to thoroughly review them all. Xiaobode replied with a wry smile. Gu Li pondered for a moment before proclaiming to the scholars, "Fine, 6 months it shall be. I will reside at the Academy, and you may approach me with any leads." He paused before issuing an informal promise. "The esteemed scholar peers from King's Landing, being of advanced age, will allow the first to uncover valuable clues to accompany me back to King's Landing to meet His Majesty." This statement bore ambiguity. It seemed he made no commitment, yet it implied a promise. The scholars below began to stir, whispering and engaging in fervent discussions. Not all scholars pursued fame and fortune, yet a considerable number were indeed driven by such ambitions. Chapter 65. The Academy City. Thus, Gu Li settled in the Academy City. Every few days, scholars would seek him out, claiming they had uncovered a clue. The messenger, over a century ago, had added a green gem the size of a crow's egg to his crown. This gem was worth a fortune and was reputed to glow at night. What other characteristics did it possess? It was substantial. Days passed, and another scholar approached Gu Li. "My lord, I have tirelessly scoured the literature and finally found a lead regarding the green crystal for His Majesty." "Go on," Gu Li urged. "On the Goose Feather Mountains of the Eastern Continent, there exists a variety of green amber." Gu Li cut him off with a wave of his hand, dismissing him. Not long after, another scholar arrived. "My lord, the ancestral Valyrian steel sword of House Lannister is adorned with a red gem that radiates warmth." Gu Li scratched his forehead, bemused that this individual had even misremembered the color. "I seek not mere adornments, but a stone imbued with special powers." The scholar defended himself. The literature only glosses over such matters. If the messenger wishes to ascertain whether the gem possesses unique abilities, he must verify it himself. We can only provide leads. "It is indeed your duty to provide leads, but they must possess value," Gu Li retorted, rising to show him out. As time marched on, 6 months slipped by in an instant. During this period, an increasing number of scholars presented their findings. They diligently perused various texts, extracting every mention of gems and presenting them to Gu Li. Most leads, however, could hardly be classified as such. They were merely the private affairs of the nobility. For instance, one duke gifting a beautiful gem necklace to the wife of a certain count, their clandestine affair remaining undetected. Or the tale of a king's son who, in a moment of folly, swallowed a gem from the crown and choked to death. Gu Li found these noble intrigues utterly uninteresting and dismissed them all. Only a handful of scholars specializing in mysticism and magic offered him a few reasonably useful leads. Magic and mysticism were regarded with disdain in the Academy City, and few scholars were willing to engage with them. Even apprentices who actively pursued this field faced ostracism from their peers. The scholars were intent on constructing a world devoid of magic, dragons, or mystical creatures. Gu Li could not comprehend their stance, yet he held the Academy City in high esteem. Imagine, within the noble castles of Westeros, there exists a scholar dispatched from the Academy City. They serve as physicians, educators, and more, even participating in decision-making processes. These scholars owe no loyalty to the nobility they serve. They maintain an ongoing connection with the Academy City. To put it charitably, they are engaged in the collection of literature and the recording of history. In essence, the Academy City functions as the most extensive and powerful intelligence network across the continent. Were it not for their lack of political allegiance and their sacred vow to remain neutral, no king would allow such a perilous entity to persist. This, indeed, was the reason Gu Li was resolute in his quest for clues within the Academy City. After finishing his breakfast, he picked up a blank sheet of paper at his desk and approached the window to breathe in the fresh air. The paper contained the leads he deemed potentially useful, and after 6 months of sifting through information, only 2 remained. The Martell family of Dorne boasted lineage from the Loiner, who originally inhabited the eastern continent and excelled in water magic. Over a millennium ago, the Loiner clashed with the Valyrian Freehold Empire in their quest to unify the eastern continent. Alas, water magic proved no match for Dragonfire, and they ultimately fled to Dorne, integrating with the Martell family. Among the treasures brought by the Loiner were countless gems. Perhaps within them lies the one sought by His Majesty. Magic and gems. A possibility, undecided. However, the second lead held his true interest. Before the fall of the ancient Valyrian civilization, the Valyrian Freehold had united the eastern continent and planned to cross the sea to conquer Westeros. Having made considerable preparations, such as dispatching the Targaryens to Dragonstone. Yet, at this critical juncture, the Valyrian freehold abruptly abandoned its conquest of Westeros. What could be more significant than conquering an entire continent? Rumors circulated that they had discovered a sacred stone lost by the divine among mortals, and the mysterious calamity that befell them was a divine punishment. Noteworthy. The sacred stone of the gods. Dooley had previously sought verification from other scholars, and indeed, such a rumor was recorded in literature concerning the Valyrian civilization. However, such unreliable whispers were abundant, and scholars urged Dooley not to place faith in them. Furthermore, the ruins of ancient Valyria were fraught with peril. Since the fall of the Valyrian civilization, greedy adventurers had sought to unearth treasures within the ruins. Even some of the continent's great nobles had sent individuals there, yet few returned alive. Survivors spoke of a miasma that could induce illness, while others claimed demons and sea monsters roamed the ruins, indicating that the gods' punishment had yet to conclude. Though exceedingly dangerous, the prospect of dragon eggs, Valyrian steel, arcane knowledge, and other priceless treasures lurking within the ruins continued to draw people to this land of death. Dooley calculated the time remaining. He had 3 years. Should he journey to the distant eastern continent, much of that time would be consumed by travel, leaving little for his pursuits. His plan involved reaching the Valyrian ruins first to seek clues, then acquiring the 3 dragon eggs from Daenerys. The old town was a port city, bustling with numerous fleets engaged in overseas trade. Over a week ago, Dooley had secured passage on a merchant ship bound for Volantis. He arranged for them to take him along on their return trip. Both Volantis and the Valyrian ruins lay at the southern tip of the eastern continent, not far apart. The merchant ship set sail today. Dooley made a cursory packing, maintaining the facade of a casual stroll. With only a few days remaining until the end of his 6-month term, he planned to depart without notice. He was not afraid of the scholars. Rather, he sought to evade the Baratheon soldiers stationed near the Academy City. King Robert had sent multiple letters urging him to return to King's Landing, and he had responded with excuses, dismissing the urgency. A month prior, the king dispatched several knights from House Baratheon and a contingent of armored soldiers to hasten Dooley's return. Unable to execute them in plain sight, he had to continue delaying under the pretext of the 6-month time frame. As the deadline approached and new leads emerged, he felt the need to leave promptly. Throughout the past 6 months, he had grown well acquainted with the geography of Old Town. Using his knowledge of the terrain, he evaded the pursuing knights and soldiers in the marketplace. He navigated through the maze of alleys, arriving at the port to board the prearranged merchant vessel. Cloaked in a black mantle, he quietly seated himself on the seaward side of the ship, awaiting its departure. Occasionally, white ravens flew past the shore, and Dooley watched them, lost in thought. These white ravens were common in Old Town, raised by the scholars. Unlike ordinary ravens, which were used for delivering messages, these white ravens conveyed only the changes of the seasons. Watching them, Dooley could not help but be reminded of the long-lost ice crystal. Though Ice Ling has always been elusive, it is indeed unprecedented for him to remain absent for 6 consecutive months. Over this half-year period, he has ventured alone to the desolate mountains beyond the Old Town on numerous occasions, yet he has failed to catch even a glimpse of Ice Ling. Where could he possibly be? Could it be that something unfortunate has transpired? He gazed anxiously at the sky, murmuring to himself. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived quietly. A plump figure approached him and unceremoniously took a seat beside him. Dooley did not turn his head. "Be gone. I do not welcome strangers in my vicinity." The newcomer spoke slowly. "Greetings, great ice sorcerer. I am Varys. His Majesty the King has dispatched me to assign you a new task." Chapter 66. The Mission. Varys, the Master of Whisperers, that enigmatic man from the east, the one without a little brother? Dooley was no stranger to this intelligence chief. Though he had never encountered Varys during his time in King's Landing, his knowledge of Varys' secrets was considerable, having watched Game of Thrones. Varys handed Dooley a scroll of white parchment. "My lord, please accept this missive." Dooley took the parchment and, with a cold demeanor, inquired, "How did you know I was here?" Varys rose, hands tucked within his sleeves, and approached Dooley directly. "You see, my little birds are scattered across the continent. There are few secrets I do not know." He smiled, adding, "Of course, there are some secrets I cannot uncover. Such as why you wear gloves on your left hand." Dooley, uninterested in engaging with someone skilled in manipulation, opened the missive and glanced at its contents. "The king wants me to assassinate the 2 Targaryen heirs in Pentos?" He scoffed. "I am a sorcerer, not an assassin. His Majesty must be mistaken." Varys, unfazed, replied, "You have committed many audacious acts, letting a tiger slay a knight of House Baratheon, butchering Tyrell cavalry at the gates of Highgarden, and deceiving the citadel with false commands from the king. These actions are known to both me and His Majesty." Dooley's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. Should Varys dare utter the word dragon, he would not hesitate to end this rootless man's life. Yet, Varys seemed unaware of the existence of ice. Sensing Gu Li's murderous intent, he reassured, "Do not be alarmed, my lord. The king holds you in high regard. If you accomplish this task, all past transgressions will be forgiven." Gu Li stood, glaring fiercely into Varys's eyes. "If you have so many little birds, why do you not alleviate the king's concerns by eliminating the Targaryen heirs yourself?" Varys showed no sign of fear, responding nonchalantly, "My little birds lack the capacity for combat. How could they carry out an assassination? However, I have dispatched assassins in the past, only for them to return empty-handed. Someone is protecting the Targaryen heirs from the shadows, and you must be cautious. Isn't that person you foul-balled man?" Varys, hailing from the east and having risen from humble beginnings alongside Illyrio through the trade of information, had now become the king's intelligence chief, while Illyrio served as the governor of Pentos. On the surface, Varys appeared to serve the new Baratheon dynasty, yet he secretly yearned for the restoration of House Targaryen. King Robert had tasked Varys with sending assassins to the east to eliminate the Targaryen siblings, a command he could not defy. But once the assassins were dispatched, he would surely send another group to eliminate them. Gu Li fell silent for a moment before asking, "What if I refuse?" Varys chuckled. "This merchant ship is filled with my people. They will convey you to Pentos. The king wishes to see you return with 2 heads. Should you dare defy him, your childhood friend shall suffer the consequences." "What do you mean?" Gu Li asked, his expression darkening. Varys took a step back. "The king has deep ties with House Stark and would not punish their direct line due to your actions. However, I have heard that you have a favorable relationship with a certain Jon Snow. That boy is expendable, and I believe Lady Catelyn would be willing to assist." Before Varys could finish, Gu Li seized him by the collar, lifting him off the ground, gritting his teeth. "Dare to touch him, and you will pay." Varys, on his tiptoes, smiled amiably. "Your strength indeed matches the rumors, comparable to the mountain. However, you have misdirected your ire. This is not my design, but the king's. Had it not been for the eunuch's alert, how could King Robert have noticed such an insignificant figure as Jon Snow?" Gu Li released his grip, spitting in displeasure. "I will go, but let me warn you. If anything happens to Jon Snow, I shall return to wipe out you and your little birds." Accustomed to threats, Varys bowed with a smile. "I wish you a pleasant journey, my lord. I shall take my leave." He departed the ship leisurely, waving farewell to Gu Li from the shore. As the merchant vessel set sail, Gu Li stood on the deck, gripping the wooden railing tightly, wishing he could leap overboard and slay the bald man. The journey to the east was long, and any delay could cost him 2 or 3 years. In 3 years, the narrative of Game of Thrones would officially commence, and at that time, Robert would meet his demise at the hands of a wild boar. By then, even if Gu Li failed his mission, he would not bring ruin to Snow. Thus, Robert's threats bore little weight, serving only to irritate Gu Li and sour his mood. Old Town was particularly distant from Pentos. The merchant ship needed to navigate the entirety of the southern coast of Westeros before entering the Narrow Sea to reach Pentos in the east. The Narrow Sea lay between Westeros and Essos, and one could reach Pentos from King's Landing merely by crossing it, a distance comparable to that from King's Landing to Highgarden. However, traveling from Old Town to Pentos was 5 times longer than the journey from King's Landing. What should have taken less than a month stretched to 5, an undeniable folly. Yet, it was a necessity. The ship's original destination was Volantis in the south of Essos, not Pentos in the west. 3 months later, Gu Li continued his voyage, now faintly glimpsing the silhouette of Sunspear on the horizon. That was the castle of House Martell, the epicenter of Dorne's power. Seeing Sunspear indicated they were about to change course northward and enter the Narrow Sea. Gu Li stood alone at the bow, wielding a wooden stick, rehearsing his sword-drawing technique. Though his movements were sluggish, he was evidently in poor condition. Since discovering that the ship was filled with Varys's men, he had not eaten anything on board. In his eyes, Varys would certainly not allow him to survive the journey to the east. These men were likely sent to kill him. Suddenly, chaos erupted aboard the merchant vessel as the captain and several crew members were slain, their bodies tossed into the sea. Concurrently, the ship's ravens were dealt with. The remaining crew, armed with blades, ascended to the deck. Gu Li, clutching his stick, seemed to have anticipated this moment. "I thought you would act sooner." "I didn't expect to wait so long," he mocked. The leading crewman sneered. "My lord, you jest. We had to shake off the king's eyes before we could make our move. There were spies everywhere along the coast, and we had no opportunity to act. Now that we are in Sunspear's territory, with no watchful eyes nearby, we simply need to eliminate the king's spies aboard to send you on your way." "So, those just slain were Robert's men?" Gu Li observed their sword handling. "You are not crewmen, are you? Mercenaries? Do you truly believe you can kill me?" The chief mercenary, wary, replied, "We have heard of your exploits, my lord. That is why we have drifted at sea for 3 months, waiting for you to weaken before seizing our chance today." Gu Li's heart sank. They knew of his seasickness? Indeed, he was still suffering from it. Especially on such a long voyage, the frequency of his vomiting had increased, leaving him utterly drained. Moreover, With only fish to sustain him, his nutrition had suffered greatly, causing his face to hollow out. It was no wonder these mercenaries believed they had a good chance of victory against him. Gu Li presently lacked the strength to wield a sword. Yet he found himself surrounded by the vast ocean, with moisture clinging to everything, even the wood. "Who among you can steer the ship?" he inquired abruptly. The leading mercenary chuckled. "You need not trouble yourself with such matters. Once we have dispatched you, we shall find our way to shore." Annoyed, Gu Li stamped his foot forcefully, and a carpet of frost began to spread from beneath him, swiftly enveloping the entire deck within mere seconds. The frost cascaded along the ship's hull and into the sea, ensnaring the salt water and returning it defiantly to the deck. These mercenaries, accustomed to life and death and having witnessed countless horrors, had never encountered such an otherworldly spectacle. Realizing the peril, they shouted, "Act quickly! He wields magic!" Alas, it was too late. The water had already reached Gu Li's feet. With another firm stomp, a spike of ice erupted from the ground, piercing the leading mercenary instantly. Drip! Blood flowed from the ice spike onto the deck, freezing rapidly into a crimson carpet. Gu Li coldly reiterated, "I shall ask once more, who can steer the ship?" It dawned on the remaining mercenaries that the one capable of steering would be spared, the others would meet their demise. Motivated by their instinct for survival, they clamored, "I can. I've always assisted the captain at the stern. Your Grace, to ensure this vessel reaches Pantos safely, merely having a capable captain is insufficient. Indeed, we also require crew members to handle the sails." "Correct. In extreme weather, one person cannot manage alone. I can cook. I am the chef. I possess great strength and can assist with heavy labor." However, before the last mercenary could finish his plea, he was impaled by an ice spike that suddenly emerged beneath him. On the deck, over a dozen mercenary corpses hung from the ice spikes, resembling a ghastly display of crimson trees, a truly spectacular sight. Only the initial 6 speakers remained alive, drenched in cold sweat, trembling in place as they awaited Gu Li's command. Gu Li turned his gaze towards the coastal city of Yangji, suppressing the urge to disembark. Next time, he thought, there will be a more opportune moment for that. I must attend to pressing matters first. One of the mercenaries cautiously ventured, "My Lord Stark, shall we alter our course to Volantis?" Prior to commandeering the ship, these mercenaries had conversed with the original crew and were aware of Gu Li's intended journey to Volantis. "No, we shall proceed to Pantos. I have been wronged. It would be remiss not to seek retribution," Gu Li declared, tapping the deck with his wooden staff to clear it, ordering the bodies to be cast overboard to feed the fish. Yes, of course. Chapter 67. Rest and recuperation, my Lord Stark, at our current speed. We shall reach Pantos in 3 days. The mercenary speaking was robustly built, his muscular physique starkly contrasting with the gaunt figure of Guri, who appeared frail enough to be toppled by the sea breeze at any moment. Yet, the mercenary dared not underestimate the withered man before him. Even lowering his gaze in a display of tension as he reported the situation, Guri leaned on a wooden staff at the bow of the ship, gazing toward the distant shore. 3 days. Are we nearly there? Prepare to disembark. The mercenary hesitated, but my Lord Stark, there is no port nearby. How shall we land? Are we to abandon the ship? Guri cast a sidelong glance. It seems you have many questions. And no, I dare not. I shall go inform the others at once. The mercenary hastily ran to the stern to instruct the helmsman to change course. The coastline was predominantly rugged cliffs, and after sailing north for a while, they finally found a shallow area suitable for landing. However, the ship's draft was considerable, making it difficult to truly reach the shore. They estimated that when they were merely a dozen meters from the coast, the vessel would run aground on the sandy seabed. Suddenly, with a jolt, the ship struck an underwater reef before reaching the shallows, declaring its premature grounding. The remaining 30 meters would require them to swim to shore. 6 anxious mercenaries gathered on the deck, and one audaciously inquired, "My Lord Stark, why must we land prematurely? This desolate place is hardly more comfortable than aboard the ship. Moreover, if we choose to travel overland, it will surely take several more days." With a cold smile, Guri replied, "You failed to report back in time. Varys is already aware of your mission's failure. Would it not be folly to sail directly into the port of Pantos now?" His physical condition was poor, necessitating a period of recuperation before he could regain his strength. Once he was fit again, he would brave even the most perilous of places. Moreover, Guri had subsisted on fish for the past 5 months, the pungent odor clinging to him. The scent was so overwhelming that he felt he had transformed into a fish himself. He longed for meat and was weary of fish. The mere thought of it made him nauseous. Suppressing his revulsion, Guri declared, "I shall hire 2 of you to accompany me ashore. The rest." Before he could finish, one of the mercenaries was stabbed in the back by a companion. "What are you doing?" In quick succession, another was slashed across the throat. The skirmish ended swiftly. Only the 2 strongest mercenaries remained standing before Guri, while the other 4 lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Guri had intended to leave the remaining 4 to their fate, but their reactions had been swifter than he anticipated. He retrieved 2 golden dragons from his pouch and tossed them to the 2 remaining mercenaries. Upon our arrival in Pentos, each of you shall receive an additional 10 golden dragons. Gyuri had not spent a coin during his stay in the citadel. These dragons were the very ones Tyrion had bestowed upon him, and he had not expected to possess them until now. The 2 mercenaries caught the golden dragons with bright smiles, eager to serve their lord. Should you perform your tasks efficiently, our partnership may extend until my return to King's Landing. My status is not far beneath that of Varys. Perhaps I could even grant you knighthoods. Instantly, the 2 mercenaries were elated. A knighthood would be a meteoric rise for them. Such a title, even at the lowest tier, was beyond the reach of ordinary men. My lord, command us, and we shall exert every effort to fulfill your orders. Gyuri offered no further response. He turned and vaulted over the wooden railing of the deck. Come along. He leaped from the ship, and as his toes grazed the surface of the sea, a large sheet of ice materialized beneath him, buoying him steadily atop the water. He stepped forward, each stride encasing his feet in ice as he advanced toward the shore. The 2 mercenaries, rummaging through the corpses for valuables, witnessed this spectacle and hurriedly jumped overboard, following suit on the ice. Upon setting foot on solid ground after such a long absence, Gyuri felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Leaning on his staff, he slowly proceeded northward alongside the 2 mercenaries. Their immediate goal was to locate a village or town inhabited by humans to procure horses. After all, they could not walk indefinitely. For days later, in a nameless town south of Pentos, Gyuri and his companions traversed arduous terrain for 4 days before arriving at this small settlement of merely a few hundred residents. Fortunately, the town boasted a market where itinerant traders occasionally arrived to sell horses. Gyuri only needed to wait a few days to procure mounts. He reserved 2 rooms at an inn in the town, planning to recuperate for a fortnight. The 2 mercenaries had no objections, as Gyuri was covering the expenses. Days passed. Sergei, you need not watch over me incessantly. Gyuri, having spent much time in his room, frequently heard footsteps outside his door. Each time he opened it, he found Sergei, one of the mercenaries, standing guard. Lord Stark, we accepted your payment. Protecting you is our fundamental duty, Sergei stated earnestly. Indeed. Gather information about the situation in Pentos. Sergei chuckled. Pentos is not far from here. Any significant developments will quickly reach us without needing to inquire. Besides, Pentos is the closest free trading city to King's Landing. I have visited it with Gaba several times. Rest assured, we are well acquainted with the circumstances there. Thus he remained vigilant regarding their whereabouts. Sergei lowered his voice. Earlier today, a trader arrived in town with a dozen women. Human trafficking is illegal in Westeros. Slavery has long been abolished there. However, on the eastern continent, many large slave owners still exist, possessing numbers that could surpass entire nations' populations. Gyuri understood Gaba's desire to indulge. Yes, be discreet, and do not reveal our identities. The eastern continent has its own network of spies, and should our identities be exposed, we would be in peril. Sergei nodded in comprehension. The town bustled with activity, and if the 2 mercenaries wished to betray Gyuri to Pentos, they could easily do so by hiring someone to relay the information. Yet, whenever they considered the temptation of knighthood, they restrained themselves. If someone else had made such a promise, they would have dismissed it outright. However, Gyuri's status was exceptional. He was the son of the Lord of Winterfell and the personal wizard to King Robert. Such a figure could easily grant them knighthoods. As for the gold promised by the governor of Pentos, there was no comparison to the allure of a title. Lord Stark, do you wish to relax? Gaba mentioned that the trader has some rather fine merchandise. Gyuri paused momentarily. I shall pass. I have abstained for 17 years, and I do not lack for a single day. Let this lifetime's first experience be reserved for those we cherish. Sergei misunderstood. He presumed that Guli looked down upon the slaves held by the peddlers. With a flattering smile, he said, Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall personally take a look. If I find any worthy individuals, I will bring a few back for you. Alas, Guli had no time to call him back, and Sergei had already dashed down the stairs. Chapter 68, Trouble After Sergei Departed. Guli went downstairs to have a bite to eat before preparing to venture out of town for training, eager to restore his physical condition. The days of rest had rejuvenated him significantly. He no longer required a walking stick to aid his mobility. However, as he stepped out of the tavern, a group of men armed with curved daggers blocked his path. From Westeros, noble lord, your 2 subordinates have caused a disturbance. My master requests your presence. Guli was taken aback as he regarded the men. Their leader spoke in the common tongue of Westeros. Although his accent was peculiar, Guli comprehended him. On the eastern continent of Essos, the commonly spoken language was Low Valyrian, a dialect of High Valyrian. Thus, Guli and his companions, who were not familiar with this tongue, typically communicated with the locals through gestures, leading to many awkward moments. Seeing Guli lost in thought, the men reiterated their message with more volume. Guli snapped back to reality. Subordinates? Surely, They couldn't be referring to the two mercenaries. Reluctant to get involved, he recalled their diligence during this period and decided to assess the situation. If it were merely a matter of monetary compensation, he could easily extricate them. In the small town, there stood an opulent courtyard, constructed by the wealthiest merchant, usually reserved for personal use, only relinquished for esteemed guests. At present, the occupants were not the merchant, but rather a passing slaver, or more appropriately, a slave master. The courtyard was teeming with foreign soldiers wielding curved swords, numbering no less than 40 or 50. Some patrolled the grounds, others kept watch from rooftops, while a few engaged in playful antics with several unclad women. Guli was ushered into the courtyard, where he encountered the slave master, as well as Sergei and Gaba. Poor Gaba had not even donned his trousers. Both he and Sergei bore wounds, indicative of a recent altercation. "Welcome, noble lord from Westeros. Your subordinates are quite tight-lipped. They refuse to divulge their house. Since you are here in person, why not introduce yourself?" The slave master spoke, reclining comfortably on a large wooden chair, flanked by two voluptuous women. Guli placed a hand on the hilt of Dark Sister, prepared for a confrontation. "There is no need for pleasantries. I have no business with you, slavers. Release them, and I shall compensate for any damages." The slave master's expression soured as he glanced at Dark Sister before chuckling. "By the looks of that blade, you must be a man of considerable standing. Very well, let us discuss compensation. Your two subordinates not only damaged property and harmed my men, but they also killed one of my trusted associates. I do not ask for much, merely 30. Ah, I nearly forgot. The gold coins of Westeros are rather small. In equivalent terms, I will require 45 golden dragons. 45 golden dragons. That was nearly all of Guli's wealth. He was not a fool. He did not rush to pay off the debt, but rather replied leisurely, "The truth of the matter remains unclear. I shall first inquire with my subordinates to ascertain what transpired." The slave master remained unperturbed. "As you wish." Confronted with the slave master's brazen demeanor, Guli began to doubt whether Sergei and Gaba had instigated the trouble. Approaching the bound Sergei and Gaba, he inquired, "Speak up. Were you not out for enjoyment? How did you find yourselves in this predicament?" Gaba, fuming, turned away. "Ask him. I know nothing. I barely had time to put on my trousers before they beat me and tossed me here." Sergei, equally irate, retorted, "Indeed, while I was nearly slain. You were busy with women, the great Gaba Carrillo." Gaba incredulously shouted, "You brought this upon me, you foolish pig. Enough. Sergei, explain why you resorted to murder." Guli interjected sternly, his expression cold. Should this truly be their fault, he would not hesitate to abandon them to their fate. Sergei, indignant, replied, "My lord, the slave master possesses women from Westeros. They are kept in torment, utterly pitiable. I merely sought to save them." "You are a fool. Those are the slave master's slaves. What heroics are you attempting, mercenary? Do you truly consider yourself a knight?" Gaba's face turned green with rage as he shouted. Guli remained unfazed, believing there was little distinction between mercenaries and knights. One kills for survival and coin, while the other does so for honor and coin. The only real difference lay in the knight's armor, which was worth hundreds more than a mercenary's leather garb. Nevertheless, he was astonished. Sergei was known for his ruthless nature and had long since recognized reality, making his sudden display of righteousness perplexing. Sergei closed his eyes. "Among those women is a compatriot of mine. She has been subjected to FK. You've doomed me. I swear I will kill you." Gaba struggled against the chains binding him, but they held fast. Realizing they had encountered an old friend, Guli quietly asked, "Is there someone from the north?" Every noble with a fief in Westeros had sworn a sacred oath to protect their subjects. Guli, deeply indebted to House Stark, felt an obligation to rescue any northerner in distress. Yet, if there were none, he would not be remiss to remain uninvolved. I haven't had the chance to ask, but it seems one has a northern accent. Sergei's voice dwindled, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Guli's eyes. Not only Guli, but even Gaba could discern the lie. Gaba, anxious, pleaded, "Forget about those women for now. My lord, please redeem us first. Once we return to Westeros, we shall find a way to repay you." Guli, his expression impassive, pressed on, "If you wish to save your compatriot, will you not pay for her release? If your funds are insufficient, would you not seek my assistance? Why resort to murder?" Sergei, gritting his teeth, replied, "My lord, you do not understand. They only torment the Westerosi women, gouging their eyes, severing their noses, hacking off their hands and feet, simply so the slave master can hear them beg in the common tongue while he ravishes them." Guli could not help but frown. Was the slave master truly so depraved? Such cruel actions seemed born of a deep-seated vendetta. What had led him to harbor such animosity towards the people of Westeros? Wait a moment. If the slave master truly despised Westerosi people, then what of the three of them? At that moment, all the foreign soldiers in the courtyard simultaneously drew their curved blades. The slave master, with a sinister smile, declared, "Leave them one life. I intend to enjoy them thoroughly." Guli unsheathed Dark Sister, effortlessly severing the chains binding Gaba and Sergei. "It appears that if you wish to survive, you must rely on your own abilities." He then turned, twirling his sword gracefully, and addressed the encroaching foreign soldiers with resignation. "Thank you. This is precisely what I needed to stretch my limbs." Chapter 69. The Believer at Noon. The estate of a wealthy merchant in the town suddenly echoed with the clashing of iron, accompanied by the anguished cries of men and the piercing screams of women. The townsfolk kept their distance, fearful of becoming entangled in the chaos. They understood that the conflict had arisen from the clash between the three outsiders who had arrived a few days prior and a passing slave owner. Whispers of curiosity circulated among them as they speculated about the grim fate awaiting Guli and his companions. Convinced that the three could not possibly triumph over the 50-odd slave soldiers, after more than half an hour, the cacophony from the merchant's estate subsided into an eerie silence. Guli, stepping on the blood-soaked grass, panted heavily. His right hand, which clutched his sword, trembled slightly, a sign that his strength was waning. All 50-odd foreign soldiers lay dead at his feet, yet he bore a wound in his abdomen, blood soaking through his clothing. Injury was a rare occurrence for him after so many years. He raised his left hand, employing ice magic to seal the wound, momentarily staunching the flow of blood. In terms of combat prowess, these foreign soldiers were no match for the elite cavalry clad in fine armor he had faced previously. Yet, even against slightly weaker foes, Guli found himself injured, a testament to his diminished physical capabilities. Moreover, he refrained from using ice magic against his enemies, for it had become his hallmark. Its use would inevitably reveal his identity. "Bring him here." Jabbo tossed the trembling slave owner before Guli. Both Sergei and Jabbo bore new wounds, with Jabbo in particular nursing a gash across his back, though his leather armor had mitigated the severity. The wound was lengthy, resulting in significant blood loss. Had Guli not used ice magic to freeze the injury, Jabbo might have succumbed to shock from excessive bleeding. "Gentlemen, I have wealth, gold, yes, and women. I offer them all. Just spare my life and let me go, I beg you." The slave owner's pleas fell on deaf ears as Guli ignored his desperation. He observed Jabbo's restless movements and warned, "If you fidget again, the ice will surely crack, and you will bleed profusely. I will not assist you again." Jabbo ceased his movements immediately, managing a forced smile. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life with your magic." At some point, Jabbo had donned trousers that were not his own, likely stripped from one of the fallen soldiers. Both he and Sergei had not directly confronted their enemies, only stepping in to deliver the final blows after Guli had injured them, thus sustaining only minor wounds themselves. Ice magic can only provide temporary relief. You must find a skilled healer to stitch your wounds before the ice melts, Guli remarked, clutching his own abdomen, aware that he too required suturing. Yet, he distrusted the healers of this era, as hygiene was sorely lacking in a world devoid of an understanding of bacteria. He resolved to tend to his own injuries once he returned to his quarters. Sergei, who had been silent until now, appeared restless. "My Lord Stark, I wish to see my compatriot." Guli sheathed his sword and grasped the terrified slave owner, declaring, "Let us go. Your fervent protection piques my curiosity about your compatriot." At the mention of this compatriot, Jabbo could not help but punch Sergei lightly. "If you ever put me in danger again, I'll be the first to strike you down." Sergei could only nod awkwardly before leading Guli onward. Near the stables at the rear of the estate, they found 3 filthy wooden cages, one of which contained a corpse that had long since gone cold. Upon arriving, all 3 men instinctively recoiled, wrinkling their noses at the overwhelming stench that was not merely that of horse dung but rather a foul odor of decaying flesh. Sergei, leading the way, wielded a curved knife of foreign design and sliced through the wooden door of the cage, freeing the woman inside. He and Jabbo had previously lost their swords to the slave owner's subordinates and could only make do with the unwieldy knife. "Thank the gods, you have returned. I thought you had abandoned me, Sergei." The woman wept in his arms, her cries filled with despair. "It's all right, Cindy. They are all dead now," Sergei reassured her. "Cindy?" Jabbo's expression turned oddly amused. "Is she the one who ran off with all your savings on your wedding day? Though not from the same hometown." Jabbo and Sergei had collaborated for years, sharing drinks and stories, and he was well aware of Sergei's runaway bride. Guli regarded the scene with a knowing expression. He had suspected that their relationship was far more complicated than mere hometown ties. Otherwise, Sergei's impulsive nature would not have led him astray. However, Cindy had only lost her right leg, and her injuries seemed less severe than Sergei had described. "Sergei, have you lost your mind? Why would you save such a woman? If it were me, I would wish for her to suffer even more." As Jabbo teased Sergei, Guli unceremoniously tossed the quaking slave owner to the ground, warning, "Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape." With that, he approached another cage. The woman inside this cage was far less fortunate than Cindy. She had lost all her limbs save for one right hand, and she had long since perished. Flies swarmed around her lifeless face, a truly pitiful sight. Ghoulie sighed quietly, turning to the final cage. Inside was another unclothed woman, surprisingly still alive despite the absence of all her limbs. Her nose and one eye gouged out. Though her wounds had been bandaged, they had festered and infected, leaving her with little time left. Ghoulie marveled at her resilience while knowing she was in constant agony. To him, she had long since died. What remained in the cage was merely a vessel clinging desperately to life. He drew his sword, intending to free her from her suffering. The woman, barely clinging to consciousness, lifted her head, and, upon seeing the style of his sword, her remaining eye suddenly sparkled with hope. "Are you a messenger of the seven gods? My prayers have been answered. The divine has sent a messenger to save me." Her accent did not resemble that of the north, but bore a closer resemblance to that of the Westlands, akin to that of Tyrion and Jaime. Could she be from the Westerlands? Ghoulie approached, kneeling before her after shattering the cage. "You hail from the Westerlands?" The woman's spirit seemed to revive. "Yes. Messenger of the gods, I am from the Westerlands. My family has been devoted followers of the seven for generations." Ghoulie understood that she was experiencing a moment of clarity, drawing upon her last reserves of strength. He wished to comfort her. "I am not a messenger of the seven, nor do I even believe in them. However, I have a friend from the Westerlands." As Ghoulie spoke, the woman suddenly became frantic. "You are not a messenger? Why not? I have prayed day and night for deliverance from my suffering. Why has the seven not responded to my pleas, while everyone else perishes? Could it be that her faith in the divine was the only thing sustaining her?" In the feudal world of Game of Thrones, there exists no pathway across social classes. Commoners remain commoners, and nobles remain nobles. Take Sergei and Jabbo as examples. Their prowess often surpassed that of many knighted nobles. Yet, without the favor of the aristocracy, they were condemned to a lifetime of mercenary work. The people lacked the power to change their fates, and thus turned to the gods, placing their last hopes in the divine, a true reflection of the plight of the downtrodden in Westeros. Ghoulie fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. The woman's faith was gradually crumbling, her face ashen. "The seven gods did not answer me, so I turned to the Lightbringer of this land. Yet, why does he not respond to me either? Am I not devout enough? I pray daily. Noble lord, do you worship the seven?" Ghoulie understood that most nobles and commoners in Westeros held a deep reverence for their deities, regarding oaths made in their names as the most sacred and serious of vows. However, he had never encountered a believer as fervent as the woman before him. He shook his head. "I hail from the north, where the seven are not venerated." The woman's expression shifted to one of realization. "Ah, so you worship the old gods. Have they ever answered you?" "I do not worship the old gods either. Ghoulie noticed the hopeful gleam in her eyes, and, feeling a pang of compassion, amended his words. "I revere another deity, the one who sent me to rescue you." The woman's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Which deity is that?" Ghoulie fabricated an answer. He is above all deities, the supreme god." The woman closed her single eye and prayed devoutly. "Thank you, supreme god, for your mercy and salvation. I offer myself as a sacrifice, my soul and devotion. Blessing this noble lord before me. He is your most loyal follower. I implore you to continue protecting him." Ghoulie was taken aback. He had thought the woman was praying for herself, never anticipating this. As soon as she finished her prayer, an eerie silver thread emerged from her chest, slowly drifting towards Ghoulie. He did not know what this silver thread was, but as it approached him, he instinctively raised his hand to block it. However, the thread seemed devoid of substance, passing through his palm and embedding itself in his chest. Thus, the two were connected by the thread. And Ghoulie felt a portion of the woman's anguish. His face contorted in pain as he staggered, nearly collapsing from the intensity. This was merely a fraction of her suffering. Heaven knows how she had endured it all. What on earth is this? Ghoulie attempted to sever the thread, but found it impossible to grasp, leaving him in a state of anxious frustration. Suddenly, the surrounding space and time appeared to freeze. A girl with dragon horns, silver hair, and violet eyes materialized behind Ghoulie in an instant. She was breathtakingly beautiful, unlike any mortal, and devoid of clothing. Her languid stretch exuded an irresistible allure. Then, flapping her dragon wings that sprouted from her back, she leaned close to Ghoulie's ear and whispered softly, "Oh? I wondered what had awakened me. It turns out you have found your first follower." Chapter 70. The Mother of Dragons. Ghoulie found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to move his eyes, let alone speak. He could only stand there, listening to the girl speak. Noticing Ghoulie's silence, the girl floated to face him. It was then that Ghoulie beheld the most exquisite sight he had ever encountered. Strangely, he could only see her with his left eye, while his right remained blind to her presence. As the girl approached, her gaze fell upon Ghoulie's features, and she paused, questioning, "Who are you?" "You are not him." Guli remained motionless, his eyes wide open. The girl began to muse aloud. You do not even possess the bloodline of Valyria. Why then do you possess the first stone? The first stone? Was that the true name of the green crystal? Unable to access Guli's memories, the girl resorted to examining the recollections of others to grasp the nature of this world. She placed her hand on the silver thread connecting Guli to a disabled woman, and in an instant, the woman's memories flooded into her mind. After a fleeting moment, she finished absorbing the woman's memories and lamented with a bittersweet smile. Valyria has perished, the dragons have become extinct. In the end, did we still lose? Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her, and she turned back to Guli. No, we have not yet lost. She caressed his cheek gently. You have managed to integrate the first stone into your being. How is it that your physical form has not disintegrated? Even I. She paused. You are the last hope. Perhaps there is still time. Guli was bewildered by her words, convinced that this girl must be some sort of deity. Was he truly so unfortunate as to have evaded the attention of otherworldly beings only to attract a new divine presence? Oh, how could he forget? The girl playfully touched his forehead, smiling. Now we can communicate. Though Guli remained unable to move or speak, his thoughts seemed to intertwine with hers. Are you a god? The girl rolled her eyes. Seriously? Is that your first question? Fine, I am not a god. But I once possessed power akin to that of the divine. Once. Guli queried. The girl nodded, her gaze fixed intently on his left eye. Indeed. Before I consumed the first stone, my form was comparable to that of a deity. Unfortunately, it destroyed my body. Guli's pupils flickered slightly. Then what is your current state? A spirit? Yes, only the soul remains. Is that so strange? The girl regarded Guli as if he were rather naive. Having lived 2 lives, this was Guli's first encounter with a soul, and his curiosity piqued. How can you halt time? The girl chuckled lightly. I do not possess the ability to pause time. You are overthinking it. I merely temporarily enhanced your mental responsiveness, allowing you to process more information within a mere second. In other words, until our conversation concludes, less than a second will have passed in the real world. Though she spoke nonchalantly, Guli found her ability impressive. Just imagine using such a skill in the face of an enemy. It would be akin to slowing the flow of time. The girl seemed to read his thoughts. Do not get carried away. Your thoughts may be accelerated, but your body cannot keep pace. Otherwise, our means of communication would not be as they are now. Who are you? A descendant of old Valyria? Guli dared not meet her gaze, fearing impure thoughts might arise. After all, their minds were connected. If she discovered his thoughts, it would be quite embarrassing. The girl, recalling her lack of introduction, smiled. I am the mother of dragons. Greetings, fortunate human. I am Guli, that is my true name. Wait, what did you say? Mother of dragons? Guli was taken aback. Was this not the moniker of Daenerys Targaryen? The girl smiled mysteriously. Indeed, I am the first and only dragon in existence. All other dragons are but eggs I have laid and nurtured. I am the mother of dragons. Who else would dare to lay claim to that title? Sensing a hint of menace, Guli remained silent. The girl, undeterred, continued, enough dawdling. Maintaining this state places a significant burden on your body. Let us be concise. I ask you, do you wish to become a god? Yes, Guli replied without hesitation. To him, possessing divine power would make returning to Earth a trivial matter. The girl snapped her fingers. Very well, let me explain the origins of the gods. I am somewhat familiar with that, Guli interjected, recalling another version of himself who had shared such knowledge. The girl paused, astonished. You are aware? Who would have thought that a mere human could grasp such profound secrets? Guli, feeling it inappropriate to elaborate, offered a vague response. I have had my own adventures. Please continue. The girl scrutinized Guli, then resumed. The powers of the gods are innate, yet they are energy forms incapable of bearing memories. Thus, to attain consciousness and retain memories, they require humans to assist in carrying all their recollections. However, your situation is quite the opposite. You seek something to help you bear power. Humans, such a splendid race, multiply abundantly, making them perfect vessels for your strength. Guli grasped her meaning. You are suggesting that I become a divine charlatan, recruiting followers? Charlatan? What is that? Never mind, it is irrelevant. The girl redirected the conversation. Indeed, the more humans who worship you, the greater your capacity to wield the power of the first stone. Once the number of followers reaches a certain threshold, you will unlock the full potential of the first stone. Then, we can proceed with the next phase of our plan. Guli suddenly found the girl suspicious. What is this next phase? The girl did not answer directly. Once you can fully harness the power of the first stone, I will reveal it to you. Discussing it now would only create unnecessary worry. Wait, are you doubting me? She sensed Guli's skepticism and retorted. Humans are so paranoid. We dragons do not deceive. Bah. Deception is the most vile creation of the gods. Only you humans cherish it as a treasure. Guli spoke slowly. This first stone seems to possess the ability to reconstruct the physical body, Do you not wish to restore your own? Eh, you already know the next phase of the plan? Who told you? A god? Or some ancient creature? The girl's voice betrayed her surprise. She hastily continued. You must not believe the words of those gods. To them, you are merely a delectable morsel, a means to satiate their hunger. Gu Li's doubts remained unaddressed. You have yet to answer my question. The girl tapped her chin thoughtfully, then explained. Oh, the next phase involves you discovering how to completely master the first stone, using it to create the first divine flesh in history. However, I still have no idea how you will master the first stone. Let me ponder that further. Gu Li noted her continued evasion, deepening his suspicion. I mean, why not use the first stone to create your own new body? Why assist me? The girl seemed baffled. Why would I want a new body? I have my own, buried in the shadows. After all these years, it should have completely restored by now. Gu Li pressed on. Did you not say your body was destroyed by the first stone? She did not deny it. She had indeed said so. Yes, it destroyed my body, imprisoned my soul, and cast me into endless slumber. Have you forgotten? Did you not awaken me? I said I was comparable to a god. How could the first stone so easily eradicate me? It turns out that this dragon maiden is not dead. She is very much alive. Merely her soul has separated from her corporeal form. Gu Li's mind raced, immediately contemplating the possibility of acquiring a formidable bodyguard. Your combat prowess rivals that of the divine. If I were to send you to the Shadow Realm to reclaim your body, would you not be able to resurrect? The maiden, having existed for over 100,000 years and frequently interacting with humans, could easily discern Gu Li's intentions. She smiled wryly and responded, while your assertion holds some truth. Once I return to my physical form, I will unleash a vast life force detectable by the gods. Furthermore, I will lapse into a period of slumber as I merge with my body. During this time, if you lack the strength to protect me, those gods will surely slay me. Gu Li's hopes for a shortcut were dashed, compelling him to adhere to a more conventional approach. Oh, it seems I cannot rely on you. Then I shall begin gathering followers, as you suggested. The maiden nodded in agreement, secretly pleased that she had steered this human onto the right path. This is exhausting. Perhaps I should refrain from collaborating with humans in the future, as they lack sincerity. She then realized she had forgotten to mention the essence of cooperation to him, but decided to address it another time. Just as the maiden was about to retract her finger, Gu Li spoke again. Could you assist me with a favor? The maiden assumed human greed had resurfaced and sighed. What favor? My abilities are currently limited. I cannot assist you much. Gu Li gazed at the woman in the wooden cage and implored, Can you help me save her? She is, after all, my first follower. You wish to save someone? The maiden did not glance at the disabled woman behind her, but instead scrutinized Gu Li's left hand. Let me see. You have been employing this method to harness the power of the primordial stone, have you? Foolish, yet practical. I shall enhance it with a spell, allowing you to convert the stone's power into life force and bestow it upon others. She extended her other hand, grasping Gu Li's left wrist. Soon, a surge of red energy emerged from her arm and integrated into Gu Li's otherworldly left hand. Gu Li felt a twinge of anxiety. Life force. If I channel it into her body, she will live? The maiden released Gu Li's hand, her expression souring. Are you underestimating my magic or the power of the primordial stone? That human will not only continue to live, but her limbs will also regenerate. Gu Li was taken aback. Her severed limbs can regrow? Then, can this magic resurrect the dead? He couldn't help but think of the abilities of the King of Light, and pressed further. The maiden pondered for a moment. It should be possible, but only for those who have just recently died, whose souls have not yet departed. If someone has been dead for an extended period, there is no way to revive them. Thank you for your gift. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Gu Li's left eye, enveloping the maiden in a surge of green energy. Yet I still cannot trust you, so I must confine you within my consciousness for a time. The maiden, ensnared by the green energy, did not express anger. Instead, she curiously probed the energy, exclaiming, You possess other methods of utilizing the primordial stone? Remarkable. You are more astute than those previous humans. Gu Li had not employed any new techniques. He merely shaped the power of the primordial stone into a formless dream and confined the maiden within it. Fortunately, she was a spiritual entity, as this method would not have sufficed to imprison a physical being. At that moment, enveloped in green energy, the maiden's fingers had long since departed from Gu Li's forehead. Their connection severed, leaving Gu Li unaware of her final words. Trust is built gradually. We have ample time. For now, you shall remain silent. The green energy, carrying the dragon-winged maiden, returned to Gu Li's left eye. Chapter 71. The power of healing after the dragon-winged maiden was sealed. The acceleration magic she had bestowed upon Gu Li ceased to function. Gu Li felt time return to its normal flow, and he moved his body with a sense of discomfort. For the others, merely a second had passed, but within that fleeting moment, Gu Li's consciousness experienced a dialogue that felt like it spanned over 10 minutes. a truly wondrous experience. As he sensed the new magic imbued in his left hand, he resolved to use himself as a test subject first. Placing his left hand over the wound on his abdomen, he slowly channeled the power of the primordial stone. A faint crimson energy seeped from his fingertips, hovering around the injury. Soon, the pain dissipated, replaced by an unbearable itch. The flesh inside the wound began to expel the ice, writhing and reconnecting as it rapidly healed. Gu Li peeled away the ice from his abdomen and wiped away the blood, revealing smooth skin without a trace of injury. The woman slumped in the wooden cage was barely alive, her eyes gradually losing their spark as if she had fulfilled her final wish. Gu Li stepped forward and gently said, "The Supreme Deity has heard your prayers. Look, he has healed my wound." The woman, her single eye unable to discern reality, struggled to move her withered lips, expressing, "That is wonderful. The Supreme Deity is indeed a merciful God. Alas, I am too late." "Not too late," Gu Li reassured. "Devout believers will always receive the gaze of the divine." He placed his left hand on the woman's head and began to pray earnestly. "Hear me, I beseech you, O loving Supreme Deity. Thank you for your compassion towards our frailty and for granting us precious promises. Please, with your supreme power, save this tormented believer. I offer my life and soul as a sacrifice to you, requesting the strength to save humanity." In prayer, in your holy name, Gu Li, Gabo and Sergei exchanged glances. Bewildered, this stark noble, who had been so composed before, had suddenly transformed into a fervent devotee of a foreign faith? How deeply concealed were these sentiments? They recalled their childhood days of worshipping the 7 gods with their families, but their experiences as mercenaries had long overshadowed that faith. To them, the time spent in worship was far less valuable than pursuing women and undertaking more tasks. In their eyes, such fervent religious zeal was the hallmark of madness. Yet, what unfolded next utterly shattered their preconceived notions. The leather glove on Gu Li's left hand was incinerated in an instant, a surge of crimson energy gushing from his palm, enveloping the woman. She was reborn amidst the flame-like energy. Not only were her wounds healed, but even her severed limbs regrew, bones forming anew. The fresh bone sprouted with red flesh, swiftly proliferating into arms and legs adorned with smooth skin. The woman's previously gouged nose restored itself, and her empty eye sockets grew new eyeballs. She tentatively moved her hands and legs, gradually standing and emerging from the foul wooden cage. "Is this a dream? My hands and legs?" Gu Li, retracting his now numb and unresponsive left hand, smiled and said, "This is the gift of the Supreme Deity. From today onward, you shall accompany me in spreading his teachings, ensuring that the world no longer worships false gods. They shall come to know the mercy of the Supreme Deity." Recognizing that he is the one true God, the woman knelt in reverent submission, praising the great Supreme Deity. "I shall devote my life to spreading the teachings of the Supreme Deity until my last breath. In gratitude and prayer, in your holy name, Gu Li." As soon as the words left her lips, a sheet of thin ice formed beneath her hands. Indeed, the woman had just invoked ice magic. Gu Li was left speechless in shock, while others merely witnessed her casting magic. He perceived the deeper connection at the moment she fervently uttered his true name. He had become the source of her magical power. This bond resembled that of the Night King and his otherworldly minions. He governed her life and death, while she drew upon him for her magical strength. As she caressed the icy surface, she looked up in astonishment and exclaimed, "Divine Messenger, the Supreme Deity has answered my prayers." Gu Li feigned calmness, crossing his arms and declaring, "Remember, ice magic cannot create ice from thin air. It can only freeze water into ice." The woman mimicked his reverence, "Praise be to our Lord." Behind them, Gabo, Sergei, Cindy, and even the cowering slaver joined in the chorus of praise, "Praise be to our Lord." Gu Li turned back, sarcastically remarking, "You are not devotees of the Supreme Deity. Your praise holds no weight." Gabo shamelessly approached, suppressing the pain in his back. "Divine Messenger, do you think I might have the chance to become a believer of the Supreme Deity?" Gu Li shot him a glance, saying, "That question lies with you. If you can offer your soul and loyalty to the Supreme Deity as she has, you may receive his attention." Realizing he did not yet know the name of his first believer, he promptly asked, "What is your name? I must record you in the register of believers." The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with long black hair. Her features were not conventionally beautiful, marred by freckles, yet her bright blue eyes shone with life. "Divine Messenger, my name is Tessa Sivives, an orphan from the western regions of Westeros." Gu Li silently noted her name. After all, she was his first true believer. Gabo knelt and offered a few hasty prayers before running back to Gu Li's side. "Divine Messenger, I have finished my prayer. Can you ask the Supreme Deity to heal my back?" Gu Li brushed him off, stating, "Empty gestures will not elicit a response from the Supreme Deity. Only sincerity can capture the attention of the divine. You should not waste time here. Go seek a healer in town." Observing this, Sergei, cradling the woman with the severed leg, paused. He softly reassured her, "After we pray for a few days, the supreme deity will surely notice us." The woman continued to sob, "But what if the supreme deity does not see us? My leg. That will not happen. We shall follow the divine messenger and help him spread the teachings of the supreme deity. How could he possibly overlook us?" Sergei optimistically continued to comfort her. Guli shook his left hand, which was still numb, a sensation he was all too familiar with, having encountered it several times before. He referred to this feeling as magical overload, typically occurring after frequent use of grand spells. Why, then, did this happen after saving just one person? Perhaps Tessa's injuries were too severe, or her near-death state required a substantial amount of magic to resurrect her. Guli pondered, still unable to discern the full implications. Yet the newly acquired magic was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Once his left hand regained sensation, he could utilize his vitality to restore his frail body, and then he would set forth towards Pantos. Guli's otherworldly arm was now revealed before all. Rather than feeling fear, Gabo and the others were struck by the preceding miracle. They no longer viewed the eerie appearance of the otherworldly arm with dread. Instead, they regarded it as a divine gift, casting envious glances at Guli. "O great supreme deity, grant me the power to punish the wicked. With my soul as my oath, in your holy name, Guli." Tessa extended her arms, palms upward, scooping a handful of murky water from the stable's basin. As she completed her prayer, the contaminated water instantly crystallized into a somewhat unclean ice spear. "The supreme deity answered my prayers, which signifies your unforgivable nature. Damnation upon you. No, spare my life. I possess gold." Ah! Tessa raised the icy spear and forcefully thrust it into the mouth of the slave master. Guli had originally intended to execute the slave master in front of these wounded women, and Tessa effectively accomplished that task for him. Chapter 72. Journey to Pintos. The following day at noon, Guli and his companions rode forth on horseback, bearing the golden treasures of a slave master as they departed from the quaint little town. The coins and jewels were secured within 2 large chests, which were firmly bound to a wooden cart. The pack horses, tasked with dragging the cart, were guided by Tessa, who harbored a deep mistrust of the 2 mercenaries, believing they might abscond with the divine gold. Thus, she took it upon herself to handle the reins. Hailing from a farming background, she reminisced about her childhood when her father was still alive, guiding a cart to the market in the city. Tragically, her father succumbed to illness, leaving her an orphan at the tender age of 13. On the road, Guli inquired about her journey to the eastern continent. Tessa's eyes brimmed with bitterness as she recounted, "I was sold by the nobles of the West. Fortunately, the supreme god did not cast me aside, allowing the esteemed emissary to take me as a nun to extol my lord." Guli initially assumed that Tessa's circumstances had forced her into this life, unaware that she had been coerced. The supreme god had delivered an oracle foretelling that in a few years, the continent of Westeros would be engulfed in turmoil. At that juncture, they would return to rescue the populace and propagate the faith. Should the nobles of the West truly be as heartless as she claimed, the supreme god would bestow upon her the strength to judge them. Tessa relinquished the reins, clasping her hands in fervent devotion, exclaiming praises to her lord. Guli nodded in understanding, then rode to the front of the procession to inquire of their guide, Jabo, "How much longer until we reach Pintos?" Although Jabo's back wound had been stitched, he was still unable to engage in strenuous activity, resulting in a slow pace. "Approximately 2 more days," he replied. Guli deemed Jabo's guidance essential, expressing, "I do not mind the delay. If you cannot endure, we shall halt to rest. Time is of no concern to me." Another guide, Sergei, was accompanying his wife, who had suffered a broken leg. They shared a mount, steadfastly guarding the side of the cart. Jabo, after thanking Guli for his kindness, inquired curiously, "Emissary, with such wealth at your disposal, why not return directly to Westeros? You are a noble in the north. This gold could procure land and enable the construction of a modest castle, granting you a life of ease. Moreover, were you not aware of Lord Varys' ambush in Pintos? What purpose draws you there? Gold? What significance does it hold compared to a dragon?" Guli replied matter-of-factly, "I have pressing matters in Pintos, simply guide us." "Pressing matters? To preach?" Jabo turned back to glance at the cart laden with gold, attempting to dissuade him gently. "Emissary, Pintos is a trade city-state. While its population is vast, most are merchants. They will welcome you warmly for business, but when it comes to faith, are you well acquainted with Pintos?" Guli interjected with interest. Jabo nodded proudly. "I have visited Pintos a dozen times. Let me tell you, aside from the merchants, the residents are unlikely to convert to your supreme god's worship. Unless, of course, you shower them with gold. Then perhaps they might pause to listen to your doctrines." Guli chuckled. "I am not journeying to Pintos for the sake of preaching. The supreme god has other designs. Enlighten me about Pintos, that I may better understand this city-state. After a moment's contemplation, Jabo opted to commence with the topic that would pique a man's interest. Pintos was originally ruled by a prince, yet over the centuries, the governors have usurped the prince's authority. However, the prince retains a peculiar privilege. On the first day of the new year, he must offer a virgin to the land and sea. Guli listened intently, initially believing he was gaining insight into the political landscape of Pintos, only to be met with a rather colorful twist in the tale. Jabo erupted in laughter. Are you envious? I once was too. But upon learning that whenever Pintos encounters misfortune, be it defeat in battle or a poor harvest, the prince is compelled to slit his own throat as a sacrifice to the gods, I no longer envied him. Merely a superstition, it bears no substantial relevance. Guli demurred, seeking to uncover something of true significance. Pintos' military strength. What soldiers does Pintos possess? How capable are they in battle? Jabo, seasoned from years of experience amidst the eastern continent, replied without hesitation, though Pintos ranks among the foremost of the free city-states. It has suffered defeats in the past and signed agreements with other city-states prohibiting the maintenance of a military exceeding the city guard. Thus, its defensive capabilities are the weakest among all free city-states. And how many does that entail? Guli pressed. The city guard? Perhaps 2,000 to 3,000, Jabo estimated. Guli pondered. 2,000 to 3,000 might seem scant in the context of city-state warfare, yet as a solitary aggressor, such numbers could be formidable. Jabo added, no worries. Pintos is wealthy and can summon forces at any moment. Guli turned, intrigued. What do you mean by that? Jabo chuckled. It seems the emissary truly has not set foot on the eastern continent. Allow me to explain. Mercenaries do not thrive in Westeros, at most. Small teams like myself and Sergei form. However, here on the eastern continent, things are quite different. For some unknown reason, there are numerous sizable mercenary bands. Notable among them are the Golden Company and the Unsullied, who will fight for gold and possess astonishing prowess. Guli had heard of the Unsullied from the Game of Thrones series. They were renowned as Daenerys' elite forces. Mercenaries? They pose no threat. I fear they may not even receive the order for Pintos before the conflict has concluded. Jabo, taken aback, stammered, what conflict? Emissary, you intend to assault Pintos? Where do you plan to find an army? This gold cannot possibly enlist those formidable mercenary companies. Clenching his scaled left hand, Guli patted the dark sister at his waist, proclaiming, an army? I require none. I alone. A gentle breeze brushed his face, and a familiar white silhouette soared above them. Guli's face lit up with delight as he corrected himself. I need no army, for I possess a dragon. Jabo misinterpreted Guli's words, grinning wickedly. Ah, so this is what you meant by an assault? My dragon can fight alongside you. Together we shall vanquish all of Pintos' establishments. Guli, disinterested, merely gazed upward, fixated on the white figure circling the sky. The creature seemed to have found its target and began its descent. At this moment, Jabo too noticed the anomaly above, drawing his sword and shouting, everyone dismount. A massive white bird is flying towards us. It's likely hunting. We must take cover under the cart. Sergei hurriedly dismounted, cradling Cindy as they sought refuge beneath the wooden cart. The white bird flapped its wings and landed directly before them. All the horses began to stomp nervously, unwilling to advance further. Only then did they realize that this was no mere bird. It was a dragon, a giant dragon. Jabo screamed in terror, losing his balance and tumbling from his mount. Guli, finding his clumsiness amusing, dismounted and handed him the reins, saying, wait here, I shall approach alone. Jabo, both exhilarated and terrified, accepted the reins, exclaiming, emissary, do you truly have a dragon? Chapter 73. Pintos. A year had passed, and Ice Ling had grown. It now stood before me, its height, including its neck, surpassing 3 meters. Yet, this stature was insufficient to deem it a true dragon. At present, it could not carry Guli soaring through the skies, but it was beginning to exhibit combat prowess. Guli approached it alone, reaching out to caress Ice Ling's round belly, exclaiming, you have grown larger and plumper. Where have you been this past year? Ice Ling lowered its dragon head and replied in the ancient tongue, I have been at the High Court, where Magret feeds me copious amounts of food, urging me to grow quickly. You've been mooching off meals at the High Court? Has no one else discovered your presence? Guli chuckled with a peculiar expression. Ice Ling shook its head. Magret is quite adept. She uses the Shadow Mountain Cat as a decoy, so no one has noticed me. I traveled here in search of you, resting by day and flying by night, thus remaining unseen. Understanding the dragon's keen sense of smell, Guli knew that scents could not linger over the ocean. He stood on tiptoe and embraced Ice Ling, asking, how did you find your way here? Ice Ling, with indignation, responded, it was Magret who said news from King's Landing claimed you perished on the way to Pintos. I refused to believe it. So I had her direct me, and I flew here. It lowered its neck and nudged Guli's head with its own. Indeed, you are alive. I detected your scent as soon as I arrived on this continent. Guli, overjoyed at their reunion, exclaimed, "You have arrived just in time. Together, we shall conquer Pantos." Iceling, puzzled, questioned, "What brings you to this continent? Do you aspire to rule here? But the others are in Westeros. Do you intend to abandon that land?" As they conversed in the ancient tongue, Guli directly stated, "The true purpose of my conquest of Pantos lies in the 3 dragon eggs it harbors." Dragon eggs? Iceling's eyes widened in realization, now fully aware of its identity as a dragon and the significance of such eggs. 3 dragon eggs, if all hatch, would surpass 1,000 armies. Now what shall we do? Guli, already formulating a plan, glanced up at the clouds drifting in the sky and whispered a few words into Iceling's ear. Listening attentively, Iceling nodded. "Then I shall conceal myself in the mountains surrounding Pantos, awaiting your signal." "Indeed, be cautious. I will enter the city first." "You merely need to create a commotion," Guli instructed, stepping back. Iceling prepared to take flight, then paused. "Wait, I suddenly recalled another matter." Placing his left hand on Iceling's belly, Guli smiled. "I have acquired new magic. Let me see if it can assist in your growth. If vitality could aid the dragon's development, it would be remarkable." Iceling finally noticed Guli's peculiar left hand. "Luke, your hand. Are you well? How did it become like this?" In an instant, Guli unleashed his magic, red energy erupting from his palm, enveloping Iceling's body. He exerted all his strength until his left hand lost sensation from the magical overload, ceasing the spell. The red energy was entirely absorbed by Iceling, which joyfully remarked, "This feels wonderful. Look, more of this marvelous energy, it seems to enhance my lifespan." Dragons, being magical creatures, possessed a profound understanding of life expectancy. They could discern how much time they had left and when they would perish. Guli, observing Iceling's unchanged form, expressed disappointment. "Only extending your lifespan? Yet your size remains unchanged. It is a failure." Iceling suddenly grew serious. No, Luke. Lifespan and death are irreversible. Only the divine can alter them. What you have achieved is already remarkable, akin to the gods. Guli hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue the matter further, but decided against it. Iceling had worshipped the old gods for millennia. Altering its faith now would be a formidable challenge. "We shall discuss this later, in due time. Go now. I must hasten my journey." Iceling gazed longingly at Guli's left hand, acknowledging its unsightly appearance, yet recognizing the potent magic it possessed. "I hope it does not bring you adverse effects. Do take care. I must depart." With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred a whirlwind of dust and stones, gradually ascending into the distance. Guli squinted against the gust, spitting out the sand that had entered his mouth, brushing the granules from his hair. Just then, Tessa, worried for his safety, approached in a carriage. "Divine Envoy, are you unharmed? Did that dragon cause you any harm?" Guli gazed northward. "I am fine. Let us proceed." Days later, within the free trade city-state of Pantos, Guli, wrapped in a cloak, stood atop a tall building with Gabbo. They had arrived here 10 days prior, remaining in hiding. Guli had instructed Gabbo to guide him around Pantos, gathering the addresses of all the governors. "Divine Envoy, what are you waiting for? You possess a dragon. You could easily seize the city," Gabbo, perplexed, inquired. Guli, ever vigilant, observed the sky. "My objective in this siege has never been to capture the city. Rather, I seek to acquire certain items and apprehend specific individuals. If we act rashly without sufficient preparation, and the targets elude us, will you take responsibility?" "Certainly not," Gabbo chuckled awkwardly. Guli continued, "Have you gathered information on the garrison strength at the Illyrio governor's residence?" Gabbo had spent considerable gold on inquiries regarding Illyrio. There are approximately 100 guards in Illyrio's courtyard, divided into 2 shifts, day and night. Should we choose a direct assault, we will require outside assistance. Unnecessary. Guli had regained his strength. A mere 100 guards without iron armor did not intimidate him. Moreover, he gazed at the overcast sky, sensing that the opportune moment was approaching, ready for action. Understood. With the 2 chests of gold Guli had provided, Gabbo had recruited numerous mercenaries and vagabonds, awaiting Guli's command and the dragon to seize the city-state. A drop of water, propelled by the wind, struck Guli's face. He wiped his face with his hand, rubbing his fingers together. "Rain?" He extended his hand out the window, feeling a raindrop land in his palm, which instantly froze into an ice flower. Before long, the rain intensified, enveloping Pantos in a shroud of mist. "The time has come. Prepare to act. You lead the men to seize the other governors' residences. I shall handle Illyrio." As soon as Guli finished speaking, Gabbo paused, his expression hesitant. "Divine Envoy, there are at least a dozen remaining governors. I fear my numbers may be insufficient. Do not worry, the dragon will assist you." Guli pointed to the sky, where, amidst the torrential rain, a white silhouette swiftly traversed the skies above Pantos. Iceling arrived at the vital port of Pantos, landing atop the lighthouse, unleashing a torrent of dragonfire. The people at the port were instantly thrown into chaos, pushing and shoving one another in a frantic attempt to escape. Ignoring the panicked humans, Ice Ling directed its fury toward the dozen merchant ships docked at the port. It soared towards the shore, filling its mouth with dragon fire, and unleashed it upon the vessels. The flames illuminated the entire port. No amount of rain could douse the searing heat of dragon fire. In an instant, order disintegrated, plunging Pantos into an abyss of chaos. Chapter 74. Pantos Gaba had already departed, and Guli lingered on the rooftop for a while longer. From his elevated vantage point, he observed the majority of the city guard flooding into the port before he turned to descend the stairs. Tessa awaited him at the entrance on the ground floor, and upon seeing him emerge, she anxiously exclaimed, "Divine Messenger, the dragon has reappeared. It is wreaking havoc throughout the city. Should we drive it away?" She firmly believed that the power of the supreme deity could aid her in vanquishing the dragon. Guli gazed out at the torrential rain and replied, "The dragon is also a messenger of the supreme deity, not our adversary. We have other tasks to attend to. Follow me." The two braved the downpour, brushing past the panicked citizens as they made their way toward Illyrio's courtyard. At the entrance to Illyrio's courtyard, the guards instinctively raised their hands to block the two unfamiliar figures. "You two, the visiting hours have concluded for today." Guli raised his left hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the rain began to coalesce into two ice-long swords. As the swords formed, they fell into his grasp, which he hurled with great force. The sharp blades sliced through the rain, pinning the two guards to the wooden door. Subsequently, Guli conjured an ice bow, declaring, "It seems your governor has time to meet with me now." With the rain pouring, I have an abundance of ice arrows at my disposal. With a powerful kick, he shattered the door, bow in his right hand and an arrow forming in his left. He loosed one arrow for each guard, drawing his bow with remarkable speed. Often before the guards could even reach him, they were struck down. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of guards in the courtyard lay dead beneath his ice bow. Tessa remained steadfast at Guli's side, though she found no opportunity to strike. Guli advanced into the main hall, sparing the unarmed maidens and targeting only those clad in leather armor. Gaba had procured the layout of the governor's residence days prior, so even on his first entry, Guli was acutely aware of Illyrio's whereabouts. With relentless momentum, they swiftly pressed into the garden. There, the last few guards stood. Beyond the garden lay Illyrio's standalone building, elevated to oversee every corner of the garden. Archers atop the building posed a threat, yet their arrows were effortlessly deflected by the sudden emergence of small ice shields, inflicting no harm upon Guli and Tessa. While the archers found themselves at a loss, Guli continued to mercilessly harvest the guards within the garden. His magic-infused ice arrows pierced effortlessly through their helmets and leather armor. At that moment, Illyrio was situated on the seaward side of his chamber, gazing out at the bustling port. He fixated on the white shadow soaring through the sky, exclaiming, "A dragon! The dragon has truly been resurrected. Governor, assassins have breached the premises." The guards, unable to mount any resistance, urged him to take cover. One maid was the first to notice the unusual commotion in the garden. The cacophony of the rain had masked the sounds of battle, leaving the guards and maidens within oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Illyrio turned, his anger flaring. "Are you all incompetent? You can't even handle a few assassins?" It is not unusual for someone to take advantage of the chaos. This is not the first time. He dismissed the urgency. "Hurry, eliminate the assassins and assist the port. What are assassins compared to the dragon we must confront?" Boom. A colossal ice fist shattered through the wall, disintegrating into shards before the eyes of the onlookers. "Oh, it seems I am not formidable enough as an assassin to earn the governor's respect." Guli stepped through the breach, treading upon the rubble. 3 guards, startled, thrust their pikes toward him. "Humph, do not meddle, mere fodder." In an instant, a flash of white light was seen as Guli's dark sister returned to its sheath. As if it had never been drawn, the guards barely penetrated Guli's range before their heads were severed. The sight of 3 decapitated bodies caused the maidens in the room to flee in terror. Guli disdainfully froze the blood splattered upon him and the corpses to avoid getting stained. "Who are you?" Illyrio remained relatively composed, recalling that he had no enemies by the name of Guli. "If your aim is gold and silver, take it. However, I must warn you. While I am the most powerful governor in Pantos, I am not the wealthiest." Guli leisurely approached Illyrio's side, lifting a bottle of wine from his desk. The crimson liquid flowed, coalescing into a pale red dagger in his hand. "I will ask a question, and you will answer. No superfluous words, understand?" Illyrio, witnessing magic up close for the first time, was astounded. "What do you desire?" "The dragon eggs, where are they?" "How do you know?" "Ah." Illyrio gasped as Guli severed his pinky finger with the icy dagger. Guli's expression darkened. "I said no unnecessary words. You have 9 more chances. Once they are exhausted, I will slice your throat." Time was of the essence. He needed to conclude matters before the rain ceased, thus resorting to drastic measures. Illyrio recognized that Gu Li's 9 chances referred to his remaining fingers. Though dragon eggs were invaluable, he had no choice but to part with wealth to save his life. Follow me. The dragon eggs are stored in the cellar. As he spoke, he moved toward the door to open it. Gu Li hurled the dagger, pinning it to the wooden door. You would do well to comply. Should you harbor any ill intentions or attempt to flee, I will end your life and search for them myself. Illyrio, seasoned in dealing with desperate men, assured him, rest assured, the dragon eggs are yours. I only hope you will spare my life after taking the eggs and the gold. Gu Li instructed Tessa to open the door and replied, I shall consider it. He spoke truthfully. Both Illyrio and Varys were loyal to House Targaryen, and he contemplated the possibility of leveraging a false identity to bring them under his wing. Clutching his bleeding hand, Illyrio obediently led the way. The three descended the staircase to the armory on the first floor, originally a weapons storage. It concealed a hidden passage leading to the cellar below. Gu Li drew Dark Sister, pressing the blade against Illyrio's waist, compelling him to lead. Tessa ignited the torches in the cellar, illuminating the space filled not only with gold and jewels, but also an array of fine wines and foods. Surprisingly, there was even a bed. This was no mere cellar, but rather Illyrio's sanctuary. Illyrio struggled to pull out a wooden box from beneath the bed, carefully opening the lid. Governor, the dragon eggs you seek are right here. Inside the box lay 3 dragon eggs, 1 green, 1 black, and 1 white. Gu Li examined them closely. Indeed, they're the very eggs from the series. His gaze wandered until he discovered a large brazier within the cellar. Without hesitation, he tossed the 3 dragon eggs into the fire pit and ignited the charcoal and tar. Flames erupted, engulfing the eggs as the cellar remained well ventilated, ensuring ample oxygen even amidst the inferno. Do not attempt to intervene. I have already tried everything, Illyrio stated, sitting on the bed as he retrieved previously hidden bandages and ointments to tend to his injured hand. Gu Li cast a glance at him, intrigued. Oh, what have you attempted? Illyrio replied candidly, I once placed them in a brazier for 3 months, yet they showed no reaction whatsoever. Then I resorted to animal sacrifices, followed by human sacrifices, but to no avail. Ultimately, I even soaked them in the blood of the Targaryen lineage for several days. Even after the blood had soured, they remained unresponsive. The blood of the Targaryens? Ah, it must have been contributed by that pair of siblings. It's a pity they are unaware that Illyrio possesses dragon eggs. Otherwise, Viserys might have considered sacrificing his sister. Gu Li extended his scaly left hand, retrieving the 3 dragon eggs from the flames and placing them on the ground to cool. Aeons had transformed these eggs into stone, yet they still held immense value, each worth the price of the Valyrian steel sword at your waist. Illyrio was captivated by Gu Li's magic and peculiar left hand. As he focused on observing Gu Li's sword, his expression suddenly shifted. Wait, the sigil on your sword depicts 3-headed dragons? You, with your platinum hair and the sudden appearance of a dragon, you are a scion of House Targaryen? But how can this be? Who are your parents? Why is there a Targaryen heir appearing now? The rightful heirs are in their own courtyard, are they not? Where do you come from? And you possess a dragon. This is simply unheard of. In truth, Gu Li's hair was pure white, merely appearing platinum due to neglect and the glow of the flames. He had indeed intended to adopt this false identity. I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to House Targaryen. Yet I am uncertain whether you would choose me or those 2 ineffectual individuals. My name is Luke Stark, the posthumous son of Prince Rhaegar and Lyanna Stark. Illyrio, will you pledge your allegiance to me? Apologies, Jon Snow, but I shall borrow your identity for a moment. Chapter 75. Pentos. Illyrio Mopatus, a merchant of Pentos, bore little resemblance to the ambitious and idealistic Varys. His decision to harbor the Targaryen siblings stemmed purely from self-interest. The original text reveals a glimpse into his psyche. He once contemplated eliminating Viserys to possess Daenerys exclusively, captivated by her beauty. However, Daenerys' timidity soon dulled his interest. Illyrio regarded the 2 Targaryens as mere pawns, never truly acknowledging them, and his superficial gestures of feigned allegiance did not extend to genuine loyalty. Gori, well aware of Illyrio's insincerity, had no need for his fealty. The current insistence on Illyrio's allegiance was prompted by other motives. Illyrio, ever astute to the shifting tides of circumstance, immediately knelt, expressing his willingness to serve the prince. The authenticity of this loyalty was understood by both parties present. Gori helped Illyrio to his feet, feigning enthusiasm as he remarked, "Excellent. With the governor's support, my chances of reclaiming the Iron Throne have increased." Illyrio responded with a facade of gratitude, declaring that the prince would surely reclaim the Iron Throne. Their theatrical exchange convinced even the naive Tessa. In a grave tone, Gori cautioned, "Please keep my identity and the matter of the dragons confidential. Should word reach the west, Robert may strike immediately." Illyrio replied smoothly, "I shall keep your identity secret, my prince. However, the dragons have been witnessed by the entire city, concealing that truth is impossible. I will spread false rumors, claiming they are wild dragons from the wilderness. Rest assured. Gory nodded in agreement. He wrapped 3 dragon eggs in a bedsheet, fashioning them into a bundle to carry on his back. It seemed prudent to consult with Ice and Fire regarding hatching, or perhaps even abduct Daenerys, as in the series. She was the one who hatched the eggs. Resolving to prepare for both scenarios, he said, "Governor, lead me to those 2. They are my kin." "Of course, my prince." Illyrio responded, guiding Gory and Tessa away from the cellar towards a solitary stone tower on the garden's far side. Throughout their journey, Illyrio exhibited a demeanor of respect and calm, a stark contrast to his earlier anxiety. Upon nearing the entrance, Illyrio halted, asking, "Shall you enter alone, my prince? The dragons have stirred considerable commotion in the city. The other governors likely await my counsel. I shall take my leave." "Go ahead. Pintos must remain undisturbed, our future stronghold," Gory said, patting Illyrio's shoulder, allowing him to depart. Observing Illyrio's retreating figure, Gory mused, "Illyrio is clever. He must realize the precarious position of the other governors. Given that we have already breached his courtyard." Tessa pondered for a moment, grasping the implication in Gory's words. "Are you suggesting that the rotund man deceived us? He intends to flee?" Gory scoffed. "He would never abandon the empire he has built over the years. I suspect he is merely warning an old acquaintance. Nevertheless, I need him to do so. Let him proceed." Compared to the unreliable Illyrio, Gory's true target was the idealistic Varys. Despite having once betrayed him, Varys stood as one of the few genuinely positive figures in the realm. Hailing from humble beginnings, Varys understood the plights of the common folk and aspired to create a world free of their suffering. He sought a worthy ruler to serve, but it was clear that neither Robert nor Viserys fit that mold. Gory recognized that Varys would remain loyal to the common people, yet would never offer true allegiance to any king. He admired Varys, yet did not harbor affection for him. His intent to win Varys's favor was solely to gain access to vital intelligence regarding Robert. Gory turned his attention back to the stone tower, ascending the steps and deliberately concealing the dark sisters at his waist with his cloak. The maidens at the entrance, recognizing him as a guest of Governor Illyrio, made way without protest. Just as Gory approached the door, he was met with a cacophony of roars. Why are there still dragons alive? Why do they not come to me? Is there anyone more deserving than I?" A voice thundered, accompanied by the sounds of blows and a girl-esque cries. These noises stirred unwelcome memories in Tessa, prompting her to rush inside to rescue the beaten girl. Gory restrained her, signaling her to remain calm. Had they stumbled upon the fabled wrath of the slumbering dragon? Daenerys Targaryen, the heroine of the tale, had a childhood marked by hardship. Her mother perished after giving birth, leaving her in the care of her brother Viserys. Oh, and their elder brother was Prince Rhaegar. In terms of lineage, they were Gorys, Jon Snow's uncle and aunt. After fleeing to the eastern continent, Daenerys and Viserys grew up reliant on the charity of others, often subjected to scorn. This tumultuous upbringing twisted Viserys' character, making Daenerys his scapegoat. He fancied himself the last true dragon, justifying his abuse of Daenerys under the guise of the wrath of the sleeping dragon. His insistence on raising her, despite their dire circumstances, was not rooted in familial love, but rather in the Targaryen legacy of beauty. He envisioned leveraging Daenerys' future for political gain and military alliances. Indeed, in the series, he conspired with Illyrio to marry Daenerys off to Khal Drogo, a Dothraki warlord allied with Pentos. Gory entered the room, clapping his hands. "Forgive my uninvited intrusion. I hope I am not disturbing your delightful conversation." Viserys, appearing to be in his early 20s, would likely have captured many hearts were it not for his current menacing demeanor. He was indeed handsome, though perhaps only the Knight of Flowers could rival him in appearance. "Who are you? A guest of Illyrio? This is private space. Please leave," Viserys shouted, angered by Gory and Tessa's intrusion. On the floor, Daenerys, clad in tattered garments, attempted to cover her body, though her injuries and bruises were still visible. Viserys struck with precision, aware of the importance of his sister's face, targeting areas hidden by clothing, her abdomen, back, and thighs. Seeing unfamiliar faces, Daenerys timidly cowered behind Viserys. Despite the frequent abuse, he remained her only trusted relative. Gory frowned at the sight. He could easily eliminate Viserys and take Daenerys by force, but that would turn him into her adversary. Should she refuse to assist in hatching the eggs and seek revenge instead, it would complicate matters. Perhaps if she were to grow disillusioned with Viserys and no longer regard him as a protector, that would align with Gory's desires. After a moment of contemplation, Gory devised a plan. With a gentle smile, he addressed Viserys. "Do you know who I am? I have seized control of all of Pentos amidst the dragon's rampage. I am now the sole ruler of Pentos." Viserys finally came to a realization. This individual was not a guest of Illyrio, but rather a bandit who had seized the opportunity to capture Pentos amid the chaos. possessing considerable experience. He discerned that Guli bore no ill intent and understood that the man sought to negotiate. What is it that you desire? Guli gazed at Daenerys, standing behind Viserys, and smiled. I propose a transaction with your highness. I shall grant you Pentos. With Pentos as a foundation, your highness will have a source of revenue. With wealth, what stands in the way of raising an army to reclaim your kingdom? This is the East, where mercenary bands of all sizes proliferate. With the financial resources of Pentos, one could easily employ more than 10,000 men. Illyrio, of course, could not achieve this. He governed Pentos in collaboration with other governors and lacked the authority to utilize their gold. However, Guli was different. He had sent Jabo to eliminate those governors, thus claiming all the gold for himself. He could bestow it upon whomever he wished. Viserys felt a surge of excitement, suddenly dreaming. Did you wish to pledge your loyalty to me? Your highness is jesting. I have just stated, this is a transaction, Guli replied with a mischievous grin. Viserys regained his composure. What do you want? Do you fancy her? He quickly realized he possessed nothing but a sister of stunning beauty, which held some value. What? Does your highness believe that Pentos is worth less than a princess? Guli retorted impatiently. Viserys was no fool. His sister was his sole hope for reclaiming the throne, and he was reluctant to part with her easily. He opted to raise the stakes. Pentos alone is insufficient. If you can capture that dragon outside, I shall wed my sister to you. Your highness lacks sincerity. A dragon is not a foe that mere mortals can confront. Are you sending me to my doom? Guli's eyes gleamed menacingly as he feigned drawing his sword. Viserys panicked. Wait. I accept your terms. Guli observed Daenerys' reaction. She appeared somewhat distressed, but remained silent. He decided to stoke the flames further. My terms have changed. I shall not marry your sister. She will only be a maidservant. Suddenly recalling a memorable line from Viserys in the series, he boldly declared, I shall not only have my thousands of mercenary brothers take turns with her, but I will also have their thousands of steeds do the same. Daenerys' face turned pale with fear, shaking Viserys' hand incessantly. Viserys felt a flicker of anger, yet he quickly suppressed it. Is this an intentional humiliation of House Targaryen? Guli disdainfully flicked away the dust from his nails. No, I merely wish to express how I shall treat my new maidservant. He looked at the terrified Daenerys and the indecisive Viserys, saying, Take your time to ponder. Your highnesses, I shall afford you the night to consider. Should I receive no response by tomorrow, I shall assume you have declined my proposal. With that, he turned and left the stone chamber.